On my wedding night, I was sent to prison because of that beautiful woman. She thought this was just a lesson for me, a way to learn to bow my head and abide by the rules of society. But at that moment, I was too lazy to even complain, and I didn't even want to seek comfort for my suffering. 5 years later, the prison gates opened. 5 years of imprisonment had sculpted me into a gaunt, hardened, and skeletal frame. She stood outside, her eyes darting around nervously, her voice trembling. She regretted it and begged me to smile at her. But I had forgotten how to smile at her. She didn't know that the place I was in was called the Netherworld Prison, a place that didn't even exist on a map. It held the most dangerous people in the world, and I spent 5 whole years in this hell. On the day I went to prison, the corridor was lined with secret agents, warlords, assassins, financial manipulators, and hacker leaders. Any one of them walking out could cause a storm. But at that moment, they all stopped, just to make way for me. My name is Qin Yao, and I'm from Qingqing. 5 years ago, I got married, but on my wedding night, I sent myself into hell. That day, which should have been the beginning of my life, became the starting point of my descent into the abyss. Lin Jixia's ex-boyfriend, Zhao Tian, barged into the bridal chamber, reeking of alcohol, and attempted to sexually assault her. I was also drunk at the time and lost control of my emotions, so I punched him so hard that I seriously injured him. The next day, it wasn't him who was brought to court, but me. Zhao Tian used his connections, and I was sentenced to 5 years in prison. My status as a groom hadn't even warmed up before I became a criminal. During the transport, he even wanted me to die in an accident. The moment the car overturned, I thought my life was over, but the accident didn't kill me. It just completely changed my life. I didn't die, but I was caught up in a mercenary incident. I had no chance to explain, no choice, and was eventually sent directly to the Netherworld Prison, a place whose name you can't even mention casually. The Netherworld Prison has 12 gates, corresponding to 12 levels of prisoners. The deeper you go, the less human you become. And I was chosen by the old man at the deepest level and taken as his disciple. He wasn't like a prisoner. He was more like the true master of this prison. Even the 3 wardens had to bow their heads and speak to him. For 5 years, I suppressed the prison for him and learned another set of rules for living. Now, I stand before the 12th gate, kneel down, and kowtow, telling him I'm being released from prison. The old man says nothing, only tosses me a jade pendant, a dragon-patterned token, capable of commanding tens of thousands of disciples. I understood this wasn't a blessing, but a handover. Before I walked out of prison, the inmates saw me off. Some gave me money, some gave me assets, some handed me the dark web and Bitcoin. They would never get out, while I was the only one leaving alive. Before I left, a new drug lord shouted, and with a single word from me, I broke his limbs and threw him into solitary confinement. This was the last order I gave in the Netherworld Prison. The moment the sunlight fell upon me, I realized how blinding freedom truly was. On the helicopter, Warden Yahuang asked me whether I wanted to return to Qingcheng or Kyoto. I chose Qingcheng. She handed me a family heirloom, saying she was willing to wait for me, but I refused, because I believed that marriage was still waiting for me. A day later, I returned to Qingcheng Dayu Prison, changed into ordinary clothes, and was officially released. I thought that waiting for me outside the door would be my bride from 5 years ago. The prison gates opened, and the first person I saw was Lin Jixia. Her face hadn't changed, but there was something strange about her that I couldn't quite put my finger on. I went over to hug her, but she raised her hand to shield me from her chest. She handed me a document, a divorce settlement agreement. At that moment, my mind went blank. I asked her why, but she didn't answer. She just looked at me, crying. She said, "Qin Yao, do you know how I've spent these past 5 years? I went to prison on our wedding night, and she became a living widow in everyone's eyes, being gossiped about and ridiculed." I stood there speechless, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal, because I knew she was telling the truth. Back then, I didn't choose to call the police. Instead, I took action, and that one step ruined both of our lives. I listened to her with my head down, my heart feeling like it was being torn apart piece by piece. I reached out to hug her, saying I was willing to make amends and spend my whole life making amends, but she pushed me away time and time again. She said that for the past 5 years, I had vanished into thin air. She couldn't find me, and some even told her that I had died en route in transit. It was at that moment that I realized she wasn't waiting for her husband. She was waiting for a shadow whose fate was uncertain. Just then, Susan, standing beside her, spoke up, announcing in a calm yet sharp tone that the marriage was over. She told me the agreement was made last night. All I had to do was sign, take the money, and leave, and never bother Lin Jixiao again. The word bother sank my heart. In their eyes, my reunion with my wife had become a burden. Susan looked at me with disdain, calling me a convict, saying I'd lost everything in 5 years, and that I wasn't even entitled to compensation. She told me to my face that 500,000 yuan was enough for me to buy a small apartment and live a stable life. That was all the value I had gained over the past 5 years. I was furious, but Lin Jixia silenced me with a single sentence. She said it was her decision and I shouldn't blame Susan. She looked at me and said we weren't right for each other anymore. She accepted the past 5 years and didn't blame me, only asking for an amicable separation. I shook my head and said we were together for 3 years in college. I loved her, and I thought about her every day for the past 5 years. I didn't want a divorce. She cried and asked me if our relationship could really last 5 years, if it could withstand all the gossip and rumors she had to face alone. Just then, Susan mentioned the Zhao family, saying that the Lin family's business was being eroded little by little, and that she had turned against her family for me. In that instant, my mind exploded. It turned out that Zhao Tian hadn't stopped even after I went to prison. I grabbed Lin Jixia's shoulder and said that I had learned skills in prison and that I was now capable of getting justice for her. Susan sneered, saying that all I learned in prison was to brag, and that I was ridiculously shameless. Lin Jixia completely broke down, crying and begging me to let her go, saying she didn't need me to prove anything. She just wanted to end it all. I stood there, all my emotions churning in my chest, only to find I didn't even have the right to get angry. Finally, I nodded and said I would sign, my throat tightening, my heart feeling utterly empty. Susan handed me the agreement and helped Lin Jixia into the car. The moment the car door closed, I knew what loss meant. As they left, a black Rolls-Royce drove past, its license plate Qin 88888, but I didn't even have the heart to glance at it. I stood there for a long time until the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of me and the door opened automatically. An old man and a young man got out. The middle-aged man introduced himself as Zhang Sancheng, the richest man in Qingcheng, and said that he had been asked by someone to pick me up. When he mentioned the name Wang Qianfan, I realized he was the old man at the 7th gate of the Netherworld Prison. I got into the car, and without exchanging pleasantries, simply asked them to take me to an intersection in the city. That's where I grew up, the old building where my aunt's family lived. I haven't been back for 5 years. I have 3 things to do: make Lin Jixia happy, settle scores with Zhao Tian, and take care of my aunt's family. Stepping into this old building covered in ivy, I felt uneasy for the first time. Just as I reached the 7th floor, I saw several strange men blocking the corridor entrance, exuding a thuggish air. My gaze fell on apartment number 7-6, my aunt's house. I heard arguing coming from inside, followed by a loud crash of things being smashed. The next second, a bald, burly man dragged out a girl who looked about 17 or 18. He grinned lewdly and said that daughters should pay for their father's debts, and told her to come with them obediently. At that moment, I stood in the stairwell, my fingers slowly clenching. I knew something was wrong the moment I stepped into this old building. The hallway reeked of strangers and simmering with suppressed anger. The next second, I saw my cousin being dragged to the ground by a bald man. In that instant, all reason vanished from my mind. I didn't shout, I didn't rush over, I just walked over and elbowed her once each. I knocked the 2 guards on the stairs to the ground. The bald man turned around and cursed me for meddling, but the girl he was holding was my aunt's only daughter. I told him to release her, and he grinned filthily, saying he'd take her away and deal with her later. My cousin bit him, but was slapped away and sent flying, crashing into the wall. The dull thud pounded into my head. I stood there, realizing for the first time that I could tremble with anger. He raised his foot to kick again, and I said nothing, just took a step forward. The next instant, the thugs who had surrounded me were all lying on the ground, their faces unrecognizable. The bald man panicked. He threatened me, saying he'd take my whole family with him. I asked my cousin which hand he used to grab her. Before she could answer, I had broken both his arms like snapping twigs. I asked him again which leg he used to kick him. He was about to beg for mercy when I stomped on him, the sound of bones breaking echoing in the stairwell. I told them to get lost, and that next time I saw them, it wouldn't be as simple as breaking a few bones. After they were dragged away, my cousin finally recognized me, but turned to close the door. She said she didn't know me and that I wasn't her brother. I blocked the door and recounted our childhood stories one by one, until her hand slowly loosened its grip.
The moment I entered the room, I saw the black and white photograph on the wall, and my heart sank to the bottom. She told me that my uncle had died. She didn't die of illness. She was driven to the brink of death by debt and jumped off the roof. She said it was all because of me, because I hit Zhao Tian, because I went to jail, because the Zhao family didn't let anyone connected to me go. She said I promised to protect this family, but when the accident happened, it was as if I had disappeared from the world. She said her mother had looked for me, but couldn't even find my name. She said my uncle's last thought before he died was to see me. I stood there, my ears ringing, and even breathing became difficult. I knelt before the photo and said sorry, but those 3 words sounded like a joke. She pushed me away, telling me to get out, saying I didn't deserve to come back. Just then, the phone rang. The noodle shop had been vandalized, and my aunt had suffered a heart attack and was lying on the ground. I rushed out with her, got into the car, and we drove in silence. The moment I saw my aunt lying on the ground, the murderous intent in my heart almost spiraled out of control. I suppressed my emotions and told my cousin not to panic, that I could try. I had learned basic first aid in prison, and we couldn't wait any longer. I asked her if she had taken any medication, and she said she had, but it hadn't helped. I glanced at the woman and knew in my heart that it was fortunate she had given my aunt the medicine. Otherwise, the woman lying on the ground would likely be a corpse. I didn't waste any time and had my cousin follow my instructions. She lifted her clothes, stood with her arms hanging down, and pressed on her chest with a steady rhythm. At first, her hands were trembling with panic, but as she repeated the movements, her breathing gradually stabilized, and she calmed down as well. My aunt's complexion began to improve. Although she was still unconscious, she was out of the most dangerous stage. At that moment, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the noodle shop, which had been smashed to pieces. Glass shattered everywhere, tables and chairs overturned, and all I could see in my mind were the faces of those bastards. They knew my aunt had a heart condition, yet they still dared to do this. They were practically forcing her to die. My uncle is gone. If something happens to my aunt too, I'll never forgive myself for this. Zhang Sanqing walked to my side, glanced at the scene, and asked nothing, waiting for me to speak. I told him to find out who did it, and to go to the hospital and wait for me. He nodded and left. I suppressed my anger and waited for the ambulance to take my aunt away. No one spoke in the ambulance. My cousin sat beside me. Although they didn't try to get rid of me again, they didn't even glance at me. When we arrived at the hospital, a group of specialists were already waiting at the emergency room entrance. She was clearly taken aback by this display of force. I knew this was Zhang Sanqing's arrangement, so I didn't stand on ceremony and sent the person straight to the emergency room. I told my cousin not to tell my aunt that I was back, as she couldn't handle any more shock right now. She nodded and said thank you, but immediately became distant. The surgery lasted 2 hours. Only after the doctor came out and said everything went smoothly did I truly relax. The nurse asked someone to stay overnight, but I told her I was her cousin and would come later that night. Walking out of the hospital, the warmth on my face completely vanished. Zhang Sanqing has already found out that the person who smashed the shop is Xie Yun, known in the underworld as Master Xie. He runs a loan company, dealing in usury, and employs a group of thugs who come to collect debts. My uncle had borrowed money years ago, and even though it was all paid back, they had no intention of letting this family off the hook. They pressured them to repay the debt, threatened them, vandalized their shop, and finally forced them to the rooftop. As I listened to all this, my fists were clenched. I asked him if the Zhao family was behind Master Xie. He said it would take more time. I told him not to bother investigating. I would ask him myself. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The car stopped opposite Qin Yao Credit Company. When I got out, Zhang Heng's eyes were full of excitement, as if he were watching a show. He thought I would be surrounded by a group of thugs, and that in the end, his father would have to clean up the mess. But what they don't know is that I crawled out of hell and never intended to reason with anyone. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's living room, people were already calculating how to get that 500,000 yuan back. They would soon find that they wouldn't get their money back and had messed with the wrong people. Qin Yao Credit's shop was small, dimly lit, and with the roller shutter door halfway down, the smell of smoke inside was suffocating. 8 or 9 young people were playing cards around a table, the music blaring loudly, as if deliberately trying to mask some other sound. Standing at the door, I heard a woman crying from the backyard and a man pleading softly. Without turning around or waiting for anyone, I pulled open the roller shutter and went inside. Someone stood up, a cigarette dangling from their lips, and asked if I was there to borrow money. Did you bring your ID card? I only asked one question. Where is Xie Yun? He had just said that third master was inside when I grabbed his collar and slammed him into the crowd. The table overturned, money and playing cards flew everywhere, and the room instantly descended into chaos. They finally realized I was there to cause trouble and charged at me, weapons in hand. I dodged the first one and punched him in the face, sending him flying back into the crowd. The rest didn't even have a chance to stand still in front of me. A few seconds later, everyone in the shop collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. I didn't even glance at them. I lifted the curtain, and the backyard was instantly illuminated. The first thing I saw was a woman in tattered clothes in the middle of the yard. She was covered in wounds, her eyes filled with despair, and several burly men were surrounding her. In the corner, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his head bleeding, desperately pleading. Sitting opposite him was a portly man, complete with cigars, an expensive watch, and tea. I recognized him immediately. It was Xie Yun. He said he had repaid the principal, but he couldn't remember the interest. He said he'd let the woman go if I handed over 3 years' worth of the shop's income. Hearing this, my chest felt like it was on fire. If I hadn't arrived, would my cousin have suffered the same fate? I walked over and punched the burly man who was reaching out, sending him flying. The entire courtyard fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at me. Xie Yun finally looked up, his face darkening, and asked who I was. I called his name, but his subordinate corrected me, telling me to call him Third Master Xie. I slapped the man away. I told Xie Yun that I was there to collect a debt. He asked me who I was, and I said I was there to collect debts for those he had killed. He backed away, yelling for people to surround me. Steel pipes and machetes were brandished. I watched as he shoved a cigar over the man's head, and a woman's scream ripped through the air. At that moment, I could no longer suppress my anger. All I remembered was my uncle's death, my cousin's tears, and my aunt lying in the hospital. I told Xie Yun that I had taken his life on behalf of Tang Zhenghai. The next second, I stepped into the crowd. The sounds of bones breaking and bodies slamming against walls echoed one after another. They fell one after another, like harvested weeds. Zhang Heng stood outside the courtyard, his mouth agape for a long time. He whispered to Yang Xian, asking if he was watching a movie. Yang Xian didn't answer. His face was tense, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Even as a former Special Forces soldier, he had never seen such a scene. In less than 5 minutes, the backyard was filled with people lying on the ground. I stepped over the bloodstains and stood in front of Xie Yun. I casually picked up a burly man and tossed him at his feet like trash, telling him it was his turn. Xie Yun laughed, a cigar dangling from his mouth, and looked at me sarcastically, saying I thought I could take him down just because I could fight. He started threatening, saying that accidents are inevitable when people are out on the street, and he even mentioned the mother and daughter Tang Zhenghai left behind. Before he could finish speaking, I kicked him in the chest, and he flew backward, his teeth and blood scattering everywhere. He was still cursing, so I grabbed a steel pipe and broke his leg. I told him that this leg was for my aunt. He still tried to yell, so I broke his other leg, saying that it was for my cousin. No one dared to utter a sound in the courtyard. Only the sound of bones breaking echoed. Xie Yun trembled with pain, yet refused to bow his head, mocking me for not daring to actually kill him. He brought up my uncle's death, speaking of it in extremely hurtful terms. My reason completely snapped at that moment. I smashed his jaw with a punch, blood splattering everywhere, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence anymore. I dragged him onto the table and broke his fingers one by one. Each sound was like a reckoning. I told him that these were for those he had driven to the point of ruin and death. Only then did he truly begin to fear, his voice trembling as he begged me for mercy. He said he could give me money, a company, and territory. He just wanted to live. I grabbed him by the neck and asked one last question. Who had ordered him to target Tang Zhenghai's family in the first place? He practically shouted it out, saying it was Zhao Tian, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Hearing that name, I tightened my grip and said, "This is my uncle who died in my place." Xie Yun's body slowly went limp, the light in her eyes completely fading, and the courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Heng stood there, his legs trembling. For the first time, he knew what true fear was. Yang Xian looked at me with a hint of unspoken awe in his eyes. Zhang Sanqing walked over, asked no questions, and simply arranged for people to clean up the mess. When Yu Ronghai was brought in, he saw the mess on the floor, and his face turned deathly pale. I glanced at him and told him that he wasn't clean either. He knelt down on the spot, saying he was willing to obey orders, only asking for a way to survive. I nodded, telling him to integrate Qing Yuan and not to do such things again. After finishing everything, I walked out of the company. The night breeze on my face eased the oppressive feeling in my chest a little. Zhang Heng offered me a cigarette, his attitude completely different from before. I lit a cigarette, coughed a few times, and finally exhaled. I asked him what the purpose of life was. He said it was to enjoy the world, but I didn't reply. He then brought up Zhao Tian, saying there was an investment auction the next day, and the Zhao family would be there. When Zhang Heng mentioned Zhao Tian, his tone was full of contempt. In his eyes, that person was merely an appendage to the Nangong family, a tool for climbing the social ladder through marriage. But those words sank my heart. I wasn't completely ignorant of the Zhao family's affairs over the past 5 years. In the Netherworld Prison, I had heard far too many stories about the wealthy families of Qingqing. The Zhao family had been meticulously climbing the social ladder for years, their target always clear, the Nangong family. After the successful marriage alliance, the Zhao family's position was completely secured. Zhao Tian was thus able to extricate himself from the situation and never looked back at Lin Jixia. A few seconds later, I simply said, "Have Zhang Hang come pick me up later." I was going to attend this investment auction anyway. Whether he mentioned it or not, I would have shown up. The Qingyuan matter was being dealt with until late at night. Xie Yun's death was framed by someone else, and Yu Ronghai paid off the trouble. The couple knew perfectly well that surviving was an act of kindness in itself. I didn't say a word more. I had a simple meal with Zhang Sancheng and his son, and then went straight back to the hospital. It was already 9 p.m. when I arrived. With Zhang Sancheng's arrangement, my aunt was transferred to the best ward, with her own caregiver and nurses. Tang Kursen had been staying by the bedside, looking exhausted. When she saw me return, her attitude remained cold. I told her to go back and rest, offering to stay up all night. She refused, and I didn't insist. 5 years is enough time for any family bond to crack, let alone what she had endured. The doctor arranged a temporary bed for me in the corridor. After nightfall, only a dim light remained in the corridor. I saw Tang Kursen curled up on the small bed, the night wind blowing in through the window, her body trembling slightly. I got up, took a blanket, and gently covered her with it. She opened her eyes, half awake and half asleep, and was startled when she saw it was me. I told her to cover herself up. It was cold at night. She looked at me, her eyes momentarily unfocused. I could sense that she saw a stranger in me. The me of 5 years ago and the me of now were no longer the same person. She quickly turned her head away and told me to ignore her. I left the ward, and the corridor became quiet again. I leaned against the railing, took out the Panlong token, and my mind was filled with images of the Netherworld Prison. Those 5 years completely transformed an ordinary person into something else. I'm not sure what I am now, but I know very well that I need to find Lin Jixia and make the Zhao family pay the price. Halfway through my cigarette, I leaned back on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In my dream, I took my revenge and returned to her side. When I woke up, someone was calling my name loudly in the corridor. I opened my eyes, and it was already daylight. There were 2 people standing at the elevator entrance. I recognized them at a glance, Qiu Yu and Lin Kuan. They had been looking for me all night. When Lin Kuan saw me, his eyes lit up. Qiu Yu rushed over. She looked at me with no concern on her face, only barely suppressed anger. I called her mom. She gave a cold laugh, as if she had heard a joke. She said she knew that Lin Jixia and I were divorced. Mentioning Lin Jixia made my chest tighten. I apologized and said that I had made them worry all these years. Before I could finish speaking, she told me to shut up. She questioned me, asking why someone who had been to prison wanted to go back to her daughter's side, saying I wasn't good enough for her. Lin Kuan stood aside, his tone even harsher, saying that I had ruined the Lin family for 5 years and that I deserved to go to jail. I stood there, realizing for the first time that everything I had done back then was worthless. I asked them if they remembered why I went to jail. Lin Kuan scolded me for being brainless, saying that if it weren't for me, they wouldn't have offended the Zhao family. Qiu Yu also had a cold face and said that she had long disagreed with the marriage. She said that I made her daughter suffer a lot of injustice. At that moment, I suddenly realized that I was not the one who was forgiven, but the one who was completely abandoned. I stopped arguing. I simply told them that I had signed the papers and that I was even with Lin Jixia, and told them to leave. As I turned to leave, Qiu Yu called out to me, saying, "Who said I'm even with Lin Jixia?" I had barely turned around when I sensed something was wrong. Qiu Yu stared at me, her face pale, her voice suddenly rising, as if her long-prepared anger had finally found an outlet. She was convinced I was faking it, and was determined to force me to admit something. She said the reason I agreed to divorce Lin Jixia was because I received 500,000 yuan. Her meaning was clear. In her eyes, I was someone who would only leave after taking money, a good-for-nothing who lived off a woman's charity. Lin Kuan stood to the side, already impatient. He didn't want to hear my explanation at all. He only wanted his money back. In his eyes, the Lin family's money was none of my business, given my past criminal record. At that moment, I finally realized that they hadn't come to me today simply to vent their anger. Their goal from the very beginning had only one thing, that 500,000 yuan. For money, they weren't even willing to save face. I originally wanted to tell the truth. I never took that money. But as the words were about to come out, I suddenly wanted to know something else. Did Lin Jixiao know about this whole farce? As soon as I asked the question, Qiu Yu's eyes darted away. Although she immediately put on a confident demeanor again, that fleeting glance had already revealed the whole answer. I realized what was going on. The mother and son had done this behind Lin Jixiao's back to demand money. That's why they dared to so brazenly smear me. Just as the atmosphere was getting increasingly out of control, I heard someone speak coldly behind me, reminding me that this was a hospital. As soon as that voice appeared, the air in the corridor noticeably tightened. I turned around and saw Tang Kersen standing there. Her face was cold, and there was a suppressed hatred in her eyes as she looked at Qiu Yu. I knew it wasn't an act. She genuinely remembered what happened back then. The moment Qiu Yu saw her, her emotions exploded. She rushed over, grabbed Tang Kersen's hand, and launched into the most vicious accusations, dredging up all the unpleasant things from the past to hurl insults. She said the Tang family was shameless, that they dared to beg for help when they were in debt, and that our whole family were bloodsuckers. Those words echoed in the corridor, each one like a stab to the heart. Tang Kersen instinctively tried to shake her off, her anger completely ignited. She warned Qiu Yu to watch her mouth, but before she could finish speaking, Lin Kuan had already rushed over from the side. He was very strong, and he pushed Tang Kersen to the ground in one go. She didn't even have a chance to stand up before she fell heavily to the ground, and my heart sank with her. Ignoring the pain, she clung to Lin Kuan's leg, refusing to let go, begging them not to go in and touch my aunt. At that moment, her voice was trembling. Lin Kuan, finding her an eyesore, kicked her aside and turned to barge into the ward. The corridor began to fill with people, but no one dared to actually stop him. Qiu Yu simply stood in the middle and shouted loudly, portraying me as a convict who had harmed her daughter for 5 years, and saying that I had extorted 500,000 yuan as soon as I was released from prison, as if she wanted everyone to hear it clearly. I could sense the change in how people looked at me. Those who were just bystanders before now looked at me with suspicion and disdain, as if what they had said was now a fact. Just as Lin Kuan rushed into the ward and reached out to touch my aunt, I couldn't hold back any longer. I stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. When he turned to look at me, the arrogance on his face hadn't yet faded, but I could sense that he had realized something was wrong, because this time, I didn't back down. I tolerated them because of Lin Jixiao. I gave in because of our past relationship. But that doesn't mean I would stand by and watch my loved ones be trampled underfoot. I slapped him without the slightest hesitation. The crisp sound echoed in the corridor, and Lin Kuan was knocked to the ground, blood splattering out on the spot. A scream rang out, and the onlookers were all stunned. For a moment, the corridor was eerily quiet. Everyone was stunned by this sudden counterattack. Qiu Yu rushed over and hugged Lin Kuan, crying her heart out. She called me crazy while shouting for a doctor, as if they had suddenly become the victims. I stood there, feeling only annoyed by the noise. I told her son wouldn't die and to shut up. Even as I said those words, I felt a chill run down my spine. Lin Kuan rolled on the ground, saying he would call the police and make me go back to jail. He shouted fiercely, but his voice was filled with fear. I looked down at the mother and child, feeling unusually calm. I told them that Lin Jixiao and I were divorced, that I hadn't taken the money, and that I had exhausted all our affection. If they want to call the police or sue me in the future, I'm ready to fight them anytime. But if they dare to lay a finger on my aunt and cousin again, I'll make them pay a price even worse than they did today. I didn't raise my voice when I said these words, but they understood. Because it wasn't a threat, it was a warning. Qiu Yu finally panicked. She couldn't care less about continuing to berate me. She could only help Lin Kuan away in a disheveled state. The harsh words she uttered before leaving had lost their force. After everyone left, I went over to help Tang Kersen up. But before my hand could even touch her, she dodged away and stubbornly stood up on her own. Her hands were scraped, but she seemed oblivious to the pain. She looked at me, her eyes filled with barely suppressed resentment, and asked me how much more trouble I was going to cause her family. I wanted to explain, but I found that any explanation would seem futile. She hates me, and I know very well that in this farce, the one who is truly hurt is her. She told me to stay away from them, saying that the greatest compensation would be if I didn't show up again. Her words were cold, but they were heavier than all the insults that had just been directed at me. She even said that she would take my aunt to another hospital as soon as it was light, and that she would not spend a penny of my money, even if she had to borrow money, and that I should leave immediately. I knew she was angry, and saying anything more would only make things worse. I could only nod in agreement and slowly back away. The hospital room door slammed shut in front of me. I stood in the corridor and couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Some relationships have indeed come to an end. Just then, something she said reminded me that some things, if not completely resolved, will only bring more trouble. So I went to the nurse's station and borrowed a phone. I dialed Zhang Sanqing's number and asked him to help me find Lin Jixia's contact information. There were some things I needed to clarify with her in person. Meanwhile, Qiu Yu and her son had already taken Lin Kuan to the emergency room. The examination results weren't serious, but the 2 missing front teeth made Lin Kuan scream in agony. He threatened to call the police and send me back in. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped Qiu Yu because he remembered something more important. Lin Jixia was unaware that they were coming to ask for money. If the police were called and the matter escalated, his sister would definitely find out the truth, and things would only become more difficult to handle. So they changed their minds. He'd be hospitalized, feigned serious injury, and then Lin Kuan would personally call his sister. No matter what, they couldn't allow her to have any chance of reconciliation with me. Lin Jixia had just gotten up and was getting ready to attend an important investment conference when she received a video call from her younger brother. When she saw his face covered in gauze and blood, she panicked instantly. Lin Kuan forced a smile and said it was just a minor car accident, telling her not to worry. But when he mentioned the intensive care unit, she couldn't sit still any longer and immediately drove there. As I stood at the end of the corridor smoking, my mind was in turmoil. The smoke made my throat tight, but I couldn't suppress the thoughts churning in my head. I was afraid that Kirsten might act impulsively and actually take her aunt home from the hospital, so I didn't go anywhere. Just then, the sound of high heels came from behind me. That rhythm was so familiar that I didn't even need to turn around to check. I froze for a moment, and as soon as I turned around, that familiar yet unfamiliar figure was already standing in front of me. Before I could even speak, a slap landed on my face. The sound was crisp, and the force was heavy. Several people in the corridor instinctively looked over. I could have dodged, but I didn't move and just stood there taking the blow. A burning pain shot through my face, but I remained expressionless. In that instant, I knew she had already heard about Lin Kuan's injury, and the version she had heard was probably far from the truth. She looked at me, her eyes red, but her voice trembled with coldness. She questioned me, asking what Lin Kuan had done wrong, and why I could be so cruel as to beat someone into the intensive care unit. She said Lin Kuan was just trying to get justice for her, but I took it out on him. She accused me of venting all my anger on her family, saying I was no longer the person she knew. I stood there, completely calm. The woman before me was someone I had been thinking about for 5 whole years, the lover I had decided to spend my life with when I was young. But now, it felt like there was an invisible chasm between us. I slowly opened my mouth and asked her the simplest question. Didn't she want to know why I had taken action? But before I could finish my sentence, she interrupted me without hesitation. She said she didn't want to hear reasons. She just wanted an explanation. She reminded me that we were divorced, that this was only between the 2 of us, and had nothing to do with anyone else. She spoke calmly and resolutely. She even told me that she could have chosen to divorce me while I was in prison, but she waited until I was released to explain everything, which was already more than enough. She countered by asking me why I was venting my anger on her family. At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh, a laugh that even I found ironic. The phrase, "to the utmost in benevolence and righteousness," sounded particularly jarring to me. But she didn't know why I was in prison back then, nor did she know who would have been shamed if I hadn't stood up that night. 5 years really can wear down all patience. Now, she doesn't even bother letting me finish what I'm saying. In her eyes, I've become a potential source of violence that could strike at any moment. I looked at her, still clinging to the last glimmer of hope, and asked her, in her heart, am I the kind of person who would hurt others for no reason? Is the me she knows never like this? She hesitated visibly. I knew she knew better than anyone what kind of person I used to be. She remembered how I put her first, and how many temptations I had resisted for her sake. But that moment of hesitation was quickly suppressed by reality. She came to her senses, her tone becoming firm again, saying that perhaps she wouldn't have done it before, but she couldn't guarantee it now. She reminded me that I had disappeared for 5 years, spending those 5 years in prison. No one can truly be sure what I've become. People change, and so do we. She said that all she knows now is that Lin Kuan is lying in the intensive care unit with his head covered in bandages. Whatever my reason for hitting her, I must apologize to her. She demanded an explanation from Lin Kuan, and also from her mother. Her tone brooked no refusal, as if she were giving me a final command. After hearing this, I didn't argue or get angry. I just smiled. At that moment, I felt unusually calm, as if a taut string had finally snapped. She frowned and asked what I was laughing at. I looked up at her and said I had just suddenly thought of something happy. I realized that I had always thought she was different from others, and that my choice back then would earn her understanding. But now it seems that I had overestimated my place in her heart. In her eyes, I ultimately became that man labeled as a convict. Since that's the case, There's no need for me to cling to the past anymore. I looked up at her, my tone calmer than ever before. I told her, she wants a divorce, right? Then I'll grant her that wish. I said, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. She was the one who brought up the divorce first. The agreement had already been signed, and all that was left was to find the time to get the marriage certificate. But when I uttered the word divorce, she seemed to have had her sore spot touched. She clenched her fists, stared at me, her voice laced with suppressed anger, and asked if I was going to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Looking at her reaction, I suddenly felt a pang of irony. Wasn't this exactly the outcome she had always wanted? I told her that people change, and 5 years is enough time to change a lot. Since the Lin Jixia I loved no longer exists, there's no point in trying to salvage this marriage. It's actually easier to say it out loud. She clearly hadn't expected me to be so decisive. She was the one who came to hold me accountable, but I ended up taking the initiative to end things, which hurt her pride, and her face immediately turned ugly. She suppressed her emotions, sneering at my current situation, saying I had no right to initiate a divorce. She said those 2 words were hers alone. It wasn't my decision. She raised her chin, forcing me to apologize to Lin Kuan first. She warned me that this matter wouldn't end until then. She also emphasized that she was very busy, unlike me who was idle. After saying that, she turned and left quickly, as if afraid that if she stopped for even a second longer, she would lose control. I stood there without moving, silently loosening the rope that had bound me for 5 years in my heart. After she left, I remained standing in the hallway. At that moment, I knew clearly that this wasn't about fulfilling her wishes, but about fulfilling my own. It was time for the person who had constantly compromised for her to stop. She walked out in her high heels, but the fire in her heart burned ever brighter. Originally, she wanted to force me into a position where I would bow my head and apologize, but in the end, it seemed as if she was the one fleeing in defeat. Once downstairs, she briefly spoke to her mother and younger brother, then remembered she had important matters to attend to, and hurriedly left the hospital without looking back. As soon as her car pulled out of the garage, she saw a young man quickly enter the elevator. She recognized his face. It was Zhang Hang, the son of Qingqing's richest man, known for his flamboyant style. Normally, she would have taken the initiative to strike up a conversation, leaving the company an alternative. But at this moment, her mind was filled with the argument at the hospital, and she had no other thoughts. She simply drove away. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hang returned to the garage, and this time, I was with him. We had arranged to meet yesterday. He was coming to pick me up to attend the investment auction. He opened the door of the Lamborghini and asked me with a hint of smugness if the car was cool. I wasn't in the mood for a reply and just told him to hurry up, as the auction was about to begin. After we started driving, he tried several times to show me the prepared materials, but I refused each time. I kept my eyes closed and spoke coldly, clearly not intending to waste my energy on these things. He was somewhat displeased, feeling that his father had gone to great lengths to pave the way for me, yet I showed him no respect whatsoever. In his view, without this support, I wouldn't even have been able to get into the venue. He reminded me that the Zhao family had been eyeing that land for a long time, and with the backing of the Nangong family, they had abundant funds. If I went to compete empty-handed, I would be crushed in the first round. He said I harbored hatred, but this kind of place isn't about fists. His words sounded superfluous to me. I opened my eyes and calmly asked him if he had always been this noisy. He was speechless after my words, and his face immediately darkened. I pointed out directly that his father's intervention was not because of him, but at the request of someone else. I told him that if it weren't for that connection, he wouldn't even be qualified to drive me. This completely ignited his resentment, yet he had no way to refute it. The car remained silent the entire way until we finally arrived at the venue. A long line of top-of-the-line luxury cars stretched out, and the red carpet was hundreds of meters long. Almost everyone who walked down the carpet had their name printed in the Qingqing Business Daily. I spotted Zhao Tian immediately. He stood in the center of the crowd, impeccably dressed in a suit, his gold-rimmed glasses concealing a carefully cultivated ambition, a stark contrast to the drunkard of yesteryear. Even more striking was the woman beside him. She held Zhao Tian's arm, her expression haughty. Everyone crowded around, but all they saw was her expression. Zhang Hang whispered to me that it was the third young lady of the Nangong family. The real protagonist of today's commotion wasn't Zhao Tian, but the family behind her. I didn't respond and walked straight towards the venue. Zhang Heng stomped his feet angrily behind me, convinced that I was just putting on a brave face and would eventually have to back down. The security guard at the entrance stopped me, complaining that my clothes were shabby, and was about to kick me out. Zhang Heng came to my rescue, adopting a spoiled attitude, and only then was I allowed to enter. The venue was enormous, with seating arranged in tiers based on the amount of money deposited. I was seated on the second floor, while Zhao Tian and Nangong Shan sat on the third floor. We were separated by only one floor. After I sat down, my gaze swept across the entire room. I knew very well that this was a stage for capital, and also where my revenge would truly begin. I didn't notice that two figures had just taken their seats in the open seating area on the first floor. One of them was Lin Jixia, who had just left the hospital. She changed into an evening gown, trying to appear composed, but she couldn't hide her awkwardness standing in this setting. As she looked up at the second floor, she vaguely saw a familiar figure. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed self-deprecatingly. Anyone sitting on the second floor must have $100 million deposit. How could she possibly see me here? She straightened her back, as if encouraging herself. She told herself that as long as the company succeeded, one day she would be able to sit in a higher position. The company Zhang Sanqing arranged for me was originally registered under Zhang Hang's name. Due to time constraints, the paperwork hadn't been changed yet, so Zhang Hang and I were seated together, each with a number plate on the table. Zhang Hang glanced casually at the number in my hand and was visibly taken aback. He asked me, somewhat surprised, why I also had a number plate, number 1, and whether the organizers had given it to the wrong person. The auction number plates indicated the deposit level. Numbers 1 through 10 were generally on the third floor. According to Zhang Sanqing's arrangement, I shouldn't have gotten this number. Zhang Hang subconsciously felt it was a mistake. Someone of his status could easily have gotten number 1 and sat on the third floor. He only condescended to sit on the second floor to keep me company. I glanced down at the number plate without explaining. My gaze swept across the hall and landed on the third floor, where Zhao Tian was sitting. Today, Zhao Tian was the center of attention. As soon as he appeared, the third floor immediately became lively, with compliments rising and falling, as if his name had already been written on 2 plots of land. Some congratulated Zhao on acquiring another valuable asset, while others praised his sharp eye for talent, saying that he had achieved so much at such a young age and was worthy of being the son-in-law of the Nangong family. Zhao Tian smiled gently, saying that the outcome was still uncertain, but his confidence was undeniable. He had already staked everything on this day. From the bottom line of personal connections to the range of competitors' offers and the cash-out loan, he calculated everything step by step and even went to great lengths to gain his wife's support. Outsiders only saw his boundless glory, but they didn't know he had already made a solemn pledge. The success or failure of these 2 plots of land would directly determine his status in the Nangong family. As everyone continued to flatter him, Nangong Shan grew impatient. She simply said she was thirsty, and Zhao Tian immediately stood up, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Those around him praised his doting on his wife, but those words sounded more like sarcasm. Zhao Tian outwardly cooperated, but inwardly he was seething with anger. Nangong Shan took the tea, but immediately complained that it was too hot and started to vent her frustration. She made no attempt to hide her dissatisfaction, criticizing Zhao Tian for providing resources over the years without much improvement. She reminded Zhao Tian that this was her last chance to fight for him. If they failed to secure the land, he wouldn't be the only one to lose face. Sweat beaded on Zhao Tian's forehead as he repeatedly assured him, his voice extremely low. Only after he had coaxed the man to sit down did the smile on his face slowly fade. The auction officially began, and Zhao Tian straightened his back again. He told himself that he had taken care of everything, and there was no way anything unexpected could go wrong this time. The first few items were just a warm-up. Soon, a gemstone necklace was brought to the stage. Nangong Shan glanced at it, his tone calm but unquestionable. Zhao Tian immediately raised his paddle, increasing the price. The people around him readily complied, and soon no one else bid. The necklace was about to fall into his hands. Just then, I spoke up from the second floor, directly bidding 50 million. My voice wasn't loud, but it instantly caused an uproar in the entire venue. A necklace with a starting price of just over 10 million had been multiplied several times over with a single sentence. Everyone was looking for the source of the sound, but no one expected it to be from the second floor. Zhao Tian paused, instinctively glancing in my direction, but couldn't make out my face. He hadn't expected anyone to be more ruthless than him. Nangong Shan snorted coldly, abandoning the necklace and instead demanding the next antique. Zhao Tian didn't dare to be negligent and raised the price again to pressure the market. He had just raised the price of the vase to 30 million when I raised my paddle again, immediately bidding 100 million. The room erupted in murmurs. Many criticized me for not knowing the rules, while others thought I was just throwing money around for fun. Zhang Hang, standing nearby, looked grim and muttered under his breath, calling me a spendthrift. I ignored all the noise and just kept raising my paddle. The host repeatedly confirmed, and I only replied, "I'm happy." For the next item, Whenever Zhao Tian bid, I raised my bid by 100 million. After several rounds, I had already outbid 700 or 800 million. The atmosphere in the hall was completely ignited, everyone waiting for me to speak again. Zhao Tian's expression gradually turned ugly. The audience on the first floor was in an uproar, and Lin Jixia and Susan also looked up at the second floor, their eyes filled with shock and envy. In their eyes, this level of extravagance was the ultimate goal in life, while I seemed to be just casually splashing water. But when Zhao Tian pointed out that I didn't have much of my deposit left, the tide turned instantly. A chorus of mockery followed, suggesting I'd been outmaneuvered. They thought I'd driven myself to desperation for a moment of glory, burning through $1 billion deposit. Even Zhang Heng couldn't help but get angry, scolding me for not valuing the Zhang family's money and being led by the nose. I, however, remained seated, simply picking up my teacup and slowly taking a sip. In their eyes, I had already lost. But little did they know, the real show was just beginning. Amidst a cacophony of gasps, jeers, and disdain, the previous lots were all sold out. After a brief respite, the real main event was about to begin, and the air was already thick with excitement. I could feel the emotions in the entire venue converging in one direction. Everyone was waiting for that moment, waiting for those two pieces of land that would determine fate to appear. In the audience seats on the first floor, Susan was still staring at the direction of the second floor, her tone excited, saying that today's trip was really worth it, and that someone had even stood up for Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia didn't respond. She looked up at the second floor, clearly distracted, as if deliberately suppressing some inappropriate thoughts. She whispered a reminder to Susan that things were different now. Zhao Tian was no longer someone they could casually discuss, and they should be more careful with their words. But as soon as she finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment and said that she didn't know why, but she felt that the voice of the person on the second floor sounded a bit like hers. Susan burst out laughing, reached out and touched her forehead, saying that she must have been so angry with me that she even had such unrealistic thoughts. In her view, I was only released from prison yesterday, and even if I had a different identity, I wouldn't be qualified to sit on the second floor, let alone overturn such a scene. After hearing this, Lin Jixia's expression visibly softened, as if she had been persuaded. In the end, she simply said, "The auction is about to begin." As the auctioneer brought down the gavel, the final auction officially began. 2 land deeds and a heavy contract were presented simultaneously, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Zhao Tian straightened his suit, stood ramrod straight, and his eyes gleamed with barely suppressed excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for over a year. The atmosphere on the third floor suddenly tensed. Everyone knew this was the real battleground. The previous auction items were just a warm-up. Zhang Heng sat down next to me then, looking on with amusement, and asked sarcastically if I wanted to call his dad again. I picked up my teacup and calmly replied with 2 words, "No need." He rolled his eyes, clearly convinced I was about to embarrass myself. The host began introducing the location and prospects of the land, painting a rosy picture of the future, and finally announced the starting price, 10 billion. When this number appeared on the big screen, there were low gasps of surprise from the first and second floors, but the people on the third floor remained solemn. The first bid came quickly, and then the price climbed steadily. 50 million, 100 million, 200 million. The pace was unusually calm for an auction. Everyone knows that the true value of these 2 plots of land is far more than the current figures. If they can be managed well, they will become a money-printing machine in the future. When the price reached 20 billion, Zhao Tian's lips curled into a familiar smile. He knew it was his turn. After being asked by the host, he immediately announced 30 billion. The moment his voice fell, the entire audience erupted in cheers, and the tide turned completely in his favor. Exclamations of praise and flattery rang out one after another. Everyone was saying that this was true financial strength, and what did those previous bids matter? I sat in my seat, silent. Mocking gazes began to fall upon me, waiting to see how I would handle the situation. Zhao Tian stood on the third floor, looking down at me with undisguised arrogance, as if looking at a presumptuous insect. Zhang Heng also sneered at me, saying that I finally realized the difference in skill level and advised me not to think about revenge, but to find a place to bury my face first. Only then did I raise my eyelids, scan the room, and ask in a calm tone if anyone else was bidding. Zhao Tian laughed and said that everyone was waiting for him, reminding the host whether to bring down the gavel directly, his tone full of sarcasm. I glanced at the information on the screen, nodded, and said the land was indeed excellent. Then, casually, I stated that since no one else was bidding, I would only make one offer. I made it very clear that as long as Zhao Tian continued, I would relinquish the land. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone assumed I had conceded defeat. The next second, I announced my price, 100 billion. The entire venue seemed to be paused. After a brief silence, a storm of discussion erupted. Some people called me crazy, some said I was dreaming, and others directly concluded that I was deliberately causing trouble. Even the host's expression changed. Zhang Heng lost control on the spot, sprayed water, jumped up from his chair, pointed at me and cursed, saying this wasn't a movie shoot, and 100 billion was no joke. Zhao Tian's face was ashen. He immediately requested an asset investigation from the auction house, his tone devoid of any composure. The auctioneer sternly demanded my cooperation with the investigation and reminded me that if the assets did not match, I would face accountability from the Baoxin Group. I didn't explain, I just handed over the first card. The result came out, and the whole room burst into laughter again. The balance of a little over 137 cents was projected onto the big screen, and the mockery reached its peak instantly. Zhao Tian completely relaxed, sneering and mocking me, saying that my 100 billion was missing too many zeros. Just as the host was about to continue the auction, I spoke again, saying that I had taken the wrong card earlier. Amidst everyone's impatient gazes, I pulled out the second card, my tone still calm, and asked them to check it again. When that string of numbers appeared on the big screen, the hall fell silent once more. 12 digits, perfectly aligned. Exactly 100 billion. The moment Zhang Heng saw that string of numbers, he was jolted awake, leaping from his seat and leaning half his body over the second-floor railing, staring intently at the large screen. Even as the only son of the Zhang family, he had never seen such an astonishing amount of working capital before truly taking over the company. That was no longer an asset. It was a force capable of overturning the rules. The audience fell silent instantly. Even the host was stunned. It wasn't just a string of numbers. It was a rift that tore open everyone's understanding. Some people stammered the words 100 billion, their tone skeptical, as if afraid it was just an illusion under the lights. Many more swallowed unconsciously, finally realizing this wasn't boasting, nor was it a joke. But it was their real trump card. Zhao Tian reacted the most violently. His expression froze, the color drained from his face, and even his breathing became erratic. He suddenly rushed to the third-floor railing, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, veins bulging, and roared at me with all his might, demanding to know who I was. From the distance, he couldn't see my expression, but I could clearly see his breakdown at that moment, just like I was when I was pushed into the abyss. He was trembling all over, saying that these 2 plots of land were not worth the price at all, and that the later investments were huge. He asked me what I was after, as if grasping at a last straw. I stood there and calmly told him that I had already said it. I was just doing it for fun. The moment those words were spoken, all the mockery shifted. Those who had been fawning over Zhao Tian just moments before now had a different look in their eyes. They finally understood. I wasn't being schemed against. I had been crushed from the very beginning. That money was utterly meaningless to me. At this moment, in their eyes, Zhao Tian was no longer a future winner, but a loser who had offended someone he shouldn't have. Nangong Shan was the first to stand up, not even glancing at Zhao Tian again, and turned to leave, his back cold and hard, without the slightest hesitation. I also stood up and confirmed with the account manager that the asset verification was over, my tone calm, as if I were handling something completely ordinary. The auctioneer fell the gavel almost without hesitation, and the words sold echoed throughout the hall. No one dared to raise any further objections. I took back my card, glanced at Zhao Tian before leaving, said casually, "Until we meet again," and turned to go. He slumped to the spot, his eyes unfocused, repeatedly muttering impossible, looking as if his soul had been ripped out in front of everyone. Zhang Heng finally realized what was happening, his face turning pale. He hurriedly caught up with me, as if he had finally realized who he was standing next to. After the auction, many people had no desire to stay any longer and rushed to the parking lot, eager to see the true face of the newly rich. When they discovered that Zhang Heng had accompanied them the entire time, their gazes became fervent. Everyone wanted to squeeze into this circle. The parking lot was instantly packed with people, business carts, compliments, and tentative inquiries piled up like a net eager to be ensnared. Outside the crowd, Lin Jixiao and Susan jogged over, their high heels almost slipping off their feet, and their carefully styled hair was now disheveled. Susan anxiously pulled her along, saying that if they were any slower, they might not even see a single person, and that this kind of opportunity would be lost once it was missed. Lin Jixiao followed the crowd to the outer edge, only to find that she couldn't get close at all and could only watch from afar, isolated from the excitement. She sighed, saying that even if she squeezed in, it might not be of any use. All those crowding around were powerful companies. Susan was unwilling to give up, saying that even just leaving an impression would be good, but the crowd had already begun to move, and that figure was about to get on the bus. At that moment, Lin Jixia subconsciously looked up and saw that face clearly. Her blood seemed to freeze instantly. The instant the car door closed, her mind went blank, her legs went weak, and she almost couldn't stand up, but Susan caught her. She forced herself to say she was fine, but her heart was pounding because she was absolutely certain that it was me. Qin Yao. The name exploded in her mind, instantly merging with all the clues from the hospital, Zhang Hang, and the auction that morning. She didn't want to believe it, yet she couldn't deny it, so she grabbed Susan and eagerly asked about the upcoming celebration party. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian had returned home and smashed a vase in a fit of rage, venting all his anger in the empty living room. The servants were terrified and dared not approach. This once gentle and refined man was now filled with hostility. He frantically investigated my identity, but only got one result. I had appeared with Zhang Hang. This completely panicked him, because he couldn't understand why the Zhang family would pay 100 billion just to trample him into the mud. Later, Zhao Tian calmed down a bit, and the servant cautiously went up to persuade him to go back to his room to rest, but before he could finish speaking, he slapped him to the ground. He berated the maid for being blind, for bringing up Nangong Shan when he was already angry. Those words were like a spark, instantly igniting all the pent-up humiliation he had accumulated. Outside, he received no respect whatsoever. Nangong Shan never said a kind word to him, and now even someone at home dared to remind him of this. Zhao Tian, losing control, grabbed the servant by the neck and roared that this was his territory and it was none of a servant's place to tell him what to do. The servant was trembling with fear, her face covered in finger marks, and she could barely speak, only able to apologize in a low voice. Just as Zhao Tian continued to vent his anger, a cold laugh rang out from the doorway. The tone was unhurried, yet it instantly froze him. The voice asked him, "You've got quite a temper, but I didn't see this kind of courage at the auction." Zhao Tian immediately released his grip, turned around, and put on a fawning smile as he greeted Nangong Shan, who had just entered the room, his tone extremely humble. Nangong Shan glanced at the mess on the floor, then at the handprint on the servant's face, a sneer playing on his lips. She asked Zhao Tian coldly if he didn't want her to come back, her tone devoid of any marital affection. Zhao Tian hurriedly explained, reaching out to help her, but she brushed him aside as if she had touched something dirty. She sarcastically remarked that he hadn't even fulfilled his promise to win the auction. Nangong Shan didn't want to hear any excuses, only the result. The word failure stabbed into Zhao Tian's heart like a knife. She told Zhao Tian that he had embarrassed himself in front of her father this time, and that the Nangong family would no longer provide him with any resources. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian's face turned deathly pale. He knew very well that the Zhao family's success today was entirely due to the support of the Nangong family. Without this support, all the collaborations he had previously negotiated would crumble, and the company could fall back to square one at any moment. Just when he was almost in despair, Nangong Shan paused, rekindling a glimmer of hope in his heart. He pressed for details, his tone almost pleading, afraid of missing his only chance. Nangong Shan coldly told him that he had to give her an explanation for what happened today, or she wouldn't be able to get past him. After saying that, she ignored Zhao Tian and went straight upstairs, not even bothering to give him a second glance. Before leaving, she reminded Zhao Tian that this was the Nangong family's house, and he had no right to dispose of her belongings or people. These seemingly casual words shattered Zhao Tian's last shred of dignity. He stood rooted to the spot, too afraid to move, and could only watch helplessly as her figure disappeared at the top of the stairs. And it all started with the failure of the auction. Zhao Tian recalled the grandeur of his wedding and compared it to the cold indifference now. Only resentment remained in his heart. Someone whispered about Nangong Shan's past, causing her utter disappointment at the family banquet. From then on, his status in the Nangong family plummeted, and he could never hold his head high again. Zhao Tian trembled all over, but dared not smash anything more, and could only swallow all his hatred. He vowed in his heart that no matter who was behind it, he would get his revenge sooner or later. Meanwhile, the Baoxing Group's celebration party officially began at the five-star hotel. Lin Jixia and Susan squeezed into the crowd as soon as they entered. Susan glanced around the room, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. She was surprised to find that some important figures from the third floor remained, which was extremely rare at this kind of party. Normally, these kinds of events were only for second or third-tier companies to network, and the real capital rarely showed up. But today, because of the arrival of that new VIP, the entire hierarchy has been disrupted. After entering, Lin Jixia looked around, her eyes constantly darting through the crowd, trying to confirm that she wasn't mistaken. But instead of finding me, she heard a greasy voice approaching from behind. A portly middle-aged man with his entourage came closer, his eyes openly scrutinizing her. She suppressed her discomfort and remained polite, explaining that she was simply curious about the nouveau riche who had appeared at the auction. The man laughed, claiming that he was sitting on the second floor and had seen the nouveau riche's face clearly. His words were ambiguous. He invited her to find a place to sit and talk, but his body kept getting closer and closer. When his hand touched her arm, Lin Jixia immediately stepped back and coldly told him to have some self-respect. The man's face immediately darkened. Taking advantage of his intoxication and status, he ordered his bodyguards to block her path. He forcefully shoved the glass to her lips, commanding her to drink it. Lin Jixia struggled and resisted, but was held down. In desperation, she slapped the man across the face. The next second, she was slapped twice across the face and fell to the ground, causing an uproar around her. The man called her pretentious, saying she came here just to find a sugar daddy, his tone extremely humiliating. He mocked her, saying she wasn't even worthy of coveting that nouveau riche, and that such a person wouldn't even give her a second glance. Humiliation and pain surged up, but Lin Jixia found no one around to speak up for her. The farce only came to an abrupt end when Susan arrived with security guards and helped her up. The man, wary of Bao Xian's feelings, uttered a harsh remark and left without any apology. Lin Jixia stood there, realizing for the first time so clearly the coldness brought about by the difference in their social status. This was not her world. She received no respect here. Suddenly, she grabbed Susan's hand, her voice strained, and said they needed to go to the hospital immediately. In the car, she finally voiced her suspicions. The new darling at the auction might very well be me. Susan instinctively denied it, but Lin Jixia insisted on seeing it for herself. She could no longer evade the answer. The car quickly drove to the hospital, heading straight for the 12th floor. In the corridor, I sat alone, smoking, Zhang Heng not beside me, still wearing that cheap outfit. When Lin Jixia saw this, her brows furrowed instantly. After leaving the venue, I had Zhang Heng take me directly to the hospital. He didn't dare say a word the whole way, only occasionally stealing glances at my profile. I knew I had a heavy aura about me. It wasn't anger, but something that had been suppressed for 5 years, gradually being pried open and then impossible to suppress again. Seeing Zhao Tian in such a sorry state today should have brought me joy, but all I could think about were the images of the past 5 years, the days of being deprived of my freedom, my lover drifting further and further away, and my uncle who jumped from the high-rise building. These things piled up together made it impossible for me to laugh. It wasn't enough. The price Zhao Tian paid was far from enough. As I sat smoking in the corridor, I heard the rapid sound of high heels. Looking up, I saw Lin Jixia and Susan walking quickly towards me. Lin Jixia immediately asked me if I had attended Baoxin's auction today, her eyes filled with urgency. She already knew the answer, but wanted to personally deny that absurd guess. After all, I hadn't changed my clothes, and standing in a place like Baoxin's would only make me look out of place. She was convinced that someone who could spend money like water couldn't possibly be someone like me sitting in the corridor smoking right now. Susan made no attempt to hide her contempt, saying that someone like me wouldn't even be able to get through Baoxin's door. She looked down at me condescendingly and said that someone with that kind of ability would at least try to maintain some semblance of dignity. After saying that, she pulled Lin Jixia away, as if afraid I would pester her. But before they turned around, I spoke up and asked Lin Jixia if she was thinking about that piece of land in Yubei district. This question made them both stop in their tracks. They never mentioned the land, and there were no media present, yet I went straight to the point. I stood up, looked at Lin Jixia, and told her that I was indeed the one who embarrassed Zhao Tian in public. I came back not only to give her happiness, but also to settle old scores with Zhao Tian. This isn't bragging, and I have no intention of hiding anything. Lin Jixia's expression shifted rapidly within seconds, as if she had been caught off guard by a series of facts. She asked me if Zhang Heng had come to the hospital this morning to see me as well. I nodded in agreement. At that moment, Susan suddenly remembered that she had seen the Zhang family's car drive into Dayu prison a few days ago. The air fell silent instantly. They stared at me, their eyes filled with disbelief. I was about to explain what had happened over the past 5 years when Susan interrupted me. She suddenly declared with absolute certainty that the Zhang family had orchestrated everything behind the scenes. She believed that she was merely a pawn used by the Zhang family to deal with Zhao Tian. Her reasoning sounded clear and even reasonable. She said the Zhang family didn't want to confront the Nangong family directly, so they used my old grudge against Zhao Tian as a pretext. I stood there, somewhat taken aback by her deduction. But what bothered me even more was that Lin Jixiao was also beginning to waver. Following Susan's lead, she asked me if I had been chosen by the Zhang family to be used as a shield. At that moment, I suddenly realized that they had never truly believed me. I retorted to Susan, asking if she thought I wasn't worthy of producing 100 billion on my own merit. She scoffed, saying, "How much money could I possibly make by operating a sewing machine in prison?" Those words completely shattered my patience. This was between Lin Jixia and me. It was nobody else's business. But Lin Jixia sided with her, scolding me for being out of my mind. She said Susan was doing it for my own good, reminding me not to be used by the wealthy. I calmly replied that I didn't need someone like that to help me. She was furious, saying I was just an ordinary person who didn't understand the dangers of the business world. In her eyes, I was walking a tightrope with my life on the line. Susan chimed in, saying that the glory the Zhang family bestowed upon me today didn't guarantee my survival tomorrow. They urged me to immediately sever ties with the Zhang family. Lin Jixiao pulled me aside, insisting I go find Zhang Hang right away and drop the matter. I stopped her and told her that the money didn't belong to the Zhang family. It was mine. It was given to me by a friend in prison. But to her, that was just an even more absurd lie. She asked me coldly if I wasn't going. I said, I must avenge Zhao Tian. These words ignited her fury. She shook off my hand and said she would go with me to finalize the divorce as soon as possible. She didn't want me to drag the Lin family down with me. With that, she pulled Susan away. I stood there, watching her retreating figure, an emptiness washing over me. Why did she always refuse to let me finish what I had to say? Tang Kurson came out of the ward at that moment, looked at me, and gave a cold laugh. She said, 100 billion? Nobody would believe that. I was speechless for a moment. After leaving the 12th floor, Susan berated me all the way, saying I was courting death. She firmly believed that wealthy families only cared about interests, not people. Lin Jixiao remained silent for a long time, only saying that she would try to persuade me later. After seeing Susan off, she went to see Lin Kuan and quickly left the ward. No sooner had she left than Lin Kuan removed his bandages, saying he had found the person. Qiao Yu only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming she was gone. Lin Kuan said smugly, I found a small-time boss at a loan shark company. Dealing with someone like me who just got out of prison is a piece of cake. Qiao Yu smiled contentedly, saying that as long as no one gets killed, she'd cover for her. That night, I slept in the hospital corridor, having not changed my clothes or slept for 3 days. Fortunately, the doctor said my aunt's condition had stabilized and she would wake up soon. Just as I was about to leave to take a shower, Lin Kuan ran up to me, covered in sweat. He started calling me brother-in-law and pulled me away. I asked him coldly what happened to Lin Jixia. He said she was forced to stay and drink by a business partner and then taken away. I didn't ask any more questions and quickened my pace. I asked him where he was. He said he would drive me there. As I walked behind him, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Lin Kuan urged me to get into the car, but instead of going to the restaurant, the car stopped in front of a nightclub called Nightmare. The neon lights were blinding, and I frowned every time I looked up. This place didn't look like a proper place to conduct business at all. The air was thick with danger. Before I could even speak, Lin Kuan was already standing behind me, sneering, saying that places like this were the safest, and then sarcastically asking if I was scared. I ignored him, just glanced at him sideways, and pushed the door open to go inside. I already knew the answer in my heart. When we reached the door of the VIP room, he suddenly stopped me, telling me to wait outside while he went in to check on things and avoid any misunderstandings. Just a moment ago, he was in a great hurry, but now he slowed down. I understood perfectly well what was going on, but I still went along with him and let him go in first. The door to the private room closed, and I leaned against the doorway, smoking. I could hear music, the smell of alcohol, and laughter mingling inside. A short while later, he came out, his pretense gone, and with a cold smile, he told me to come in and see. I flicked my cigarette ash, nodded, and pushed open the door. 7 or 8 burly men sat around the sofa, their eyes fixed on me like predators. There were many women, but Lin Jixia was nowhere to be seen. I had expected this outcome. From this moment on, I only had one thing to confirm. Zhao Ming, sitting on the sofa, was smoking and sizing me up. He asked if I was Qin Yao and said I had offended his brother. I turned to look at Lin Kuan to confirm who his brother was. He immediately straightened up and arrogantly announced Zhao Ming's name, as if this room was his kingdom. I simply replied that I'd never heard of it, and Lin Kuan immediately exploded, saying that I dared to be arrogant in brother Zhao's territory, and that I wouldn't be leaving without losing a leg. I looked at him and directly exposed his purpose in tricking me into coming, saying that he used his sister as an excuse to recruit people to deal with me. Lin Kuan simply stopped pretending and coldly admitted that the Lin family's money wasn't so easy to take, and that the slap he received wouldn't have been for nothing. I wanted to laugh, and told him that this was no big deal. His face darkened, but Zhao Ming shoved him away. Zhao Ming said he originally just wanted me to kneel down and pay back the money, but I was too arrogant, so now he wanted double the amount, and I had to kowtow and admit my mistake. I said I didn't have any money, so he made me write an IOU, saying I would bear the consequences if I didn't agree, and the people around us also started to look menacing. Lin Kuan gloated, saying this was my chance to live and that I should kneel down immediately. I ignored him and walked inside, sitting directly in the center of the sofa. Zhao Ming was stunned. I looked up at him and said only one thing: give him a chance to kneel down and apologize. The air instantly exploded. Lin Kuan kicked over the coffee table, shattering the liquor on the floor. He cursed me for being ungrateful, saying that today he was going to make me realize the difference between me and the Lin family. He stabbed me in the most hurtful places with every single word. He said Lin Jixia should have married into a wealthy family, and that I, a convict, ruined her future, the Lin family, and his life. He became more and more excited as he spoke, bringing up things from 5 years ago and rubbing salt into the deepest part of my heart. As I listened, my gaze grew colder. He actually portrayed my act of protecting Lin Jixia back, then as preventing her from enjoying a good life. I stared at him, asking if he had the right to say such things, but he replied that it was for my sister's sake. He blamed all the failures on me, saying that I deserved to be divorced as soon as I got out of prison, that I was a jinx. Before I could respond, Zhao Ming had already come up to me, and his tone changed noticeably when he heard Zhao Tian's name. He said Zhao Tian was a regular customer, and standing on the coffee table looking down at me, he asked if I was sitting steadily, then directly ordered that my knees be broken so I would learn to kneel. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Kuan's eyes were full of excitement. He even offered to pay more, just to take revenge himself, saying he would knock my teeth out one by one. I looked at the 4 burly men who surrounded me, their scars gleaming under the light. They advised me to struggle less and save myself the trouble. Someone put their arm around my shoulder, and I instinctively grabbed their wrist and twisted it 180 degrees. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the private room. The screams had barely begun when I stood up and coldly stared at the rest of the people. I leaped onto the coffee table, kicking another man's teeth out, then unleashing a barrage of punches. In less than 10 seconds, only groans filled the private room. Lin Kuan's smile froze on his face as I stood before him. I gripped Zhao Ming's face with one hand, staring at Lin Kuan, my voice icy cold. You just said you were very familiar with Zhao Tian? Chapter 31: Despicable People. Qin Yao's moves just now had left Lin Kuan stunned. He swallowed hard but didn't dare to say anything. However, Zhao Ming, having made a name for himself, was not intimidated. Still holding the cigarette in his hand, he threatened with a ferocious expression. Heh, you've got some skills, kid. But do you dare touch me? I have a... Before Zhao Ming could finish speaking, Qin Yao suddenly exerted force, and a tremendous force crushed Zhao Ming's jawbone. No one expected that Qin Yao was not only highly skilled, but also so ruthless. He grabbed Zhao Ming's shattered jawbone and slammed it onto the coffee table. Then he sat down next to him, looked at Lin Kuan, and calmly said, I told you, the brother you found isn't very good. At this moment, Lin Kuan's legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move an inch. This doesn't make sense. He remembers Qin Yao not being this powerful before. He was just taller and stronger, about the same size as him. Having spent 5 years in prison, life inside should have been much tougher than outside. He should have been worn down by now. How could he have become so ruthless? Zhao Ming's head was throbbing with pain, and he cursed Lin Kuan, that bastard, no less than 100 times. Wasn't he supposed to be just a punk who just got out of prison? This guy is clearly a tough nut to crack. You're finished, you know that. It took Lin Kuan a long time to come to his senses. Looking at the mess on the ground, he pointed at Qin Yao and cursed, Do you know who you've offended? You're smug now, but once you step out of this door, you might not even know how you died. Zhao Ming is not just some random street thug. He has an organization and powerful backers. Today was just a moment of carelessness. They brought fewer people. But once they cross this threshold, they're capable of anything. They want you dead. They won't even leave your bones behind. But what about you? You've just come out of prison, penniless and without connections. What do you have to fight them with? Lin Kuan became more and more agitated as he spoke. After all, he was the one who had called the men, and they ended up being beaten up like this. It was embarrassing for him, but he was terrified that Zhao Ming would hold him accountable for this later. Qin Yao looked at him calmly, casually took the cigarette from Zhao Ming's hand, and stuck the cigarette but on the back of Zhao Ming's hand. Zhao Ming let out a scream that sent chills down Lin Kuan's spine. The air was filled with the aroma of meat, which sent chills down one's spine. Unfortunately, Zhao Ming's jaw was crushed, so he couldn't even speak and could only stare at Qin Yao with wide eyes. It was filled with fear. Qin Yao didn't care about the nonsense Lin Kuan said earlier. After all, he knew his brother-in-law's character better than anyone else. However, what bothered him was that Lin Kuan was actually associating with people related to Zhao Tian, which Qin Yao could not forgive. Zhao Tian caused his family to be destroyed and his family to die. He lay low for 5 years before being released from prison to seek revenge. Although no formal war has broken out yet, there will inevitably be a time when they clash head-on in the future. He didn't want the Lin family to have any further involvement with Zhao Tian. It didn't matter that Lin Kuan had brought this upon himself, but Lin Jixiao valued her younger brother very much, and Qin Yao feared that he might cause a great disaster. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he might cause even bigger trouble. Qin Yao then casually asked Lin Kuan, "Do you think your brother will let you off the hook after today?" One sentence chilled Lin Kuan to the bone. Yes, he had assured Zhao Ming that Qin Yao was just a greenhorn and easy to deal with. But now that the person hasn't been dealt with, Zhao Ming is in such a sorry state. How could Zhao Ming not resent him? Lin Kuan realized that Qin Yao's actions at this moment were entirely intentional. The more ruthless he was, the more Zhao Ming hated him. "Qin Yao, you're despicable." Lin Kuan glared at him through gritted teeth, but dared not step forward to help. After all, he was also afraid that he would be the one being held down. Qin Yao pinched the cigarette butt and pressed it into the wound again. Zhao Ming's body began to convulse violently. "Me despicable? You tricked me into coming here with your sister, and then you brought so many people to surround me. Who's despicable here? You knew about my skills before, but you deliberately didn't tell them the truth and let these people stand up for you. What were you really up to?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming turned his head with difficulty, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Lin Kuan, as if questioning him. Seeing this, Lin Kuan's legs went weak, and he quickly said to Zhao Ming, "No, brother Zhao, don't listen to his nonsense. I really didn't know. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to ask you to bring so few people." "Zhao Ming, right?" Qin Yao interrupted him, looking down at Zhao Ming. "You probably don't know, but my brother-in-law is from the Lin family. 5 years ago, Zhao Tian almost defiled his sister, and later caused 2 of the Lin family's furniture factories to go bankrupt. So, speaking of which, the Lin family has quite a grudge against Zhao Tian." Then, he changed the subject. "You just said that you and Zhao Tian have a good relationship?" Qin Yao didn't say anything more, but Zhao Ming's eyes were already murderous as he looked at Lin Kuan. After swallowing the blood whole, he finally managed to speak with difficulty. "You bastard. You tricked me." "I didn't, brother Zhao." Lin Kuan was almost in tears, his face contorted with misery, practically begging to kneel before Zhao Ming. He now truly understood what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. Zhao Ming wished he could kill him, and he wished he could kill Qin Yao. Just then, one of Zhao Ming's henchmen slipped out the door amidst the chaos. Qin Yao saw this but didn't stop him. Instead, he calmly sat and waited. Perfect, this completely cut off Lin Kuan's path to associating with these people. After running out of the private room, the younger brother immediately rushed upstairs to the nightclub. The nightclub is located on their territory, so many of the guys like to gather there. I had just run upstairs when I bumped into one of my own brothers. "Xiaolu, where are you rushing off to?" The person who stopped him was startled to see his brother's bruised and swollen face. "Weren't you with brother Zhao? What happened?" "Don't even mention it. We've run into a tough nut. Luckily you're here. Bro, why don't you call a few more guys to go with your little brother? We have to help brother Zhao get revenge." Before he could finish speaking, the door to the private room next to him opened. "Who is it? Causing trouble on our turf? You're tired of living." Xiaolu turned his head and was stunned when he saw the people in the private room. "Boss, you're here too?" A dozen burly men and a middle-aged man emerged from the private room. After glancing at his injuries, they grunted and said, "Where is he? Take me there." Xiaolu's eyes lit up when he heard this. With the boss personally taking action, that kid would be half dead if he didn't die. "It's downstairs, please come with me." The middle-aged man nodded, then led his men behind him, saying as they walked, "Everyone's been a bit stressed these past few days, so this is a good opportunity to relax." Chapter 32, A Makeover. Inside the private room, Qin Yao sat alone on the coffee table, surrounded by wails of agony, while Lin Kuan stood trembling by the door. He wanted to run away, but he didn't dare. If he deserts today, he might be stuffed into a sack and driven into a cement pile while he's sleeping tomorrow night. So he could only stand close to the door, constantly explaining to Zhao Ming. Qin Yao watched calmly, as if it were none of his business. Zhao Ming knew his men had gone to call for reinforcements, and seeing that Qin Yao still wouldn't leave, he said with a sinister expression, "Kid, my men have already gone to call for backup. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later." It wasn't that he tipped off Qin Yao, it's just that this kid was really ruthless. No wonder he'd been to prison. Judging by his methods, he might be sharing a room with some kind of psychopathic killer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tormented myself for so long without even lifting my eyelids. Zhao Ming was genuinely scared. But Qin Yao really had no intention of leaving. With nothing else to do, he even poured himself a glass of wine from the remaining cup. "There's wine and company here, why should I leave?" Zhao Ming was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then revealed a ruthless look. "Fine, you've got guts. If you're really that confident, then you'd better stay here and wait patiently, and don't move an inch." Startling Lin Kuan, who was already standing at the door like a startled rabbit. But when he looked back, he immediately burst out laughing. A dozen burly men stood at the entrance, each carrying a steel pipe. Surrounded by the burly men was a middle-aged man, whose expression was not good when he appeared. Several light bulbs broke during the fight in the room, making the already poorly lit room even darker. But Lin Kuan immediately recognized the middle-aged man standing outside the door and exclaimed in surprise, "President Yu, former vice president of Qingyuan Credit, now the top executive." These days, everyone in Qingqing knows the name of General Manager Yu Ronghai. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ming actually managed to invite this great figure. Hearing someone call his name, Yu Ronghai coldly looked up and saw Lin Kuan standing there unharmed. He immediately sneered. "Huh, since you know who I am, you should know that this is Cheng Yuan's territory, right? Causing trouble here, how many heads do you have?" Yu Ronghai walked over and slapped Lin Kuan's face with his broad palm, making a loud slapping sound. It wasn't too painful, but each slap terrified Lin Kuan, his legs trembling. He hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, Mr. Yu. I really didn't cause trouble today, someone else did." "Someone else?" Yu Ronghai turned his head to look at Xiao Lu, who had come to deliver the message. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu hurriedly nodded. "Yes, boss. This kid is the one who hired Brother Zhao to help us. The people who beat us up are still inside." "Hee." Yu Ronghai sneered. "Looks like someone's trying to take advantage of my Qingyuan's restructuring to make a fool of themselves, huh? Dare to mess with me, Yu Ronghai? Let's see who's got a death wish." Yu Ronghai had only been in power for a few days, but during those few days, Qingyuan was in complete chaos. That day, their hideout was broken into and raided. Xie Yun, who had been the boss for so many years, was killed just like that. With a single sentence from above, all of Qingyuan's most profitable, and of course, darkest, businesses had to stop. He was filled with fear and trepidation, but also seething with anger. Lin Kuan was good at reading people. As soon as he heard Yu Ronghai's words, he immediately sensed his anger and quickly followed up, saying, "Mr. Yu is right. You don't know, that kid is really arrogant. I just said this is your territory, but he said he would still beat you up even if you came. Cheng Yuan has a prestigious reputation in Qingqing. If he does this, isn't he ruining your reputation?" Yu Ronghai was also consumed by anger, and he didn't care even though he knew Lin Kuan was stirring things up. If Cheng Yuan doesn't loosen up his muscles today, he might never be able to stay in the underworld again. "All right, enough nonsense, where are they?" Yu Ronghai led his men in, walking in with a swagger. Because the lighting was too dim, he didn't see Qin Yao at first glance. Lin Kuan was the most enthusiastic, quickly pointing towards the coffee table. "President Yu, that kid is right there." At this moment, Yu Ronghai's men also walked in and turned on the main lights in the room. Qin Yao sat down on the coffee table with a wide, unhurried posture, and raised his head expressionlessly. He didn't say a word, but the moment he saw him, Yu Ronghai's fierce expression froze, and his body visibly trembled. Lin Kuan, standing nearby, didn't see it and continued to fan the flames. "It's him. President Yu, you saw it yourself. Look what this kid did to Brother Zhao and the other big brothers. He's clearly disrespecting you and Cheng Yuan. If you don't teach him a lesson today, where will Cheng Yuan put his face in the future?" Lin Kuan spoke with great excitement, as if he could already foresee Qin Yao lying on the ground crying and begging for his parents. But he completely failed to notice that Yu Ronghai's face was already deathly pale. Yu Ronghai's lips trembled. The moment he saw Qin Yao's face, all that came to mind was the tragic scene in Cheng Yuan's backyard. Cold sweat poured down my face like rain. "Mr. Yu? Mr. Yu, what's wrong?" Seeing that Ronghai didn't move, Lin Kuan felt a little awkward. Qin Yao stared at him expressionlessly and asked, "Yeah, Mr. Yu, why aren't you moving?" "Move? Would he dare to make a move?" With things having come to this, Yu Ronghai had no other choice. He gritted his teeth, pretended not to have seen Qin Yao clearly, and asked Lin Kuan, "Who is he to you?" "I'm his brother-in-law," Qin Yao said calmly. "However, my brother-in-law plans to have me killed." "You bastard." Enraged, Yu Ronghai turned around and slapped Lin Kuan without saying a word. Ouch! Lin Kuan was already missing 2 front teeth, and this sudden slap caused him to lose 2 more molars. "Mr. Yu, you've dialed the wrong person." Yu Ronghai was so angry he gritted his teeth. He rushed up and kicked Lin Kuan again, this time right on the head, making the latter dizzy and disoriented. Where did this jinx come from? Of all people to mess with, why did you have to provoke this living devil? You should know that, nominally he is now the boss of Qin Yuan, but in reality, Qin Yao is the one who calls the shots. Qin Yao is his boss. Moreover, the sight of Xie Yun's tragic death still terrifies him, and he has nightmares about it. No, stop hitting President Yu. Lin Kuan cried out in pain as he was beaten, but he didn't even know why. He covered his head and huddled on the ground, begging for mercy. He couldn't understand why Yu Ronghai had turned around and started hitting him instead of killing Qin Yao. After kicking for a while, Yu Ronghai straightened his clothes and put on a serious expression, saying, "I suddenly remembered that Qin Yuan has changed completely and is not the same as before. Those dirty deeds we did in the past will absolutely not be allowed to happen again in Qin Yuan." He turned his back to Qin Yao with a serious expression, pretending not to see him, and addressed his subordinates, saying, "From now on, we are all law-abiding citizens. No one in Qin Yuan is allowed to have any contact with this kind of insubordinate scoundrel. As for Zhao Ming, you violated Qin Yuan's new rules, which is tantamount to betraying Qin Yuan. After today, you don't need to come back to the company. Just pack your things and get out." After saying that, he seemed to feel that his act wasn't convincing enough, but he didn't have the courage to turn around and look at Qin Yao, so he could only grit his teeth and say with his back to him, "And this brother, I'm really sorry. Today, my men from Qin Yuan were being unreasonable. Don't worry, I'll have my men bring you the compensation later." As he spoke, half of his body had already returned to the doorway. After he finished speaking, he didn't dare to stop and immediately led his men away in a sorry state. Lin Kuan, who was standing in the corner with a bloody head, stared dumbfounded at Yu Ronghai's back. What's going on? Chapter 33 The Sun Family's Invitation. Seeing Yu Ronghai slink away, pretending not to recognize him, even Qin Yao was taken aback. Then, Qin Yao stood up and slowly walked up to Zhao Ming. The small movement startled Zhao Ming, who shrank back into the corner. If it weren't for the concrete wall behind him, he would have wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. He was also one of the older men around Yu Ronghai, so of course he wouldn't believe in anything like changing his appearance. Judging from the boss's reaction just now, he understood that Yu Ronghai couldn't afford to offend this person either. However, Yu Ronghai is now in charge of Qin Yuan, and in his mind, he is already a big shot in the underworld. How powerful must someone be to make even him feel uneasy? "Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was just greedy and misled by that kid Lin Kuan. I really didn't mean to cause you any trouble." Zhao Ming covered his head, practically kneeling before Qin Yao. He thought Qin Yao wouldn't let him off the hook, but to his surprise, Qin Yao just glanced at him and said calmly, "Every wrong has its source, and every debt its debtor. Whoever made you like this, go and settle the score with them." After saying that, Qin Yao turned and left the private room. When she stepped over Lin Kuan, she didn't even look at him. He didn't take action against Lin Kuan because he didn't want to deepen unnecessary misunderstandings since he and Lin Zhixiao were about to separate. Lin Kuan's life won't be easy for a long time to come. As soon as he left, Zhao Ming and his men staggered to their feet, all staring at Lin Kuan on the ground with hostile eyes. "Kid, did you hear that? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. You'd better give me an explanation for what happened today." Seeing this, Lin Kuan retreated repeatedly, his face filled with fear. No, don't come any closer. Brother-in-law, save me." A scream came from the private room behind him, but Qin Yao walked away expressionlessly. His inaction doesn't mean he's letting Lin Kuan off the hook. Scumbags should be dealt with by scumbags. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Yu Hairong standing at the door. "Boss," Yu Hairong said respectfully with a fawning expression, "are you satisfied with what I did just now?" Qin Yao smiled when he saw him. Judging from his appearance, Yu Hairong is indeed a shrewd person. From the few words he spoke earlier, I had already guessed his relationship with Lin Kuan, which is why I was covering for him and helping him cooperate. Otherwise, I'm afraid this matter today wouldn't be something he could resolve simply by firing a few people and giving Lin Kuan a beating. Zhang Sanqing was right when he said this person would be useful in the future. Just based on today's incident, It's clear that Yu Ronghai's abilities are truly remarkable. Don't call me boss. I don't want any future dealings with Qin Yuan. Qin Yao glanced at him and said indifferently, Yes, yes, yes. Yu Herong nodded in agreement like a pestle striking garlic. What's the next step with that guy inside? Didn't you fire Xiaoming? Qin Yao said calmly. You don't need to worry about him anymore. Because Lin Kuan was fired from Chung Yuan, Zhao Ming didn't dare to confront Qin Yao and would only harbor resentment towards Lin Kuan in the future. Qin Yao no longer wanted to get involved in this matter. At the same time, at the Li family manor. As a car tycoon in Qincheng, the Li family has been making great strides since the 1990s, controlling a huge share of car sales and enjoying immense success. Their status is considered top tier in Qincheng. Now, in the Li family's living room, several men are sitting around a coffee table with furrowed brows. That good-for-nothing Zhao Tian. He spent so long preparing for this land in Yubei district, and it was easily snatched away by someone else. A man in a Zhongshan suit, his face grim, said, I had such high expectations for him, and he can't even handle this simple matter. This man is named Li Gao, and he is the eldest son in his generation of the Li family. Have you called Zhao Guanzhong yet? Another old man asked in a muffled voice, tapping his cane. His name is Richard, and he is the head of the Richard family. It is said that this was not his original name. He deliberately changed it to a name that was neither Chinese nor Western in order to obtain the sales rights. The Zhao Guanzhong he mentioned is the head of the Zhao family and Zhao Tian's father. I called, but he didn't answer. Li Gao said angrily, but Zhao Guanzhong has already handed the matter over to Zhao Tian, so it's no use looking for him. He paused for a moment, then continued through gritted teeth. I thought that with the Nangong family backing him up, there wouldn't be any problems with this land. I should have known better than to cooperate with them. The land in Yubei district that the Zhao family bid for this time was not actually their project. It involved multiple parties in a joint development effort. The Li family is one of them. Li Gao had originally hoped to gain entry into the real estate industry through this development, but Zhao Tian's failure to win the bid made their nearly year-long preparations go to waste. Faced with this situation, the Li family was furious, but the Zhao family simply wouldn't answer the phone, leaving them only to be powerless and enraged. Have you found out who intercepted us today? Was it the Zhang family who ordered it, or someone from outside Qincheng? Richard asked with a grim expression. Was he deliberately targeting the Zhao family, or was he deliberately targeting us? After all, anyone who isn't a fool would know that the person who offered 100 billion to buy a piece of land with a development value of less than 100 billion was doing it intentionally. We haven't found anything yet. We might not have news until tomorrow. Li Gao asked with a grim expression. Dad, what are our plans now? No rush, investigate first. Richard leaned on his cane, head bowed in thought. Since that young man was sitting next to Zhang Sanqing's son, his identity must be extraordinary. If you search, you'll definitely find it. The Li family situation is just a microcosm. The same scene also occurred within other wealthy families in Qincheng. Qin Yao, who spent a fortune at the auction. However, before they could investigate his background, even the Zhao family did not make any rash moves. There are a few small companies and families that were lured into investing by the Zhao family, but they are not as patient as the Li family. Now they are causing trouble at the Zhao family's place. But Qin Yao was completely unaware of all of this. After leaving the nightclub, he visited his aunt at the hospital and then checked into a hotel. The hotel was next to the hospital, and it wasn't a big hotel. After all, he wasn't a picky person. He was satisfied as long as he had a place to sleep. The next day, he went to a shopping mall and bought a set of casual sportswear to change into. Lin Jixia's words yesterday reminded him that since his release from prison, he hasn't even changed his clothes or settled into a new place to live. Therefore, he should find a permanent place to live before that happens. However, just as he was about to go out to find a permanent place to stay, a Bentley pulled up in front of him. A middle-aged man in a suit got out of the car and said to Qin Yao, Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Yao? Qin Yao replied, And you are? The middle-aged man introduced himself. My name is Sun Rulong, and I am the steward of the Sun family. Our patriarch would like to meet you. The Sun family? Qin Yao pondered for a moment and said, I don't know any Sun family, nor do I know your family head. It is like this, Mr. Qin's performance at the Baoxin auction yesterday was extremely outstanding, and my master also greatly admires you. Therefore, he specially sent me to invite you to our residence for a chat. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao raised an eyebrow slightly. After the sale, his deeds probably spread throughout the entire high society overnight. However, most of them had no idea who Qin Yao was, and few even knew his name. The Sun family was not seated at the auction yesterday, yet they managed to find his name and whereabouts in just one night, and even came to the hospital entrance to ambush him, demonstrating their remarkable connections and influence. Sun Rulong smiled and was quite polite. Now that he's back in Qingcheng, Qin Yao will inevitably have to deal with these business people in the future, so it wouldn't hurt to go and meet them. Lead the way. Chapter 34 Welcoming Guests at the Main Entrance. The Sun Family Mansion. As a wealthy and powerful family on par with the Nangang family, the Sun family wielded considerable influence in Qingcheng. Before the founding of the People's Republic of China, the ancestors of the Sun family had already settled in Qingcheng and started a catering business. With nearly a century of heritage, the Sun family has become the leading enterprise in Qingcheng's catering industry, with businesses all over the country. However, over the past century, the Sun family has followed tradition and renovated and rebuilt the old house many times, but they have never moved away. Some say the Sun family's dragon vein is here, while others say it's because old Master Sun is nostalgic. In short, the Sun family's quaint old house has almost become a historical site in Qingcheng, witnessing many of Qingcheng's rises and falls. The Sun family's influence in Qingcheng can be glimpsed from this old house. Although it is an old house, it has been renovated to be extremely luxurious. Built against the mountain with green tiles and white walls, it sits atop the mountain overlooking the entire city. Passing through the screen wall, one can even see mountains and streams flowing through the courtyard, and the elegant mansion exudes the atmosphere of a scholarly family. The security guards and servants coming and going all moved slowly and were well trained, as if afraid of disturbing the peace of the homeowners. The study of the Sun family patriarch has always been a forbidden area in the Sun residence. But now, all of Sun's direct descendants are gathered here. From Sun Boyong, the current head of the Sun family, to Sun Cheng, the eldest grandson, they all stand solemnly in front of the desk, their eyes never leaving the old man behind the desk, and the landline phone in front of the old man. This old man is none other than Sun Jiaowei, the pillar of the Sun family. The Sun family's century-long development has not been without its challenges. Just a few decades ago, the Sun family was nearly robbed of its business in Qingcheng by other families joining forces. Fortunately, Sun Jiaowei resolutely went to the capital to seek the help of a benefactor, who turned the tide and brought the Sun family back to its current status. However, that important person was later imprisoned for some secret matters and never showed up again. But the Sun family all knew that even a centipede with 100 legs does not die easily. Such a person, even in prison, still had enough means to stir up trouble. Therefore, when the Sun family suddenly received a call from that important person, they all took it very seriously. For example, Sun Jiaowei, who is usually fawned over by everyone, was now hunched over. Even over the phone, he didn't dare to sit down and talk to the important person on the other end, and his tone was very cautious. "Mr. Zhu, is there anything I can do for you by calling so suddenly?" On the other end of the phone was a sprightly old man. His name is Zhu Haiping, and he now lives in the 8th checkpoint of the Netherworld Prison. At this moment, Zhu Haiping was in the prison's communications room, his face grim and his tone extremely displeased. He immediately started cursing, saying, "What are you Sun family members good for? My eldest son has already arrived in Qingcheng, and you haven't shown any appreciation? Have you been living too peacefully for the past few decades and need me to remind you of the bitter past?" Upon hearing this, Sun Jiaowei broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhu, what are you saying? I haven't received any orders from you during this time, let alone knew that your boss had come to Qingcheng." Zhu Haiping spat angrily. "That's right. If I hadn't been locked up for solitary confinement recently, how would I have missed the news of Boss Qin going to Qingcheng? That damn little bastard only managed to get Zhang Sanqing to do something. What's he so smug about? The Zhang family is just a rising star in your Qingcheng. I wouldn't even look at them." These past 2 days, Wang Qianfan has been making quite a splash in prison. According to him, his henchmen in Qingcheng helped Boss Qin a lot, which made others very envious and jealous. Many prisoners were filled with resentment, lamenting that they came from abroad and had little influence in China. One of Europe's top soldiers even locked himself in a water dungeon and drank himself into a stupor for 3 days, until he was completely out of his mind. Meanwhile, those whose roots weren't in Qingcheng were eagerly hoping that Qin Yao would move to other provinces or cities so that they would also have room to develop and avoid being overshadowed by Wang Qianfan. Zhu Haiping had just been released from solitary confinement when he heard about this, and he was immediately overjoyed. Qingcheng. Although he's from the capital, doesn't he have a subordinate soldier in Qingcheng? How could a mere little turtle steal the spotlight? So Zhu Haiping quickly went to ask the warden for help, then ran to the communications room to make the call and prepare to issue his instructions. "I won't waste any more time on this. This man is my boss. Whenever he needs your help in Qingcheng, You must seize the opportunity. If someone else beats you to it next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sun Jiaowei shuddered upon hearing this. Not only is helping not enough, but we have to fight to help. Just who is this person? However, faced with Zhu Haiping's order, he dared not be negligent in the slightest and replied repeatedly. Mr. Zhu, rest assured, I will do my best to fulfill your orders. But, I haven't asked you yet, what is this distinguished person's name, and where should our Sun family find him? The boss's name is Qin Yao. I don't know anything else, Zhu Haiping said. Anything else? Sun Jiaowei searched his memory, but couldn't recall the name. Others? Someone like Boss Qin is a star wherever he goes. Zhu Haiping warned. Let me tell you, aren't you planning to develop a chain in Beijing? If you don't serve Boss Qin well, you can forget about it. Sun Jiaowei looked distressed. With just a name, how could he possibly find someone in such a large city like Qingqing? This is understandable, as few people know about Qin Yao's past except for his place of origin. By the way, I heard they've been getting very close to Zhang Sanqing's family, the richest man in Qingqing, lately. Keep an eye on the Zhang family, and hurry up and snatch them away from me. Zhu Haiping left with these last words and hung up the phone. How was it? How was it? On the other side of the Pacific, in a dark prison, after Zhu Haiping hung up the phone, a black man in his 60s next to him quickly asked in broken Mandarin. In the communications room at this moment, besides Zhu Haiping, there were many other prisoners. These once prominent figures were all looking at Zhu Haiping with longing eyes. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. Zhu Haiping said confidently. He's just the richest man in Qingqing. My little brother is just too lazy to fight for these empty titles. In terms of power and wealth, he can easily surpass the richest man in Qingqing. As expected of the little piglet. He's so reliable. Let's go, get out of here quickly. Go find that little bastard. Who said only he can help Boss Qin? Yes, we can't let him get so cocky. The crowd was overjoyed and immediately surrounded Zhu Haiping, like generals who had won a battle, returning to the prison with their heads held high. Zhang Sanqing. Who has Zhang Sanqing been associating with lately? Meanwhile, Sun Jiaowei, whose call had been disconnected, frowned deeply. Grandpa, why don't you have some water first? Sun Cheng handed Sun Jiaowei a glass of water and said dutifully, Look, your clothes are all wet. Sun Jiaowei was on the phone with Zhu Haiping just now and was scolded. He was on high alert and sweating profusely. Only after being reminded by his grandson did he realize that his clothes were soaked with water. Good boy. After drinking a glass of water, Sun Jiaowei's complexion improved considerably. He looked up at his son, Sun Boyong, and said, Answer my question. I don't know. Sun Boyong answered honestly. The Sun family runs a restaurant business and has absolutely no connection with Zhang Sanqing. Although Zhang Sanqing has been known as the richest man in Qingqing in recent years, in the eyes of an established family like theirs, those gimmicks are nothing more than rising stars. We've had a few meals together and interacted a few times, but nothing went deep. After all, these nouveau riches are still not on the same level as the Sun family. Chapter 35. Is he Qin Yao? I'm not trying to criticize you, but you've been in charge of the Sun family for 10 years. How come you don't even have a single source of information? Sun Jiaowei glared at Sun Boyong and said, Do you still look down on the Zhang family? Don't think that just because we're an old family, we can be arrogant. They're at least nominally the richest family in Qingqing now, and their strength is considerable. Also, I told you to pay more attention and be more observant. Now that we need you, you can't even provide a single piece of information. Mr. Zhu has done us a great favor. With just one word from him, he could destroy our century-old family business. Hearing his father's scolding, Sun Boyong felt utterly innocent. When did you ever ask me to pay attention to the Zhang family? And you're so stubborn. Weren't you the one who looked down on the Zhang family? These nouveau riches. First? Now you're throwing a tantrum because Mr. Zhu scolded you. But he could only grumble to himself and dared not say anything back. Grandpa, I know, Sun Cheng said at this moment. Zhang Sanqing's son, Zhang Hang, has been getting very close to a young man lately. They even attended the auction together yesterday. Isn't father going to invite him over as a guest today? A young man? Sun Boyong asked with surprise and uncertainty. You mean the one who spent a fortune yesterday? What happened? Sun Jiaowei asked immediately. 10 years ago, after handing over power to his son Sun Boyong, he began to enjoy his retirement and rarely concerned himself with family affairs. If Zhu Haiping hadn't called today, he would probably be off fishing somewhere enjoying his retirement. Therefore, he was unaware of what had recently happened in Qingqing. Sun Boyong quickly explained to his father, and then continued. There are very few people in Qingqing who can come up with 100 billion. There are many speculations about his identity among the families in Qingqing, but I think he is a pawn that the Zhang family has put forward, so we met him today to test his strength. 100 billion? Sun Jiaowei was also surprised. Even for the Sun family, this amount of money was considerable. After thinking for a moment, Sun Jiaowei continued. What's his name? His name is Qin Yao, Sun Boyang said. I've already sent Sun Rulong to pick him up, intending to give him a hard time. What? Father, are you interested too? Before he could even speak, Sun Jiaowei nearly slid off his chair. You bastard. He's Mr. Zhu's man, and you actually sent Sun Rulong to pick him up. Sun Jiaowei roared. Get Sun Rulong back right now. I'll go get him myself. If you've offended Mr. Qin, I'll kick you out of the house. What? Sun Boyang exclaimed in surprise. Dad, you're not mistaken, are you? That Qin Yao is a young man. When Sun Boyang was on the phone just now, he leaned against the side and vaguely heard Zhu Haiping say something about Boss Qin. But since he is Mr. Zhu's boss, he should be a highly respected elder. Qin Yao is only in his early 20s. Mr. Zhu, are you sure what you're saying is true? How many people with the same name can come up with 100 billion right now? And he's even close to the Zhang family. Sun Jiaowei was exasperated, kicking Sun Boyang in anger. You're more trouble than you're worth. How did I end up with a son like you? Qin Yao's performance at the auction was amazing, but a previously unknown junior was not worthy of Sun Boyang, the head of the Sun family, to personally appear. The reason he went to investigate and make contact was twofold. First, as he said, to test whether he was a member of the Zhang family, and second, to see what outstanding qualities the other party had that could be used for his own purposes in the future. But Sun Jiaowei's words made Sun Boyang break out in a cold sweat. That person was actually the boss of Mr. Zhu Haiping, whom they relied on. Facing his angry father, he stammered. It's too late, Dad. Sun Rulong just called and said he's arrived. Zheng is receiving him in the side hall. Zheng. This time, Sun Jiaowei's legs went weak, and he almost lost his balance. Sun Zheng was his second grandson. This man was an extremely spoiled and arrogant person who often caused trouble for the Sun family, who had to clean up his messes. He is not on the same level as his eldest grandson, Sun Cheng, who was raised as his successor. You're going to get me killed. Sun Jiaowei was truly panicked and quickly stood up, saying, Let's go. Get Sun Zheng out of here. I'll personally meet with this Mr. Qin. Throughout the drive, Qin Yao remained calm, showing no signs of nervousness at the prospect of meeting an important figure. Sun Rulong sat in the passenger seat and frowned at Sun's calm and collected demeanor. Mr. Qin. Sun Rulong smiled and turned to Qin Yao. You may not know this, but although our Sun family is not prominent in Xincheng, our status in Xincheng is not to be underestimated. Over the years, many people have wanted to visit us, but my father prefers peace and quiet and has declined them all. Even so, some people still won't give up and keep coming to visit just to see my master. Now people outside are joking that if you want to see luxury cars, you don't need to go to any car show. Just come to the mountain road of my Sun family's old house, ha. After Sun Rulong finished speaking, he laughed to himself. This was clearly a dig at him, reminding him of the high status of the Sun family and the noble identity of old Master Sun. However, to Sun Rulong's surprise, after he finished speaking, Qin Yao did not respond at all, only giving a casual, oh. This displeased Sun Rulong. Did this kid really think he was something just because he had a little money? These days, many people rise to prominence only to fade into obscurity, but only families like theirs can stand the test of time. Just then, the car drove onto the mountain road and entered the Sun family's territory. His orders were to bring Qin Yao into the Sun family through the side gate and have him chat with the second young master, Sun Zheng, in the side hall. Sun Rulong stopped wasting words with Qin Yao and sat in front with a blank expression. Once he sees the second young master, this kid should behave himself. The car entered the manor without any obstruction and arrived at a side hall. After parking the car, Sun Rulong led Qin Yao into the side hall. Inside sat a man in his early 20s, dressed casually, drinking tea from a covered bowl, with his legs crossed, yet he exuded a certain air of authority. You are the head of the Sun family? Qin Yao was somewhat surprised. The head of this family was too young, looking even younger than himself. What nonsense are you talking about? Sun Rulong shouted from the side. This is our second young master, Sun Zheng, the second young master. Isn't it your family that wants to see me? Qin Yao frowned. Someone like you think you can see my grandfather? Sun Zheng, sitting in the grand chair, exuded an air of arrogance. He put down his teacup and stood up, looking down at Qin Yao with a condescending gaze. He sneered. You're just a lackey of the Zhang family. I'm already qualified to see you. What right do you have to see my grandfather? Qin Yao glanced at him and said to Sun Rulong. Is this how your Sun family treats its guests? All right, take me back. He got up early in the morning and hadn't had breakfast yet, so he didn't have time to chat with this little brat. Moreover, he did not like the Sun family's actions. After saying this, Qin Yao turned to leave the side hall. But Sun Rulong stepped in front of Qin Yao first. Chapter 36 Show mercy, Mr. Qin. What do you mean? Qin Yao stared at Sun Rulong, who was blocking his way, and asked. Sun Rulong said coldly with a stern face, Mr. Qin cannot leave until the second young master has given the order. Inside the hall, Sun Jing's laughter rang out at just the right moment. You think you can just leave like that? Don't you think much of the Sun family? The Sun family is no small, insignificant family. Just then, several thump 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 sounds were heard. Qin Yao raised his hand and pushed Sun Rulong out of the door, backing up 7 or 8 meters before stopping. Sun Zheng was furious. He hadn't even finished speaking when Qin Yao dared to attack him directly. Sun Rulong's face turned red and then pale. Although he was just a butler, he was still the butler of the Sun family. Normally, even if Zhang Sanqing himself came, he would still treat him with great respect. What kind of wealthy and famous people hasn't he seen? Who gave this kid the right to lay a hand on him? Sun Zheng slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Qin Yao. You bastard. His slap made the teacup on the table tremble. At the same time, several security guards in suits immediately stepped forward and blocked the door to the side hall. Qin Yao ignored the 4 people in front of him and asked Sun Zheng without turning his head. What? You really won't let me leave? At this moment, Sun Zheng was already furious, staring coldly at Qin Yao. Hey, leave? What do you think this place is? If I don't want you to leave, do you think you can get away? He stood up from his chair, walked down, a mocking smile playing on his lips, and said, Kid, you were the star of the auction yesterday. Are you still getting cocky? What? You think you're something special after winning 100 billion? Qin Yao said calmly. What? Is it illegal for me to spend money to buy things? Of course it's not illegal, but is that money yours? Sun Zheng chuckled and said disdainfully. Can you even produce it? His father, Sun Boyong, told him to probe the other party to see if they had any powerful connections. But Sun Zheng is now certain that this kid has no class or background and is definitely not from some outside big family. But upon hearing this, Qin Yao immediately became furious. Heard the same words from Lin Jixia. This is not just distrust of him, but more so, contempt and disdain for him. Both Sun Zheng and Lin Jixia felt from the bottom of their hearts that he was not worthy. I can tell at a glance that you're an ignorant fool who's never seen the world. You think that by making the Zhang family famous, you'll really rise to prominence? Let me tell you, the Zhang family pushed you out here simply to challenge the authority of our old family, so they can get away with it without bloodshed and use you as a scapegoat. Sun Zheng squinted at Qin Yao and said, enunciating each word clearly. To put it bluntly, you're nothing more than a dog of the Zhang family. Don't even mention you. Even if Zhang Sancheng came to my house in person, he would have to lower his tone and speak to me. Who do you think you are, daring to be so insolent? Qin Yao's gaze turned cold. He turned to look at Sun Zheng, then suddenly laughed and said, I want to leave, and no one can stop me. Sun Zheng's brow twitched, and he nodded repeatedly in anger. Fine. You're pretty arrogant. No wonder you're Zhang Hang's dog. You know how to bite as soon as you open your mouth. Even that grandson of mine has to respectfully call me second young master's son, and you dare to talk back to me like that. Looks like your master didn't teach you well today, so I'll take charge and discipline you. Men, cut this brat's tongue out. Let's see if he dares to raise his voice at me again. Sun Zheng's face was sinister and vicious. He was so ruthless from the start, which showed how domineering he was on a daily basis. Qin Yao simply stared at Sun Zheng expressionlessly, as if he hadn't even noticed the 4 security guards approaching. But the instant the opponent made their move, Qin Yao's figure moved like a ghost, swiftly grabbing the hand of one of the men who was resting on his shoulder. Then, with a forceful pull and twist, the crisp sound of breaking bones was immediately accompanied by a scream. Then, within a few steps of Sun Zheng, 4 well-trained security guards fell one after another like 3-year-old children. Qin Yao advanced with unstoppable momentum, arriving in front of Sun Zheng in the blink of an eye. Sun Zheng was startled, but quickly let out a cold laugh. Heh, I didn't expect it. It's a dog that bites. But so what? A dog is still a dog. Don't think that just because its owner isn't around, it can bite indiscriminately. Do you know that because of the trouble you caused today, your master will have to come to my door on a dog leash tomorrow to apologize? Instead of backing down, Sun Zheng stepped forward and got close to Qin Yao, almost face to face. He smirked arrogantly and said, Remember this, kid. When the time comes, what will defeat you won't be fists or kicks, but the world of difference in status and position between you and me. So what if you're good at fighting? Do you dare lay a finger on me now? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao raised his eyes, seemingly searching for something. But in Sun Zheng's eyes, this was just him being cowardly. He became even more arrogant. What? You're too scared to move? If you're too scared to move, then. Before Sun Zheng could finish speaking, Qin Yao suddenly made his move. He grabbed Sun Zheng's hair and dragged him towards the main seat before he could even react. Seeing this, Sun Rulong was terrified and quickly shouted at Qin Yao, "What do you want to do? If you dare to touch young master's son, believe me, you'll be crawling out of the Sun family today." Is that so? Sun Zheng was powerless against Qin Yao and was dragged to the tea table in a few moments, his head pressed down on the table. Qin Yao grabbed the teacup on top and smashed it directly onto Sun Zheng's head without even blinking. "Ah!" Sun Zheng screamed in agony. "You bastard. He's the second young master of the Sun family. Try moving him again." Qin Yao didn't even look at him and slammed the hammer down on Sun Zheng's head again, and another heart-wrenching scream rang out. "This is outrageous. You dare to touch even young master's son? Are you out of your mind?" 2 teacups were already broken. This time, Qin Yao picked up the teapot directly, making Sun Zheng's eyes turn green with envy. All he wanted to do right now was curse Sun Rulong, that bastard. Didn't he see that kid was acting like a madman? Couldn't he just say a few less words? For every extra word Sun Rulong said, he would get hit again. Can he handle this teapot? Before he could even beg for mercy, a rush of blood to his head and an intense pain overwhelmed him, leaving him too weak to even scream. Most importantly, as soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Yao grabbed his jawbone. "Weren't you going to cut out my tongue?" He groggily opened his eyes and saw Qin Yao casually picking up a shard of porcelain, looking at him expressionlessly. "A dog that bites doesn't bark. I don't think you're a good dog. I'll help you." Upon seeing this, Sun Zheng began to struggle violently, but he was held down tightly and could not move at all. At this moment, he truly saw the bloodlust in Qin Yao's eyes. Perhaps he didn't understand before, but now he knows what the eyes of a fugitive are like. Qin Yao was like that. His eyes were like a deep pool, filled with unfathomable indifference. Just from those eyes, he believed that Qin Yao really would cut out his tongue. Seeing that things were not going well, Sun Rulong hurriedly stumbled out to call for help. But before he could even step out the door, he saw an elderly figure rushing over, supported by others. "Mr. Qin, please show mercy." Chapter 37 I received. The broken porcelain shards had already been stuffed into Sun Zheng's mouth, and their sharp edges instantly cut his lips. Qin Yao's hands. Sun Zheng struggled like a fish whose scales had been ripped off. Fortunately, the old man arrived in time. After Qin Yao glanced at him, he finally let go of his hand. Sun Rulong rushed forward to support Sun Zheng and carefully removed the broken porcelain shards from his mouth. Qin Yao stood still, looking indifferently at the old man who had arrived later, head of the Sun family. At this moment, Sun Zheng was finally able to speak. Seeing that his grandfather and father had arrived, he scrambled over to them and immediately burst into tears, crying, "Dad, Grandpa, you must stand up for me. It would be an immense honor for the Sun family to sincerely invite this young man to visit us." But not only did he not appreciate it, he even dared to lay a hand on his grandson. He completely disregards the Sun family and you. Sun Rulong also rushed over, his face full of indignation as he complained, "Yes, sir, this brat is far too arrogant. The second young master treated him with great hospitality, and this is how he repays him. He is utterly despicable." As he spoke, Sun Zheng turned back and glared fiercely at Qin Yao. "Kid, my grandfather and father are right here. Do you still dare to be arrogant? Kneel down and apologize to me right now." Although he was the second grandson, Sun Zhaohui and Sun Boyong always doted on their youngest son. Over the years, Sun Zheng has caused a lot of trouble, but Sun Zhaohui has always managed to keep him out of trouble unscathed. Even when he caused a death a couple of years ago, Sun Zhaohui only punished him with half a month of solitary confinement. So when Sun Zhaohui arrived, Sun Zheng was convinced that he was there to support him. But no sooner had he finished speaking than his grandfather raised his cane and struck him on the head. This blow landed squarely on Sun Zheng's wound, causing him to scream in agony. Even Sun Rulong, who was standing to the side, was stunned. What was the old man up to? "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Little did Sun Zhaohui know that when he entered the room, he was already furious and seeing stars when he saw Qin Yao attacking Sun Zheng. Although he didn't know who Qin Yao was, he knew his little grandson. Over the years, he has committed all sorts of evil deeds, including drinking, gambling, and womanizing, and has been arrogant and domineering. If the Sun family hadn't been so wealthy, the trouble this kid had caused would have been enough to get him shot. But in the past, he could always protect Sun Zheng. However, the person who came today is the one who will determine the future honor and disgrace of the Sun family. If he were to be ruined by Sun Zheng, he wouldn't dare face his ancestors even if he were buried in the earth. "Get out of my way, you good for nothing." Sun Zhaohui kicked him away, his teeth clenched in anger. I've spoiled you too much and neglected your upbringing. How dare you be so disrespectful to a distinguished guest of the Sun family today? Do you never want to set foot in the Sun family again? Distinguished guest? Upon hearing those two words, Sun Zheng was dumbfounded. He subconsciously looked at Sun Boyong, who nodded at him discreetly. That doesn't seem right. What distinguished guest? Who is the distinguished guest? Didn't father say that kid was just a dog of the Zhang family? Even if he wasn't, Grandpa didn't need to be so polite. But Sun Jiaohui's face was ashen, and he didn't bother to pay any more attention to him, quickly walking towards Qin Yao's direction. As the head of the Sun family, Sun Jiaohui has always held an extremely high position among his family members. But when he walked up to Qin Yao, he lowered his posture and bowed to Qin Yao without saying a word, his old body almost at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Qin, I have neglected to discipline him, and this unfilial grandson has offended you. It is truly my fault. I am deeply grateful to Mr. Qin for showing mercy earlier. I am ashamed and dare to beg Mr. Qin to show leniency and spare his life. I will discipline him strictly from now on and never let him cause such trouble again. Qin Yao was somewhat surprised to see this. Sun Zheng acted so erratically and arrogantly, yet the head of the family, Sun Jiaohui, was so polite. However, he soon realized that Sun Jiaohui probably came over not to discipline his grandson, but to talk to him about something else. If Sun Jiaohui were truly a reasonable and strict ruler, he wouldn't have raised a scoundrel like Sun Zheng. In the eyes of the Sun family, let alone seeing them as mere pawns of the Zhang family, even if they truly possessed a fortune of hundreds of billions, Sun Jiaohui would probably not treat them with such humility. He wanted to see what kind of interest drove Sun Jiaohui to go to such lengths. All right, I've already taught him a lesson. How you handle it is up to you. Qin Yao waved his hand. But let me remind you, if he doesn't learn his lesson, he'll definitely cause trouble in the future. You. Shut up. Just as Sun Zheng was about to speak, he was interrupted by an angry shout from Sun Boyong. This kid doesn't even realize he's gotten himself into trouble. Someone, take the second young master away. Don't let him leave the house for the next few days. Watching Sun Zheng being dragged away, Qin Yao's gaze returned to Sun Jiaohui. Speak. What do you want with me? Qin Yao did not believe that his behavior at the auction was enough to warrant such politeness from the head of the Sun family. Although he didn't know much about people in high society, he knew that aristocratic families like the Sun family looked down on so-called nouveau riche. This can be seen from Sun Zheng's remarks just now. Moreover, if the Sun family had valued him so much from the beginning, they wouldn't have had Sun Zheng, the second young master, receive him in the side hall. As expected, Sun Jiaohui was covered in sweat and didn't even dare to look up at Qin Yao. He could only lower his head and tremble as he said, "To tell you the truth, on Mr. Qin's way to my humble abode, I received a call from Mr. Zhu Haiping." Qin Yao did have some impression of Zhu Haiping. The most important thing is that this guy is clearly quite old, but he still acts like a playful old man. Had dealt with him twice, but the first time, the guy had a heart attack as soon as he raised his hand, so Qin Yao couldn't lay a hand on him again. Later, when he made another mistake, he could only be sent to solitary confinement. Oh, you mean the little piglet? Qin Yao nodded, then calmly sat down in the seat Sun Zheng had just been in, without offering Sun Jiaohui a seat. What does he want with me? Did he cause trouble in there again? Even so, Sun Jiaohui and his 3 sons and grandsons still stood obediently. Sun Jiaohui even forced a smile and said, No, Mr. Zhu said he's doing very well these days, so there's no need for you to worry, Mr. Qin. He just heard that you've arrived in Qincheng, so he called specifically to give us some instructions, asking us to take good care of you. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. The entire Sun family will do our utmost to serve you. As he spoke, fearing that Qin Yao might not understand the reason and might not accept it, he quickly explained, in the early years when Mr. Zhu was still in office, he helped my Sun family. So Mr. Qin, please don't be so polite. Just treat the Sun family as your servants from now on. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao simply nodded calmly. I see. I didn't expect that little piglet also has pawns in Qinqing. This can save me a lot of trouble. He wasn't being polite at all, nor was there any need for him to be. For Zhu Haiping, the fact that he was able to accept his kindness was already a great favor. I haven't eaten since early this morning, and now that I've been delayed for so long, I'm a little hungry. Qin Yao looked around and said, Doesn't your large Sun family prepare any meals to entertain guests? Upon hearing this, Sun Jiaohui knew that the matter was over and immediately showed great joy. He then nodded hurriedly. Yes, of course. Mr. Qin, please come to the main hall. I will have the dishes served right away. Qin Yao nodded, then got up and walked away. He paused at the door, turned back to Sun Jiaohui, and said, Little piglet is getting on in years. Please tell him that I appreciate his kindness. Chapter 38, Transferring Hospitals. During the meal, Sun Jiahui continued to subtly probe about Zhu Haiping. After all they knew was that Zhu Haiping was imprisoned, but after asking many people, no one knew where Zhu Haiping had gone. Even the once prosperous Zhu family in the capital became secretive and kept quiet. If it weren't for that phone call, Sun Jiahui wouldn't even know if Zhu Haiping was alive or dead. However, the Netherworld Prison was a secret, so Qin Yao did not answer Sun Jiahui's question. Seeing this, Sun Jiahui stopped asking questions and simply patted his chest to assure Qin Yao that the Sun family would rush to his aid whenever needed and serve him faithfully. Qin Yao neither confirmed nor denied this. After lunch, there was no need for Qin Yao to stay at the Sun family's house any longer. He declined their offer to stay and left immediately. Sun Jiahui, along with his children and the entire clan, saw them off in a grand and solemn manner. When Qin Yao returned to the hospital, he found the ward empty. Not only did he not see Tang Kurson, but even his aunt who was in the hospital bed was gone. Where is he? Qin Yao asked anxiously. It's only been a short while. Could it be that someone has targeted my aunt's family? However, after making some inquiries, she learned that her aunt had woken up in the morning, and Tang Kurson was subsequently discharged from the hospital. The patient has just regained consciousness. How can you discharge her from the hospital? While Qin Yao breathed a sigh of relief, he became angry again and said, if anything happens to the patient, can you bear the responsibility? Qin Yao's furious outburst. The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his brow and explained, the patient's family insisted on being discharged, and there was nothing we could do. We couldn't just stop them. Qin Yao, his face ashen, didn't waste any words with the doctor and walked straight out of the hospital. Qin Yao. Unexpectedly, I ran into Zhang Heng as soon as I left the hospital. Zhang Heng seemed to have come specifically for him. He had just parked his car and was jogging over. After the auction, Zhang Heng's attitude towards Qin Yao improved somewhat. He had previously thought Qin Yao was just a convict with some skills, but he never expected Qin Yao to spend 100 billion, which completely slapped him in the face. This time, without his father's orders, he took the initiative to come and find Qin Yao. You've come at the right time. Qin Yao pushed Zhang Heng back, then got into the car and said, drive to Manhwa residential area. Manhwa residential area? Zhang Heng thought for a while before remembering that this was their first destination after picking Qin Yao up from prison that day. As a top-tier rich second generation, it's quite remarkable that Zhang Heng could remember the name of this neighborhood. What's wrong with your aunt? Zhang Heng asked as he drove away from the hospital, noticing that Qin Yao's complexion wasn't good. My cousin has been discharged from the hospital. Qin Yao rubbed his temples, somewhat annoyed, and said, stop with the nonsense, just drive. Okay. Sensing Qin Yao's bad mood, Zhang Heng wisely kept quiet and drove in silence the whole way. Qin Yao clenched his fists, silently praying in his heart. He really didn't want to face another separation from his loved ones right after being released from prison. A short while later, the car arrived at Manhwa residential area. Qin Yao got out of the car and went to his aunt's house. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Then, gritting his teeth, he kicked the lock on the door. After several kicks, Qin Yao's strength was no match for the lock on the door, and the door was kicked open. Zhang Heng had just arrived and witnessed this scene. He was immediately speechless, his understanding of Qin Yao's strength being completely redefined. Even though this is a slum in Qingcheng, it's still a security door. But Qin Yao broke it in just a few moves. However, while he was still in shock, Qin Yao had already gone inside, taken a stroll around, and then came out again. Help me find someone to fix the door. Qin Yao said this and went downstairs with a grim expression. He then went to Tang Kurson's noodle shop, but the door was closed. Qin Yao was now quite anxious. His aunt was still sick, and there was no one at home or at the noodle shop. Where had she gone? Qin Yao, I found it. Just as Qin Yao was standing at the entrance of the noodle shop, Zhang Heng followed him over and said, your aunt has been transferred to another hospital and is now at Jiahua Hospital. Jiahua Hospital? Qin Yao had no doubt about Zhang Heng's words. After all, with his abilities, it would be easy for him to find out the admission information. Moreover, the expert who performed the surgery on Qin Shufang at the People's Hospital was also found by the Zhang family. Seemingly noticing Qin Yao's confusion, Zhang Heng explained, Qin Yao, it's like this. A doctor friend of mine told me that your cousin seems quite averse to the ward you arranged. So this morning, as soon as your aunt woke up, she took her away and checked her into Jiahua Hospital. Qin Yao gave a wry smile. He knew that his cousin didn't want his aunt to see him after she woke up, so she was deliberately avoiding him. However, my aunt's heart disease is a chronic condition, and she recently underwent heart bypass surgery due to a traumatic experience. She cannot be discharged from the hospital so early and should rest more. But my cousin Tang Kursin is too stubborn and willful. Because of her resentment towards herself, she caused her aunt to go through such a turbulent time. Although Zhehua Hospital is also a large hospital, its medical conditions cannot compare with those of People's Hospital. Thinking of this, Qin Yao felt both angry and frustrated. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Zhang Heng immediately said, "Qin Yao, your aunt is fine. I've already notified my friends and asked them to have their expert team on standby around the clock. Don't worry, I haven't let them know." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao calmed down and his expression softened considerably towards Zhang Heng. "Thank you." Although he didn't have a good impression of Zhang Heng, he had to admit that Zhang Heng had really helped him a lot in this matter. Then, he remembered something and said, "By the way, what did you want to see me about? Didn't you bid for the land yesterday? There must be a lot of follow-up work to do, not just registration and determining the development level, but also things like deed tax and stamp duty to pay. In case the relevant departments can't contact you in the future, I bought you a cell phone." As he spoke, Zhang Heng took a bag out of the car. Handing it to Qin Yao, he continued, "This is the latest Huawei phone. We also have a SIM card here. It's plug and play. Qin Yao, you can choose one. Thank you for your kind offer." Qin Yao nodded, not declining the offer. Although Zhang Heng is a playboy, he is quite reliable. In addition to his mobile phone, he also has more than a dozen phone cards, all of which are easy to remember premium numbers. Qin Yao randomly selected a card and inserted it to activate it. Afterwards, Zhang Heng entered his phone number into the phone and added the nickname Xiao Zhang before saying to Qin Yao, "Alright, Qin Yao, the phone system is activated. Try making a call." After thinking for a while, Qin Yao didn't know who to call. By some strange twist of fate, he remembered a number in his mind and dialed it. Chapter 39 Lin Zhixia's Determination. "Hello, who is this?" The call was quickly connected, and Lin Zhixia's cool voice came from inside the room. But when Qin Yao heard her voice, his Adam's apple bobbed, and it took him a long time to utter two words, "It's me." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhixia hesitated for a moment. Qin Yao? Once inseparable lovers, now they even need to verify each other's voices. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Qin Yao's lips. That's right. But what he said only made things worse. The moment he finished speaking, the tone on the other end of the line changed abruptly. "You dare call me? Fine. Even if you hadn't called me, I would have. Where are you now?" Lin Zhixiao was extremely agitated and indignant. Qin Yao had already guessed it without needing to say anything. It was probably because of Lin Kuan's matter. Lin Kuan had a pretty rough time last night, but he's still alive. Qin Yao glanced at Zhang Heng beside him, who was eagerly waiting for him to go to the company to hand over the work. Since it concerned revenge, he didn't want to be careless. "I know you want to ask me about Xiaosheng, right?" "Yeah, you seem to know perfectly well." Lin Zhixiao was almost furious, and immediately said in a commanding tone, "Where are you now? I'm coming to find you right now. I don't have time today, but I'll contact you another day to explain this matter clearly." Qin Yao naturally didn't believe Lin Kuan would tell her the truth. Although they were getting a divorce, Qin Yao didn't want to leave any misunderstandings or resentment. So it's better to wait until Lin Zhixia calms down before saying anything. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately and didn't answer when Lin Zhixia called back. Lin Zhixia, on the other end of the phone, was dumbfounded when she heard the busy tone. Her knuckles were white as she held the phone, and she was trembling with anger. Seeing this, Qiu Yu, who was crying her eyes out, almost rushed over. Was it Qin Yao who called? Where is that bastard now? He's done this to Xiaosheng. We can't let him get away with this. I'll make him go to jail and pay with his life. The mother and daughter are currently at the hospital. They rushed over as soon as Lin Kuan had his accident last night. At that time, Lin Kuan was thrown at the entrance of the emergency room like a dead dog, with not a single good piece of flesh on his body. Qiu Yu was so frightened that she fainted immediately. It was Lin Zhixia who arranged for Lin Kuan to have surgery. Putting everything else aside, those two broken ribs alone are enough to cause him a lot of suffering. Lin Kuan didn't wake up until this morning. Seeing Qiu Yu's face contorted with heartache, Lin Zhixia was also filled with anger. Well, this Qin Yao. Now he actually dares to avoid me. What could a convict who just got out of prison possibly have to do? At this point, Lin Zhixia hesitated for a moment. After all, she knew that Qin Yao and Zhang Heng had some kind of relationship now, and maybe the two of them were together right now. But just because he's attached himself to the Zhang family, does he really think he's superior to everyone else? Not only did they treat Xiaosheng so cruelly, but they also dared to do it, but didn't dare to admit it. It's truly despicable. Qin Yao who attacked Xiaosheng. Lin Zhixia forced herself to calm down and asked Qiu Yu. Lin Zhixia saw Lin Kuan like this last night. She wanted to call the police. To everyone's surprise, Yu insisted that it was definitely Qin Yao and even stopped her from calling the police. It's definitely him. Yu replied without hesitation. But Lin Zhixiao frowned. But Mom, you weren't there last night, and Xiaosheng didn't say a word when he woke up. How do you know it was Qin Yao? Yu realized she had let something slip. Her eyes darted around, and she stammered as she spoke. Seeing this, Lin Zhixiao immediately guessed. Mom, tell me the truth. You're so sure that Qin Yao did it, but you won't let me call the police. Is it because Xiaosheng went to see Qin Yao last night? She knew Lin Kuan-'s personality well. Having suffered a loss at Qin Yao's hands, he would never let it go so easily. Lin Kuan initiated this whole thing. When Yu realized she had let something slip, she stopped pretending and collapsed onto the sofa, bursting into tears. Yes, it was Xiaosheng who went to find Qin Yao, so what? Xiaosheng is your own brother. Don't you know why he went to find Qin Yao? He just wanted to vent his anger for you and himself, so he called a few people to scare Qin Yao a little. Who knew that bastard would be so ruthless? If knocking out one of Qin Yao's teeth and 2 knees is considered scare tactics, then, as she spoke, she scrambled to her feet and grabbed Lin Zhixiao's hand. Lin Zhixiao, don't tell me you're still on Qin Yao's side. No matter what, even if Xiaosheng started the trouble, Qin Yao shouldn't have done this to him. He's so heartless. Let me tell you, if you don't get justice for Xiaosheng this time, I'll. Yu's eyes darted around, and she spotted the sofa next to her. She lunged at it again, slamming her head against the back of the sofa, and screamed at the top of her lungs, I'll kill myself right now. Seeing this, Lin Zhixiao didn't have time to think about it, and quickly grabbed Yu. Mom, what are you doing? My daughter doesn't think about her own family at all, and always considers that bastard. Can you imagine how much of a failure I am as a mother? I can't even protect my own son. I might as well just die. Yu cried and slapped the back of the chair, which made Lin Zhixiao, who already had a headache, give in completely. All right, Mom, don't make things worse. I know what to do. She stopped Yu. Here's what we'll do. You stay here and take care of Xiaosheng. Leave Qin Yao's matter to me. Then you absolutely mustn't be soft-hearted. Don't worry, it won't happen. After Lin Zhixiao finished speaking, she walked out of the emergency room and returned to her car, where Susan was already waiting for her. Seeing her haggard face, Susan sighed. How is Xiaosheng? Sigh, don't even mention it. I just woke up and can't speak yet. Lin Zhixiao leaned against the window and rubbed her temples. It's that serious. Upon hearing this, Susan slammed her hand on the steering wheel, furious. That Qin Yao has gone too far. I thought he was just acting impulsively, but now it seems he's a petty and narrow-minded man. No matter what, Xiaosheng is still his brother-in-law. Even if you don't care about him, you should at least give him some face. Doesn't he know how much you love your younger brother? What Susan said was actually what made Lin Zhixiao angry. In fact, Lin Kuan and Qin Yao had never gotten along, and Lin Kuan had always opposed their marriage. But at that time, Qin Yao told himself that Lin Kuan was still her family no matter what, and he wouldn't take it to heart. But what about now? Not only did they go back on their word, but they were also so ruthless. While Susan was still angry, she noticed Lin Zhixiao's pale face and patted her hand, saying, All right, don't be so hasty. Actually, if you think about it calmly, could Qin Yao be doing this to get your attention? To get my attention? Lin Zhixiao sneered. Does it require beating Xiaosheng up like this? Susan's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt that her idea made some sense. She quickly said, You should think of it this way. He used to swallow his pride because he was incompetent. Now that he has become the Zhang family's pawn, he naturally wants to show you his prowess. It's just that Xiaosheng has become the target. Reminded by Susan, Lin Zhixiao recovered. You mean he's showing me his abilities while simultaneously targeting my family, using threats and inducements to prevent me from divorcing him? That's right. Susan nodded firmly. Don't forget, you tried so hard to persuade him last time, but he still didn't repent. Now he's even worse. What could he be after? He just wants to win you back. But associating with the Zhang family is like licking blood off a knife's edge. Sooner or later he'll cause big trouble. I'm afraid he'll drag you down with him. The more Lin Zhixiao listened, the more reasonable Susan's words seemed, and her face grew increasingly gloomy. Salvage the relationship? If he thinks that by being a dog for the Zhang family, he can gain my respect, then he is sorely mistaken. She slammed her fist on the car door frame, gritting her teeth. I'll let him know that I, Lin Zhixiao, am not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 40, A Show of Force. Meanwhile, Qin Yao and Zhang Heng were already on their way to the company. Qin Yao used his own money to buy the land at this auction. He naturally couldn't take over it in his personal capacity. A company had to take it over. Zhang Sancheng gave to Qin Yao, named Xingxing, was originally under Zhang Heng's name, and was only transferred to Qin Yao's name yesterday. Today's trip, besides some complicated matters, is also to allow him to meet with the company's senior management. After all, the company is about to change hands, so we can't not even know what the boss looks like, right? In fact, some senior executives had some complaints about the company being sold this time. Although they hadn't received much attention from the head office before, they still had the Zhang family as their backing. Now, suddenly, Mr. Zhang has given it away as a gift, and to an unknown young man no less. Anyone would feel guilty. As Zhang Heng drove to the entrance of Xingsheng, he saw that the gate was bustling with activity and luxury cars were flowing in. Many people were craning their necks at the door, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Qin Yao glanced around from the passenger seat and asked Zhang Heng, "Are they all from your company?" "No, they're probably here to seek cooperation." Zhang Heng frowned. Although he was a playboy, he still understood some business principles. Yesterday, Qin Yao won the land auction, making a name for himself. Surely, some people will follow the trail to the company to inquire about him, or even seek cooperation. After all, the Zhao family had previously secured several partnerships, but these individual investors weren't included. "Let's go down and take a look." Qin Yao opened the car door and got out, then strolled towards the company entrance. Upon seeing him arrive, someone shouted, "The new boss is here." As a result, a large group of people surged toward him, including several senior executives from Xingsheng. "Hong Tong, what's going on?" Zhang Heng stepped forward and asked a middle-aged man of about 40, then casually introduced him to Qin Yao beside him. "Qin Yao, this is Hong Tong, the company's vice president." Qin Yao glanced at Hong Tong and nodded at him. "Hey, this must be our new boss. Truly a young hero, so handsome and talented." Hong Tong smiled and flattered him, then answered Zhang Heng's question. "Young Master Zhang, these are all bosses of various construction companies. They've heard that Xingsheng has taken over the land in Yubei district, and they've all come to ask for cooperation." No sooner had he finished speaking than one of them walked over arrogantly and smiled at Qin Yao. "This must be the new boss of Xingsheng, right? May I ask your name?" "My name is Qin Yao." "One doesn't hit a smiling face," Qin Yao replied politely. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Qin. I am Qin Yong, the general manager of Hungtong Construction Group." Another person came forward, exchanged a few polite words, and handed over his business card. There were 7 or 8 building materials company owners present, not counting several real estate company owners. Land in Yubei district has always been highly sought after, and it had already become a battleground for Qingqing's building materials and real estate industries as soon as the auction announcement was released. However, Zhao Tian was determined to acquire this land, and the cooperation on building materials had already been agreed upon, so there was little hope for others. But now that Qin Yao has suddenly appeared out of nowhere, many people are getting restless again. They didn't have a choice before, but now this is a golden opportunity. Surprise, Qin Yao glanced at the business card handed to him and calmly declined. "I appreciate your kindness, but I have no plans to cooperate with other companies at the moment. I'm sorry to disappoint you all. Goodbye." Qin Yao's words immediately caused quite a stir. The man named Chun Yong clearly held some weight among this group. Upon hearing this, his face turned cold, and he said with a half smile, "I didn't expect that President Qin, at such a young age, would have such a big appetite. This piece of land in Yubei district will take at least 4 or 5 years to develop and construct. Even the Zhang family wouldn't dare to claim they could swallow such a large amount of work in one bite." "What, President Qin, aren't you afraid of choking? Such a big piece of pie, who wouldn't want a bite? Even if you can't eat until you're stuffed, at least you should be able to fill your stomach." But now Qin Yao is telling them that he wants to enjoy this piece of meat all by himself. Who would be happy about that? However, Qin Yao also had his own ideas. He had already squeezed the profit margin to an extremely low level by buying this piece of land for 100 billion. If someone else were to take a piece away, he would truly become a laughingstock for being foolish and rich. Faced with Chun Yong's sarcastic remarks, Qin Yao merely glanced at him indifferently and walked towards the company without intending to pay any attention. To his surprise, Qin Yong blocked his way. "Wait." Qin Yao raised his eyes and said calmly, "Is there anything else?" "Hee, Mr. Qin. I see you're new here and don't seem to know the workings in Xingsheng, do you?" Chun Yong swaggered up to him and casually pointed into the crowd. "Those here today are the top building materials market owners and contractors in Xingsheng, each with a large number of people under their command, and the rest who didn't come are all on good terms with young Master Zhao. If you reject us, do you think you can find anyone else to cooperate with?" He leaned closer to Qin Yao, a forced smile on his face, and continued, "Even the Zhang family can't do everything themselves. They all have to rely on us." "Brother, you look unfamiliar. You must not have been in Xingsheng long, right? Think about it. If you were boycotted by half the industry in Xingsheng, Do you think you could still get started smoothly? No matter how big the pie is, you have to make it first before you can eat it, right? Although Qin Yao didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was clear. He had to do the cooperation whether he wanted to or not. No matter what your relationship is with the Zhang family, no matter if you're an outsider or not, it's all the same. Hong Tong, don't you have a lot of connections in the market? Why don't you go and help Qin Yao? Seeing Qin Yao being threatened by Qin Yao, Zhang Heng quickly gave Hong Tong a wink. To everyone's surprise, Hong Tong just chuckled and rubbed his nose, saying, "Young Master Zhang, you're not in charge of Xingsheng anymore, so your orders don't carry any weight. Don't you see that even President Qin isn't saying anything? How could I dare to utter a word? Besides, would someone as powerful as President Qin need the help of a nobody like me?" Hong Tong's voice wasn't loud, but Qin Yao could just hear it. The other employees of Xingsheng also stood silently to the side, showing no intention of speaking up for Qin Yao. For a moment, Qin Yao seemed to be completely isolated and helpless. Hong Tong was waiting for Qin Yao to ask him for help, since many of the people present were old acquaintances of his. As long as he stepped in to smooth things over, things wouldn't get too ugly. On the first day of the new boss's tenure, it was also a way to make him understand who the most valuable person in the company was. However, Qin Yao saw through his intention at a glance, and at the same time turned to look at Qin Yong and the other bosses, his expression calm and composed. No one is cooperating. That's right, Qin Yong said proudly. Qin Yao laughed. As I said before, I bought this land just for fun. Do you all think that I'm willing to spend 100 billion to buy a piece of land, but I'm unwilling to spend even more money to build on it? Upon hearing this, Qin Yong was taken aback. What do you mean? Qin Yao said calmly. The plan for this plot of land is to create a landmark commercial district in Qingqing. If it can be successfully developed, the benefits will not only be financial, but also in terms of reputation and status. I believe you all know what reputation and status mean for a company, right? Qin Yong chuckled dryly. Of course I know that, but since it's a collaboration, we definitely need to see President Qin's sincerity. Mr. Chun, did I say I wanted to cooperate with you? My family is not worthy of someone like you. Seeing Qin Yong's expression gradually stiffen, Qin Yao continued. Also, Qin Yao, may not have much else, but I have plenty of money. President Qin is awesome. Qin Yong said somewhat angrily, his tone stiff. Since you won't cooperate with me, then let's wait and see if I'm exaggerating. Mr. Chun, haven't you heard the saying, a generous reward will surely attract brave men? If I offer a price higher than the market rate, others will naturally come to me for cooperation. Even if no one does, I'm happy to leave this land undeveloped. It's none of your business. One more thing, I don't like being threatened. Where are the security guards? Get them all out of here. After saying that, Qin Yao strode into the gate of Xingsheng, leaving a group of employees and the boss looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 41. You've been fired. Upon entering the company, Qin Yao and Zhang Heng went directly to the office. There were many materials to be handed over, which had to be processed today. Hong Tong followed closely behind, his face full of anxiety. President Qin. Hong Tong, who had been following Zhang Heng in, was sweating. Zhang Heng glanced back at him and asked with a half-smile, Vice President Hong, do you need to see President Qin? He had witnessed Hong Tong's behavior outside. I never realized before that Hong Tong was so cunning. He actually wanted to take advantage of Qin Yao being threatened to embellish his own reputation. Unfortunately, he misjudged Qin Yao. Qin Yao didn't buy into his act. Oh, Mr. Qin, Mr. Zhang, what were you doing just now? Hong Tong said earnestly as soon as he entered the room. Those people outside were the owners of well-known building materials and real estate companies in Qingqing. We're just starting out, Mr. Qin. If you offend them like this, how will you do business in the future? As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Yao and said meaningfully, I know you're young and impetuous, Mr. Qin, but you have to think things through carefully. Our entire company depends on you for our livelihood. Qin Yao sat behind his desk, flipping through Xingsheng's past documents, and asked without looking up, Is Vice President Hong implying that I'm young and naive, and that what I just said was all talk? In fact, Hong Tong really thought so. Qin Yao, a newly appointed CEO, was just like Zhang Heng, clearly a rich second generation who didn't know anything. His behavior just now was simply brainless. But he still smiled and waved his hands in feigned panic, saying, That's not what I meant, Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. I was just thinking of our company. Look at Mr. Chun, he's also a long-time client of our company, you shouldn't. A long-term customer? I think you're a long-term customer now. Qin Yao lifted his eyelids from behind the document, his sharp gaze falling on Hong Tong, who immediately trembled. President Qin, what do you mean by this? Smack. Xingsheng's documents were tossed onto the table, and Qin Yao leaned back in his office chair. Before this, you've collaborated with Qin Yao multiple times, even choosing him when other companies offered lower prices. Just now outside the door, I saw you exchanging glances with him. What, trying to get a kickback? Hong Tong's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Just as he was about to explain, Qin Yao raised his hand to interrupt him. Before I came here, I carefully reviewed Xing Sheng's information. I don't care how much kickback you've taken from Xing Sheng over the years, but as you just said, we're a newly renovated business. Since it's a new business, it needs a fresh start. I don't tolerate any dishonesty, and I won't keep anyone who betrays me. You're fired. Qin Yao wasn't trying to trick him with those words. Zhang Heng had already shown him all the information on the way to the company. Of course, Zhang Heng didn't have time to collect this information. It was only after Qin Yao won the bid for the land that Zhang Sanqing found it. What? Upon hearing this, Hong Tong could hardly believe his ears. He's a veteran of Xing Sheng Company, and he has access to so many of Xing Sheng's secrets and customer resources. How dare he fire me? What? Didn't you understand? Do I need someone to drag you out? Qin Yao stared at him expressionlessly and said coldly, by the way, I also need to tell you that the first thing I'll do after taking office is not to find partners, but to lay off employees. All employees with bad records will be fired. Of course, if you're not happy and want to take people with you, you can take them with you. I believe that what society lacks least in today is talent. Qin Yao with his control over the team's trusted confidants, but Qin Yao shut him down with a single sentence. Now he realized that Qin Yao was truly not short of money, so he would rather spend a lot of money to reorganize the senior management than turn a blind eye to being manipulated by him. Seeing that he still hadn't left, Qin Yao raised an eyebrow and said, do you need to call security to ask you to leave, like President Qin did? Finally, Hong Tong glared at Qin Yao for a long time before gritting his teeth and uttering a harsh statement. Fine, Mr. Qin is decisive and efficient. I admire that. But things change, so let's wait and see how far Mr. Qin can take Xing Sheng in the future. Goodbye. No need to see me out. As soon as Hong Tong left, Zhang Heng walked over, rubbing his nose sheepishly. Ahem, that Hong Tong. How come I never realized he had such a wicked mind? He's really hateful. Qin Yao glanced at him indifferently. You did not notice, you just didn't care at all. A top-tier rich second generation like Zhang Heng grew up in a pampered environment, too busy eating, drinking, and having fun to manage so many subsidiaries. How could he possibly have time to worry about anything else? Even though this company was previously under his name, it was just a hobby, and its profits and losses had little to do with him. Now that Qin Yao had seen through him, Zhang Heng felt utterly ashamed. How come some people are both skilled and wealthy at the same age? Just now, with a wave of his hand, he directly eliminated that old troublemaker Hong Tong, making him look like a fool who only knows how to loaf around and wait to die. Is this what other people's children are like? Next, under Zhang Heng's guidance, Qin Yao toured the company and announced the layoffs. Amidst the widespread complaints, Qin Yao also announced new company regulations. This round of layoffs is a major change, but it is also a great opportunity for those who remain. I will leave the vice president position vacant for the time being. Regardless of age or seniority, only ability and character will matter, and anyone can compete for this position. Furthermore, the company will be conducting a new round of recruitment to restructure its workforce. Furthermore, we have established a new incentive mechanism on top of the existing salaries, hoping that those of you who stay can progress together with the company and reach new heights. After Qin Yao finished speaking, all the employees who were still hesitating about whether to stay immediately brightened up. Laying off employees on the first day of taking office can certainly cause a lot of complaints, but it is a rare opportunity for those who stay. Some veteran employees are held back, while many capable and ambitious young people are unable to get ahead. Qin Yao's arrival gave them this opportunity. Therefore, as soon as Qin Yao finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the company. From now on, we will definitely dedicate ourselves to the company and to President Qin. President Qin is truly impressive, a young man of great talent. There's hope for Xing Sheng. Qin Yao was overwhelmed by praise, but he was not complacent. He knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. Next, he and Zhang Heng completed all the handover work and went to the land in Yubei district to check the situation. The location of these two plots of land is indeed quite excellent, with two brand new light rail stations, bordering several residential areas, and just one stop away from two scenic tourist areas. Once successfully built, its future potential is limitless. It was previously said that the profit from these two plots of land would be at most hundreds of billions, but that's not actually the case. For most companies, after acquiring land, they build and then rent it out, and the profit margin is indeed not that much. However, If Qin Yao can create something else on this land after the construction is completed, it's hard to say how much profit he will make. With profits come risks. Without sufficient confidence, most people simply can't take a bite of this pie. Therefore, from today onwards, all companies, large and small, in Xingqing are probably eagerly anticipating and watching Xingqing's movements and Qin Yao, this rising star of Xingqing. The silent smoke of battle began to spread. Chapter 42 Meeting an Old Friend. After finishing his work at the company, Qin Yao still planned to visit his aunt in the hospital. Regardless, she was Qin Yao's only remaining family in this world. Before he was released from Diwu prison, he had heard that his aunt had often gone to the prison to inquire about him over the years. Hearing that his fate was uncertain, Qin Shufang fainted once. The second time she came, she caused a huge scene, saying she wanted to see him alive or dead, and that if she wasn't allowed to see her nephew, she would come and cause trouble every month. And she actually did it. If it weren't for her uncle's accident and the subsequent changes in the family, she would have continued to come once a month. Even so, she would still come to the prison every few months to ask. Even Lin Jixia had never gone to this extent for him. When Qin Yao heard the news, he couldn't help but burst into tears. A man doesn't easily shed tears, but those were his blood relatives, the people who cared about him the most in the world. He asked Zhang Hang for the ward number, but hesitated at the door after going up, not daring to go in for a long time. Just like when he first returned to Qingcheng, he stood at the entrance of Manhwa community with a sense of trepidation, and his face no longer showed the cold look that had been tempered by 5 years of blood and fire. Just then, the nurse came to change the dressing, pushed open the door, and went in, and the sounds and images inside came through. A slightly overweight young man was busy in the ward, pouring water, asking the nurse how many bottles of medicine were left, and then secretly taking out a wad of cash from his bag and stuffing it under his aunt's blanket. Qin Yao didn't go in. He just watched from outside the door. 5 years have passed, and my aunt has aged a lot, with many white hairs at her temples, but she still speaks as kindly as ever. Zhai Lu, don't bother with all this. Sit down and rest for a while. I'm fine, Auntie. Qin Yao and I are classmates and buddies. He asked me to take care of you before he went in, so of course I have to take good care of you. What's a little thing like this? The young man called Zhai Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, looked up, and smiled very honestly. The young man called Zhai Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, looked up, and smiled very honestly. When facing him, Tang Kersen completely lost her confrontational attitude towards Qin Yao, her pretty face full of gratitude. Brother Zhai Lu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do if my mother was transferred to another hospital this morning. After Qin Shufang woke up, Tang Kersen was transferred to another hospital early in the morning. If Zhai Lu hadn't found out, she probably wouldn't have been able to do it all by herself. Zhai Lu came to the hospital immediately after leaving work, and without saying a word, took on the main task, and has been busy ever since. Tang Kersen also said, Brother Zhai Lu, I've remembered all the care you've given our family over the years. If you ever need anything in the future, Kersen will do her best to help. Although, I may not be able to help much. Alright. You and Auntie can be polite with me when you want some. I won't dare to come again. Qin Shufang smiled as well, her eyes filled with emotion as she looked at Zhai Lu. Back in our school days, you and Xiaofeng were good buddies. I never expected that after he went to jail, you would still help him take care of us. It's Xiaofeng's good fortune to have such a loyal friend like you, and it's also a good fortune for my daughter and me. Mom, Tang Kersen said unhappily as soon as Qin Shufang finished speaking. Why did you bring that person up? Didn't you agree that we wouldn't mention him anymore? Kersen, no matter what, he's still your cousin, Qin Shufang said helplessly. I don't have a cousin who would ruin my family and then disappear without a trace. It's obvious that Tang Kersen hasn't told Qin Shufang that Qin Yao has been released from prison, and she's quite resistant to it. Seeing that her daughter still harbored resentment, Qin Shufang didn't say anything more. She just sighed softly. Zhai Lu is all married now. I wonder how Xiaofeng is doing. Judging by the time, he should be coming out soon. Zhai Lu patted her hand and comforted her, saying, Auntie, don't worry. Qin Yao is a lucky man. He'll be back sooner or later. When this topic came up, Tang Kersen's eyes darted away, deliberately avoiding the subject. Zhai Lu sat in the ward for a few more minutes. Seeing that it was time for his night shift, he didn't want to stay any longer, so he got up and said goodbye. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard someone calling his name, Old Lu. Turning around, Zhai Lu was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the person in front of him clearly, he immediately became excited. Phone. Qin Yao. He strode towards Qin Yao, his eyes filled with excitement and tears. Damn, it really is you. You've come out. Yes, I've been out for several days. Fearing that Qin Shufang and Tang Kursin would be disturbed, Qin Yao quickly pulled Zhai Lu aside. Because Zhai Lu was a bit chubby and not good-looking since childhood, he was bullied a lot when he was in school. After Qin Yao stood up for him a few times, the two became very good friends. Before Qin Yao got out, he had checked and found that during the time he was in prison, Zhai Lu had poor grades. After graduating from junior college, the government arranged for him to work in a public institution. Although he had to work long hours, it was a secure job. Brother, you've gotten quite tanned too. Thanks for all these years. Qin Yao looked at Zhai Lu, who had gotten quite tanned, and felt a lump in his throat. Before going to prison, Qin Yao asked Zhai Lu to help take care of his aunt's family. He was outside just now and witnessed everything Zhai Lu did, so he knew that Zhai Lu must have helped him a lot over the years. Therefore, at this moment, besides nostalgia, I feel mostly gratitude and emotion. You little brat. So dramatic. Why are you telling me this? Zhai Lu punched Qin Yao on the shoulder, laughing through tears, and started cursing. You've been gone for days and haven't come to see me. Have you forgotten about me? Old Lu. Qin Yao said with a smile as he took the punch, then grabbed Zhai Lu's hand in his own. I ran into some things after I got out and haven't had a chance to contact you yet. Please don't mind. It's about Lin Jixia, isn't it? Zhai Lu hesitated for a moment, then patted Qin Yao on the shoulder and said, but don't worry, since Lin Jixia has waited for you for 5 years, her feelings are definitely there. It's just that she's a little resentful now, which is normal. You're a grown man, so don't take it to heart. Qin Yao wasn't surprised. After all, Zhai Lu was close to the Tang family and must have heard some rumors. He smiled and said, don't worry, I can handle it. That's good. You're a true buddy, you didn't give up. Zhai Lu said excitedly. Now that we're out, let's not say anything more and go see Andy and cheer her up. As he spoke, Zhai Lu tried to pull Qin Yao inside, but Qin Yao stopped him. I went to see it before, but... Before he could finish speaking, Zhai Lu understood and sighed. Kuexine still has grievances against you, right? Actually, you can't blame her. She's just a young girl. She doesn't understand many things. I understand. I feel so guilty towards her. How could I blame her? Zhai Lu nodded. It's good that you understand. Take it slow. We're all family. There's no knot that can't be untied. But now that we've met today, you can't keep hiding. Come on, let's have a drink together. I'm afraid it won't work today, Qin Yao said helplessly. I'm going to check on them, and then I have some things to take care of. Lin Jixia is still waiting for him to give her an explanation. She just sent him a message and told him to go get the divorce certificate this afternoon. If he didn't go, Lin Jixia would keep bombarding him with phone calls, determined not to give up until she got what she wanted. Seeing that Qin Yao was indeed busy, Zhai Lu didn't press the matter. Instead, he thought of something else. All right, I also have to work the night shift tonight, so I won't be able to drink to my heart's content. Tomorrow, there'll be time tomorrow, right? We'll go to Yiranju then, and get you a private room for a welcome dinner. No need to eat out, don't spend money. Qin Yao thought for a moment and said, I heard you got married. Let me come to your house for a meal and visit your sister-in-law while I'm at it. Okay, I'll have her cook a few dishes then. My wife is a great cook. Zhai Lu grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. After exchanging a few more words and phone numbers, Qin Yao went downstairs and left Jiahua Hospital. Chapter 43, Even Out of Balance. After leaving the hospital, Qin Yao called Lin Jixia, and after they arranged a time to meet, he took a taxi there. Seeing the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and thinking about how their relationship of several years had finally come to this, Qin Yao still felt a little sad. 5 years have passed, so why is it like this now? That's enough. After getting out of the car, Qin Yao stopped overthinking. He came today to put an end to their relationship and marriage, not wanting any misunderstandings between them when they part ways. Less than 10 minutes later, a BMW pulled up in front of him. Lin Jixia got out of the car and walked towards him in her high heels. Lin Jixia. Snap. Qin Yao had just opened his mouth when a crisp sound rang out. He was completely unprepared for Lin Jixia, and the slap made his head tilt to the side. Qin Yao, you're such a bastard. Lin Jixia's eyes reddened, and without saying a word, she started cursing at him. What did Xiaosheng do wrong that you treated him like this? Even if you resent me for divorcing you, you shouldn't have been so cruel to him. You're so vicious. Qin Yao realized what was happening and looked at Lin Jixia. Those beautiful eyes held nothing but tears and deep anger and resentment. Angry because of Lin Kuan. Lin Jixia, you can't just listen to Lin Kuan's side of the story. He started it last night. Qin Yao was about to explain when Lin Jixia rudely interrupted him. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. She poked Qin Yao's chest with one finger, stabbing it hard with each word. Yes, Xiaosheng provoked you first, that's his fault. But all he did was have someone scare you. And you're going to break his ribs and leave him unconscious all night. He may be a bit mischievous, but compared to your ruthlessness, he's practically innocent. How can you treat him like this? Are you even human? Faced with Lin Zhixia's questioning, Qin Yao not only wasn't angry, but instead laughed. Trying to scare me? He grabbed Lin Zhixia's hand, looked into her eyes, and calmly asked, he lied to me that you were in danger, took me to a nightclub private room where more than a dozen people surrounded me, forced me to kneel, threatened to knock out all my teeth, break my knees, and demand that I pay him $1 million in compensation. Was that all just a threat? Lin Zhixiao was stunned when she heard this. She didn't know any of this. Did Xiaosheng really go so far? But faced with Qin Yao's aggressive approach, she remembered Susan's words. He's doing this simply to make me feel guilty and to get my attention. So Lin Zhixiao broke free of his wrist, her pretty face darkening, and said coldly, isn't that right? Xiaosheng said that, but did he do it? Look at yourself. Is there a single injury on your body? If Xiaosheng really wanted to hurt you, even with a dozen people surrounding you, you probably wouldn't be hurt at all. Qin Yao was speechless after hearing this. Unexpectedly, his own unharmed state became evidence to exonerate Lin Kuan. If I were myself 5 years ago last night, I'm afraid I'd be the one lying in the hospital right now. If he doesn't fight back, is Lin Kuan really just bluffing? But when he fought back, all the blame was ultimately placed on him. You mean, I'm the only one who can be lying in the hospital? Seeing Qin Yao's eyes gradually darken, Lin Zhixiao also felt a soreness and pain in her heart. But when she thought of Lin Kuan lying in the hospital, when she thought of the 5 years of waiting, and when she thought of what Susan had told her, she gritted her teeth and said, in any case, it absolutely cannot be Xiaosheng. This statement, while not a direct answer to Qin Yao, already conveyed her attitude. Lin Zhixiao wouldn't blame Qin Yao if he's the one lying in the hospital. Now that he is not injured, he must bear all the blame. If you're determined to find fault, you can always find a reason. Qin Yao didn't want to explain anymore. He released Lin Zhixia's hand, turned around, and said, since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say between us. Let's go. Let's get a divorce. Seeing his resolute attitude, Lin Zhixiao gritted her teeth and stepped inside ahead of him, saying, that's exactly what I was thinking. Qin Yao saw her back and then followed her inside. When the two were getting their divorce certificate, before Lin Zhixiao could even speak, Qin Yao took the initiative to offer to leave with nothing. In fact, he not only did not intend to take any of Lin Zhixia's property, but also prepared a compensation for her as a way of repaying her for waiting for the past 5 years. However, Lin Zhixiao spoke up at this moment, her voice devoid of any emotion. Actually, you don't have to leave with nothing. I can still give you the 500,000. But I have one condition. You must apologize to Xiaosheng. Qin Yao's attitude was also very firm. I will not apologize to him, and I don't want the 500,000 yuan. If he feels resentful, you can let him choose to call the police. Anyway, Qin Yao didn't lay a hand on him. Once they're in front of the police, everything Lin Kuan did will be exposed. He didn't dare to call the police. You, Lin Zhixiao glared, then sneered. Yeah, I almost forgot. You're backed by a powerful figure now. You can throw around 100 billion. Why would you care about my 50,000? Qin Yao had no intention of explaining anymore, and only said one last sentence. I, Qin Yao, never act according to the dictates of others, and I have no need to explain myself to anyone. I'm willing to explain to you, because you're still my wife. But if you still think that way in the future, that's your business. At this moment, Qin Yao exuded his full aura, took out the divorce agreement that Lin Zhixiao had made him sign when he was released from prison, and placed it on the counter window. When he looked at Lin Zhixiao, were like the snow of a harsh winter, boundless and devoid of warmth. All Lin Zhixiao ever saw in his eyes was tenderness and love. This side of Qin Yao was completely unfamiliar to her. But she gritted her teeth and refused to back down, passing on the other agreement as well. After completing the formalities, according to the new regulations, the two still need to go through a 30-day cooling-off period before they can get their divorce certificate. However, judging from Lin Zhixiao's current state, it doesn't matter whether these 30 days happen or not. Lin Zhixiao walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and stood at the main entrance. She was momentarily dazed. Is it all over? At this moment, Qin Yao's voice rang out. I know that you and Zhao Tian had a past relationship. Even now, Lin Kuan looks down on me and thinks that someone like Zhao Tian should be his brother-in-law. But please tell Lin Kuan for me that he should forget about Zhao Tian and that he should stay away from him. Otherwise, if he were accidentally injured, he would show no mercy. But when the topic of her past relationship with Zhao Tian came up, Lin Zhixiao became unhappy. I know you resent Zhao Tian, but what do you mean by bringing up our past relationship? Back in school, We only dated for a few days, and we didn't do anything. Being with you is also clean and pure, you should know that. As for him causing trouble at the wedding, that's even less of a possibility for me. I know. Qin Yao took a deep breath and said, I'm just reminding you, after all, it was Zhao Tian who got me imprisoned. Qin Yao, I know you went to jail because of me. Lin Jixia stared intently into Qin Yao's eyes and said, word by word. So, despite bearing so much infamy and gossip for the past 5 years, I have never filed for divorce outside of prison. I have remained chaste and have done nothing to wrong you. I've used these 5 years to prove that I, Lin Jixia, am not the kind of person who abandons others when disaster strikes. You went to prison for me, and I will remain a widow for you. Qin Yao felt a lump in his throat. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but Lin Jixia interrupted him. Qin Yao, life doesn't offer many 5-year periods. These 5 years of affection for you are enough. From now on, we'll each take our own half of the road. We're even. Chapter 44, A Myriad of Affections. Full of hope, the people packed their bags and stood on the shore waiting for the boat. But they didn't know that the ship might never come. That's exactly how Qin Yao felt at that moment. Looking at his stubborn lover, a storm raged in his heart, and snow began to fall. Lin Jixia still left, and her departure was unusually resolute. Just like her last words, she spent 5 years holding on to this feeling, but life doesn't offer many 5-year periods. Standing there for a long, long time, Qin Yao felt lost and dejected, and finally took a taxi back to the hotel. That night, Qin Yao didn't sleep a wink. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Zhai Lu called to urge him to have lunch together and sent the address to his phone. The reunion with his old friends after many years eased his mood considerably. He went to the company first, and after completing the last bit of handover work with Zhang Hang, he prepared to take a taxi to Zhai Lu's house. Upon hearing that he was going to meet up with old friends, Zhang Hang took out 2 bottles of wine from the cabinet and told him to take them with him, saying that they were not expensive. Qin Yao also thought that it wouldn't be good to go to Zhai Lu's house empty-handed for the first time, so he brought some things with him. Zhai Lu's life these past few years has been neither good nor bad. Although they are not wealthy, they are at least able to make ends meet. He took out a loan to buy a 3-bedroom apartment near the city center. His wife is also a colleague at his workplace. As soon as you enter, you are greeted by the aroma of food. Zhai Lu and his wife were already waiting for him. As soon as he opened the door, they gave him a big hug. Good brother, welcome home. At this moment, Qin Yao finally felt that he had truly emerged from that cold and gloomy prison. This is the first time since his release from prison that someone has hosted a welcome back party for him. Even with his body made of steel, his eyes were starting to sting. Yes, Lao Lu, I'm back. The phrase, I'm back, carries so much vicissitude and heartache. However, when Qin Yao saw Zhai Lu's wife standing awkwardly behind him, giving him a lukewarm smirk, he suppressed all his emotions. Is this your sister-in-law? Zhai Lu casually put his arm around his wife's shoulder and introduced her. Honey, let me introduce you. This is Qin Yao, whom I've often mentioned to you. Qin Yao, this is my wife. She cooked all the dishes for you today. Isn't she virtuous? Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. Qin Yao nodded, then took out the 2 bottles of wine Zhang Hang had given him. This is my first visit, and I didn't prepare any gifts, so please accept these 2 bottles of wine. Zhai Lu glanced at it, and without being polite, directly had his wife Zhang Lan accept it. He also knew that Qin Yao had just been released from prison, had no job and no savings, so where would he get the money to buy gifts? Zhang Lan glanced at them. There were still 2 bottles of foreign liquor. She muttered, giving 2 bottles of fake liquor is worse than not giving them at all. Zhai Lu glared at her, but she pretended not to see him and went straight into the house. After taking his seat, Qin Yao could tell from a glance at the dishes on the table that a lot of thought had been put into them. A dry pot rabbit and several side dishes, all of which were flavors that Qin Yao used to love. Zhai Lu nudged him with his elbow and laughed. Qin Yao, look at you. You're practically drooling. Tell me, how's your little brother's arrangement for this welcome banquet going? Very good. Qin Yao picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of rabbit meat, and put it in his mouth. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is the best meal I've had in 5 years. In fact, his meals in the Netherworld Prison were always top-notch. The prison's chefs were all renowned chefs, and the ingredients were flown in daily, so there was no way he could say they were bad. This meal, however, brought Qin Yao a taste of home, filling him with a myriad of emotions. But when he said that, Zhai Lu, who was standing next to him, showed a look of pity and sympathy, and kept piling food into Qin Yao's bowl. Qin Yao, eat more if you like it, don't be shy with me. Qin Yao took it as just enthusiasm and insisted on eating 3 large bowls of rice. After a few drinks, The two began to talk about what had happened over the years. Qin Yao knew that Zhai Lu had been helping him take care of his aunt's family all these years. Actually, he entrusted many people when he went in, but only Zhai Lu actually did it. It can be said that Zhai Lu's kindness to him could not be repaid with just 2 bottles of wine. He had already planned to help Zhai Lu find a new job before he came. But before he could speak, the half-drunk Zhai Lu put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Qin Yao, after you get out of prison this time, everything will have to start all over again. Have you thought about what you're going to do next?" Just as Qin Yao was about to speak, he looked up and saw Zhai Lu's wife quietly standing at the bedroom door, eavesdropping. But Zhai Lu didn't notice and continued talking to himself. "Qin Yao, I know you haven't forgotten Lin Zhixiao all these years, and this divorce must have been a big blow to you. But don't forget, we're men. Your aunt is still in the hospital, and Kursin is still young. You have a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders, so you can't give up." "I understand." Qin Yao nodded. "Don't worry. Qin Yao, have never lacked the courage to start over. With his great revenge yet to be avenged, he has no right to be dejected, nor will he be." "That's good," Zhai Lu said as he continued to pour him more wine. "Speaking of which, there's a class reunion in a couple of days, and it's all our close friends going. You've come all this way, so you should go and get together with everyone." In fact, Qin Yao wasn't really interested in the class reunion. After all, in the past 5 years, the only person who truly remembered that brotherhood was Zhai Lu. However, given Zhai Lu's enthusiastic invitation, Qin Yao couldn't refuse. "Okay, just contact me when the time comes. By the way, Lao Lu, how's your work been these past few years?" Upon hearing about Zhai Lu's job, Zhang Lan, who was hiding by the door, immediately ran out and said warily, "Oh, Qin Yao, we're just an ordinary family. What's this about things going smoothly or not? Over the years, my husband Zhai has done his best for you. He's just a lowly employee with no say in the company. He can't help you much more." Qin Yao was taken aback. It seemed that Zhang Lan thought he was looking for Zhai Lu to help him find a job, which was why she came out. "Go away, what are you saying?" Zhai Lu was displeased upon hearing this, afraid that his wife's words would hurt Qin Yao, so he quickly waved his hand. "Qin Yao used to take good care of me and even saved my life. What's this little favor? It's just that you drowned in the river and he pulled you out. You've said it 1,000 times. You think you could really drown in that shallow beach at Kaoshinman? Besides, he saved your life, so you want to kill me too." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan burst into tears, sobbing, "Don't think I don't know. Over the years, you've secretly given them a lot of money. You haven't even cooled your own porridge, yet you're thinking of going to cook for others. What do you know? You're just a woman. Get inside now. Don't embarrass yourself here." Zhang Lan persisted, turning to Qin Yao. "Qin Yao, I know you and Zhai Lu are good friends, but if you're truly brothers, you can't keep harping on him. You've seen it yourself. The down payment for this 3-bedroom apartment was paid with our wedding money. He really can't help you anymore. I'm begging you, please let him go, and let our family go too, okay? Are you not listening to me? If you say that again, believe me, I'll divorce you." Zhai Lu slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide with anger. Qin Yao quickly stopped him to prevent him from acting impulsively after drinking too much. "Old Lu, what are you saying? Your sister-in-law is only doing this for your own good, so you should say less." Qin Yao scolded sharply, then turned to Zhang Lan and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I don't plan to trouble old Lu again this time, and I definitely won't affect your lives anymore. Old Lu is a good man, so don't take what I just said to heart." Zhang Lan turned her head away to wipe her tears and didn't respond to him. For a moment, the scene froze. Seeing the atmosphere, Qin Yao decided that he could not bring up the matter of asking Zhai Lujin to come to Xingsheng to help him for the time being. After calming Zhai Lu down, he quickly got up and left. After he came out, he thought for a moment and then called Yu Ronghai. "Prepare to have your people go find Zhao Tian." Chapter 45. Zhao Ming arrives at the door, inviting the guest into the trap. Qingcheng, the Zhao family. After lunch, Nangong Shan slowly walked towards her room, while Zhao Tian followed behind her with a fawning expression, step by step. However, as Zhao Tian was about to follow Nangong Shan into the room after opening the door, Nangong Shan turned around and blocked him from entering. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You expect me to clean up your mess? You're dreaming." Nangong Shan stood in the doorway, completely blocking it. Her fat face jiggled as she revealed a cold smile. "Now, because of this mess of yours, so many people in my Nangong family are laughing at me. If you can't handle this, you can move back in with your parents." "Wife." Zhao Tian smiled ingratiatingly. But before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut. Feeling aggrieved, Zhao Tian didn't dare to lash out. He pretended to be concerned and said, "Wife, take a rest. I'll call you for afternoon tea later. Get out. Your voice makes me lose my appetite." Nangong Yun's voice came from inside the room, sounding extremely impatient. Damn it, you fat pig. Zhao Tian's face stiffened. He cursed inwardly and went downstairs. After the failed auction, he, who already had little standing in front of Nangong Shan, is now even more ashamed to hold his head up in this family. Not only that, all the partners and suppliers he had previously agreed to work with came to cause him trouble, demanding an explanation. Although he had declined all visitors, several families, led by the Li family, continued to bombard him with phone calls every day, as if urging him to die, which annoyed him greatly. Li Gao even went so far as to demand that Zhao Tian and the Zhao family give an explanation. After all, although the Zhao group was the main bidder for the Yubei district auction, the Li family also mortgaged 10 billion yuan to support it and signed a joint development agreement. Even if Zhao Tian returned the money, how could the Li family let it go? Did they need money? They needed a ticket to the real estate industry. If Zhao Tian hadn't made such a solemn promise, why would they have placed their bets on him? Standing in the living room for a while, Zhao Tian felt increasingly uneasy. A few seconds later, he slammed his fist into the wall, his eyes filled with resentment and malice. Qin Yao, you damned bastard. In the past few days, Zhao Tian has found out who the person who was constantly clashing with him at the auction that day was. Qin Yao. This name was almost forgotten by him. But he really couldn't understand how someone who had been framed and imprisoned, and who should have died in a car accident halfway through, could suddenly reappear, even transforming into a newly rich man with hundreds of billions, and having Zhang Heng accompany him. Zhao Tian just couldn't understand this. He then had people investigate for a few more days, but they only found these rough details and nothing else. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Tian knew why Qin Yao had returned. This guy must be here to get revenge for a debt from 5 years ago. Zhao Tian 5 years ago, seeing Qin Yao so successful, he would probably have panicked for a while. But that's no longer the case. Because he is now the son-in-law of the Nangong family. His wife, Nangong Shan, is the most favored daughter of the Nangong family. If Qin Yao were to deal with her, he would be dealing with the entire Nangong family. For this wealthy and powerful family that has been passed down for over a century, let alone 100 billion, even several hundred billion, is not a difficult task. Otherwise, how could Zhao Tian, a man of such high appearance and talent, have chosen to marry such a woman through a matrilocal marriage? Mr. Zhao, someone outside is requesting an audience. Just as Zhao Tian was deep in thought, a phone call came in from the villa's security guard. Not C. Zhao Tian was recently annoyed by those business partners, so he immediately turned them down. He said his name was Zhao Ming and that he had something important to report to you. Zhao Ming. Zhao Tian frowned, unable to recall who this guy was. Mr. Zhao, it's me, Zhao Ming. I'm from Qingyuan. We had drinks at the Nightmare nightclub. Just as Zhao Tian was about to refuse, the voice on the other end of the line changed, as if the phone had been snatched away. Qingyuan? Zhao Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said, let him in. The study in the villa. Looking at Zhao Ming, who was bruised and swollen, limping, and with bandages wrapped around his hands and face, Zhao Tian was speechless. What kind of look is this? Mr. Zhao, that's not important, Zhao Ming said mysteriously. I have some important news for you. Go on. Zhao Tian was too lazy to even have someone make him tea, and he was just hoping the little guy would finish speaking and get lost. Mr. Zhao, do you know someone named Qin Yao? I don't know him, Zhao Tian replied calmly. Mr. Zhao, don't lie to me. There are no outsiders here. Zhao Ming became agitated upon hearing this, perhaps aggravating his wound, and grimaced before continuing. This Qin Yao snatched the land you were determined to get at the auction. He's now hailed as a rising star in Qingqing. You couldn't possibly not know that. You mean him? Zhao Tian smiled and said, our bidding was fair and legal. I didn't get the land in Yubei district because I wasn't strong enough. Whoever gets the land will develop a new business district and contribute to our Qingqing. Zhao Ming became even more excited and said, President Zhao, how could he, a convict who has just been released from prison, possibly compete with you? If it weren't for the Zhang family's help, he wouldn't even be a hair on your head. How do you know he's a convict? This time, Zhao Tian narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat surprised and uncertain. Sigh. Zhao Ming sighed and said, President Zhao, you don't know yet, do you? Things have changed at Qingyuan. Vice President Yu Ronghai is in charge now, and I've been kicked out of the company. Why are you telling me about Qingyuan's affairs? Zhao Tian was baffled, not understanding why this guy suddenly changed the subject. Third Master didn't abdicate voluntarily. He's dead. Zhao Ming looked at Zhao Tian and lowered his voice, saying, everyone in the company says Third Master died from alcoholism, but I know he died because of Qin Yao. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian's expression changed drastically. A dozen minutes later, Zhao Ming left the Zhao family. With a smile on his face, Zhao Tian had someone escort Zhao Ming out, but once he turned back to his study, his face turned gloomy. Qin Yao. He actually killed Xie Yun, third master Xie. In fact, 5 years ago, Zhao Tian did everything casually, whether it was putting Qin Yao in jail, causing a car accident, or having Cheng Yuan deal with the Tang family. It was like pouring water into an anthill. He didn't care about the ants' lives or deaths at all. No, this guy came back to get revenge on me. Regardless of whether he has the ability or not, as long as he has the will, this person cannot be kept. With this in mind, Zhao Tian made up his mind and immediately called his father. After all, he didn't know the exact relationship between Qin Yao and the Zhang family, so he had to inform his family first. Chapter 46: The New Billionaire. After leaving the Zhao family villa, Zhao Ming proceeded cautiously, looking around nervously. Soon, he reached a deserted corner, looked at the person inside, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Qin Yao, I have completed what you asked me to do." "Very good." Qin Yao emerged from the shadows, nodded at him, and said, "Well done. It is my honor to serve Qin Yao." Zhao Ming smiled obsequiously. "If Qin Yao has any other plans, please feel free to speak. I'll contact you again if I have any plans." Qin Yao thought for a moment and said, "Didn't Zhao Tian give you any benefits?" "I gave it to him." Zhao Ming shuddered, not daring to hide anything. He took out a bank card from his pocket, handed it over, and said, "He gave me 100,000 yuan and told me to keep an eye on Qin Yao and tell him any news immediately." "He's not stupid." Qin Yao smiled and said, "Keep this money for yourself. I'll give you your reward after I've taken care of things." "Thank you, Qin Yao," Zhao Ming said quickly. This time, Qin Yao didn't answer him. Instead, he walked away and got into a car. The auction has been over for 3 days, and Zhao Tian must have been extremely stressed during those 3 days. He should have come to his senses by now. Qin Yao's arrangement of Zhao Ming, a double agent, to be by his side, while simultaneously revealing to him the news of Xie Yun's death, was not merely to scare him. "I've been back in Qingqing for a few days now, but I haven't officially met with Zhao Tian yet. Everything before was just a prelude. Now, he and Zhao Tian have officially begun their battle for revenge." Knowing that he was deliberately seeking revenge, Zhao Tian would definitely think of asking his family for help as soon as possible. However, the Nangong family is already angry with him over the land issue, so they probably won't help him for the time being. Therefore, his first thought is still his family. As long as Zhao Tian's father goes off the field with him, the scene will become more and more interesting. Qin Yao had already set up the chessboard and was just waiting for Zhao Tian to enter the game. Lin Jixia has been in a bad mood ever since she got her divorce certificate yesterday. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, and that Lin Kuan was still in the hospital, Susan simply told her to go to the hospital to see Lin Kuan first, and took over the company's affairs herself. Lin Jixia also felt that she was not in a good state, and that staying might cause unnecessary trouble, so she packed up and decided to go to the hospital to see Lin Kuan. As soon as she entered, Qiu Yu grabbed her arm. Judging from Qiu Yu's expression, it was as if some great joy had happened. Her mouth was practically stretched to the back of her ears. "Oh, Lin Jixia, you've finally arrived. Knowing you were at work today, Mom didn't dare to call and bother you." Lin Jixia was taken aback, confused. "What's wrong, Mom? What happened?" Lin Kuan was completely wrapped up, but he opened his eyes when Lin Jixia came in. As if he had forgotten the pain in his body, he smiled and said ingratiatingly, "Sister, you must be tired after a busy day. Sit down and rest. Do you want some water? Do you want something to eat?" "Mom, Xiaoxian, what's wrong with you too?" The mother and son's sudden attentiveness left Lin Jixia somewhat bewildered. Just as she was about to ask why, she noticed the corner of the ward piled high with safes and was taken aback. "What's going on here?" Qiu Yu was overjoyed and grabbed her hand, saying, "Oh my, Lin Jixia, you don't know? I thought you knew." Just half an hour ago, a group of people claiming to be from Baoxin Auction House suddenly arrived, bringing these items and specifically saying that these items were for you. Lin Jixia walked over with a puzzled look and opened the box. What came into view was the gemstone necklace that had appeared at the auction. Qin Yao bought at the auction was sent here. "Lin Jixia, I've heard of this new tycoon. When he went to the auction, he casually spent hundreds of billions, and even Zhang, the richest man's only son, had to accompany him. I remember you went to that auction too, right? Did you meet that new tycoon? Did he fall in love with you at first sight?" Yeah. Faced with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of goods laid out before him, Lin Kuan was already blinded by greed. He looked at those things with such a desire that he wished he could swallow them whole. As expected of my sister, Lin Kuan's charm is simply undeniable. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Zhixiao frowned. Xiao Yu grinned and said, Lin Zhixiao, how long are you going to keep this a secret? The biggest news in Qingqing recently is that piece of land in Yubei district, right? It was bought by an unknown new tycoon for hundreds of billions. I just asked the people who delivered the gifts, and they said that these jewels were sent by that billionaire. Yeah, sis, look at that nouveau riche. Even though he spends a fortune, he couldn't get enough of you after just one meeting, and even followed you all the way here. At this moment, Lin Kuan disregarded his injuries and excitedly tried to sit up. Spending hundreds of billions casually and having the only son of the richest man accompany him both indicate that this newly rich man may be even more prestigious than the Zhang family, the richest family in China. If you can get close to someone like that, you'll be on your way to great heights. However, they did not notice Lin Zhixia's expression. When she heard the words Qingqing's new rich and billion-dollar new rich, her pretty face changed drastically. Others might not know who this new tycoon was, but she knew perfectly well. These things cannot be accepted, Lin Zhixiao said firmly. Why, Lin Zhixiao? They said it was a gift for you. Why won't you accept it? Xiao Yu panicked. How could she let this prize, which was practically in her mouth, fly away? Lin Zhixiao didn't respond, but looked at those things with her eyebrows furrowed, full of doubt. If she's not mistaken, these things must have been sent by Qin Yao. But Qin Yao is just a pawn of the Zhang family. Even if he is won at the auction, he will still belong to the Zhang family. Why would the Zhang family give him something so valuable, and why would he give it to himself? Qin Yao, a convict who had served 5 years in prison, had nothing and could only be manipulated by others. Why would the Zhang family go to such lengths for him? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Oh dear, my good daughter, say something. But she didn't speak, which made Xiao Yu even more anxious. Interrupted from her thoughts, Lin Zhixia's face showed determination. Regardless of whether these things belong to the Zhang family or Qin Yao, she will not accept them. She absolutely cannot get involved in such muddy waters. Mom, there are some things we can't accept. Taking them will only burn our hands. Lin Zhixia said sternly, immediately closing the safe. In short, these things are absolutely unacceptable. I'll have someone return them later, and you'd better not touch them. But, no buts. Lin Zhixia interrupted sharply, her tone resolute. If you still want to see me, your daughter, then don't touch any of these things. Upon hearing that she was actually going to send the things away, Xiao Yu panicked immediately and quickly ran over, half of her body leaning against the safe. Send them away? No way, I don't agree. That nouveau riche sent these over, specifically mentioning that they were for you. Once something is given away, you can't take it back, can you? Seeing Xiao Yu's expression, Lin Zhixiao sighed and gently advised, Mom, you don't know how hot it will be to handle these things after we accept them. I'm doing this for the good of our Lin family. Hot as a frying pan. Tell me, what's so hot about it? This gentleman is incredibly wealthy and has just bought 2 plots of land in Yubei district. That's a prime location, with unlimited potential. Even if our Lin family climbed a ladder to the heavens, we might not be able to get our hands on them. When Xiao Yu asked, Lin Zhixia hesitated for a moment, but still didn't decide to answer. After all, Qin Yao's matter is of great importance, and we absolutely cannot let Mom and Xiaoxing know about it. Otherwise they may be implicated and suffer irreparable consequences. Seeing Lin Zhixia's hesitant expression, Xiao Yu became even more annoyed and said, Can't say it. Huh? Don't think I don't know. You're only afraid to accept these things because of that brat Qin Yao. I'm asking you, are you divorced? Chapter 47, that's compensation for you. Lin Zhixia's eyelids twitched, but she feigned composure and coldly replied, Mom, this is my own business. I'm your mother. What can I know? Xiao Yu started throwing a tantrum, hugging the safe tightly as if it were her own flesh and blood, and glaring at Lin Zhixiao with exasperation. Isn't it because you still have feelings for that Qin Yao that you're not accepting his advances? You're so foolish. With Qin Yao's appearance, even if you gave him 10 lifetimes, could he earn these things for you? Now that such a good opportunity is in front of you, what are you still hesitating about? Mom, you've misunderstood. It's not because of that. What else could it be but this? Xiao Yu didn't care about anything else anymore. With something worth hundreds of millions right in front of her, she wouldn't listen to a single kind word. Let me tell you, I don't care about my age. But you have a younger brother, Xiaosheng. He doesn't even have a proper job yet. As his older sister, don't you think about him? Besides, Qin Yao beat Xiaosheng up like this, and there's still no explanation. Why should he block our family's path to wealth? Seeing that Xiao Yu got nervous and actually blurted out her true feelings, Lin Zhixia's face darkened completely. She still has some say in the Lin family, since she's the only one who makes money. Seeing that Xiao Yu wouldn't listen to reason, she said firmly, Enough. These things are mine, and how I deal with them is my business. Mom, if you keep stopping me, don't blame me for sending the things back. I'll also deduct half of your and Xiao Sheng's living expenses from now on. Despite the excruciating pain of having to send the things away, Xiaoyu was now a veritable benefactor, and she would need Lin Jixia to establish a connection with that nouveau riche in the future, so Xiaoyu dared not offend her. She looked at the safe a few more times, reluctant to let go, before finally releasing her grip. However, she couldn't help but complain. You're something else, Lin Jixia. You don't care about your mother and brother at all. Fine, send them away then. You might as well starve us to death too. Lin Jixia felt helpless at her complaints, but these things were indeed too hot to handle and had to be sent away. Moreover, she needed to find an opportunity to ask Qin Yao what exactly was going on between him and the Zhang family. Qin Yao could become a billionaire after serving 5 years in prison. Maybe the money itself came from an illegitimate source. As for Qiuyu, I'll explain it to her another time. So, Lin Jixia stayed at the hospital for a while, then contacted Baoxin's people using the phone number left on the safe. She asked them to come and take the items back to her before returning home to handle official business. As soon as she left, Qiuyu collapsed onto the sofa, wiping away tears, as if she had lost her parents. What a terrible thing. What kind of unfilial daughter have I given birth to? She's a rising star in Qingqing. She's going to kill me. Lin Kuan remained lying in bed throughout, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Because of his injuries, he did not speak. But he understood everything that had just happened, and judging from Lin Jixia's expression, he was convinced that Qin Yao was definitely involved. That's true. Although her sister has grown into a beautiful and elegant woman, Qin Yao's release from prison is undoubtedly a major stumbling block on her road to success. He could have tolerated it if he had been after that 500,000. But now, the other party is a person worth hundreds of billions, a benefactor who can make the Lin family enjoy wealth and honor for generations to come. He was lucky last time, as Qing Yuan was undergoing rectification. This time, I'll settle both old and new scores, and I'll make sure he never has the chance to block my way again. Fueled by both old and new grudges, Lin Kuan's eyes reddened instantly, and he forgot even the pain in his body, secretly making a decision in his heart. After leaving the hospital, Lin Jixia got into her car. He leaned his head against the pillow and vigorously rubbed his temples with his thumb and forefinger. There's been so much going on lately, and this invisible pressure isn't just mental, it's physical too. Sometimes, she even felt so overwhelmed that she could hardly breathe. After some time, Lin Jixia took out her phone, searched for a number, and made a call. Qin Yao, those jewels at the auction house, were they gifts from you, right? As soon as the call connected, Lin Jixia questioned him. Yes. The other end of the phone, Qin Yao did not deny it, but admitted it. What do you mean? We're divorced. This is compensation for you, Qin Yao said calmly. These past 5 years, I've wronged you, so the jewelry I bought at the auction was for you. What a fine compensation. Lin Jixia interrupted him immediately upon hearing this, laughing angrily. Qin Yao, you used the Zhang family's money to buy these things and then gave them to me? How impressive. It's not the Zhang family's money, Qin Yao explained. The things I bought at the auction were all my own money. Where did you get the money? These jewels add up to hundreds of millions. Did you get it by going to jail? Lin Jixia said angrily. Do you think you're so smart? Or do you think I'm easy to fool? You've misunderstood me. This really is my money. Qin Yao wasn't lying. Although the money belonged to his underlings in prison, it was also the reward he deserved for taking care of them. Qin Yao, you're still lying, Lin Jixia said through gritted teeth. Without the Zhang family, how could you have come up with this money? You've been used by the Zhang family, and you still want me to look at you differently. Do you know that although the Zhang family allows you to do whatever you want now, they'll still take back this jewelry after it's all over? Giving it to me is harming me, harming my Lin family. That's not what I meant. This is indeed compensation I'm giving you, and the Zhang family won't take it back. I've already returned the items. They should go back to where they came from. Qin Yao, you've disappointed me so much. Lin Jixia interrupted him and then hung up the phone. After tossing her phone aside, Lin Jixia's expression was unpredictable. Actually, on the day she picked Qin Yao up from prison, although she had made a decision early on and said some harsh words, the agonizing feelings she had endured for 5 years were not something that could be easily erased. Given Qin Yao's miserable state at the time, she actually wanted to give him another chance. But during this time, Qin Yao willingly became a pawn of the Zhang family, harming his own brother, lying, and gloating like a petty person. All of his actions disappointed her greatly. Finally, Lin Jixia couldn't hold back any longer, her thoughts collapsing as she slumped onto the steering wheel and burst into tears once again. Chapter 48. It's all for you. With Lin Jixia, Qin Yao sighed, and then made another call to the auction house. They were instructed to deposit all the jewelry returned by Lin Jixia at the auction house. The next 2 days were uneventful. The news of Xing Sheng's new opening has spread throughout Qingcheng in the past 2 days. Another piece of news that followed was that Xing Sheng was officially recruiting talent from the public after its reopening. Regardless of educational background, anyone with the ability is welcome to apply. Moreover, it wasn't just ordinary employee positions that were vacant. Several high-level positions were also opened up. Everyone knows that Xing Sheng now controls 2 plots of land in Yubei district, with unlimited potential. The boss is also generous and magnanimous. So many elite talents in Qingcheng are interested in applying for the job. Besides being busy with company affairs, Qin Yao focused more on the Zhao family's movements. Sometimes, finding it troublesome, he would simply stay overnight at the company. The next morning, as soon as Zhang Heng entered the door, he laughed. Qin Yao, you're a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions. How come you don't pay any attention to your food, clothing, housing, and transportation? You're supposed to be the face of Xing Sheng. What's the point of always living in the office? Actually, the office conditions weren't bad. When Zhang Heng was the boss, he never forgot to enjoy himself even when he was at work. Although he doesn't come here often, the office is decorated with the best materials. Even the sofa Qin Yao is lying on is almost as big as a single bed, and it's made of genuine leather. The prestige of Xing Sheng should come from the company's achievements, not from me, the boss. Qin Yao sat up nonchalantly, glanced at him, and frowned. What are you doing here again? Zhang Heng is no longer the boss of Xing Sheng, but he's still been following Qin Yao around like a shadow these past few days, which has annoyed Qin Yao just looking at his face. I heard you just got divorced, Qin Yao, and I was worried you'd be depressed, so I came to lend a hand. Zhang Heng chuckled. He had gotten to know Qin Yao quite well these past 2 days and had lost his previous sharp edge. By the way, I mentioned it to you before. Now that you've decided to settle down in Qingcheng, shouldn't you find a proper place to live? Even if you don't care what others say, Qin Yao, it's not right to keep living in hotels and offices all the time. His suggestion struck Qin Yao as a point. Yes, we can't possibly entertain friends in hotels and offices from now on, can we? You're right. Are there any good apartments nearby? As soon as Qin Yao asked, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. He walked up to him and pulled him outside, saying, Why are you still looking at properties? I've prepared everything for you, Qin Yao. I mentioned it to you last time. I happen to own a property around here. I bought it last year, but I haven't moved in yet. I came here today to show you the house. What house? Go see for yourself, you'll be satisfied. Zhang Heng came prepared today. His grandfather had been nagging him for 3 days straight. If he didn't get the house out today, he figured he wouldn't be able to go home for at least another 2 weeks. So as soon as Qin Yao agreed, he immediately pulled Qin Yao into the car. Less than 20 minutes after the car drove off, it arrived at the most luxurious villa area in the vicinity, Shuyuehuading. All the buildings here are detached villas. When construction started, it was touted as the most charming garden villas in Qingcheng. Upon entering, it was indeed as described. The 3-story villa was built in the style of a European castle with an 80-square-meter front yard. It was designed by an internationally renowned horticulturalist, and the flowers planted their bloom in all 4 seasons, creating a lush and verdant spring-like environment year-round. Moreover, Zhang Henghai had already prepared the key, and when he entered, he had Qin Yao collect his iris and fingerprint to unlock the door. This house is nice. Qin Yao's requirements for housing are not high. Whether it's a garden villa or a regular 3-bedroom apartment, it doesn't matter to him since he is currently all alone. However, considering that we will be bringing my aunt and Curson here in the future, the size and environment here are just right, especially the swimming pools in the front and backyards, which are perfect for relaxation and rejuvenation. How much? Qin Yao asked. If the house was suitable, he didn't mind adding a little more to the original price. Because he knew that villas in such locations weren't something you could just buy with money. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Heng waved his hand dismissively. Qin Yao, what are you talking about money with my family for? My father said that if you like it, this house is yours. Qin Yao did not refuse upon hearing this. Firstly, a house is nothing to the Zhang family. Secondly, he understands the Zhang family's good intentions towards him, so he can afford the house. Besides, he does need a place to settle down right now. All right, in that case, I'll accept it. But go back and tell your father that I owe him this house as a favor, and if he ever needs my help again, I will certainly not stand idly by. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng nodded slightly. In the past, he certainly wouldn't have paid attention to Qin Yao's words, but now he had to consider them carefully. Although he didn't think that with the Zhang family's status, there would be anything where they needed help. Dad, I've already given him the house. With Qin Yao, Zhang Heng got into his car and made a phone call to his father, Zhang Heng. Okay, I understand. Dad, I don't understand. Our Zhang family is now the richest family in Qincheng, a leading family among the wealthy. Why are they giving us companies and villas? Even if Qin Yao is a big shot from out of town, it doesn't seem like he can help us much. Zhang Heng asked the question that had been buried in his heart. Although Zhang Heng witnessed Qin Yao's skills at Qingyuan, and even at the auction, Qin Yao spent hundreds of billions to snatch the Zhao family's land. But all of this meant nothing to Zhang Heng. Skilled in kung fu, he can hire skilled bodyguards. Even if they're not as good as Qin Yao's, they'll be more than enough. As for money, does the Zhang family lack money? If his father hadn't been uninterested in this piece of land in Yubei district, Qin Yao wouldn't have had a chance to get it. Foolish, Zhang Sanqing cursed, then said, putting aside the fact that he is Mr. Wang Qianfan's benefactor. His financial reserves of 100 billion yuan without even flinching are something that ordinary people can come up with. Dad, do you really want the Zhang family to become one of those 4 great families? Zhang Heng suddenly said, there are a lot of rumors now saying that Qin Yao was instigated by us, that the Zhang family is behind this. Zhang Sanqing was silent for a while, then said, those families all think that our Zhang family is nouveau riche, a peasant who rose to power. Although we have the title of the richest family in Qincheng, not many people would even look up to us. But they don't even consider that their ancestors rose from peasants to scholars, passing down their knowledge for hundreds of years to reach where they are today. Why can't we? So Qin Yao is the key? Zhang Heng asked excitedly. Are we going to challenge the authority of the 4 major families? In Qincheng, the richest man changes frequently, but the 4 major families remain deeply rooted, and their authority is unshakable. This matter is still under discussion, Zhang Sanqing said. My main concern is still for you. For me, as the only son of the Zhang family, you only know how to play around and seek pleasure. I'm getting old. How many more years can I protect you? Zhang Sanqing said with a look of disappointment. If I'm gone, this huge family business will be left to you. Can you protect it? If our Zhang family is just a flash in the pan, wouldn't we really become nouveau riche? I understand, Zhang Heng said. That's why you didn't come forward yourself, but instead had me befriend Qin Yao. Even if our family has everything now, it doesn't necessarily mean that things will go smoothly in the future. Zhang Sanqing didn't care whether Zhang Heng truly understood or not. After giving a few more instructions, he hung up the phone. Qin Yao was unaware of the conversation between Zhang Sanqing and Zhang Heng. After leaving the villa, he also received a phone call. It was Zhai Lu calling. Qin Yao, you haven't forgotten the class reunion tonight, have you? Where are you staying now? Do you want me to come pick you up? Qin Yao smiled and said, I haven't forgotten. No need to go to so much trouble. Just tell me the address, and I'll take a taxi there myself. Okay, then see you at the hotel entrance. Okay, see you there. Chapter 49 Class Reunion. In fact, if Zhai Lu hadn't reminded him, Qin Yao would have completely forgotten about the class reunion. After receiving the call, he hurriedly said goodbye to Zhang Heng and took a taxi to the hotel. However, just before he was leaving, Zhang Heng quickly called him back and brought down a box from upstairs containing an expensive Rolex. Zhang Heng overheard his phone call with Zhai Lu. He was usually vain and loved to have fun, so when he saw Qin Yao dressed casually and planning to go to a party, he quickly took out the watch and stuffed it into Qin Yao's hands so that he could wear it and show off. Qin Yao did take it, but he didn't like these vain things, so he just held it, but didn't wear it. Qin Yao. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Zhai Lu waiting for him at the door. Qin Yao walked over with a smile and said with a smile, Why are you here so early? It's still early, almost everyone's here. Zhai Lu laughed heartily and gestured for Qin Yao to go inside. Qin Yao stopped him first. You didn't argue with your sister-in-law after I left that day, did you? How could that be? Zhai Lu said it was impossible, but his evasive eyes betrayed him, and 2 scratch marks were faintly visible on his neck. It seems that after Qin Yao left, the couple had another big fight. Old Lu, your sister-in-law has been with you for so many years, it hasn't been easy for her. Please don't let me cause any conflict between us. Qin Yao sighed, feeling extremely guilty towards the couple, especially Zhai Lu. I know, don't worry, it's just a family matter, I can handle it. Zhai Lu patted him on the shoulder, and the 2 of them walked to the door of the private room. Qin Yao then decided not to say anything else. As soon as I pushed open the door, the noise inside reached my ears. Qin Yao felt it was inconvenient to hold the Rolex in his hand, so he simply placed it on the cabinet by the entrance and left it alone. Hey, isn't this Zhai Lu? What's this? You're not a high-ranking official, but you're certainly acting like one. You're only arriving now. Let's all wait for you, shall we? Zhai Lu waved his hand sheepishly. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way, I'm a little late. I know the rules. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later. There were already several people in the room, and Qin Yao looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw several beautifully dressed women. One of them was Su Qingqing, who was quite outstanding in the class back then, and next to her were 2 women who were close to her. One is named Song Shui, and the other is named Yao Han. All 3 women come from well-off families, especially Su Qingqing, whose family owns a small company and has several million yuan in assets. So these 3 women were the most popular girls in their class during college. Su Qingqing even had a crush on Qin Yao, but Qin Yao wasn't interested in her and rejected her at the time. The one speaking at this moment was Yao Han, who was to Su Qingqing's left. Seeing Zhai Lu enter, she rolled her eyes slightly and said, "Hey Zhai Lu, it's one thing to be late, but why did you bring along this freeloader? Who is this guy? If you don't know him, tell him to leave. Don't spoil everyone's fun." Song Shui fiddled with her newly done manicure without even lifting her eyelids, and said sarcastically, "Yeah, this is our class reunion. How could you bring some random guy into freeload?" Upon hearing this, Zhai Lu's expression stiffened. Yesterday, he mentioned Qin Yao's release from prison in the class group chat, and also said that he would attend the class reunion. The way these 2 women are saying things now is clearly meant to embarrass Qin Yao. Qin Yao also realized that he had met with them before he went to prison, and his appearance hadn't changed much in the past few years, so they couldn't possibly not recognize him. Right now, they're deliberately putting themselves in an awkward position. But before he could speak, Su Qingqing stood up and said, "Qin Yao, it's been a long time." As she spoke, she casually tossed her hair, her smile sweet. "Yes, Su Qingqing, it's been a long time." Qin Yao nodded, then pulled the embarrassed Zhai Lu to sit down. "Old Lu, not everyone has arrived yet. Let's sit down and wait." He completely ignored Song Shui and Yao Han, not even glancing at them or responding to their words. After all, they were just 2 argumentative women. He had only come today to embarrass Zhai Lu, so there was no point in arguing with them. Yao and Song both rolled their eyes at his neglect. Yao Han muttered loudly, "What's with the attitude? He's just a recently released convict. Does he think he's some kind of big shot from school? What's he pretending for?" Qin Yao coldly, "He just wanted to show off since Qingqing was here. What else is there to pretend about? Qingqing is with young Master Yi now. Young Master Yi is a proper corporate executive and social elite. How can he compare to him?" Seeing that the 2 were discussing Qin Yao without any attempt to hide it, Zhai Lu was already a little unhappy, but Qin Yao stopped him. Seeing this, Su Qingqing, who was standing nearby, spoke up to stop them, saying, "What are you 2 talking about? Qin Yao is still here." Then, she said to Qin Yao apologetically, "I'm sorry, Qin Yao. They've always been like this, so please don't mind them." Qin Yao glanced at her, his expression indifferent. So many years have passed, and even Su Qingqing has changed. When she pursued him, he was still an innocent and naive little girl. But now he has his own schemes. From the moment she entered the room, she had been intentionally or unintentionally showing off the jewelry on her hands, as well as a sparkling diamond ring. When Song Shui and Yao Han made sarcastic remarks to her earlier, she should have instinctively called out to Qin Yao to stop them, but she waited until now. Moreover, her apology was made when she said the 2 were outspoken, which is indirectly confirming what they said, isn't it? It seems that the little white flower of yesteryear has now become a cup of aged green tea. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. "It's nothing." Qin Yao waved his hand casually, exchanged a polite greeting with her, and said, "Old Lu told me on the way that you're engaged to Yi Zixing. Congratulations." Yi Zixing is the young Master Yi that Song Shui and Yao Han just mentioned. He had excellent grades in college and his family was quite wealthy, but he didn't get along well with Qin Yao. After graduation, Yi Zixing got a job as a manager at a company through his family's arrangements. "I've been doing quite well these past 2 years, and my annual salary has exceeded 1 million. Although he didn't know how the 2 got together, Qin Yao wasn't too gossipy and offered his blessings. Seeing Qin Yao speak so casually, Su Qingqing frowned slightly. But soon she smiled again and said, "Thank you. Zixing has been very good to me. He has been very hardworking these past few years and has a decent job. Although it only pays 1 million a year, it's enough to support the family. As for you, I heard you just got out of prison. Have you found a job yet? I was talking to Zixing about it yesterday, and he said that if you really don't have anywhere to go, he can help you think of a way." Su Qingqing smiled gently, which appeared to others as a kind and helpful smile. "Although you have a criminal record, with Zixing's abilities, arranging for you to work as a security guard or something shouldn't be a problem." Yao Han, who was standing nearby, laughed when she heard this. "That's right, you just got out of jail, so I doubt any company would dare to hire you. Why don't you thank our Qingqing?" Qin Yao frowned slightly, naturally able to detect the barb in Su Qingqing's words. He looked up at Su Qingqing, who was smiling radiantly, and was about to speak when the door behind him opened. Yao Han, who should thank my Qingqing? Chapter 50 Big Shot. When the door to the room was opened, a man wearing a navy blue suit and with a smile on his face was seen. The leaves are in full bloom. Yi Zixing was also quite good-looking, standing at 1.8 meters tall, sporting a trendy slicked-back hairstyle, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding a warm smile and an air of sophistication. As soon as he entered, he attracted the attention of all the students. Zixing, why are you so late? Young Master Yi, you've arrived. Hello, young Master Yi. You must be a very busy man. Several girls, including Yao Han and Song Shui, stood up, and several boys who hadn't spoken until now started greeting Yi Zixing. Qin Yao arrived before. In fact, every place has its own cliques. Regardless of whether the cliques are good or bad, there will always be disputes within them. Just like this class reunion, which is full of college classmates, Yi Zixing is now a successful person and is at the height of his career, so naturally the class reunion flatters and praises him. What were you talking about just now? Yi Zixing smiled slightly, brushed past the crowd, and said, why should I thank my Qingqing? Su Qingqing came up to her and said, we were talking about Qin Yao. He's looking for a job right now, and I was saying that since we're all classmates, we should help each other out if we can. Qin Yao is back. Yi Zixing looked surprised. Song Shui quickly chimed in. Yes, Qin Yao is back, and he's been ignoring us. He's got such a big attitude. Yi Zixing smiled, ignoring Song Shui's words, and looked at Qin Yao, who had stood up, saying, Qin Yao, it really is you. Why didn't you contact your old classmates after you got out? Zixing, Qin Yao greeted him with a smile. I haven't had a chance yet. It's all right, I understand you. It's just a moment of anger for a woman. Everyone knows that. You've done a good job for men. Don't worry, I won't look down on you. Before Qin Yao could finish speaking, Yi Zixing interrupted him, smiling as he said, by the way, where's Lin Jixia? Didn't she come with you? Zixing, can't you speak properly? It was one thing for those women to whine and complain, but seeing Yi Zixing's attitude, Zhai Lu was the first to get annoyed. Old Lu, am I wrong? Yi Zixing glanced at him, looking puzzled. Qin Yao just got out of prison, and his emotions are fluctuating right now. Why do you have to bring this up? Zhai Lu clenched his fists. I went to Qin Yao's wedding too. Everyone knows what happened. I was comforting him, so why are you taking it out on me? Yi Zixing snorted coldly and said, Old Lu, what kind of relationship do I have with Qin Yao? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would deliberately reopen old wounds? That's right, Lao Lu. Qin Yao hasn't even said anything, but you're already getting all sensitive. That's right. Qin Yao isn't as petty and ungrateful as you, right, Qin Yao? Yes, look how good young Master Yi is to you. He still remembers you after all these years. Several male classmates who hadn't spoken before chimed in, making Zhai Lu, who genuinely cared about Qin Yao, blush with embarrassment. Qin Yao sneered repeatedly, held down Zhai Lu who was about to argue with them, and looked up at Yi Zixing. So, I should thank young Master Yi? Yi Zixing seemed oblivious to Qin Yao's change in address, instead giving him a forced smile and saying, no need for thanks, we're brothers, why be so polite? But I heard you went to jail for 5 years for our class beauty, and when you got out you received a divorce agreement. You must be feeling pretty bad right now, right? Luckily, I brought a bottle of good wine with me today, you'd better have a few drinks later. They talk about their relationship, but they keep stabbing you in the back. Zhai Lu, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up in defense of Qin Yao. Yi Zixing, what are you saying? Lin Jixia and Qin Yao divorced because Lin Jixia didn't know how to cherish what she had. What does it have to do with Qin Yao? Stop being so sarcastic. Hey, Zhai Lu, I don't agree with what you're saying. Yao Han rolled her eyes and said, Lin Jixia used to be the class beauty, and her family background is also good. Now she's even started her own business and is the vice president of her company. What about him? He's just a guy who just got out of prison. Lin Jixia divorcing him is called cutting her losses in time. How can you say she doesn't know how to cherish what she has? Heh, Lin Jixia waited for him for 5 years before divorcing him. She's already done more than enough. How come in your mouths she doesn't know how to cherish him? Song Shui added sarcastically. Faced with these cold words, Qin Yao couldn't help but feel a little wistful. Actually, he used to have a good relationship with Yi Zixing and had asked Yi Zixing to help take care of his aunt. But time is often the best test. After he went to prison, Yi Zixing not only did not help him, but also never mentioned his relationship with Qin Yao. Perhaps in their eyes, Qin Yao was already at the pinnacle of his life, having excelled academically and morally during his studies, found a good job after graduation, and married Lin Jixia, who came from a wealthy family and was both talented and beautiful. But as glorious as they once were, So destitute they are now. Now, Qin Yao has served 5 years in prison and was asked to divorce by Lin Jixia as soon as he was released. He is like a stray dog and is completely ruined. Even though they are all sitting at the same table now, everyone knows that Qin Yao is no longer on the same level as them. Su Qingqing then said, "All right, it's a rare occasion for us all to get together, so let's not bring up the past anymore. Qin Yao is out of prison now and has turned over a new leaf. Who hasn't done a few stupid things when they were young?" After saying that, she gently comforted Qin Yao, saying, "Qin Yao, don't be too sad. You and Lin Jixia were in love after all, but these past 5 years, you can't stop her from pursuing happiness, right?" "Enough," Zhai Lu roared, standing up and saying, "Su Qingqing, are you ever going to stop?" The saying, "a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs," couldn't be more apt at this moment. Although the people in front of him were Qin Yao's former classmates, friends, and even underlings, when you're down on your luck, everyone wants to kick you while you're down. They satisfy their so-called vanity by belittling you and then elevating themselves. Given Qin Yao's personality and his current strength, there's really no need for him to endure it. But when he looked at Yi Zixing and Su Qingqing, who both looked hypocritical, and then at Zhai Lu, who was filled with righteous indignation, he suddenly laughed. It was precisely because of this comparison that he felt his friendship with Zhai Lu was all the more precious. So he tugged at Zhai Lu's clothes and said, "Forget it, Lao Lu, Su Qingqing is right. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness." Out of respect for Zhai Lu, he decided to enjoy the meal and then cut off all contact with these people. His words, however, immediately bored everyone. In particular, Song Shui and the others showed disdain on their faces. After serving 5 years in prison, he not only became disconnected from society, but also became such a wimp. You can tolerate all of this. Even Su Qingqing couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, Qin Yao didn't agree to her request back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't be enjoying the wealth and luxury she has with Yi Zixing now. Whose things are these, that they're here? Suddenly, someone's gaze fell on the cabinet by the door. They walked over, picked up a simple box, and when they opened it, their eyes widened in surprise. Wow, a Rolex. The speaker was Lu Hu, who used to be Qin Yao's lackey, but now he was Yi Zixing's lackey. In fact, he didn't even greet Qin Yao when Qin Yao came in. Now, he walked in carrying the Rolex that Qin Yao had brought, and immediately turned his gaze to Yi Zixing, saying with a smile, "Young Master Yi, did you bring this watch? Why did you just leave it at the door?" Yi Zixing was stunned when he saw the watch. That's not true at all. But before he could explain, a group of people were already looking on with envy. "This watch is so beautiful. It's obviously handmade. It must cost hundreds of thousands, right? Only young Master Yi can afford it." As expected of young Master Yi, he's really generous. Su Qingqing pinched him and deliberately said, "Zixing, did you prepare this watch specifically for your interview at Xingxing the day after tomorrow?" Chapter 51. Why isn't this watch moving? Upon hearing the name Xingsheng, everyone present, except for Qin Yao and Zhai Lu, widened their eyes. They had all heard that Xingsheng had recently become quite famous in Qingqing. The new boss immediately spent hundreds of billions to acquire land in the commercial district of Yubei District, becoming a legendary figure known to everyone in Qingqing during this period. As a result, Starlife has become one of the most promising companies in the past decade. Holding 2 plots of land in Yubei District and backed by a wealthy upstart, the company is now recruiting local talent. The salary and benefits offered are among the best in recent years. Putting everything else aside, Xingxing's prospects alone are attractive enough. Any ambitious young person has been itching to try their luck at Xingsheng these past few days. Su Qingqing seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Being able to join Xingsheng meant that Yi Zixing had gone from a company with only a few hundred million to a large company with hundreds of billions. This also signifies that Yi Zixing's status and position are about to rise significantly. Yao Han was even more excited. "Young Master Yi, are you switching jobs to Xingsheng?" Seeing everyone's envious and expectant expressions, Yi Zixing became a little arrogant. He took the Rolex from Lu Hu, played with it in his hand, and said casually, "People always strive for better things. You all probably know about the recent opening of Xingsheng Decoration. They have a few vacancies in their senior management positions, and that upstart somehow found out that I have some abilities, so he specially invited me to join the company. So, I got a new watch to celebrate my new job." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao, who was drinking tea, choked, drawing everyone's attention. Qin Yao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me. You guys continue." The crowd responded with another wave of disdain. "You're really making a fuss over something as trivial as Xinye Shao buying a watch at Xingsheng." Yao Han rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay him any attention, and continued to say to Yi Zixing, "Then I'll congratulate you in advance, young Master Yi. I heard that the new boss of Xingsheng is very generous. With young Master Yi's abilities, once you join Xingsheng, you'll probably be able to become the general manager in no time. Don't forget about us old classmates when that happens." Yi Zixing waved his hand modestly and said, "It's nothing, no problem at all. Young Master Yi, since you've already brought out this watch, why don't you let us take a look at it too?" As the first person to discover the watch, Lu Hu naturally wanted to see what this Rolex looked like. Yi Zixing was also feeling smug. He put the watch on and then took it off, then handed it out, saying, "Hey, it's just a watch, worth a few $100,000. Take a look if you want." The crowd swarmed around Yi Zixing, surrounding him completely. But then a problem was discovered. "Young Master Yi, why isn't your watch moving?" Yi Zixing noticed this and immediately felt a little embarrassed. If he were to say now that the watch wasn't his, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Actually, Qin Yao was about to say that the watch wasn't worth hundreds of thousands, but a Paul Newman Daytona worth millions, since Zhang Hang, the son of the richest man, wouldn't wear a cheap one. To adjust the chronograph, you also need to unlock it with your fingerprint. But before he could finish speaking, Su Qingqing interrupted him. "Zixing, you still have that bad habit." Fortunately, Su Qingqing didn't even look at Qin Yao before taking the watch and said, "You didn't even check it before buying something so expensive. There must be something wrong with this watch. We'll take it back and exchange it later." These words gave Yi Zixing a way out, and he smiled and said, "Qingqing, you know me best. I don't like to study these things. Since it's broken, it's not worth much money. Let's talk about it later." Yao Han's eyes lit up as she listened, and she said enviously, "No wonder you're young Master Yi. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing to you. Unlike some people, let alone hundreds of thousands, can they even find a few $100s on them right now?" Qin Yao again. "By the way, Qin Yao, what were you about to say just now?" Qin Yao smiled and said, "It's nothing." Qin Yao, feeling aggrieved. If Qin Yao hadn't been holding him back, he would have left long ago. If I had known that bringing Qin Yao would end like this, I would never have let him come. Qin Yao, on the other hand, remained as steady as a mountain in everyone's eyes. Just as everyone was joking around, the waiter opened the door to the private room to serve the food. Just then, a group of people passed by the restaurant's main entrance, with the middle-aged man at the head being fawned over by several people. President Feng. Inside the private room, Lu Hu immediately stood up and said to Yi Zixing, "Young Master Yi, look, isn't that Mr. Feng Jie, the CEO of Manhwa Group?" Yi Zixing couldn't bother teasing Qin Yao anymore. He turned around and saw the middle-aged man, and immediately his face lit up with joy. "It really is. Young Master Yi, let's go say hello. We're really lucky to run into President Feng here. I'm currently managing a project that's in collaboration with President Feng." Yi Zixing straightened his tie, quickly concealing his overjoyed expression, and said with a smile, "Don't be in such a hurry, Tiger. I worked on a project with Minghai last year and had 2 meetings with President Feng. He should know me. Since you're currently working with Minghai, I'll introduce you to him." Upon hearing this, Lu Hu was overjoyed and quickly flattered, as expected of young Master Yi. "You're awesome." When Su Qingqing, Yao Han, and Song Shui heard that the other party was actually the famous CEO of Minghai, worth billions, they immediately became excited. Yao Han grabbed Su Qingqing's hand and said, "Qingqing, Zixing is so capable. Could you ask him to introduce me to someone? Maybe I'll have a chance to work with Minghai in the future." "Yes." Song Shui, who had looked down on everything from the beginning, was now excitedly straightening her skirt and said nervously, "Someone like President Feng could easily feed us for years with just a few orders he leaves us. Qingqing, we're all your best friends. You can't forget about us." Su Qingqing, being fawned over by the 2 women, puffed out her chest with a sense of pride. "Don't worry, let's see which private room President Feng goes to first. If there's a chance later, I'll have Zixing take you to President Feng's private room to offer a toast." "That's wonderful. I really envy you, Qingqing, for finding such an outstanding man as young Master Yi," Yao Han exclaimed, then turned to glance at Qin Yao. Seeing that he had actually started picking up food, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, "Unlike some people, who only know how to eat." Just as Yi Zixing was about to lead his men out to look for Feng Jie, who had already passed by, suddenly turned back in a hurry, his eyes scanning their private room as if he were looking for someone. His gaze passed through Yi Zixing and the others, finally landing on the back of a figure sitting in the seat, and he merged that figure with someone in his mind. His eyes narrowed instantly, and he walked over with a look of excitement on his face. Chapter 52. I'm full. Yi Zixing and the others were stunned to see Feng Jie actually walking towards them. What's going on? Could it be that someone Mr. Feng knows is in the private room? Lu Hu, however, reacted quickly and said excitedly, "Young Master Yi, look, President Feng definitely recognizes you. He's here to see you." "Is that so?" "Of course. You're the only one here who knows General Manager Feng. If they weren't looking for you, who else could they be looking for?" After hearing what he said, Yi Zixing believed it and even got excited. Indeed, he was the only one in the entire private room who had met General Manager Feng several times. There must be no other reason for President Feng to turn back except to find him, right? Several women looked at him with admiration, but Su Qingqing kept glancing at Qin Yao out of the corner of her eye, as if trying to see even the slightest hint of jealousy on his face. Unfortunately, no. Qin Yao calmly ate the dishes that had just been served, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Qin Yao unwillingly. "Qin Yao, aren't you going to go and say hello with Zixing? He's a CEO worth billions. You can still meet him today because Zixing is here. If you miss this opportunity, you'll only be able to see such a person on TV in the future." Qin Yao calmly picked up some food and put it in his mouth, glancing at her without any emotion. "Is this necessary?" "Exactly," Zhai Lu sneered. "What's the use of sucking up to others? You still have to earn money through your own abilities. Qin Yao is not that kind of person." "Hee hee. All right, since you don't need it, don't blame me for not giving you a chance as an old classmate." Su Qingqing shook her head, ignoring him, and stood up to walk to Yi Zixing's side, preparing to stand beside him and greet Feng Jie together as his fiancée. Qin Yao eating. His expression was unusually excited. But no one else noticed, and Yi Zixing even immediately went up to him and said, "Hello, Mr. Feng. Who are you?" Feng Jie was about to go to Qin Yao's side when he was stopped, and he looked a little annoyed. "Oh, I used to be a manager at HSBC. I worked with your company last year and had a meeting with you. Don't you remember?" Yi Zixing's heart skipped a beat, but he still forced a smile. "Is a junior manager at HSBC worth remembering?" Feng Jie glanced at him impatiently, said that, and started to walk inside. At this moment, Lu Hu quickly stepped forward and introduced himself to Feng Jie. "Mr. Feng, I'm also from HSBC. I'm currently in talks with your company about a project. You should remember me, right?" Feng Jie got annoyed, and his face turned cold. "I said, do I really need to personally oversee such a small project? If I have to remember every nobody, my brain will get tired." Upon hearing this, Yi Zixing completely lost face. He had just boasted that Feng Jie would definitely remember him, but now he's been proven wrong. Even Su Qingqing, who was holding his hand, unconsciously let go. The scene became extremely awkward. If Mr. Feng doesn't give face to anyone, what's he doing in the private room? Ignoring the crowd's questions, Feng Jie strode forward and stopped beside Qin Yao. He then bent down and said with a smile, "You must be Mr. Qin?" A simple sentence, like a bomb dropped into the private room, caused a loud bang followed by deathly silence. Yi Zixing's facial muscles twitched rapidly as he looked at Qin Yao in disbelief. What's going on?" Feng Jie came to their private room specifically for Qin Yao. Feng Jie, who had just been arrogant and condescending in front of Yi Zixing, now maintained a respectful demeanor, even a hint of flattery, in both his expression and posture. How is this possible? Yao Han, Song Shui, and the others stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Su Qingqing clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. Qin Yao just got out of prison after serving 5 years, so how could he know such an important person who doesn't even respect Yi Zixing? Qin Yao, who was eating, merely glanced at Feng Jie without even getting up and asked, "Who are you?" These words reached everyone's ears, causing another stir. It turns out that Qin Yao didn't know Feng Jie at all, yet he still acted so arrogantly. Fearing he might offend Feng Jie and make the situation awkward, Yi Zixing quickly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Feng, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? This is one of our classmates. He's just a recently released convict. How could he possibly know you?" He couldn't believe that someone who had fallen so low that he could trample on him at will could know such an important person. Lu Hu hurriedly stepped forward. Yes, he's a penniless wretch. We even consider him unlucky to sit with us for a meal. How could he possibly know someone like you, President Feng?" Feng Jie glanced at the two of them and said coldly, "What did you say?" That one glance sent a chill down their spines. He had just passed by the entrance and glanced inside, feeling that Qin Yao's back looked somewhat familiar. Just as I was about to enter the private room, I remembered that he was the nouveau riche who spent a fortune at the Baoxin auction with Zhang Heng as his companion. He was sitting on the second floor at the time, but unfortunately he couldn't strike up a conversation with Qin Yao. He felt incredibly lucky to run into him here today. After all, there are just too many companies in Qingsheng that want to cooperate with Xingsheng right now. Although Qin Yao didn't recognize him, if he could make an appearance in front of this rising star, It would greatly benefit the company in the future. But these two brats, who seemed to come from nowhere, dared to insult this great Buddha statue with their mouths open and close. Even if you're looking for death, don't ruin his plans. But he held back for the time being and asked Qin Yao, Mr. Qin, I am Feng Jie from Manhwa. Are these two your classmates? Yes, but we're not familiar with each other, Qin Yao said calmly. Feng Jie had a knowing look on his face, then turned around and started cursing at the two of them. What are you two? How dare you insult Mr. Qin with your mouths? You are blind and don't know what's good for you. Yi Zixing and Lu Hu were both stunned, but neither dared to say anything back. Finally, Feng Jie pointed at Lu Hu and said, You said you have a project collaboration with our company, right? Very well, from today onwards, Manhwa will no longer have any cooperation with either of your companies. President Feng, please don't. Lu Hu panicked as soon as he heard this, and looked like he was about to kneel down to Feng Jie. He originally wanted to take advantage of Yi Zixing's connections to get to know Feng Jie, but who knew that not only did he fail to exchange more than a few words, he also lost the project. If the project is lost, he will lose his job. How could he not be anxious? But Feng Jie ignored him completely and continued to smile at Qin Yao, saying, Mr. Qin, this private room isn't very nice. Would you do me the honor of sitting in my room? Qin Yao didn't even bother to look up and said indifferently, I don't know you, so I'm not interested. Do you have anything else to do? If not, you can leave. We still have a gathering. Okay, then I won't bother you any longer. Here's my business card. I'll treat you to a private meal another time if there's an opportunity. Goodbye. Feng Jie was a shrewd person. Upon hearing this, he quickly put down his business card, turned around, and left. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Yi Zixing and Lu Hu. Those two kids are such a nuisance. As soon as he left, more than a dozen pairs of eyes in the private room were fixed on Qin Yao. No one spoke. The room was as quiet as a tomb. Chapter 53, Give it here. Finally, in the midst of complete silence, Zhai Lu broke the silence. He looked at Qin Yao and asked, Feng, Qin Yao, do you really know this Mr. Feng from earlier? Everyone held their breath. This is a question that others also want to ask. Qin Yao, who had been teased by everyone since he entered, simply sat there and silently gave everyone a resounding slap in the face. How could Yi Zixing swallow this insult? Therefore, everyone was watching him closely, afraid that he would say that he and President Feng were old acquaintances. But Qin Yao put down his chopsticks and smiled, saying, I really don't know him. He didn't know Feng Jie, but it was hard to say whether Feng Jie knew him or not. Yi Zixing had been seething with anger ever since Feng Jie berated him. Now that he was certain Qin Yao didn't recognize Feng Jie, he sneered. Heh, I didn't expect you to be such a good actor. Mr. Feng has mistaken you for someone else. Qin Yao, you don't actually think you're some kind of Mr. Qin, do you? Su Qingqing also put on a stern face and said earnestly, That's right. Qin Yao, your attitude towards President Feng just now was really too bad. Do you know how much trouble this has caused everyone? When President Feng realizes that he doesn't know you at all, we will all be in trouble because of you. Go quickly and apologize to President Feng. Tell him you don't know him at all, and you don't know anything about this Mr. Qin. Clarify that you're just a recently released convict, and that Zixing and Lu who didn't say anything wrong. That's right, go apologize right now. Tiger is about to lose his job because of you. Hurry up, don't cause trouble for everyone. What a jinx. Qin Yao, who was being scolded by everyone, stopped eating, wiped his mouth, and stood up. As soon as he stood up, Zhai Lu also got up. Qin Yao walked up to Yi Zixing with a blank expression and extended a hand to him. What are you doing? The leaves are growing inexplicably. I'm leaving now. You should return my things to me. Qin Yao said. What did I take from you? Yi Zixing looked displeased. Had this kid lost his mind? What did he have that was worth taking? But before he could finish speaking, Qin Yao chuckled and then reached out, pressing his thumb on the Rolex watch face. Once the fingerprint verification was complete, the pointer immediately began to spin. This watch is mine. Inside the private room, the sound of the clock ticking was barely audible, but Qin Yao's reply was deafening. This, is it yours? Yi Zixing's expression froze instantly, gradually changing from displeasure to embarrassment. Then, it seemed as if his eyes and nose no longer belonged to him, unsure of what expression to make, resulting in a somewhat distorted look. Each turn of the pointer felt like a gentle slap across his face. Standing next to him, Su Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the watch on Yi Zixing's hand. As for Yao Han and the others, they seemed to be dead. This watch, it actually belongs to Qin Yao? How could that be? At this moment, the praise I had just given Yi Zixing felt like vomit stuck in my throat. Spitting it out would disgust others, and swallowing it would disgust myself. Only one person couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this scene, breaking the silence in the private room. Everyone turned their attention to Zhai Lu, and their gazes were all hostile. Zhai Lu grinned and waved his hand, saying, "Sorry, I don't usually laugh unless I can't help but laugh." Yi Zixing's face turned from red to black, and his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Zhai Lu. Zhai Lu didn't care at all and continued to laugh. "Young Master Yi, what are you still looking at? Are you reluctant to part with it? It's all right. With your net worth, young Master Yi, you wouldn't care about my Qin Yao's watch, would you? If you like it, just buy one yourself. After all, it's only a few $100,000. It's nothing in your eyes, young Master Yi, right?" It was clearly Yi Zixing's words, but hearing them coming from Zhai Lu's mouth now sounded incredibly jarring. Having said all that, how could Yi Zixing still have the face to continue wearing it? Qin Yao's hand expressionlessly. "Oh, so this is yours. It's exactly the same as the one I bought. I thought I took the wrong one when I left the house. It was a misunderstanding." Qin Yao took the watch and put it on his wrist, saying calmly, "Oh, it was a misunderstanding. It's all right. I was just about to ask young Master Yi where you bought your Paul Newman Didona for only a few $100,000. It seems I was really ripped off for spending over $6 million on mine. Young Master Yi, could you tell me where you got it?" Upon hearing this, Yi Zixing's mind went completely blank, his face turning red and white in turns, as if it were about to explode. Seeing the way he looked like he wanted to disappear into the ground, Qin Yao chuckled, said no more nonsense, and turned to leave. Zhai Lu followed him, and as he passed Yi Zixing, he patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Young Master Yi, next time you have such a good opportunity, remember to tell everyone. We're classmates, you can't be so disloyal." After saying that, Zhai Lu followed Qin Yao out of the private room. After the two of them left, the atmosphere in the private room became so awkward it almost froze. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Yi Zixing and Su Qingqing were both almost frozen in place. Yao Han stood up and spat at the door. "You cheapskate, wearing a fake watch out like that. You really think you're something special?" Her words also brought Song Shui, who was standing nearby, to her senses. She quickly comforted Su Qingqing, saying, "Qingqing, young Master Yi, don't pay any attention to this kind of person. Don't you think he's just a convict who was released from prison? How could he possibly afford such an expensive watch? 6 million? I think that watch is probably fake. It's more like 600 yuan. "That's right," Yao Han said fiercely. "It must be because of today's class reunion that he specially bought a fake watch to save face." After the two women said that, the others realized what was going on. Yes, a convict who has just been released from prison doesn't even have a decent job. Where would he buy such an expensive watch? If he wants to buy a fake watch to show off, he should at least buy one that matches his status. A watch worth over 6 million? Does he think 6 million is ghost money? Su Qingqing also came to her senses from her stiffness and tried her best to maintain her gentle and elegant smile. "Everyone, please don't say that. It was just a misunderstanding. Zixing is always careless. He has too many watches and can't remember what they look like, so he mistook one for another." "That's right." Hearing that everyone thought Qin Yao's watch was fake, Yi Zixing's expression softened considerably, and he returned to his previous confident and dashing demeanor. "It was all a misunderstanding earlier, so please don't take it to heart. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? Come on, the dishes are all ready, so let's start eating first and not let irrelevant people spoil our mood." Yes, it'll get cold if we don't eat soon." Su Qingqing also joined in urging everyone to eat. Despite their varying expressions, the others picked up their chopsticks and started eating, quickly turning the page. Only Lu, who stood there looking completely lost, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Seeing this, Yi Zixing walked over and put his arm around Tiger's shoulder. "Tiger, don't worry. If we lose this job, we'll find another one. How about this? I'll take you with me when I go to Xingxing the day after tomorrow. Once I get the offer letter, I'll immediately introduce you to that new tycoon, okay?" "Really?" Upon hearing that Yi Zixing wanted to recommend him to Xingxiang, the gloom on Lu Hu's face instantly vanished, and he even showed a hint of excitement. Upon hearing the name, Xingxing, the others quickly forgot their earlier embarrassment. Yao Han's eyes lit up, and she said, "Young Master Yi, if you're going to apply for a job the day after tomorrow, can we go with you? Perhaps there will be a chance to meet that newly rich person. Such a person, even just a glimpse from afar would be enough to satisfy me." Before Yi Zixing could speak, Su Qingqing pinched him. Seeing this, he smiled and nodded. "Okay, everyone can come with me then. You can be my support group." "Really? Thank you, young Master Yi. Young Master Yi is awesome." Amidst the expressions of gratitude, the group burst into laughter and chatter again. However, this time, There was an unusual tinge of awkwardness in the laughter. Chapter 54 Fame in Sight. After leaving the hotel, Zhai Lu grabbed Qin Yao. The smile from moments before was gone, replaced by a face full of shame. Qin Yao, I'm so sorry. I originally wanted to bring you here to rekindle our old friendships, but I never expected it to turn out like this. Those people are really Sai. Seeing his ashamed look, Qin Yao smiled and patted him on the shoulder. What are you talking about? You weren't the one who made sarcastic remarks to me just now? Do you need to apologize? Besides, I think this meal was well worth it. Worth it? Zhai Lu was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Think about it, Qin Yao said. In the time it takes to eat a meal, the two of us have seen through the coldness of human relationships and know who to avoid in the future. Isn't that worth it? In fact, he had already foreseen this outcome. If Yi Zixing truly cared for him, then in these 5 years, even if he didn't do as much as Zhai Lu, he at least wouldn't have ignored his aunt's family completely. You should know that when Yi Zixing was in college, he used his family's money to flirt with girls everywhere. After trying to steal someone's property, he was ambushed in an alley and beaten senseless. It was Qin Yao who noticed he hadn't come to class, went out to look for him, and promptly took him to the hospital. It can be said that without Qin Yao, Yi Zixing might not even have survived, let alone enjoy his current success. Unfortunately, things have changed, and we are now destined to be apart, like dogs. But Lao Lu, aren't you going to ask me what happened? Qin Yao stared at Zhai Lu and asked. From the moment he left, Zhai Lu didn't mention either Mr. Foam or the $6 million watch on his wrist. When Qin Yao asked him about it, he just laughed and said, "What's there to ask? I always thought that if that incident hadn't happened, Qin Yao, you would definitely have achieved great things by now. If you're broke, your brother will support you. If you're rich, your brother will be happy for you. Why ask so many questions?" Before Qin Yao could even be moved, Zhai Lu spoke again. However, Zhai Lu glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then cautiously added, "Qin Yao, if your money is clean, then just pretend I didn't tell you. If it's not, we should probably quit as soon as possible. Living a peaceful life is better than anything else." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao was both amused and exasperated. This kid, he's definitely a good brother, but his thinking is too clutch-like. Screw you. When have I ever made dirty money? Seeing him laugh, Zhai Lu also laughed. That's right. I, Qin Yao, am upright and honest, and I absolutely cannot tolerate any nonsense. All right, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Qin Yao punched him on the shoulder, then got down to business. By the way, you heard them say earlier that Xing Sheng is having a public recruitment event the day after tomorrow. Why don't you come too? Okay. Qin Yao was stunned by how readily he agreed. Do you know what I asked you to do? What I do isn't important. What's important is, I happen to have a day off the day after tomorrow. This time, Qin Yao was completely speechless. After exchanging a few more words, the two of them took separate taxis and left. Manhwa Furniture Company. Since her family's business was gradually devoured by the Zhao family and was on its last legs, Lin Zhixia, with the help of her best friend Susan, disregarded her family's objections and invested all her savings in this company. Both women are true businesswomen who have single-handedly transformed their 2 stores into a company now worth nearly 10 million yuan over the past few years. Although true success is still a long way off, Lin Zhixia cherishes her current achievements. Lin Zhixia was tied up with family matters, but today, as soon as she arrived at the company, she went straight to her office and buried herself in processing documents. She hadn't even eaten lunch by the afternoon, and when Susan came in, she was almost completely overwhelmed by documents. What the hell? Lin Zhixia, are you crazy? You want to finish all this today? Lin Zhixia looked up from the documents, brushed her hair aside with her delicate hand, revealing a pale and pretty face that looked pitiful. There's no way around it. There were too many messes up the past few days, and you handled everything at the company by yourself. I didn't even go to sign the contract with Boss Lee. Now that I'm back, I'll feel guilty if I don't do more work. Susan got angry when she heard this and dragged her out from behind the desk. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? You and I are best friends. What difference does it make whether we do more or less? Besides, you didn't want to go through all that mess. It's all because of... Just as she was about to mention Qin Yao, she saw Lin Zhixia's expression turn sour, so she held back and said, "Forget it. It's a wonderful day today. Let's not talk about those unlucky things." Lin Zhixia tacitly skipped the topic. What's the occasion? You seemed pretty happy when you came in. What? Are you in a relationship? Get lost. Dating isn't as fun as this. Of course, if your partner is that famous rising star of Qingcheng, then that's a different story. Susan made a joke with a smile, but Lin Zhixia's expression immediately stiffened, as if she didn't want to talk about it. But Susan didn't notice. Instead, She sat down excitedly and asked, I'm asking you, do you know the Sun Group? Of course, Lin Jixia breathed a sigh of relief. The Sun Group is owned by the Sun family, and the Sun family is one of the 4 most famous families in Qingcheng, the leading company in the catering industry. Who wouldn't know that? Let me tell you, a great opportunity is right in front of us. It's up to us whether we can seize it. Susan took out a document she had been carrying when she came in and placed it in front of Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia's eyes lit up immediately after just one glance. In the past 2 days, Sun's Group has announced that all of their stores will undergo a complete renovation soon. At that time, they will order a batch of brand new decoration supplies, including tables, chairs, benches, and office supplies, all of which are within Baihua's production range. Previously, the international brands that had partnered with China were suspected of tarnishing the reputation of the nation. Therefore, the Sun family declared, this time, they would no longer cooperate with foreign brands, but instead choose to collaborate with local enterprises, regardless of size, focusing primarily on quality. This was ostensibly to support local small and medium-sized enterprises. It's important to know that the Sun family owns hundreds of stores across the country, and if a deal were to be struck, it would be a multi-million-dollar business. That's not the main point. The main point is that as long as the company is chosen by the Sun family, it means that the quality of the company has been recognized by the Sun family, and it can immediately make a name for itself in the local area. Yeah, do you mean we have a chance to cooperate with the Sun family? After reading the information, Lin Jixia was already very excited, grabbing Susan's hand and acting as excited as a little girl. Susan nodded. Of course. Our company's information has been submitted to the Sun family, and they are considering it as one of the candidates. This shows that Baihua's quality is trustworthy. In a few days, the Sun family will announce the partners. You and I will go together then. That's wonderful. Our efforts are finally going to pay off. Lin Jixia was quite moved, as if she had already secured the contract from the Sun family. Susan patted her hand and said earnestly, silly girl, hard work will definitely pay off. So don't dwell on the past. Our goal is a higher and farther sky, not to be trapped in one place by a man. I know you are also very sad about the divorce, but you also need to understand that you are now from 2 different worlds, and the gap will only widen. Lin Jixia, you need to look upwards. You can't just have eyes for little Qin Yao. Before hearing this news, Lin Jixia did indeed still feel a bit of gloom about the divorce. After all, it's hard for anyone to feel good when a relationship that has lasted for so many years is suddenly broken. But now, she feels somewhat fortunate. I'm glad I chose to leave Qin Yao and start my own business. Don't worry. Yeah, I will definitely work hard this time and make Baiwa reach a height that everyone looks up to. With fame on the horizon, she will not lose to Qin Yao, absolutely not. Chapter 55, Filial Piety. 2 days later, after Qin Yao delivered his belongings to his new home, he took a taxi to the hospital. Although he said he was moving, he didn't actually have much stuff. Everything was prepared in Shuyuehu wedding, including things Qin Yao had thought of and hadn't even considered. He only needed to bring his bags and move in. However, on his first day in his new home, the first people he thought of were his aunt and cousin. The old house they originally lived in was very dilapidated, cold in winter and hot in summer, and not suitable for Aunt to recuperate. So he came today to take the mother and daughter to live with him. Standing at the door of the ward, he hesitated for a long time, but finally pushed the door open and went in. Aunt Tang Kursin was feeding Qin Shufang when they heard the sound and turned around, but their expressions were quite different. My cousin stood up abruptly, glaring at him. What are you doing here? Get out. As she spoke, she ran over and pushed him towards the door. Qin Yao was determined not to leave this time, so Tang Kursin had no chance of moving him. Instead, he grabbed Tang Kursin's wrist. Kursin, I came here today specifically to see my aunt. Give me a chance to finish what I want to say to her. If she doesn't want to see me either, I'll leave immediately and won't bother her, okay? He sighed. At least let her know I'm still alive, right? If he doesn't come soon, Qin Yao believes that as soon as Qin Shufang recovers, she will continue to go to Diyu prison to inquire about his whereabouts. Tang Kursin knew this, so even though she resisted, she loosened her grip a bit and turned her head away from him. You said it yourself, you better keep your word. Qin Yao nodded, then slowly walked towards the woman beside the hospital bed. Little did they know that Qin Shufang, lying in her hospital bed, was already in tears when she first saw him. The 2 of them choked up, neither of them speaking first. In Qin Yao's memory, Qin Shufang was a very kind and virtuous woman. He didn't have a deep impression of his parents, because he was raised by Qin Shufang since he was a child. This woman always had a gentle smile on her face as she taught him to read, write, and learn etiquette. At that time, There was another kind and gentle man by her side who would shield Qin Yao from Qin Shufang's nagging when he made mistakes. Unfortunately, that man is no longer here, and the woman who raised him is now all white-haired. Qin Shufang stretched out a withered hand, as if trying to grab Qin Yao. Her voice choked with sobs. Xiaofeng, why have you lost so much weight? Qin Yao was startled. He never expected his aunt's first words to be this. There was no questioning, no blame, and not a trace of resentment. For 5 years, she firmly believed that Qin Yao was still alive and that he would come back. Qin Yao didn't say anything, but instead knelt down on the ground with a thud. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yao kowtowed 3 times to the ground, holding nothing back, and even drew blood from his forehead. Seeing this, Qin Shufang quickly sat up. Silly child, what are you doing? Get up right now. Tang Kursin, who was standing nearby, also stirred, a look of worry on her face, but she refrained from coming over. Qin Yao looked up at Qin Shufang with tears streaming down his face and said, Aunt, Xiaofeng is so disappointing. I'm so sorry. In the past 5 years, if Qin Yao were to ask himself who he felt most sorry for, it would undoubtedly be Qin Shufang. Lin Jixiao waited for him for 5 years to show the world that she was not a heartless person and to repay him for going to prison for her. And what about Qin Shufang? I have carefully cultivated it for over 20 years and patiently waited for it for 5 years. Yet I seek neither fame nor reward. Because of him, this woman has suffered too much and endured too much pain. If possible, Qin Yao hopes to spend the rest of his life making up for the love his aunt has shown him. Qin Shufang pulled him up from the ground, her aged face showing a smile tinged with tears. She touched his face as if he were her own flesh and blood. Silly child, we are of the same blood. What is there to be sorry about? As long as you are alive, your aunt will be content. Aunt. Qin Yao choked up, with so much to say, but he couldn't utter a single word. You don't need to say anything, your aunt understands. Qin Shufang smiled and said, It's good that you're out. Live a good life with Lin Jixiao from now on. Seeing your family harmonious and your life stable makes your aunt content and fulfilled for your deceased parents. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao shook his head. She and I are already divorced. Qin Shufang was stunned, seemingly not expecting it. However, she quickly changed the subject, seemingly afraid of touching on Qin Yao's sore spot. In that case, you should live your life even better. Qin Shufang tidied his slightly disheveled hair, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said as if to a child, Now that you're out, don't look back. Xiaofeng, you have a long road ahead of you, so live well, okay? I see. Qin Yao nodded firmly, then took her hand and said with a face full of guilt, Aunt, I already know about Uncle's situation. You have suffered because of me all these years. Qin Shufang's expression changed, and she said, What nonsense are you talking about? What does this have to do with you? Qin Yao took a deep breath and said, Aunt, Uncle is gone, and now you and your child are left alone. I promised Uncle that I would take good care of you after I started my own family. So, when you are discharged from the hospital, I would like to bring you and Kursin to live with us. Qin Shufang did not answer him immediately, but looked up at Tang Kursin. The little girl's face was already streaked with tears, but she still stubbornly turned her head away without saying a word. Kursin, I know you still resent me. Qin Yao stood up and said softly to Tang Kursin, But I also hope you can give me a chance to make it up to you and your aunt. You're still young, and your aunt is already old. Even if it's just to make things easier for her in the future, please give me another chance, okay? Tang Kursin was sobbing uncontrollably, but looking at her mother's longing eyes, how could she not know what Qin Shufang was thinking? She felt resentment, but could she hate Qin Yao? She couldn't bring herself to. Qin Yao had been afraid of power and stood by and watched his fiancée being violated in that situation. She would have looked down on him for the rest of her life. However, for her, who was only a teenager, and for the Tang family, the consequences of Qin Yao's impulsive anger were too much to bear. However, if she doesn't agree now, it will probably be a huge regret for her mother. In the end, the stubborn Tang Kursin did not nod directly, but turned her head away and said, My mom's food is cold. Go and buy her a new one. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao breathed a long sigh of relief, and Qin Shufang also smiled. 5 years of wasted time have shaped this young girl into a stubborn person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Since she said that, Qin Yao knew that she had agreed. Okay, I'll go buy it right now. Etc. Just as Qin Yao was about to run downstairs, Tang Kursin called him back. Is there anything else you need? I'll buy it all at once. Tang Kursin wiped away her tears, walked over with a stern face, and stuffed 100 yuan into his hand. Go buy some medicine and bring it up. You're bleeding, so you need to disinfect it. Qin Yao was stunned for a moment. I don't need it. Just go when I tell you to. Seeing this, Qin Yao showed no displeasure. Instead, he tightly gripped the 100 yuan in his hand. Okay, I'll go. At this moment, a huge boulder was finally completely lifted. Chapter 56 Recruitment Fair. Qin Yao stayed at the hospital with his aunt for a few days before she was discharged, and the two chatted until midnight. The next morning, it was Zhai Lu's phone call that woke him up. Today is the day of Xing Sheng's recruitment fair, and Qin Yao specifically told him to go to the company with him. So he packed up, told his aunt he was going out to work, and took a taxi to meet up with Zhai Lu. As soon as the two met, Zhai Lu couldn't help but chuckle. He looked Qin Yao up and down and said, I'm not saying this to be mean, Qin Yao, but you're here for a job interview today. Why didn't you dress up a bit more neatly? Qin Yao glanced at his short-sleeved shirt and casual pants and asked, Is there a problem? I think it's fine, but I don't know what the interviewer said, Zhai Lu said helplessly. Even though we rely on our skills, shouldn't we at least put on a show of things? It seems that Zhai Lu brought Qin Yao along as a reference since Qin Yao was going to apply for the job. However, Qin Yao didn't explain. Instead, he put his arm around Qin Yao's shoulder and said, I don't care about my image. As long as you look good, that's fine. Let's go upstairs first. Zhai Lu was completely confused, and before he could ask any questions, he was drawn to the lively scene ahead. The entrance to Xing Sheng was packed with people today. An hour before the job fair, long lines of applicants had already formed. Regardless of gender, they were all impeccably dressed in suits, spanning ages from 20 to 40. It's no exaggeration to say that if you piled up all the resumes these people had, it would take a truck to haul them away. Qin Yao was about to lead Zhai Lu inside when someone grabbed him and said, Hey, what are you doing? There are so many people, and you're cutting in line. Don't you have any manners? Looking back, I saw a woman who had come to apply for a job, dressed very smartly. Glancing at Qin Yao, he said coldly, you don't even have the most basic respect for the workplace. I advise you not to waste your time, and just go home. A company like Xing Sheng doesn't hire just anyone. Hey, how can you talk like that? Zhai Lu was displeased upon hearing this, and was about to argue with the woman when a mocking voice came from behind him. I think this lady is right. A big company like Xing Sheng wouldn't hire a convict who has just been released from prison, would it? Qin Yao and Zhai Lu turned around at the same time, and saw Yi Zixing and others coming towards them. Yi Zixing was dressed even more formally today than at the party. He was accompanied by Lu Hu, Su Qingqing, Yao Han, and Song Shui, and several classmates who had eaten with him that day followed behind, all there to cheer him on. Judging by his demeanor, anyone who didn't know better would think he was here to take up his new post. It was Yao Han who spoke. Noticing their gazes, she rolled her eyes and said, What bad luck to run into you two on such a fine day. Qin Yao humiliated Yi Zixing that day. Yi Zixing didn't even bother to maintain a facade of peace when they met again today. He looked up at Qin Yao with his chin held high, a cold smile playing on his lips. What's wrong, Zhai Lu? Why are you glaring at us like that? Did Yao Han say something wrong? Yi Zixing snorted lightly. Your presence here is indeed not appropriate for your status. Xing Sheng won't accept someone with a criminal record. When he said the second half of his sentence, he deliberately raised his voice by an octave so that all the applicants in front of him could hear him, and whispers immediately filled the air. Qin Yao earlier reacted particularly strongly. Her pupils dilated as she looked at Qin Yao as if he were a heinous scum of society. My God, how could someone like this be among us? A convict just released from prison. No wonder he was so rude just now. He's definitely a dangerous element. Where's security? Call security. Hearing her scream, the group of people thought Qin Yao had just done something and rushed over to surround him. Zhai Lu panicked and quickly protected Qin Yao. Why are you arresting him? So what if he just got out of prison? It means he has already atoned for his mistakes. Why are you looking at him with prejudice? The woman crossed her arms and shook her head. Atonement? Don't you know a leopard can't change its spots? Once a criminal, always a criminal. No wonder people look at him with prejudice. He doesn't deserve to be looked at properly. Qin Yao with disdain. Meanwhile, Yao Han, the instigator of the chaotic scene, stood aside, happily taking out her phone to record it. He likes to show off, doesn't he? I have to record him being kicked out, and then post it on my WeChat moments so everyone can see how pathetic Qin Yao is now. Seeing this, Su Qingqing did not stop her, but just frowned as if she was in a dilemma. Henin, this is not good. Boss Xing Sheng will be here soon, and Zixing has an interview. What's there to be afraid of? Boss Xing Sheng specifically asked to poach young Master Yi, so he won't be bothered by such trivial matters. It's all right, Qingqing, let Yao Hanlu do it. Yi Zixing glanced at him, not only not stopping him, but also arrogantly raising his head. It'll be good for him to remember the difference between him and me. The face we lost that day, we should at least get it back today. Both went for interviews at Xing Sheng. but one became an employee while the other was turned away before even entering the door. The stark contrast and the devastation will likely be something Qin Yao will never forget. Qin Yao had seen everything they had done. He pulled Zhai Lu back from arguing with the others and said calmly, "Old Lu, you don't need to argue with them. I did come here for an interview today, but I'm different from them." Qin Yao looked up at Yi Zixing. "They are here to apply for the job, while I am here to interview them." Upon hearing this, Yao Han and the others, including Yi Zixing and Su Qingqing, were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Interview us? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even have the right? Who do you think you are, the boss of Xingsheng?" Amid the mockery, Qin Yao made no attempt to refute. Therefore, several staff members in suits walked briskly towards the main entrance, one of whom had a name tag that read Human Resources Director. Upon seeing someone arrive, Yi Zixing and the others immediately became excited, forgetting all about mocking Qin Yao, and began to tidy their appearance. But the HR director walked over and went straight to Qin Yao, bowing respectfully. "President Qin, you've arrived. Everything is ready, and we can begin today's interviews as soon as you arrive." President Qin. In an instant, Yi Zixing felt a rush of heat to his brain, and he almost fainted. Yao Han, who was recording with her phone, was so shocked that she dropped it on the ground. Su Qingqing could no longer hold back. She stared at Qin Yao as if her eyes were about to pop out, and said incredulously, "He is that rising star of Qingcheng." At this moment, they could no longer deceive themselves by saying they had admitted their mistake. Qin Yao had already taken the tablet computer from the HR manager and casually opened Yi Zixing and the woman's information. Qin Yao glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "You two don't need an interview. Xingsheng doesn't hire people who look down on others." Chapter 57 Rewards. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Yi Zixing felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him right on the head. His face had turned from red to white, and he looked like a dead person. Qin Yao, whom he thought had fallen from grace, was still riding high on his head. No, that's not right. It's not just riding on his head, it's standing at a height that he can't even look up at. Now he realizes that he clearly had the opportunity to get closer to him yesterday, and he clearly had the opportunity to directly enter Xingsheng, but he himself squandered the opportunity. The embarrassment of his boast being exposed pales in comparison to his current regret. You should know that as long as he can get a job at Xingsheng, his social status will be greatly elevated. Moreover, Qin Yao, this once famous billionaire, is his old classmate. Even a small amount of money slipping through his fingers could bring him a lifetime of wealth and honor. How could he not regret it? Yi Zixing felt a tightness in his chest that he couldn't get rid of, and he felt like he was about to vomit blood. Seeing Qin Yao and Zhai Lu about to go inside, he didn't care about saving face or dignity anymore, and quickly and shamelessly went up to Qin Yao and grabbed him. Qin Yao, wait a minute." Qin Yao shoved him away and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Yi Zixing forced a smile and said humbly, "Qin Yao, we're all old classmates, you see." "Who's your old classmate?" Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yao interrupted him expressionlessly. "Young Master Yi is of such high status. Is it even worth mentioning old classmates like us?" Upon hearing this, Yi Zixing slapped himself twice without hesitation, his voice trembling as he said, "Qin Yao, I'm a bastard. I'm an idiot. I was blind to people. In short, what happened yesterday and today is all my fault. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, give me another chance." Yesterday, young Master Yi was all the rage, but today he slapped himself in the face in front of so many people. The sight made Su Qingqing and the others blush and dare not lift their heads, but Zhai Lu sneered repeatedly. "I wouldn't dare call myself your old classmate if you were such a treacherous ingrate who would betray me for personal gain. I don't want to be bitten by you and then expect to drink my blood and eat my flesh in the future." Qin Yao didn't want to look at him anymore. He was just a clown. "Old Lu, let's go." After saying that, Qin Yao led Zhai Lu inside first. Qin Yao, don't go." The leaves grew rapidly. At this moment, the woman who had just humiliated Qin Yao suddenly burst into tears, rushed over, and grabbed Yi Zixing, who was about to go inside to plead for him. "Don't go. It's all because of your nonsense that I offended Xingsheng's boss. On my first day of the job interview, he criticized me for being blind. How am I supposed to survive in this industry now? Which company would dare to hire me? It's all your fault. You can't leave. You have to give me compensation for my emotional distress today." "What are you doing? Crazy woman, what does it have to do with me that he doesn't want you? I can't even find anyone to compensate me yet. Get out of my way." Yi Zixing didn't expect to be entangled by this woman, but because there were too many people around, and some of them were recording with their phones, he couldn't make a move against her. But the woman wouldn't let go, clinging to him and refusing to let go. Su Qingqing tried to help, but was slapped twice by the woman. Yao Han, who was recording the video, also suffered because she was nearby. The crazed woman rushed over, snatched her phone, and smashed it on the ground, yelling, "I'll let you film. I'll let you film." The outside was in chaos, but Qin Yao simply sent security guards to handle it. He had no interest in watching the dogfight. He led Zhai Lu directly to the president's office, and once they were actually seated, Zhai Lu stared at him blankly, unable to look away. Qin Yao felt a surge of amusement and said with a slight smile, "What? Don't you recognize me?" "You know what?" Zhai Lu patted his face, then rubbed his eyes. "It's clearly the same face, but I really can't recognize you now." "Qin Yao, can you tell me what's going on?" After serving 5 years in prison, he suddenly became a billionaire, which is hard for most people to believe. "What? Is the cell floor made of diamonds?" Seeing his dreamy expression, Qin Yao smiled and poured him a glass of water. "Of course I can talk about it. We're brothers, there are no secrets between us. It's just that this is a long story, not suitable for today. We can talk about it properly another day." Zhai Lu took the water and gulped it all down. After letting out a long sigh, he calmed down and said, "Okay, whatever you say." Qin Yao is Qin Yao. 5 years have passed, and instead of becoming decadent, he has risen to the top. Now, Auntie and Curson can rest assured. I know how to arrange things for them, and I didn't call you here today to show off. Qin Yao took a contract from his desk and handed it to Zhai Lu Dao. "I, Qin Yao, have seen and remembered your kindness and support over the years. That's why I've reserved a position for you after taking over Xing Sheng this time. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime." Qin Yao had considered giving Zhai Lu a sum of money directly, but he felt that it might not be a good thing for Zhai Lu. To make a name for himself, he needs capable assistants. He knew Zhai Lu's abilities. They were both top students in the finance department, and Zhai Lu could have made a name for himself. His family was conservative and thought that doing business was unstable, so they arranged for him to work in a public institution. But Qin Yao believed that as long as he was given a chance, he would definitely be able to shine. Upon hearing this, Zhai Lu hurriedly waved his hand. "That won't do, Qin Yao. I'd be happier than anyone if you could rebuild our country. But I'm just a freeloader. I've forgotten everything I learned before. How can I help you? Don't hold you back." Qin Yao, however, kept a straight face and shoved the contract into his hand. "If you've forgotten, pick it up again and learn it. Old Lu, I made up my mind the day I left your house. Even if not for you, I have to think about my younger siblings, right? Don't you want to make something of yourself so that your younger siblings and parents can live a life free from financial worries?" Upon hearing the words sister-in-law, Zhai Lu's expression immediately stiffened. Qin Yao had already investigated before he came out. Zhai Lu's mother-in-law is a complete snob. Her eldest son-in-law is the owner of a small company, so she looks down on him, who only earns a fixed salary. Over the years, she has often made things difficult for him. So after Qin Yao finished speaking, Zhai Lu fell silent. Qin Yao pressed his shoulder and said earnestly, "Take the contract back and take a look at it first. Think it over carefully. I won't rush you, but don't keep me waiting too long. The position I've arranged for you now is just my secretary. As long as you're capable enough, I'll reserve the position of vice president for you." After saying that, Qin Yao didn't mention the matter again, and Zhai Lu tacitly put the contract away. Just then, the HR director knocked on the door to announce that the recruitment fair had begun. As the boss, Qin Yao naturally had to personally supervise the process. So he simply brought Zhai Lu along, asking him to help with some advice. Once the team is complete, the opening of Xing Sheng will officially be on the agenda. Chapter 58: The Fight Between the Snipe and the Clam. On the other hand, after Zhao Tian called his father that day, he was immediately met with a barrage of insults and told to find some time to go home in the next couple of days. The moment he walked into the house today, his father, Zhao Zhizhou, smashed a teacup at his feet. "You bastard! The whole family has placed their hopes on you, and this is how you repay us." Seeing this, Zhao Tian's second uncle, Zhao Zhihong, quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Brother, don't get angry. Xiao Kai has only been in the business for a few years. It's normal for him to make mistakes. Didn't he say there was more to this than meets the eye? Let's hear what he has to say." After all, Zhao Tian is still the son-in-law of the Nangong family, and is Nangong Shan's man. Even though they are elders, they can't just lay a hand on him now. Zhao Tian dared not say anything, but Nangong Shan was a tigress. What if she really lost her temper and severed the connection between the Nangong family and the Zhao family? Zhao Zhizhou calmed down after hearing this, but his chest was still heaving. After sitting down and drinking a glass of water, he turned to Zhao Tian and asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened? Who is this so-called new elite of Qingqing?" Since losing the land, Zhao Tian has been having an extremely difficult time these past few days. She had to massage and rub Nangong Shan's legs at home every day, and she still had to endure endless glares and sarcasm. He dared not go to his father-in-law's house. Now that he's home, he's been scolded by his own father. He feels incredibly aggrieved. Dad, this really isn't my fault, Zhao Tian said aggrievedly. I thought everything was ready except for the final push, but who knew that a Qin Yao gene would suddenly appear out of nowhere? I was really caught off guard. Zhao Tian sat down and explained the whole story to Zhao Zhizhou. The more he listened, the uglier Zhao Zhizhou's expression became. Before he could speak, his second uncle, Zhao Zhihong, slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Damn it, a convict dares to go against the Zhao family? Has he got a death wish? Where's that kid? I'll have someone take care of him tonight. Xiao Kai, you're really something. Why didn't you handle that matter more cleanly back then? You left yourself with such a hidden danger, and now it's causing us a lot of trouble. Faced with his second uncle's complaints, Zhao Tian was filled with regret. He really couldn't understand it. He had clearly received news of Qin Yao's death back then, so how could he have come back to life now? Not only did he not die, but he also came back to seek revenge. If he had known this would happen, he should have had the body brought back then. He would have insisted on watching it cremated with his own eyes. Second uncle, please don't blame me. Things have come to this. Let's think of a way first. Zhao Tian sighed helplessly. Qin Yao's worthless life is gone, but we have to find a way to get that piece of land in Yubei district back. Now the Li family is constantly chasing after him. If he hadn't been hiding in the Nangong family, where the Li family was more restrained, he might have been devoured alive by now. He was worried too. At this moment, Zhao Zhizhou, who had been silent, waved his hand and said seriously, "You two are both wrong. The key to this matter is not this kid named Qin Yao." "Not on him?" Zhao Tian asked, puzzled. "Back then, I put him in jail and even plotted to kill him when he was being escorted to prison. This time, he's clearly here to get revenge on me. Whether it's Xie Yun's death or Bao Xine's auction, every single thing points to their old feud from back then. If not him, then who else could it be? Revenge is indeed revenge. But have you ever considered what a recently released convict has to offer you in terms of revenge?" Zhao Zhizhou, with an expression that seemed to see through everything, narrowed his eyes and said, "I think the key to this matter still lies with the Zhang family." Reminded by Zhao Zhizhou, Zhao Tian nodded in agreement and said, "To be honest, I also have this suspicion, but I'm not sure. Qin Yao spent 5 years in prison. Where did he get 100 billion? Over the past 2 days, he has been collecting information on Qin Yao's whereabouts since his release from prison and discovered that he has been spending most of his time with Zhang Hang. Moreover, Zhang Sanqing and his son went to pick him up after his release." Now, after hearing his words, Zhao Zhizhou was even more certain of his own thoughts. Now it's clear. The Zhang family, as a rising star, is already the richest family in Qingcheng. Yet they are still suppressed by the 4 major families, clearly harboring resentment. Therefore, this time, the Zhang family wants to take advantage of the opportunity, using Qin Yao, this ex-convict, and their old grudge against you, to secretly manipulate things, starting with our family, with the intention of targeting the Nangong family. Targeting the Nangong family. He dares. Zhao Tian's eyes widened, then his face showed a hint of anger as he said, "They really think our Zhao family is a pushover." However, he quickly calmed down, his brows furrowed. Although they knew the Zhang family's motives, the Zhao family's abilities alone would likely be insufficient to contend with such a behemoth as the Zhang family. Unfortunately, after losing the land bid, his father-in-law avoided him, and Nangong Shan declared that he couldn't resolve the issue and would no longer concern himself with him. If the Nangong family doesn't intervene, things will become difficult. At this moment, second uncle's eyes lit up, and he came up with a plan. "Silly boy, isn't this simple? The Nangong family isn't bothering you now because it doesn't involve their interests. Neither Qin Yao nor the Zhang family has offended the Nangong family yet. As long as we think of a way to drag the Nangong family into this, making them face each other, wouldn't our family be able to sit back and reap the benefits?" "That's right." Zhao Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. How come I didn't think of that? If Qin Yao were to provoke the Nangong family, wouldn't he be utterly annihilated? Moreover, as long as the Nangong family takes action, he can save a lot of effort. I'll go and think of a solution right away. Zhao Tian was excited and got up to leave, but Zhao Zhizhou stopped him. "By the way, I heard you mention before that this Qin Yao was sent to prison because of a conflict with a woman, right? Since he has special feelings for this woman, why don't you think of a way to start with her family? Maybe you can get something unexpected before the Nangong family even makes a move." Zhao Tian understood immediately and grasped his father's meaning. Zhao Tian still felt a pang of regret when he mentioned his first love, Lin Jixia. We got together, but broke up before we could even enjoy it. She originally wanted to put on a romantic act at her wedding, but ended up getting a beating from Qin Yao, that idiot. Although they dealt with Qin Yao later, they didn't do it thoroughly, and now it has brought such a big problem. So this time, she has to make up for it. So Zhao Tian immediately contacted Zhao Ming and asked him to keep a close eye on Qin Yao these next few days, especially to report to him where he was going and where he was eating. He promised to give him a substantial reward afterward. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhizhou contacted an old friend of his, a man with some influence in the underworld. After all, Xie Yuan is dead, so they must be prepared for both possibilities. After all, no one knows what conditions the Zhang family offered Qin Yao to be the one to take the lead. It could very well cost the lives of their entire family. Strike first, and you'll be in trouble. Strike later, and you'll suffer. After doing all that, Zhao Tian made a phone call. Hello, is this Lin Kuan? This is Zhao Tian. Do you have some time lately? Want to meet up? Chapter 59, Setting a Trap. Lin Kuan never expected that Zhao Tian would take the initiative to contact him after so many years. You know, he was furious when he heard that Lin Jixia and Zhao Tian broke up back then. At the time, Zhao Tian was very generous and always had a large following of followers. For Lin Kuan, who was still in school, he was definitely a very powerful figure. Even after Qin Yao and Lin Jixia got together, he continued to interfere and create opportunities for Zhao Tian. Even the invitation to Zhao Tian's wedding was sent by Lin Kuan. The original plan was for Zhao Tian to rekindle his old flame at the wedding, but who knew that what was supposed to be an idle drama would turn into a social news story, causing the two families to never speak to each other again. Lin Kuan was still unwilling to give up and secretly contacted Zhao Tian several times. Their last contact was after Zhao Tian became involved with Nangong Shan. That woman was a complete jealous woman. How could Zhao Tian dare to let her know that he was still in contact with his first love's younger brother? So on the very day Lin Kuan came to visit, they had him kicked out. Lin Kuan was now actively contacting him again, made him feel a sense of the unpredictability of life. Lin Kuan was still lying in the hospital bed when he heard that Zhao Tian actually wanted to see him, and he immediately started thinking. I had heard before that Zhao Tian was robbed of his bid at Baoxin's auction, and Nangong Shan stormed off on the spot. Now that she's contacting me again, could it be that she can't hold on to the Nangong family anymore and wants to come back to her sister to reconcile? That won't do. Now his sister has won the favor of a newly rich man worth hundreds of billions. Lin Kuan jumped up, ignoring his injuries, and ran out of the hospital without telling Xiao Yu. Zhao Tian found a tea house to meet him, and the tea was already brewed when he arrived. Upon seeing him arrive, Zhao Tian actually stood up on his own initiative. Xiao Sheng, it's been a long time. Please sit down. I specially had some of the finest pu'er tea brewed for you. Would you like to try some? Lin Kuan, whose old injury had not yet healed, limped to sit opposite Zhao Tian. Seeing how polite young Master Zhao was to him, he immediately became certain of his idea, and his expression turned arrogant. Mr. Zhao is so busy. How come you still have the mood to invite a nobody like me for tea? Lin Kuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then smacked his lips. Aside from the bitterness, he couldn't taste anything good or bad. Hey, I don't like hearing you talk like that. Zhao Tian feigned displeasure and waved his hand, saying, We almost became family back then. I heard you've had some trouble recently, so it's not a problem for me to come and check on you, is it? Lin Kuan sneered upon hearing this. Family? I wouldn't dare call myself family with President Zhao. It was one thing to have someone throw me out with a broom back then, but later they even had people siphon off our Lin family's assets. President Zhao, you surely know who's responsible for our Lin family's current miserable state, don't you? As if he had expected Zhao Tian to say that, there was no embarrassment on Zhao Tian's face. Instead, he smiled calmly. After all, he had dealt with the Nangong family for several years. If he couldn't even handle Lin Kuan, then he would have truly wasted his life. To be honest, I've always felt guilty about what happened in the past. I've wanted to make it up to your Lin family all these years, but I've been too busy with other matters to find the time. Zhao Tian picked up his teacup and raised it towards Lin Kuan. Today, I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to you and your sister with this tea instead of wine. Lin Kuan is so petty. How could he not see that Zhao Tian's apology was completely insincere? No time. It's been so long. If I really wanted to apologize, even just saying one word a day would have conveyed my apology. Why would I wait until now? However, he also remembered the purpose of his visit today. He crossed his legs and stared at Zhao Tian with a half smile, saying, Mr. Zhao, since you're so busy, let's not beat around the bush. We have absolutely no connection, so I know exactly why you came to see me. Oh, Zhao Tian raised an eyebrow. Isn't it all for my sister? Well then, I'll tell you the truth. You're too late. At this moment, Lin Kuan had the smug look of a petty person who had succeeded, and said arrogantly, to be honest, my sister has probably found a better match now. Zhao Tian remained calm. Qin Yao. Huh. Had he finished speaking, then Lin Kuan spat out a mouthful of saliva without hesitation. Does he even deserve it? A convict who can't even afford to eat, and he thinks he can have a good ending? Let me tell you the truth. My sister's suitor recently is none other than the rising star of Qingcheng, who shone brightly at the Baoxin auction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. He watched as Lin Kuan first expressed his disdain for Qin Yao, and then said that the person pursuing Lin Zhixiao was a rising star in Qingcheng. Thinking about it this way, Lin Kuan probably doesn't know that Qin Yao is the so-called newly rich. Oh. Seeing the smug look on his face, Zhao Tian smiled knowingly, then said regretfully, I never expected Lin Zhixiao to have such an outstanding suitor. With this new favorite around, it seems that neither Qin Yao nor I can compare. Seeing his dejected look, Lin Kuan became even more smug. I knew my sister was charming, but I never imagined she was this charming. She not only made the newly rich in Qingcheng fall for her, but even someone like Zhao Tian couldn't forget her. He took a sip of tea, spat the tea leaves onto the table with a pooey sound, leaned back, and swung his legs back and forth. Oh well, there's nothing we can do about it. My sister is already outstanding. So naturally the men who pursue her are even more outstanding. Don't worry, once the Lin family rises to prominence, we definitely won't forget you. From now on, we'll be on the same level. If you have any good projects, just come to me. Considering I used to call you Brother Kai, I'll definitely take care of you. Lin Kuan's tone was so mature and old-fashioned that it sounded as if he had transformed into President Lin. Zhao Tian neither got angry nor exposed him. He even happily poured Lin Kuan a cup of tea. Then I'll thank Xiaosheng. Oh no, Mr. Lin. Sure. Lin Kuan waved his hand, and what he was sitting on was no longer a sofa, but a cloud. He had already floated up into the sky. But, just as Lin Kuan was already dreaming about the future, Zhao Tian hesitated and said, well, I shouldn't be saying this, but since you've thought so much about me, Mr. Lin, I can't be ungrateful, can I? Lin Kuan pursed his lips. We're like family, just say what you want to say. Zhao Tian hesitated for a moment, but finally made up his mind and said, you should know about Qin Yao's release from prison, right? You should understand the relationship between him and your sister without me having to explain. Actually, the reason I came to see you this time is because of him. Mentioning Qin Yao immediately made Lin Kuan's wounds ache and his anger return. He slammed the teacup down on the table and roared, young Master Zhao, don't you dare mention that bastard. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be lying in the hospital for so many days. Don't give me a chance, or else, hee. You brat. Zhao Tian disliked Lin Kuan's tone. If it weren't for the fact that this matter required Lin Kuan's help, he would have slapped him across the face. However, when Zhao Tian saw the hint of malice in Lin Kuan's eyes, he felt reassured. Because he knew that things were settled today. Chapter 60. It's getting dark. So, Zhao Tian lowered his voice and leaned close to Lin Kuan, saying, actually, after he got out of prison this time, he didn't just cause trouble for you. He also caused a huge scene at my company. I heard him shouting that now that he's back, he'll never let Lin Zhixiao leave him again. What? Lin Kuan straightened up in anger, but the movement aggravated his wound, causing him to wince in pain. That bastard, a toad trying to eat swan meat. My sister is now being pursued by a rising star in Qingcheng. Who does he think he is, daring to block our way? Yeah, Zhao Tian chimed in, continuing to provoke Lin Kuan, saying, isn't he just trying to make things difficult for everyone? Lin Kuan sneered and said in a sinister voice, heh, he made things difficult for us, so I'll make sure he can't live like this. Zhao Tian had been waiting for Lin Kuan to say this, and upon hearing it, he laughed and said, yes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Lin Zhixiao can have a better future, so why should Qin Yao be the one to stand in her way? But, Xiaosheng, he just got out of prison and he's got nothing to lose. Have you thought about how to deal with him? These words touched on Lin Kuan's predicament. He wanted to get rid of Qin Yao, but after the falling out with Cheng Yuan last time, he really didn't know anyone else. You can ask your drinking buddies to help beat up two people, but would you ask them to kill someone? Absolutely not. But if Qin Yao isn't eliminated, given her love-struck nature, her sister might change her mind and fall back in love with him at any time. No, he absolutely cannot allow this to happen. But where did this person come from? Seeing the troubled and distressed look on his face, Zhao Tian smiled slightly and said at the right moment, "Actually, this matter is easy, and I can help." He took a sip of tea, clasped his hands over his chest, and slowly said, "As you know, Qin Yao and I have an old feud. His return and the resulting chaos are a considerable problem for me. It's just that because of my current status, it's really inconvenient for me to personally handle this. After all, I'm now the son-in-law of the Nangong family, and I don't want my wife to know that I'm still entangled with my old rival. It's not exactly something to be proud of, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant. "You mean you're willing to help me, but you want me to be the bad guy?" "That's not quite right." Zhao Tian glanced at his injuries. "I think you're more eager to get rid of him than I am right now, aren't you?" These words really struck a chord with Lin Kuan. Zhao Tian hadn't shown up today, he would still have found a way to get rid of Qin Yao. With the current prominence of that newly rich man in Qingcheng and his assets of hundreds of billions, it's enough for someone like Lin Kuan to disregard the so-called law. However, he was also worried about Zhao Tian and didn't think the other party would be so kind. So he tentatively asked, "How can you help me?" Zhao Tian curled his lips into a smile. He had been waiting for these words. "Come on, let me introduce you to two people." After he finished speaking, he led Lin Kuan to a private room on the second floor. As soon as he entered, he saw two men with a bandit-like air sitting inside, one of whom was an acquaintance of his. "Brother Zhao." Upon seeing Zhao Ming, Lin Kuan couldn't help but shudder, and his still-healing injuries ached even more. "Looks like someone we know?" Zhao Tian asked. Hee, we're more than just acquaintances, we're old friends, right, Xiaosheng?" Zhao Ming stood up, staring at Lin Kuan with a forced smile. "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been kicked out by Cheng Yuan and had to start all over again with my underlings." Lin Kuan hid behind Zhao Tian, refusing to come out, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Zhao, you can't blame me entirely. You saw it yourself, it was all that bastard Qin Yao who stirred up trouble. Besides, didn't you beat me up and send me to the hospital to vent your anger?" "What? I got fired, so I can't even beat you up to vent my anger?" Zhao Ming slammed his fist on the table and angrily rebuked. Seeing that the two were about to start a fight, Zhao Tian quickly stepped in to mediate. "Gentlemen, I know about what happened in the past, it was all a misunderstanding. If we really have a grudge, we should look for the one who started it, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Ming calmed down and sat back down in his seat. Lin Kuan was led by Zhao Tian to sit down to the side. "Let me introduce you. This is an old friend of my father's. You should have heard of Zhao Ming. He is Uncle Lu Boyang." Before the two men entered, Zhao Ming and the middle-aged man had clearly not spoken to each other. So when Zhao Ming heard Lu Boyang's name, his eyes widened. "Uncle Lu." He immediately stood up from his seat and hurriedly asked, "Is this Uncle Lu from the Xinhai Chamber of Commerce?" Xinhai Chamber of Commerce is actually a legitimate chamber of commerce, with dozens of construction teams and several entertainment venues under its control. But why was Zhao Ming so surprised? Because beneath this seemingly legitimate surface, the Xinhai Chamber of Commerce also handles a considerable amount of shady business. Dozens of construction teams mean they have a large workforce, and there are quite a few people willing to risk their lives for money. Most importantly, there are rumors that this new Maritime Chamber of Commerce has a powerful backer, and they are just a small branch responsible for handling some dirty work. Even Cheng Yuan back then didn't dare to easily provoke the people of the Xinhai Chamber of Commerce. And this Lu Boyang is one of the key figures in Xinhai, and the vice president of the Xinhai Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Tian was very satisfied with Zhao Ming's reaction and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu and my father are old comrades in arms. This time, Uncle Lu is giving me face and is willing to help my nephew solve this problem." Lu Boyang calmly took a sip of tea and waved his hand, saying, "This little thing is nothing to your father and me." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhao Ming and Lin Kuan again. "But are you sure these two won't be a hindrance?" "Don't worry, Uncle Lu, they're all on our side." Zhao Tian smiled, and then introduced Lin Kuan to Lu Boyang. Lin Kuan was thrilled. After all, among the thugs he knew, Zhao Ming was already considered one of the top figures. This was the first time Lin Kuan had seen someone, apart from Xie Yun of Qingyuan and Yu Ronghai, who made Zhao Ming afraid to utter a sound. So Lin Kuan quickly stood up and shook hands with Uncle Lu. Zhao Tianzi smiled and said, "Xiaosheng, I'm leaving this matter to you and Zhao Ming. Once you succeed, not only will I be left to rely on you, but Uncle Lu will also have to take care of you from now on." Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan immediately became elated. "That's right. As long as Qin Yao is removed and my sister is with that nouveau riche, what does Lu Boyang matter? Then it won't be me trying to curry favor with him, but him trying to curry favor with me." While he was feeling smug, He didn't notice that Zhao Tian and Lu Boyong exchanged a glance. A hint of disdain and contempt flashed across the former's gentle and refined face. Let Lin Kuan, that idiot, be our shield, and let him fight Qin Yao like dogs. He only needs to go to the Nangong family's place again to catch a whiff of the wind, and then he can sit back and watch with peace of mind. Once everything settles down, all he needs to do is reap the rewards. After they finished talking, they went their separate ways. Zhao Tian's place, Zhao Ming got into a car. The car stopped halfway through the journey. After confirming that no one was around, Zhao Ming took out his phone and made a call to Qin Yao. Chapter 61, Catching the Mistress. When Qin Yao received the call, he had just finished the final review of the recruitment fair and was waiting to summarize the results the next day. Speak, what's going on? Relayed what had happened that day to Qin Yao. Qin Yao's eyes turned cold when he heard Lin Kuan's name. He casually threw the pen on the table and turned to walk to the office window. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can enjoy a panoramic view of the entire city. It seems he hasn't learned his lesson yet, daring to get involved with Zhao Tian again. Qin Yao, do you think I should think of a way to keep your brother-in-law out of the picture? No need. If someone is determined to court disaster, no one can stop them. Besides, dissuading him might alert them. Qin Yao stared blankly at the clouds drifting by outside the window and said indifferently, since he has decided to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Even through the phone line, Zhao Ming felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. By the way, Qin Yao, I must remind you, this Lu Boyong is not as easy to deal with as he seems. On the surface, he is just a small-time gangster, but in reality, there is a powerful family behind the Xinhai Chamber of Commerce. They are just the Black Gloves. However, I am not qualified to know who is behind Xinhai, but in any case, he should not be underestimated. I have heard that even the 4 major families are wary of him. So when you deal with Lu Boyong, you should be careful and try not to make a big fuss. Qin Yao responded with an and then hung up the phone. At this moment, the sun was setting outside the window, and the entire sky was dyed blood red. Qin Yao gazed indifferently at the drifting clouds outside the window and spoke softly. It's getting dark. After 2 busy days, the job fair finally came to an end. Fortunately, my aunt's condition has stabilized for the time being, and she can go home to recuperate. So Qin Yao decided to take Tang Kursin to the mall to buy some items they would need for their future life. Although Zhang Heng had prepared a lot, they were all men's items. He also wanted to take this opportunity to do some ideological work with Tang Kursin, who was only 18 years old and had been helping out at a noodle shop since dropping out of high school in her 2nd year. There's nothing we can do about what happened before, but what about what happens next? Fearing that Tang Kursin might refuse, Qin Yao even brought Zhai Lu along. Perhaps because of Zhai Lu's presence, Tang Kursin didn't leave immediately, but she didn't talk to Qin Yao much along the way. She kept talking to Zhai Lu, who was driving, but as soon as Qin Yao interrupted, she immediately turned her head away. Seeing this, Qin Yao simply kept quiet to avoid spoiling her mood. Zhai Lu gave him a wink. Take your time, take your time. As soon as Tang Kursin entered the mall, her eyes lit up. She's still a little girl, and no matter how fast she matures, she can't help but be attracted to pretty clothes and shoes. Seeing this, Qin Yao smiled and said, go pick what you like, I'll pay the bill. To everyone's surprise, Tang Kursin bit her lip and said, no need, I don't need any more clothes. Even a straight man like Qin Yao could tell that her clothes had been worn for at least 2 or 3 years. The sleeves were a bit short, and although they were washed clean, they were undeniably old. She's just afraid of spending money. The clothes in this mall easily cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars each, and she's not in a position to buy clothes like that right now. Qin Yao gave Zhai Lu a wink, and the latter immediately understood, smiling as he advised, since we're already here, why not give it a try? It won't hurt, right? Seeing that Tang Kursin was still stubborn, Zhai Lu simply pushed her shoulder and led her into the store, saying without further ado, it just so happens that I have a cousin whose birthday is coming up soon, and her figure is about the same as yours. Just think of it as helping your brother Lu pick out some clothes. If you don't help, are you expecting 2 roughnecks like us to pick out women's clothes? Since Zhai Lu had said so, Tang Kursin couldn't refuse any longer and finally started picking things out in the store. Since Tang Kursin wasn't really willing to talk to him right now, Qin Yao didn't want to just wait around. He gave Zhai Lu a few instructions, telling him to stay here and help cook Xian choose clothes, while he went downstairs to buy some daily necessities. He told Zhai Lu to just pack up all the clothes Xian tried on. Tang Kursin was a little nervous when she first entered. After all, she hadn't been to such a large shopping mall for many years. But after trying on a few clothes, he immediately found his rhythm and walked around, leaving Zhai Lu speechless. That's why they say girls can instantly transform into superheroines the moment they step into a clothing store. As for Jai Lu, he was really tired of waiting, so he told Tang Kursin that he was going to the restroom to have a smoke. Tang Kursin was happily trying on clothes with the help of a shop assistant when suddenly a middle-aged woman rushed into the store. The middle-aged woman looked fierce and menacing. She snatched the clothes from Tang Kursin's hands as soon as she entered the room, and then slapped her across the face. "You little bitch, you're having a great time buying things here with my husband's money." Suddenly slapped in the face, Tang Kursin was momentarily stunned. She covered her face and took a few steps back, saying, "Who are you? I don't know you. Don't you recognize me? If you don't recognize me, why did you seduce my husband?" The middle-aged woman caught up and grabbed Tang Kursin's arm. She was accompanied by two strong men who held her back from both sides, leaving Tang Kursin with nowhere to run. "Come on, I'll take you to confront that bastard right now." After saying that, he grabbed her and tried to drag her out of the mall. The commotion attracted considerable attention. Seeing a crowd gathered, Tang Kursin quickly pleaded for help. "Someone help me. I don't know any of them." But the middle-aged woman shouted, "Get out of my way, mind your own business. This young wench is so bad at such a young age. She actually seduced my husband and tricked him into spending over 10,000 yuan on her. Look, if she hadn't used my husband's money, would she be here buying clothes?" Everyone agreed. Tang Kursin's clothes looked like cheap knockoffs, yet she was happily browsing through several designer stores. If she hadn't been a mistress, where would she have gotten the money? Forget it, let's just leave it alone. This kind of trash deserves to be dealt with. Exactly, so young and already learning bad habits. It's good for her to learn a lesson. A group of people pointed and whispered at Tang Kursin, but no one stepped forward to help. Not only that, some people even took out their phones to record videos. Tang Kursin collapsed to the ground, crying, but was dragged several meters away by the woman and two men. "I'm really not a mistress. Please help me call the police." Her hands were restricted, preventing her from reaching for her phone. Upon hearing that she wanted to call the police, the middle-aged woman slapped her face several more times, causing her nose to bleed profusely. "You filthy bitch, you dare call the police? Let's see if the police arrest you or me when they come." Just as Tang Kursin was about to be dragged onto the elevator, Jai Lu, who had gone to the restroom, finally came out. Seeing this, he rushed forward in a few strides. "What are you doing? Let her go." Hearing someone call them, the three quickly shoved Tang Kursin into the elevator, seemingly trying to take her away. Fortunately, Jai Lu ran fast and rushed up to hold the elevator door shut. He took out his phone and glared at the middle-aged woman, saying, "If you don't let go of her, I'll call the police." Seeing that Jai Lu had already dialed the number, the three of them quickly abandoned Tang Kursin and ran away. Chapter 62, The Reverse Scale. "Kursin, are you alright?" Jai Lu helped Tang Kursin up, sat her down to the side, and then quickly called Qin Yao. Upon receiving the call, Qin Yao rushed over. When he saw Tang Kursin's face covered in 5 finger marks, a surge of bloodlust rushed to his head, and an astonishing killing intent instantly spread, causing those who passed by to turn their heads and shudder with fear. "What's going on?" He struggled to suppress his urge to kill and asked Jai Lu. Tang Kursin lowered her head, seemingly unwilling to let him see her like this. "I just went to the restroom, and suddenly a few people appeared out of nowhere, insisting that Kursin was a mistress and trying to drag her away." Jai Lu briefly recounted the situation, then angrily slammed a chair down. "These people are so arrogant. They dare to snatch someone in broad daylight. Don't they have any respect for the law?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yao immediately recalled what Zhao Ming had reported to him. That Lu Boyong has connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and he'll use any means necessary. Could he be the one behind today's incident? Where are the others? I don't know. They probably ran away. At the time, Jai Lu was afraid that Tang Kursin was in danger alone in the mall, so he didn't dare to chase after her. Qin Yao nodded, his face dark, and said, "Take Kursin back first, I'll handle things here." "Okay, then be careful." Jai Lu, as expected of someone who understands Qin Yao, immediately knew that this matter was not simple. Qin Yao was about to go downstairs to check if those people were still there when he was suddenly stopped by a small, cold hand. Looking back, I saw Tang Kursin with a red and swollen face. Seeing her teary-eyed appearance, Qin Yao's voice softened considerably. "What's wrong, Kursin? Are you feeling unwell?" "Actually, I'm fine. They probably just mistook me for someone else." "You shouldn't go." Tang Kursin said her first words to Qin Yao all day. "Don't cause trouble." She knew that, given Qin Yao's personality, he would never let the person who had bullied her family get away so easily. But he was unlikely to get out of prison, and she didn't want to see him cause trouble again. "Let's just leave it at that. You don't need to go." Seeing Tang Kursen's pitiful appearance, Qin Yao's anger not only did not diminish in the slightest, but instead intensified. He held Tang Kursen's hand and said calmly, "Okay, I promise you, I will never act impulsively. But these people clearly had ulterior motives just now, and if they had taken you away, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How about this? You go back to the hospital with Lao Lu first, and I will come to pick you and your aunt up later." "And what about you?" Tang Kursen held on to him tightly, looking full of worry. Qin Yao patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'll call the police. We need to know what these people are up to, right?" When she heard that Qin Yao had chosen to call the police instead of handling the situation himself, after hesitating for a moment, he nodded and got up to follow Zhai Lu back to the hospital. Before leaving, she turned back to Qin Yao and said, "Then hurry up, Mom and I are waiting for you at the hospital." "Okay." Qin Yao smiled and replied to her, then quietly instructed Zhai Lu, "Lao Lu, you take care of my sister for now. If anything seems wrong after we get back to the hospital, call me immediately." Although Zhai Lu didn't understand, he nodded emphatically when he saw Qin Yao's solemn expression. After the two of them, Qin Yao's expression immediately darkened. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. To touch them is certain death. If he can't see that what happened today was intentional, then he's wasted his life. So Qin Yao dialed Zhang Heng's number directly. "Do you have a way to access the surveillance footage near the New Century Mall on Jiangbei Road?" The person on the other end, unaware of what had happened, immediately replied, "New Century Shopping Mall is my family's property. Just tell me what time slot you need, and I'll have someone arrange it for you right away." "Good." Shortly after hanging up the phone, a man who looked like a manager came running down the street and took Qin Yao to see the surveillance footage. During this time, Qin Yao called Yu Ronghai and asked him to prepare a car with fake license plates and send it over, as he needed it. After finding out where those people had gone, Yu Ronghai had someone send the car over. After Qin Yao got into the car, he drove off immediately, flooring the accelerator. While checking the surveillance footage, he sent a message to Zhao Ming, who quickly replied and told him that today's events were Lin Kuan's idea. Liu Boyong originally did not know that Qin Yao had a cousin, but Lin Kuan took the initiative to suggest that Tang Kursen could be used as a warning. Actually, when it comes to killing, Lin Kuan himself is also afraid. After all, once someone has taken a life, those hands are no longer clean. So he simply came up with a plan to use Qin Yao's family to threaten him and force him to leave Qingcheng. Once he realizes he can't protect his family in Qingcheng, he'll definitely back down. Little did he know that doing so would directly offend Qin Yao. Qin Yao sensed the hospital, but Qin Yao's mind was on Tang Kursen at the time, so he didn't pay attention. Qin Yao can't be found right now, but Lin Kuan is different. Qin Yao drove directly to the hospital and happened to see Lin Jixia picking up Lin Kuan and Qiuyu from the hospital. Just as they were about to turn, Qin Yao stepped on the gas and grazed past Lin Jixia's car. With a loud bang, Lin Jixia's car crashed into the rear of Qin Yao's car, and several angry curses immediately came from inside the car. "Who is it? Can't you drive? Are you blind?" Lin Kuan got out of the car while cursing, and Lin Jixia and Qiuyu also got out. "Oh dear, the headlights are all knocked off. How much will it cost to fix this?" Qiuyu glanced at the front of the car and immediately wailed in distress. Then she walked to Qin Yao's car door and pounded on the window. "Get out. Get out right now and pay up. Don't think that hiding in the car will make this all over." Lin Jixia also walked over with a frown and said unhappily, "Sir, you hit my car, shouldn't you get out and give me an explanation?" Seeing that the people in the car didn't react, Lin Jixia became even more impatient. "Sir, if you insist on not getting out of the car, then I will have no choice but to call the police." At this moment, Lin Kuan limped over and pounded on the car door. "Get the hell out of here right now. You don't want to pay compensation. Do you believe I'll—" Before he could finish speaking, the driver's cab door opened. When Qin Yao got out of the car, Lin Kuan's eyes widened instantly, and he turned to run away. But he was no match for Qin Yao now. Qin Yao grabbed his clothes and threw him to the ground. "Qin Yao." Lin Jixia was shocked to find that the person who hit her with his car was Qin Yao. Her pretty face flushed with anger, and she grabbed him, saying, "What are you doing? You hit us with your car, fine, but now you're hitting us. What? Are you trying to kill us?" When Qiuyu saw that the person who hit them was Qin Yao, she also started shouting. But Qin Yao was radiating a murderous aura at the moment, and considering that this guy was also a violent maniac, she only dared to verbally attack him. Qin Yao ignored the two women, walked over and grabbed Lin Kuan's head, looking down at him and asking, "Did you send someone to find Ku Xian?" Lin Kuan, feeling guilty, knew why Qin Yao had come the moment he saw him. However, how could he tell the truth in front of Lin Jixia? "Who am I looking for?" Qin Yao, don't make false accusations. Let me tell you, with so many people watching, if you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll send you back to jail. It's okay if you don't want to talk, Qin Yao said, releasing him abruptly. But before Lin Kuan could get up, Qin Yao stepped on his head, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Qin Yao you. Lin Kuan felt a sharp pain and was filled with immense humiliation. But Qin Yao's eyes were as cold as a prison, and he said coldly, Lin Kuan, I originally wanted to let you go, but you shouldn't have used my family to threaten me. As he spoke, Qin Yao pressed down harder with his foot, causing Lin Kuan to scream in pain. Lin Zhixiao rushed over and tried to push Qin Yao away. What are you doing? Xiao Sheng has been in the hospital these past few days. How could he have had time to go see your sister? Besides, even if Xiao Sheng harbors resentment towards you, he would never retaliate by harming your family. This time, however, when Lin Zhixiao pushed him, he didn't budge. Instead, the force under her feet increased, and Lin Kuan's screams became even more agonizing. Qin Yao. Lin Zhixiao was furious and raised her hand to slap Qin Yao. But as soon as she raised her hand, Qin Yao grabbed her wrist. Looking up, I was met with a pair of eyes as deep and cold as a still pool. Chapter 63, 200 million. Lin Zhixiao had never seen Qin Yao like this before, and felt a chill slowly rise from her back. The Qin Yao standing before her felt completely unfamiliar to her. Qin Yao grasped her wrist, stared into her eyes, and said, word by word, I used to tolerate him a lot because of you. But now that he's harmed my family, not even the heavenly king himself could save him, let alone you. As he spoke, Qin Yao stomped harder, causing Lin Kuan to scream in agony. Seeing that Lin Kuan was about to collapse, Qiu Yu pounced on Qin Yao, pushing and hitting him, yelling, You jinx! Let go of my son. Lin Zhixiao, what are you standing there for? Call the police and have this bastard arrested. That bastard has tried to harm my son time and time again. Does he really think the entire Lin family is dead? Qiu Yu tugged at Lin Zhixiao's clothes. Call the police. Don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. His family is a bunch of poor losers. What could they possibly have to threaten Xiaosheng for? Amidst the crying and fussing, Lin Zhixiao finally realized what was happening. She forcefully pulled her hand back, her face stern, and said, Qin Yao, I don't know what happened in your family, but you can't make baseless accusations against Xiaosheng. We're divorced, our marriage is over. Since you're going to make trouble, don't blame me for calling the police. Call the police? Qin Yao snorted coldly. Fine, I had the same idea. Lin Zhixiao was taken aback, as if she didn't understand why he dared to call the police. Qin Yao lowered his eyes to look at Lin Kuan on the ground, and said coldly, Your sister probably doesn't know what you've been doing behind my back, right? By the way, I found those 3 people from today. If we confront them at the police station, and with the mall's surveillance footage, what charges do you think you'll face? The mere act of forcibly abducting Tang Kursen from the mall is enough to charge Lin Kuan with kidnapping. So when Lin Kuan heard that Qin Yao was going to call the police, he quickly struggled to stand up and cried out, Sister, no, you can't call the police. Qin Yao turned to look at Lin Zhixiao, but didn't say anything. Lin Zhixiao was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was going on. She angrily pointed at Lin Kuan and asked, Why can't we call the police? Did you really send someone to hurt Aunt Qin and Kursen? Although her relationship with Qin Yao had ended, Qin Yao's family was ultimately innocent. Besides, she knew that Aunt Qin and Kursen had also had a hard time these past few years, as they were implicated in her own affairs. It was absolutely wrong of Lin Kuan to take his anger out on them. Sister, I didn't hurt them. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I just sent someone to scare them so that their family won't come looking for you again. Even now, Lin Kuan still tries to argue his way out of it. Although Lin Zhixiao was furious, he was, after all, her own younger brother. Moreover, Qin Yao's direct drive to force them to stop and his ruthless attitude of trampling Lin Kuan underfoot really angered her. Qin Yao with a stern face. You said Xiaosheng hurt Aunt Qin and Kuexine. Were they injured? My aunt is fine, but Kursen was slapped more than a dozen times in public. Since Aunt Qin is alright, then there's no question of harm. As for Kursen, Xiaosheng had someone slap her more than a dozen times, and you also hit us with your car. Moreover, Xiaosheng was publicly trampled underfoot by you. It's a case of tit for tat. From now on, I will have someone keep an eye on him and take him back to discipline him properly. He won't cause you any more trouble. Now can you let him go? Qin Yao stared coldly at her and retorted, Whether it's an eye for an eye or not is not up to you or me. Didn't you just say you wanted to call the police? How about we call the police now? Lin Zhixiao's eyes turned cold. Qin Yao, don't push your luck. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao sneered, kicked Lin Kuan's head away, and stared down at Lin Zhixiao. He had me surrounded, and if I wasn't hurt, nothing happened. But if he was injured, I have to apologize. I hit him in the street, and you have to call the police. He had Kirsten kidnapped, and if I call the police, it's considered taking advantage of him. Lin Jixia, didn't you keep saying you wanted justice? Then tell me, what kind of justice is this? Qin Yao took a step forward with each sentence, his aura so cold that Lin Jixia had to retreat repeatedly. Qin Yao's words left Lin Jixia speechless. Xiao Sheng is just being immature. He's immature, so he can hurt and provoke me at will, and I can't fight back? Qin Yao interrupted her. Just because he's your brother? But don't forget, Kirsten is also my sister. She and my aunt are my only family. Lin Jixia was speechless after being cornered by Qin Yao. More and more people gathered around, and it was the first time she had ever seen Qin Yao like this. Qin Yao, who used to take care of and tolerate her in every way, is now making her lose face like this. Lin Kun was still wailing on the ground, and Xiaoyu was crying and cursing beside him, her face growing increasingly pale. Fine, you're right. Then tell me how to handle this. Lin Jixia glanced at the two cars that had collided, her pretty face icy cold. Calling the police is fine. Xiao Sheng is at fault. But what about you? If Xiao Sheng is convicted of kidnapping, then I can sue you for murder for what you just did. Are you sure you want to call the police? Hearing Lin Jixia's words, Qin Yao's heart turned completely cold. Lin Jixia's door today in front of her, instead of dealing with it privately, partly because he was furious, and partly because he wanted to see Lin Jixia's attitude. It now seems that she would rather send herself to prison than let her brother escape. In her eyes, she was the one who had committed the heinous crime, while her good younger brother was just naive. At this moment, the traffic police also rushed to the scene. The car accident they've had is already blown up. Even if they don't call the police, the traffic police will come to check on the situation. Seeing the traffic police arrive, Qin Yao said coldly, "Murder? I can't agree with what Miss Lin said. I was driving straight normally when your brother turned and hit my car. Even if the traffic police handle it, it's entirely your brother's fault, understand?" "You're talking nonsense," Lin Jixia shouted angrily. At this point, the traffic police, having finished their investigation and reviewed the surveillance footage, came over and said, "I'm sorry, miss, what this gentleman said is correct. It was indeed your car that was turning and collided with this gentleman's car that was going straight. Turning vehicles must yield to oncoming vehicles. This accident is entirely your fault, and you need to compensate this gentleman for all his losses." Upon hearing this, Lin Jixia realized that Qin Yao had deliberately waited until their car turned before crashing into them. She looked at Qin Yao's cold face, gritted her teeth, and said, "Fine, since it's entirely our fault, I'll pay for it. Xiao Sheng hit you, so as his older sister, I'll pay for him." The car Qin Yao was driving was just an ordinary Mitsubishi, not worth much at all. The damaged front of the car was worth, at most, a few hundred yuan. Lin Jixia had already opened her bag to take out the money when she heard Qin Yao say indifferently, "You'll pay for it for him? Fine, 200 million. Chapter 64. You're extorting me. 200 million. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu, who had been taking care of Lin Kun, suddenly jumped up from the ground. "You bastard, you're extorting us. Even if your beat-up car is smashed to pieces, it's only worth tens of thousands of yuan at most. Where did you get 200 million? Lin Jixia's expression was also cold, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Qin Yao, don't go too far. I've already tolerated what happened today, and you can't be so unforgiving just because Xiao Sheng was in the wrong first. I am right. I can forgive people if I want to, and if I don't, no one can escape it," Qin Yao said sternly. Seeing his domineering attitude, Lin Jixia knew she was in the wrong and tried her best to suppress her anger. "Fine, you're right. But you want me to compensate you 200 million? That's absolutely impossible. Your car isn't worth 200 million at all. The car is definitely not worth 200 million. Qin Yao opened the car door, took a box from the passenger seat, and opened it to find a blue and white porcelain vase inside, but it was already broken into pieces. Lin Jixia's pretty face changed drastically. Because this vase was previously purchased by Qin Yao at Baoxin auction house, and the original transaction price was 200 million. You should recognize this vase. It's a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase. It sold for 200 million at auction. I also have an authentication certificate issued by Baoxin auction house. You can check it anytime." Qin Yao seemed not to notice Lin Jixia's expression and said to himself, "For the sake of our past marriage, I'll charge you 100 million based on the starting bid. If the 100 million is not received by tomorrow, I will hand over the bill to Qing Yuan to handle. They are much more professional at debt collection than I am." Lin Jixia was furious and directly broke off all pretense of civility, saying, "Qin Yao, don't go too far. 110 million. You deliberately bumped into me just now. 120 million. You're trying to extort me. 150 million. Qin Yao would add another sentence for every one she said. Lin Jixia didn't dare to say anything more and could only stare at Qin Yao with her beautiful eyes. Qin Yao's gaze darkened as he took a step closer and said, I told you before to warn Lin Kuan to stay away from Zhao Tian, but you wouldn't listen. This time, it's a lesson for him, and also a lesson for you. But if he dares to do this again, I won't just want compensation. After saying this, Qin Yao handed the scene over to the traffic police and then drove away. Lin Jixia stood there, watching Qin Yao's departing figure, her body trembling slightly. I don't know whether I'm angry or heartbroken. Since Qin Yao was released from prison, this man has changed so much. And she and Qin Yao, without even realizing it, had already reached this point. When Qin Yao returned to the hospital, his aunt had already gone to bed to rest. After a simple cold compress, Tang Kerson's face had become much less swollen. However, fearing that Qin Shufang would notice, she borrowed some foundation from the nurse before daring to go in and take care of her aunt. Zhai Lu had been staying at the hospital, not daring to leave. When he saw Qin Yao arrive, he quickly stepped forward and asked, How is it, Qin Yao? Have you found out who did it? Qin Yao had nothing to hide from him. It's Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan, Zhai Lu exclaimed incredulously. He used to be your brother-in-law. How could he dare to lay a hand on Kuexeng? He was provoked by Zhao Tian and thought I was blocking his sister's way. So he wanted to use the safety of my aunt and her son to force me to leave Qingqing. If I don't leave, I'm afraid my next target will be me. After hearing Qin Yao's explanation, Zhai Lu gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard. He doesn't even care about the law for money. And Zhao Tian too. He caused your imprisonment back then. And now he dares to instigate you behind your back. He deserves to die. Don't worry. They will never let their mistakes go unpunished. After exchanging a few words with Zhai Lu, Qin Yao called Yu Ronghai and asked him to send someone to the hospital to secretly watch over Qin Shufang and Tang Kerson, so as not to disturb them and frighten their aunt. We need to ensure their safety until my aunt is discharged from the hospital. Then, Qin Yao dialed a number he hadn't spoken to since his release from prison. It rang only once before the other end answered. The woman's voice was cool and clear, yet it carried a hint of languor, as if she had just woken up. What? You still remember me? I'm sorry to bother you so late. Hee. The woman on the other end chuckled lightly and said calmly, Let's not be so polite between us. Tell me, have you run into some trouble? Qin Yao originally wanted to resolve the issue himself and didn't want to trouble others. Although Lin Kuan was somewhat clever and even harbored murderous intentions towards himself, he couldn't accomplish anything on his own. There were still people pulling the strings behind the scenes. Zhao Ming said that Lu Boyong had quite a background, and he wanted to see what kind of person he was. It's simple. I want to borrow some people from you. The next morning, Qin Yao directly transferred Lin Kuan's debts to Cheng Yuan. Even if Lin Jixia agrees to pay off his debts, given her current assets, she wouldn't be able to come up with 150 million. Having this debt burden will keep Lin Kuan in line for the time being, preventing Lin Jixia from getting involved in this matter. Although their relationship had ended, he targeted Zhao Tian for revenge, not wanting to one day actually get into a murder case with her. At that moment, Qin Yao also received a call from Sun Jiaowei. Mr. Qin, are you free now? Sun Jiaowei spoke cautiously, with a hint of flattery. Speak, Qin Yao said without wasting any words. Here's the thing. The matter you asked me to handle last time has been investigated thoroughly, Sun Jiaowei said. The family that was cooperating with Zhao Tian before was the Li family of Qingqing. They had indeed been flirting with Zhao Tian for the past few years, but recently they had a falling out over the land issue in Yubei district. The Li family is furious and is now looking for him everywhere. However, Zhao Tian has the Nangong family as his backer, so the Li family won't dare to touch him for the time being. Do you want to meet with the Li family? Well, the Li family, as a family with a long history in the automotive industry, wanted to get a piece of the real estate pie this year due to the industry's downturn. They chose Zhao Tian, but now they've come up empty-handed and are probably going crazy with anxiety. Qin Yao said calmly, Right now, the Li family members are probably the ones who want to kill Zhao Tian the most, besides me. Sun Jiaowei hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, Mr. Qin, do you mean you want to use the Li family to deal with Zhao Tian? That's right. Actually, Mr. Qin, you don't need to go to so much trouble. Zhao Tian is just a nobody. With just a word from you, our Sun family is willing to serve you. After all, the Sun family is one of the 4 great families alongside the Nangong family. Getting a son-in-law from the Nangong family would be a piece of cake. Qin Yao neither refused nor agreed, but simply said, Then I'll trouble Patriarch Sun to arrange a meeting with the Li family for me. However, the Sun family should refrain from showing their faces for the time being. The invitation can be made in my name. Yes. Chapter 65. This water is too deep. That evening, the Li family received a message from Qin Yao requesting a meeting. Richard and his son sat in the living room, their faces gloomy and tense. Dad, what exactly does this rising star of Qingqing mean by asking to meet us at this time? Li Gao, smoking a cigarette, seemed somewhat puzzled. A newly rich? He's nothing more than a pawn. Richard snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. In fact, the Sun family did not personally extend the invitation this time. Instead, at Qin Yao's request, they found a middleman in Qingcheng who specialized in acting as an intermediary, and then invited the Li family to meet in the middleman's name. Therefore, neither of them took it seriously, and they even looked down on it. After all, the day after losing the land, the Li family sent people to investigate Qin Yao. And a prisoner who has just been released from prison, a shield pushed into the spotlight, actually dares to send someone to arrange a meeting with them, and even specifically requests to see him, the head of the family. A mere prisoner, even with the Zhang family as his backer, should be the one personally coming to see him. Upon hearing this, Li Gao clicked his tongue and said, "Is he really a pheasant climbing a sycamore tree and thinking he's a phoenix? Dad, I'll just have someone turn him away. Don't rush." Richard shook his head and analyzed rationally. Although this kid is of lowly status, he is, after all, a lackey of the Zhang family. His meeting with us must have been at the behest of the Zhang family. He leaned back on the sofa and sighed. That Zhao Tian has really messed up, and our Li family has been terribly screwed over by him. This matter can't just be left like this. Someone has to give our Li family an explanation. Whether it's Zhao Tian or the Zhang family, I'll just see who can bring in the greater benefits. But don't forget, no matter what, Zhao Tian is now the son-in-law of the Nangong family. Zhang sent such an insignificant person to intervene this time, clearly targeting Zhao Tian. If Zhao Tian finds out that we're meeting with him privately, I'm afraid. Li Gao's hesitation was not because of Zhao Tian, but because of the Nangong family behind him. The Nangong family's inclusion among the four great families is well-deserved. What people fear most is not how much wealth and resources they have. After all, money becomes worthless once it reaches a certain level. In a position like the Nangong family, what matters most is connections and status. Therefore, for a century after the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, the Nangong family had been cultivating talents to enter the government. In this generation, the second son-in-law of the Nangong family became the pillar of their family. Although they are both sons-in-law, their status is completely different from Zhao Tian's. This second son-in-law is about to be stationed in the Southwest Theater Command. With the support of the Nangong family's vast wealth, he will be able to obtain the rank of Major General at a young age. It is said that as long as he makes a few merits in the Southwest War Zone, he will likely be promoted to the central government in the future, and then the status of the Nangong family will be different. His presence also helped the Nangong family, which had almost fallen out of the ranks of the four great families, to regain its footing. Li Gao thought of this and took a few more puffs of his cigarette. Dad, think about it. If the Zhang family was only after Zhao Tian, they wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Zhang Sanqing is the richest man in Qingqing now. Dealing with Zhao Tian would be a piece of cake for him. Why would they need a shill to act as their pawn? I think the Zhang family is most likely after the Nangong family this time. The waters here are much deeper. After hearing what he said, Richard also felt that it made a lot of sense. My son is very insightful. He saw through the undercurrents hidden beneath the surface at a glance. But now we've used up all of the Li family's liquid cash, plus billions of yuan in loans tied up in our hands. If we keep dragging this out, the bank interest alone will cost the Li family a huge loss. Richard's long sigh brought the conversation between father and son to a standstill. It's truly a case of gods fighting and mortals suffering. The Zhang family wanted to start by targeting the Nangong family through Zhao Tian, aiming to take their place among the four great families. However, the most unfortunate ones now are actually the Li family. Who can I complain to about this? Dad, I think we should meet that kid. Li Gao stubbed out his cigarette, and as if making a decision, he gritted his teeth and said, the Zhang family has been suppressed by the four major families for so many years, and now they suddenly dare to attack the Nangong family. They might have some trump card up their sleeve. If it's inconvenient for you to go, then I'll go and see what the Zhang family wants to say through this kid. Even if Zhao Tian finds out, we don't need to be afraid. Don't forget, we still hold Zhao Tian's life in our hands. Richard thought for a moment, then decisively slapped his thigh. All right, go see them first and see what they're up to. But don't take out Zhao Tian's things easily. If he gains a foothold in the Nangong family, they'll be very useful to us. Good. The Li family's response quickly reached Qin Yao, and they arranged to meet the following afternoon at Fenga Tower. The next morning, Qin Yao went to the hospital. It was his aunt's discharge day. It seems that Qin Shufang's complexion has improved a lot in the past 2 days because of Qin Yao's return, and she smiles more often. Xiaofeng, I've seen you running around these past few days. Have you found a job yet? On the way to Shuiyuehuading, Qin Shufang suddenly asked a question. Qin Yao has been quite busy these past 2 days. The aunt and nephew haven't even had a proper meal together yet. Qin Yao is driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class that he got from Yuronghai today. It's spacious and quite suitable for moving. Hearing Qin Shufang's words, Qin Yao just smiled faintly. Yes, I didn't have time to see you after I was released from prison. I went to find a job first. Don't worry. He knew that Qin Shufang's biggest worry was his livelihood after his release from prison. But if I were to tell her directly that I am now the CEO of Xingsheng, whether she believes me or not is one thing. But even if she does, she would probably worry that I did some dirty work in prison all these years for money and risking my life. Rather than wasting time explaining, it's better to keep it from her for now. Really? That's great. I'm relieved that you have a stable job. Qin Shufang smiled broadly, but then asked suspiciously, but you just found a job. Where did this car come from? I know Mercedes aren't cheap. Your uncle wanted to buy one before, but I never agreed. Don't try to fool me. Qin Yao smiled and patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, Aunt. I borrowed this car from an old classmate to make it easier for us to move. Hey kid, stop bothering others. You haven't even repaid Jailu's favor yet. How many more favors will you owe now? Seeing that they were almost at Shuiyuehuading, Qin Yao quickly brushed it off. Okay, whatever you say. I'll return the car after I finish moving today. After saying that, he quickly pointed ahead. Auntie, look, we've arrived. Qin Shufang looked up following his hand, and her expression immediately showed some surprise. What? Is it a villa? Chapter 66. They really came to ask for money. Not to mention Qin Shufang. Even Tang Kurson, who had been smiling and welcoming all the way, showed surprise when she saw the 3-story villa. Qin Yao calmly unlocked the door with his iris and went inside first with his things. A friend's house is vacant. He's currently developing his career abroad and needs someone to look after the house. He heard that I just got out of prison, so he simply let me come and stay. Qin Shufang was skeptical, but then she thought that Qin Yao, who had just been released from prison, couldn't possibly afford such an expensive house, so she believed it. Oh dear, but we can't just stay in such a nice house for free, can we? Don't worry, Auntie. These days, professional villa lookouts are quite expensive. We're old friends, so we won't mind. Qin Yao led the mother and daughter into the villa, showed them the layout of the house, and also explained that the things inside the house and facilities like the swimming pool in the back needed to be used regularly. Otherwise, if no one used them for a long time, they would have to find someone to repair them, which wouldn't be cheap. Qin Shufang had never seen such a high-end villa before, and she immediately agreed and nodded. Even though she knew the house belonged to someone else, Qin Shufang couldn't hide her joy at being able to move into such a nice house. After settling his aunt in, Qin Yao was about to go out to buy some food when Tang Kurson grabbed him at the door. She hadn't said a word the whole way, so her sudden stop must mean something's wrong. Qin Yao's tone was gentle, assuming she wanted to ask about going back to school. Don't worry, Kurson, I've already arranged everything for you. It's just that it's still summer vacation, and school doesn't start for another 2 weeks, so that's not what I came here to talk about. Tang Kurson interrupted him, seemingly not wanting to look him in the eye, and turned her head away. I've decided to drop out of school to help my mother open the shop. She's not in good health right now, so I can't leave. I have something else to ask you. Tell me the truth. This house and car are all yours, right? Qin Yao hadn't expected that Tang Kurson would see through her lies so easily, so he simply nodded in agreement. That's right. Lin Zhixiao said at the hospital that day was all true. Tang Kurson raised her head and stared intently at Qin Yao. She was probably referring to the day the auction ended and Lin Zhixiao chased after her to the hospital. Qin Yao told the truth. It's half true and half false. It's true, I do have money. It's false, though, that money doesn't belong to the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Tang Kurson frowned and said, if it's not from the Zhang family, then is it yours? That's right, Qin Yao admitted. Hey, your money? Do you think I believe that? Tang Kurson bit her lip and shook her head, seemingly not taking Qin Yao's words seriously at all. I know you're eager to prove yourself and make amends to us, but there are some things you can't do. What my mother and I need has never been wealth and luxury, but family reunion. Although I don't know what you're doing, if it's too dangerous, you'd better stop now. That's it. After saying that, Tang Kurson stepped aside from the doorway and went straight back to her room to take care of her aunt. Qin Yao watched her retreating figure and sighed silently. This little guy, he's trying to be concerned, but why does he say it in such an unpleasant way? The Lin family. Since the furniture factory went bankrupt, Lin's father has been away from home for years. He is either out hiking or fishing, and it is common for him to be away from home for 10 days or half a month at a time. Therefore, only Qiu Yu and her 2 children were often in the Lin family's villa. Ouch! Mom, be gentle, it hurts so much. On the living room sofa, Qiu Yu was changing Lin Kuan's dressing with iodine. Yesterday, Qin Yao stomped on me and rubbed me so badly that large patches of my skin were rubbed raw. With old wounds not yet healed and new ones added, Lin Kuan is going to suffer greatly. Oh my child, you're so unlucky. How did you end up with such a jinx? Qiu Yu cried, her heart aching. When she caught sight of Lin Jixia coming downstairs, she immediately raised her voice several octaves. It's only because you have a good temper that you didn't argue with that kid for your sister's sake. Otherwise, I would have called the police and sent him to jail yesterday. Lin Jixia felt a headache coming on as soon as she heard her mother's words. She rubbed her temples and said, "All right, Mom, stop trying to subtly criticize me. Wasn't Xiaosheng completely innocent about what happened yesterday?" Although she was angry yesterday, she still questioned Lin Kuan thoroughly when she got back. After calming down, she carefully recalled Qin Yao's reaction when he confronted Lin Kuan. Even if Qin Yao went too far, he wouldn't have forced her to stop his car and falsely accused Xiaosheng in front of her. Xiaosheng is no pushover, so there might be something fishy about this. Sure enough, under Lin Jixia's questioning, Lin Kuan honestly confessed. He was afraid that Qin Yao would keep bothering him, so he planned to find someone to scare Tang Kursin and force Qin Yao to leave Qingqing on his own. However, he never mentioned his cooperation with Zhao Tian, let alone that he had developed murderous intent towards Qin Yao after meeting Lu Boyan. Lin Jixia was furious after hearing this. She had originally declared that she would no longer care about Lin Kuan's affairs, but she couldn't stop Qiu Yu from crying and making a scene. In addition, Lin Kuan was already covered in injuries, which was heartbreaking to see, so she didn't say anything more. Even if Xiaosheng is wrong, does that give Qin Yao the right to lay a hand on him? Who does he think he is? Qiu Yu was immediately displeased upon hearing Lin Jixia's words. So what if her son makes a mistake? She spoiled and raised her son. How could she let someone like Qin Yao beat and scold him? All right, Mom, you should say less. If this had happened to me yesterday, I probably would have been just as angry as Qin Yao. Since he hit Xiaosheng too, let's just let it go. Lin Jixia was busy leaving and didn't have time to argue with the mother and son. But Lin Kuan quickly sat up and asked Lin Jixia, "Sister, what about the 150 million that Qin Yao mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jixia frowned. Let's not worry about it for now. He probably wouldn't go that far. She was certain that Qin Yao's words yesterday were just to scare her and vent his anger on the spot. If he still wanted to see me again, he wouldn't have been so heartless. More importantly, she always believed in her heart that Qin Yao was deeply in love with her and would not do something that would disgust her. Qiu Yu rolled her eyes and crossed her arms, saying, "What 150 million? Just listen to that kid's bragging. Don't think I didn't see it. His pile of broken porcelain shards is exactly the same as the antique that the nouveau riche sent over before. That penniless wretch, could he afford an antique worth 200 million? What's he pretending for? If he's going to forge something, at least make one that nobody's ever seen before. I bet what he has is just a pile of broken porcelain and tiles. We're being lenient by not suing him for extortion, and he still dares to come asking us for money." Lin Jixia didn't explain to them that the antique was most likely real, fearing that saying it would only lead to more complicated issues. Today is an important day. This afternoon, the Sun family will meet with these candidate manufacturers for the first time at Fengala. She can't be late. She froze as soon as she opened the door. 3 vans were parked in front of the Lin family's house. One of the men, dressed in a suit and tie but with a thuggish air, approached her with a smile. "Hello, Miss Lin. We are from Qingyuan Credit Company. We have been entrusted by Mr. Qin to collect a compensation payment on his behalf. You may go out, but if Lin Kuan, the debtor, wants to go out, I'm afraid he will have to be accompanied by us." Suddenly, Lin Jixia's head went blank, and only one thought popped into her mind. Qin Yao, he actually asked her for money. Chapter 67. How dare he? What did you say? Upon hearing that someone had come to ask for money, Qiu Yu immediately rushed out of the room, cursing loudly. Who does Qin Yao think he is? He's just a bunch of broken tiles and rubble. What right does he have to ask us for money? The man in the suit still had a smile on his face when he heard this, but his eyes suddenly turned much gloomy. As soon as the doors of the 3 vans behind him opened, more than a dozen tall and strong young men got out. They didn't come forward, but just stood at the door of the vans. Several of them were holding batons and tapping them in their palms. This snap snap sound startled Qiu Yu, who shrank back and immediately lost her arrogance. The man in the suit chuckled, Whether it's broken porcelain or rotten tile, you can have it appraised anytime. We can even accompany you. But if this lady doesn't watch her mouth and speaks rudely to my client again, then don't blame my brothers for being hot-tempered and coming in to have a serious talk with you. What right do you have to come in? I can call the police. Xiaoyu shouted, forcing herself to speak, but she still hid behind Lin Jixia, only showing half of her head. All right, my client said he's ready to call the police anytime if you want. But the price won't be the same then. The man in the suit smiled calmly. His men took a few more steps forward, scaring Xiaoyu so much that she didn't dare show half of her head. Lin Jixia's clothes tightly and urged, Lin Jixia, hurry up. Call that bastard Qin Yao right now. Ask him what he's up to. He's trying to extort us with a bunch of fakes, asking for 150 million right off the bat. Why doesn't he just rob a bank? We can always sue him. What are you waiting for? Make the call. Seeing Lin Jixia standing there motionless, Xiaoyu hurriedly pushed her. This finally brought Lin Jixia back to her senses. She still couldn't believe that Qin Yao would actually ask her for money, and in such a despicable way. The Lin family's total assets are so small that they can't even scrape together a fraction of 50 million, let alone 150 million. Where would they get the money to give him? By doing this, isn't he driving Xiaosheng to his death? But now was not the time to dwell on that. She glanced at the time and finally decided to head to Fenghe Tower first. Mom, I have urgent business to discuss now, which concerns the company's future development, so I can't be late. So, you and Xiaosheng shouldn't go out today. We'll talk about everything when I get back. Your brother is almost killed, and you still have the mind to talk about official business. Xiaoyu didn't dare to vent her anger on Cheng Yuan's people, so she could only take it out on Lin Jixia. Xiaosheng became like this because of you. I don't care, you have to take responsibility for him to the end. Lin Jixia had a headache, but could only agree for now. Okay, I understand. Can we talk about it when I get back? After saying that, she looked coldly at the man in the suit in front of her. I'm warning you. If you enter my house without permission and harm my family, don't blame me for being impolite. Miss Lin, rest assured, Mr. Qin has instructed that as long as Lin Kuan doesn't act recklessly, we will definitely abide by the law. Qin Yao, that bastard. Lin Jixia didn't have time to linger and chat. She stomped her foot and drove straight to the Fingala tea restaurant. Today's meeting is extremely important for her and Susan, as it determines whether Manhwa can rise to become a top-tier brand in Qingqing. The Sun family selected 4 companies in total, one of which is a top-tier company in the local area. With decades of experience, their reputation and productivity are impeccable, making this company a formidable rival to Manhwa. However, Manhwa also has its own advantages. In addition to offering a lower price than that company, they also have their unique design concepts. They were selected as one of the candidates because Sun's company was impressed by their unique design, which perfectly matched the decoration style of Sun's stores. Therefore, today's competition depends on which side young Master Sun, who is present, values more. When Lin Jixia arrived, Susan was already waiting for her at the entrance of Fingala. My dear lady, didn't you say you would arrive at 4 o'clock? Why are you only coming now? The investment promotion meeting is about to start. Sai, don't even mention it. Lin Jixia is feeling really down right now, and it's good that Susan is here. Someone can help her cheer her up. So she simply told Susan what happened yesterday afternoon and today, but she still kept the fact that Qin Yao was a rising star in Qingqing a secret. As for that blue and white porcelain, Qin Yao deliberately broke it to trick Xiaosheng, so it doesn't really matter whether it's real or fake. Upon hearing this, Susan slammed her hand on the card door. That bastard. How could he do such a thing? She had previously thought that although Qin Yao had been to prison, he was still an upright and honest man. But unexpectedly, in order to keep Lin Jixia, he not only took the risk of becoming someone's lackey, but now that Lin Jixia doesn't appreciate it, he actually got angry and did this. See? I told you before. All he did was try to keep you and get your attention, Susan said angrily, her finger about to tap the table. If the other manufacturers hadn't all arrived, and young Master Sun wasn't almost here, she probably would have already flipped the table and gone to settle scores with Qin Yao. Afraid of attracting attention, she lowered her voice, but could not suppress her anger. Lin Jixia held her forehead with one hand and rubbed her temples. Actually, we can't blame him entirely for this. Although his methods were a bit underhanded this time, Xiaosheng was indeed at fault first. I'll take Xiaosheng to see him later and have Xiaosheng apologize to him and Qin. If necessary, we can also compensate Qin with some money. I think things aren't that simple, Susan sneered. Lin Jixia's eyelids twitched. What do you mean? Seeing that no one around them was paying attention and they were all discussing investment promotion, and that young Master Sun hadn't arrived yet, Susan simply gave Lin Jixia a brief analysis. Qin Yao served 5 years in prison because of her, and now that he's out, he's getting a divorce. He must be resentful. He knew perfectly well that the Lin family couldn't possibly come up with 150 million, yet he still made such an outrageous demand. He definitely wanted more than just an apology from Lin Kuan. Perhaps he just wanted to use this opportunity to force Lin Zhixia to reconcile with him by offering Lin Kuan comfort. After listening to Susan S. analysis, Lin Zhixia was initially skeptical, since Qin Yao had looked at her as if she were a stranger that day. But she was even more unwilling to believe that Qin Yao could just let go of her feelings. She had waited for him for 5 years, so why should he just let go like that? Moreover, Susan's analysis was quite reasonable. If he didn't want to force her to reconcile, and just wanted Lin Kuan to apologize, why would he make such an outrageous demand? I never expected him to go to such lengths to make me reconcile with him. Lin Zhixia felt much better, her anger replacing her previous frustration. It seems I was too lenient with him before. Did he think I was still the Lin Zhixia from 5 years ago just because I didn't take action? He's so wrong. Just wait, after this investment promotion conference, once we win the bid, I'll settle accounts with him properly. Chapter 68, I'm giving you a chance. As the two women were talking, they would never have imagined that the male protagonist they were discussing was now sitting in a private room on the 3rd floor of Feng Tower. The appointment with the Li family was at 4 o'clock, but it's almost 4:30 now, and the Li family still hasn't shown up. With Qin Yao, kept checking his watch to see the time, and would occasionally walk to the door to take a look. Qin Yao, on the other hand, sat in the main seat, calmly arranging the tea set. The teacher loved tea, so when he followed the teacher, he learned a lot of tea brewing skills, and the private room was soon filled with the aroma of tea. Old Lu, sit down and have a cup of tea. Qin Yao placed a cup of tea in front of Zhai Lu, but the latter had no interest in drinking it. Agreeing to become Qin Yao's secretary, Zhai Lu began to take the company's affairs more seriously than Qin Yao, the boss. I've been spending all my time at the company these past few days getting familiar with the business, and when I get home I have to pick up what I learned before again. I've even developed dark circles under my eyes from staying up so long. Although they were in a superior-subordinate relationship, he and Qin Yao weren't that distant. When no one else is around, he still calls Qin Yao Qin Yao. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and put it down before he could even taste anything. Qin Yao, why haven't the Li family arrived yet? Are they going to stand us up? Qin Yao calmly brewed and sipped tea, seemingly unaffected by whether the Li family came or not. Hearing this, he calmly said, "This tea is good, Lao Lu, you should try it." "Oh my brother, I'm in no mood for tea right now. The Li family is a powerful tool against Zhao Tian. If they don't cooperate and Zhao Tian keeps hiding in the Nangong family and doesn't show his face, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time finding a breakthrough." Last night, Qin Yao recounted all his experiences and adventures over the past 5 years to Zhai Lu. Zhai Lu couldn't sleep all night. He even slapped himself after hearing the story before he could believe this dreamlike reality. Knowing that Qin Yao had had a tough time all these years, she was even more determined to help him. After all, there aren't many people in this world he can completely trust. No rush. Zhai Lu was so anxious he was restless, while Qin Yao, on the other hand, looked completely calm. They will definitely come. Zhao Tian's defeat was indeed a great loss for the Zhao family, and it was no less so for the Li family. In fact, Qin Yao could have contacted the Li family from the beginning, but he deliberately delayed until today. I'm sure the Li family has been going through a lot of agonizing times these past few days. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Yao finished speaking, the door to the private room was opened. The first to enter were 2 blonde, blue-eyed, and muscular foreign bodyguards. They strode in aggressively, their eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, scanning every corner of the room. Qin Yao sitting at the table, and Zhai Lu who stood up after opening the door. They stood on either side, and let the people behind them in. Li Gao was dressed in a custom-made suit, his hair was slicked back, and he wore a very eye-catching Patek Philippe watch. As she stepped through the door, she exuded an air of nobility and an arrogant demeanor. Behind him were a secretary and 4 muscular foreign bodyguards. One of them walked up to him and pulled out a seat opposite Qin Yao for him. Li Gao glanced at Qin Yao across from him, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and said condescendingly, "Where's Zhang Hang?" He didn't take Qin Yao seriously at all. When he entered the room and saw that Qin Yao was the only person sitting there, he even wanted to leave. Does a mere labor camp inmate, who is being used as a pawn, have the right to sit with him and discuss business? Qin Yao was still fiddling with the tea set in front of him and didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, "Where's Richard?" Li Gao snorted coldly when he heard Qin Yao address his father by his name. "If you're going to be a servant, you should be prepared to be one. Do you think you have any right to see my father?" The fact that I'm even here to see you is already giving the Zhang family a lot of face. Stop with your nonsense. Tell me what message the Zhang family asked you to convey. I don't have time to waste on you. Seeing Li Gao rushing around like he was doing something important, showing no respect for Qin Yao whatsoever, Zhai Lu frowned slightly. Qin Yao had arranged to meet the head of the Li family today. It would have been one thing if the head of the family hadn't come, but Li Gao not only arrived late, but also treated Qin Yao with this kind of attitude. This shows they don't take Qin Yao seriously. However, Qin Yao sat in his seat, skillfully brewed a cup of tea, and did not respond to Li Gao's words. Li Gao, growing impatient, tapped his knuckles on the table. What are you standing there for? Are you mute? I'm asking you what message the Zhang family sent you to deliver, so spit it out. At this moment, Qin Yao suddenly turned his hand over and poured the freshly brewed tea directly onto the tea table. Seeing this, Li Gao frowned. What do you mean? Qin Yao looked up, took the tissue Zhai Lu handed him to wipe his hands, and stared at Li Gao expressionlessly, instantly exuding an aura of dominance. The person I invited is Richard Li, the head of the Li family, not you. Since your Li family has no sincerity in discussing this, then we don't need to talk any further. Lao Lu, see him out. The negotiations ended before they even began, which was completely unexpected for Li Gao, and he didn't even have time to react. When he came to his senses, Zhai Lu had already walked up to him. Mr. Li, please go back. Li Gao deliberately arrived late to give Qin Yao a hard time. Now he's being turned around and kicked out. When has young Master Li ever suffered such humiliation? Even if Zhang Heng were here, he wouldn't treat him like this, if not with utmost respect. Li Gao was a bit dumbfounded. Why wasn't this kid playing by the rules? What do you mean? But soon, Li Gao realized what was happening and slammed his fist on the table. He glared at Qin Yao and said, Your master needs the help of my Li family to deal with Zhao Tian. How dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid that my Li family will turn around and tell Zhao Tian, causing your efforts to fail? After wiping his hands, Qin Yao casually tossed the tissue aside. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Li Gao calmly, saying, First of all, the reason I invited your Li family here today is not because I need your help, but because I am willing to show mercy and lend your Li family a hand. Secondly, I have many ways to deal with Zhao Tian, and I don't need your Li family. If you don't want to do it, you can leave now. Whether you tell Zhao Tian or not is up to you, as long as you can bear the consequences. Finally, I'm the only one who invited you today. If you can't even figure that out, then your Li family probably isn't worth cooperating with. At this point, Qin Yao's eyes turned slightly cold, and he concluded, word by word, I gave you the opportunity, and I gave the Li family the opportunity. If Richard doesn't come today, he'll have to pay for your arrogance next time, and come to me in person to beg for my help. And now get out. Chapter 69, The Mastermind. Li Gao never expected that Qin Yao, who should be asking for his help, would dare to kick him out. He was so angry that the muscles on his face twitched. He slammed his hand on the table, his face cold as he shouted, You brat! What do you take my Li family for? What do you take me, Li Gao, for? Someone you can summon and dismiss at will. What else do you want to say? Qin Yao glanced at him indifferently. Haven't you heard the old saying? It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. Li Gao looked at Qin Yao with disdain and said, I already know your plan for today. I can tell the Zhao family and Zhao Tian in the blink of an eye. But as soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice rang out from behind him. What kind of deity is the Li family that they are? Li Gao's face darkened, and he subconsciously turned around to look. Upon seeing the newcomer, his gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, Young master son. A young man let a dozen or so people in, and Li Gao's men didn't dare to stop him without orders. Sun Sheng entered with a cold face. He glanced at Li Gao and said indifferently, President Li, you have quite the airs. You don't even appreciate the opportunity our Sun family arranged for you to meet with our distinguished guest. You're incredibly arrogant. What? It was your Sun family who made the connection? Not that middleman. Li Gao's body jolted again, and his mind didn't immediately process what he was seeing. Sun Sheng had no intention of paying attention to him anymore, and after saying those words, he went straight to Qin Yao. Then, to Li Gao's incredulous gaze, he bowed respectfully to Qin Yao and said in a deep voice, Mr. Qin, my father asked me to ask you if you were satisfied with today's tea. Li Gao knew that Fenghe Tower was a property under the Sun family, so it wasn't surprising to see members of the Sun family here. But what we see before us is more than just strange. It should be noted that there are only two direct descendants of the Sun family, Sun Sheng and Sun Zheng. Sun Zheng was spoiled from a young age and is incapable of achieving anything significant, so Sun Sheng was designated as the next generation successor long ago. In other words, the future head of the Sun family is now standing in front of Qin Yao, a convict, respectfully serving him tea and water, and even asking him if he is satisfied. Given the Li family's current status, if the person who came today really was Zhang Hang, Li Gao would have to keep a low profile. But now standing in front of him is one of the real successors of the four major families. How could he not feel intimidated? But what really sent chills down his spine was Qin Yao. Who exactly is he that Sun Cheng would fawn over him like this? Furthermore, it's not hard to tell from Sun Cheng's words that Sun Cheng isn't the only person in the Sun family who treats him this way. My grandfather was supposed to come and keep me company today, but he suddenly fell ill last night and was unable to get out of bed. I hope Mr. Qin will understand. Sun Cheng personally poured Qin Yao a cup of tea, then stood obediently to the side, waiting for Qin Yao's order. In just a few minutes, Li Gao's figure almost froze in place, unsure whether to move or stay. He believed that someone like Sun Cheng would never cooperate with the Zhang family to put on such a show. The Zhang family couldn't get Sun Cheng to help them, and Sun Cheng would never help the Zhang family. Because all four families were the same, they had always looked down on nouveau riche with shallow roots. Therefore, Li Gao's gaze towards Qin Yao became even more complicated. Qin Yao took a sip of the tea that Sun Cheng had poured and nodded casually. Since old Master Sun is not feeling well, let him rest more. He has been very helpful these past 2 days. He then placed the teacup on the table, looked up at Li Gao, and said calmly, Mr. Li, aren't you leaving yet? What? Are you waiting to stay for tea? Li Gao is different from the average second-generation rich kid. He is not some good-for-nothing playboy. His business acumen is a true inheritance from his father, and he may even surpass his father's. In just those few minutes, his mind raced like a sports car engine, turning at least 1,000 times. Considering Sun Cheng's words and current attitude, if he still can't see the current situation clearly, the Li family might be ruined in his hands in the future. So, gritting his teeth, Li Gao forced a smile at Qin Yao and said shamelessly, Mr. Qin, I didn't know it was the Sun family who invited us. Actually, we could sit down and have a proper talk. From the moment Sun Cheng appeared, Li Gao knew that this murky water was probably deeper than he had imagined, but the benefits it could bring were definitely greater than he had expected. Previously, he thought that the fight between the Zhang family and the Nangong family was like gods fighting and mortals suffering. But now that the Sun family has entered the fray, the situation is completely different. It seems that both his father and he were wrong. This Qin Yao was not a black glove at all. He's the real mastermind behind everything. However, it was too late for him to realize this now. Qin Yao no longer even had the urge to glance at him. Talk. Sure. Qin Yao calmly raised his eyes and looked at him. Have your father come up here and beg me. Li Gao's expression changed upon hearing this. How did this guy even know that his father was here? However, it's not impossible for Richard to come and talk in person, but for a father to plead with a junior in his early 20s is a bit too much. Before Li Gao could even respond, Richard had already appeared outside the door. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, it's me who's late. Actually, Richard went out with Li Gao today. When Li Gao came up, he had a phone that was already connected in his pocket. Meanwhile, Richard and the others stayed in the car, listening to the situation upstairs. When Richard heard that Sun Cheng had appeared in the room and was being extremely respectful to Qin Yao, he couldn't sit still any longer and rushed over. Judging from his panting, it seemed as if he was afraid that Qin Yao would really exclude the Li family. Li Gao was equally surprised to see his father looking so fearful and apprehensive. Even if the man in front of you is of extraordinary status, and even has the support of the Zhang and Sun families, is it really necessary to act like this? After all, he hadn't yet said what tangible benefits he could bring to the Li family. But Richard completely ignored him, instead walking up to Qin Yao and bowing deeply to him with utmost sincerity. Mr. Qin, I apologize for the rudeness of that young man. I hope you will forgive him. I also hope you can give me and the Li family another chance to serve you. I would be more than happy to do so. Who was standing behind Qin Yao, glanced at Richard without making a sound, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. No one is a fool to have reached this position. Richard is the same. He's a cunning old fox. Dad, what are you doing? Li Gao was very unhappy to see that his father had offered to help without even hearing the conditions, so he quickly and subtly reminded him. After all, Qin Yao was the same age as him. Who would want to see their father bowing and scraping to someone his own age? Before he could finish speaking, Richard interrupted him. Shut up. We'll talk about it when we get back. He knew his father well. By saying this, he meant that it was a done deal and no one could change his mind. But he still didn't understand what his father had found out that made him so resolute all of a sudden. Qin Yao was somewhat surprised by Richard's sincere attitude. I thought that negotiating with the Li family would take some effort, but this is good. It saves a lot of time. He put down his teacup and calmly said, I know you have some things on your hands. Things that even Zhao Tian himself doesn't know about. The Zhao family's lifeline. Now that the Li family has been tricked by Zhao Tian, I imagine having a large amount of cash on hand is like a hot potato, right? Richard's brow twitched, but he didn't ask how Qin Yao knew if Zhao Tian didn't. Mr. Qin, you mean? Xingxing can let the Li family get involved in the land in Yubei district, but I want what you have. Who exactly is in Chapter 70? To Qin Yao's conditions almost without hesitation, without even asking how much of the land development in Yubei district the Li family would get. Moreover, even though he knew Zhao Tian wouldn't let it go, he still resolutely chose to take sides. Even after they walked out of the private room, Li Gao was still completely bewildered. Dad, why did you agree so readily? We could have been ambiguous. Couldn't you have left us a way out? Li Gao complained, but he was still quite shaken. Even if Mr. Qin is someone special, we don't need to be so eager. We don't even know how much we can make this time. Richard glanced at him and quickly gestured for him to lower his voice, since they were still under the Sun family's roof. Son, it's not your fault. You're too young to know about Grandpa Sun's past. Old Master Sun's past. Richard smiled mysteriously, glanced at the closed door of the private room, and then spoke quietly after going up to the second floor. As I've mentioned before, at the level of the four major families, having money is no longer a rare thing. What matters is having power and connections. In fact, 20 years ago, when the Sun family reached the generation of Sun Jiaowei, the loss of talent in the government and military caused the Sun family to not only fail to maintain its position among the four major families, but the entire family almost declined. But at that time, Old Master Sun went to the capital and met with a powerful and influential person, which saved the Sun family from wealth and prosperity for the next 20 years. Although that nobleman was later imprisoned, even a centipede with 100 legs does not die easily. So even the lingering warmth left behind was enough for the Sun family to prosper in recent years and continue to hold its position among the four great families. You mean to say that this Qin Yao is that important person? After hearing Richard's account, Li Gao was utterly shocked. But before he could finish speaking, Richard rolled his eyes at him and scolded, "Are you stupid? This Mr. Qin looks to be only in his 20s. 20 years ago, he was just a child. How could he help the Sun family? Then father, you still. He was young then. But don't forget, he had just been released from prison. And that important person from the Sun family was also imprisoned. Although no one knows where he's locked up, the way the Sun family treated that kid speaks volumes, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Li Gao's eyes widened immediately. "Father, do you mean that if we spend more time with this Qin Yao, we might be able to get to know the influential person who helped the Sun family rise to power?" It's hard to say, but it can't hurt in any way. Son, this time, we might just make a big profit. Richard had keen insight and a firm grasp of the situation. In the lobby of Fingala, a group of furniture manufacturers had been waiting downstairs for almost an hour, but no one dared to go upstairs to take a look. Susan and Lin Jixia were getting anxious, constantly looking upstairs. The Sun family is holding an investment promotion meeting today. Logically speaking, Fingala should be cleared out. Who on earth is it that is entertaining guests at Fingala at this time? Just now, Susan saw the manager of Fingala come out and hurriedly take a pot of tea upstairs. She was puzzled at the time. Who was this person who had such a big influence that even the Sun family couldn't clear the area? Upon hearing this, Lin Jixia glanced in the same direction and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, young Master Sun just showed up and didn't even say a word before rushing upstairs to meet his distinguished guests. He hasn't come down yet. And as you saw earlier, young Master Li from the Li family went up as well, and later even the head of the Li family, Richard Li, came. It seems that the business upstairs is much more important than what we have here. As she said these words, Lin Jixia's eyes revealed a hint of envy and longing. Actually, Richard's appearance just now caused quite a stir at the scene. Although the Li family has not yet reached the level of the Zhang family, they are still a top-tier enterprise in Qingqing. Who present would not want to curry favor with them? Unfortunately, they didn't even glance at these small fry and hurriedly went upstairs. Everyone present knew that there was probably a very important person still in Fenghe Tower, but no one knew who it was. Compared to that person, their so-called investment promotion conference is nothing more than a small-scale operation. So they waited anxiously for the hour that young Master Sun went upstairs. However, they weren't waiting for Sun Cheng. Rather, they were all eager to see what kind of person this was who could make young Master Sun personally come upstairs to entertain him and the head of the Li family personally come to see him. Seeing the anticipation in Lin Jixia's eyes, Susan also became excited. A person like that. I'm afraid we'd have to work hard for more than 10 years to even get a word in with. We're lucky to have met this person today. I'll have to remember what this distinguished guest looks like later and see who he really is. As they were talking, a group of people appeared at the top of the stairs. It was the Lee family father and son who arrived one after the other. Richard's face was flushed, but he was also sweating profusely and was still wiping his brow. Seeing this, Susan quickly nudged Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia, look, it's the Lee family father and son coming down. Lin Jixia looked up and saw the Lee family father and son surrounded by a dozen bodyguards. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her fists clenched, revealing a hint of longing. Some people tried to approach the Lee family father and son to chat and get closer, but they were all stopped by the bodyguards. The father and son seemed preoccupied and had urgent business to attend to, so they left in a hurry without lingering. Not long after they left, the manager of Fingala came downstairs. Everyone thought Sun Chung would be next, but to their surprise, the manager walked to the middle of the hall and smiled, saying, "Excuse me, everyone, my boss Sun has a distinguished guest to see off today, so we need to clear the area. Ladies and gentlemen, our investment promotion conference is temporarily cancelled. Please leave." Upon hearing this, all the manufacturers present were stunned. What kind of guest could make the Sun family cancel their investment promotion conference and have Sun Chung personally see them off? Lin Jixiao and Susan were extremely anxious, fearing that things might get complicated if they waited too long. But who would dare to object to the decision made by the Sun family? Not to mention their mere Manhwa, even the two companies with higher status didn't dare to complain. Upon hearing about the clearing of the area, they could only grumble a couple of times before having to get up. The two women walked out of Fenghe Tower unwillingly. Lin Jixia got into the car dejectedly and was about to drive away with Susan when she was stopped. Lin Jixia, wait a minute. What's wrong? Did you leave something inside? Lin Jixia asked, puzzled. Susan slapped her on the shoulder. What? I told you to wait a bit. Let's try our luck here. What are you trying to do with your luck? Lin Jixia was even more confused now and couldn't help but ask, are you planning to wait here for young Master Sun to come out? The Sun family has probably already decided on the person this time, so it doesn't matter whether we wait or not. Susan smiled slyly, then stared intently at the entrance of Fenghe Tower, not daring to blink. Aren't you curious about who this important person is who made us wait for over an hour today? Susan's words really piqued Lin Jixia's curiosity. This important figure is making quite a show of himself today. When he has business to attend to, young Master Sun can drop everything and go upstairs to keep him company. When he wants to leave, young Master Sun clears out everyone downstairs to see him off. Even the Lee family father and son looked solemn after coming downstairs. There are probably only a handful of people in Qincheng who have such a presence, so how could anyone not be curious? Susan excitedly grabbed Lin Jixia's hand. Do you think it's possible that he could be the head of the Sun family? Seeing that she was getting too excited, Lin Jixia said helplessly, if it's the head of the Sun family, why be so mysterious on your own turf? Yeah, don't get too excited. Anyway, such a person is someone we can see but can't get close to. Just treat it as coming to see a star. Yes, I wish I could meet such an important person someday. As the two women were still dreaming and longing, a stretched Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of Fenghe Building, its golden emblem gleaming in the sunlight. The Sun family's bodyguards came out of Fenghe Tower first and lined up in 2 rows at the main entrance. At this moment, Sun Chung also came out, his expression serious and his attitude respectful. He took the initiative to walk to the back door of the Rolls-Royce and opened the door. Seeing this, both women were stunned. The eldest son of the Sun family personally opened the car door. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared at the entrance of Fenghe Tower, much to the anticipation of the two women. Susan saw that face, she staggered and cried out. Qin Yao. Chapter 71. Keep a close eye on him. Young Master Sun, thank you very much today. After getting into the car, Qin Yao thanked Sun Chung, who was sitting in the passenger seat. After all, if it weren't for the Sun family's help, he would have had to spend a lot more time arguing with the Lee family. Although the Sun family was only currying favor with him because of the piglet. But he is him, and the little pig is the little pig. He never liked owing favors, so he naturally remembered the Sun family's help. I heard that today is the Sun family's investment promotion conference. Young Master Sun has delayed his official duties for me. I will remember this favor. When Sun Chung heard that Qin Yao remembered this favor, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but his face remained calm. He turned his head and smiled. Mr. Qin, there's no need to be so polite. It's nothing important today. All the stores under the Sun Group are being renovated, so we've specially purchased a batch of furniture. How can it be compared to Mr. Qin's matter? Qin Yao waved his hand. It's not that bad. I've heard about the Sun family. The Sun family refused to cooperate with companies that insulted the country, preferring to pay for the breach of contract themselves and purchase new furniture on their own to support local businesses. Old Master Sun's decision is truly admirable. Mr. Qin, you flatter me. As fellow descendants of the Dragon Kingdom, this is what my Sun family should do. Qin Yao did not have a good impression of the Sun family because of Sun Zheng. However, this incident caused quite a stir, and the Sun family actually suffered considerable losses as well. But the Sun family acted decisively and immediately stated their position, which impressed Qin Yao. If the Sun family ever needs anything from me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I will not refuse anything within my capabilities, and as long as it does not violate my principles. Qin Yao's words were just a casual remark, and to others they didn't seem to carry much weight, but Sun Qing couldn't hide his joy. After quickly expressing his gratitude, he asked, "Where are you headed now, Mr. Qin? Shall I offer you a ride?" At this moment, Qin Yao raised his wrist to check the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. "I have something else to take care of." "Why? Do you want to come with me?" Qin Yao originally planned to let Zhai Lu go back first after leaving Fenghe Tower, while he went somewhere alone. But now Sun Qing suddenly spoke up. "If Mr. Qin doesn't mind, I'd like to give you a ride." Hearing that Qin Yao seemed to be relenting, Sun Qing quickly said, "It's rush hour now, and it's very inconvenient for Mr. Qin to take a taxi. Why don't I do it for him?" Qin Yao glanced out the window. There were indeed many vehicles passing by, but finding an empty taxi was not easy. Since there are free cars and drivers, why not take advantage of it? "All right, then take me to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce." Upon hearing that Qin Yao was actually going to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Sun Qing's eyelids twitched immediately. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is a notorious underground den with an extremely fearsome reputation in Qingqing. Moreover, it is controlled by a powerful force. Could it be that Qin Yao has some connection with them? Overwhelmed with excitement, Sun Qing quickly sent a message to Sun Boyong. Upon receiving the message, Sun Boyong rushed to report to the old man. "Father, this is a message sent back by Xiao Cheng. Please take a look." Sun Jiaowei was genuinely ill. He had just returned from the hospital, and his eyelids were still weak. But as soon as he saw the message from Sun Cheng, he struggled to sit up and grabbed Sun Boyong's wrist. "Xiao Cheng went with him?" "Yes, father. Xiao Cheng had someone drive your car there." "Great, great." Sun Jiaowei's eyes lit up with excitement when he heard that Sun Cheng was with Qin Yao, and he seemed to have even forgotten about his illness. "I've long heard that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is likely backed by a powerful family in Sichuan. Although I don't know what Mr. Qin is there to do, the fact that he's accompanied us shows that he already has some trust in our Sun family, and that's enough." These days, Sun Jiaowei's biggest worry is how to demonstrate the value of the Sun family in front of Qin Yao. He was even secretly hoping that Qin Yao would get into some trouble in Qingcheng, so that he, as the head of the Sun family, could do something to help him, and preferably make Qin Yao owe him a favor. Unfortunately, Qin Yao has been busy with the opening of Xingsheng these days, and things have been calm on the surface with Zhao Tian, so there's really nothing he can do to interfere. Introducing the Li family is such a trivial matter that it is not worth mentioning and does not count as a favor. Opportunities like this are rare. Tell Xiao Cheng to stick close to Mr. Qin and keep a sharp mind. If Mr. Qin needs anything, help him out without hesitation. Don't hold back. The Sun family will back him up if anything happens. Sun Jiaowei couldn't sit still any longer. After getting out of bed, he walked around the room and rattled off instructions. Also, even if nothing happens today, he has to keep Mr. Qin company. With Xiao Cheng's intelligence, he should be able to figure out just how much influence this Mr. Qin really has. Upon hearing Sun Jiaowei's order, Sun Boyong didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately sent the message back to Sun Cheng's phone. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family's headquarters office, Zhang Sanqing had already circled the office 3 times. All the top executives from the head office were present, including Zhang Hang. If these people were to combine their wealth and influence in Qingqing's business circles, the entire city's economy would likely be shaken. But now they were standing opposite Zhang Sanqing's desk, none of them daring to breathe. These people are all veterans who have followed Zhang Sanqing for decades. What kind of storms haven't they seen? When the Zhang family faced its most severe economic crisis, they almost lost all their efforts of the past decade. But Zhang Sanqing wasn't this restless back then. Now he looks like this. Is the sky about to fall? When Zhang Sanqing finally stopped, everyone's hearts jumped. He strode up to Zhang Hang, pointing at him with a look of utter disappointment, and said, "I'm asking you, didn't I tell you to do nothing but follow Mr. Qin these days? Now tell me, why is he getting so close to Sun Cheng from the Sun family?" As the richest man in Qingqing, Zhang Sanqing was well informed about this. Qin Yao had just gone to Fenghe Tower when Zhang Sanqing received the news. When Zhang Sanqing heard that Sun Cheng had personally driven Qin Yao away, he immediately became anxious. Since Qin Yao's release from prison, he has been working hard to build up his relationship with the Zhang family. Now, the Sun family has suddenly appeared. How could he not be anxious? Zhang Heng hadn't expected his father's reaction to be so strong, nor had he expected Qin Yao to have such connections, having joined forces with the Sun family, one of the 4 oldest families in Qingqing. He smiled wryly and said, "Dad, he's a man with 2 legs. How can I keep an eye on him? Besides, I never expected that he would know Sun Cheng." In fact, not to mention Zhang Heng, even Zhang Sanqing himself did not expect that Mr. Qin would have a connection with the Sun family. I had heard before that the Sun family was able to rise from the ashes and maintain their current position thanks to a powerful figure from Kyoto who had already been imprisoned. Now that they've curried favor with Qin Yao, wouldn't that mean? Zhang Sanqing was too lazy to scold his son anymore. He slammed his hand on the desk and roared, "Go, gather all the capable people in the Zhang family. I'm going to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce myself." Chapter 72 collapsed. On their way home, both Lin Zhixiao and Susan looked completely lost and dejected. Even when crossing a traffic light, Lin Zhixiao almost ran a red light, but luckily Susan stopped her. When the car was parked outside the Lin family's house, Cheng Yuan's people could still be seen guarding the door. They even formed a 3-shift system, with one group leaving and another group arriving, effectively keeping a tight watch on the Lin family's gate. Lin Zhixiao was in no mood to dwell on that now. Her mind was filled with the scene of Sun Cheng personally opening the car door for Qin Yao. At the same time, only 5 words remained in my mind. How could this be? Yeah, I didn't see wrong just now, right? That person, it really is Qin Yao. Susan was also a little dazed. For a moment, she really hoped she had seen wrong. But as Qin Yao walked from the gate to the car, his face passed by her repeatedly in just over 10 seconds. She can't fool herself. Maybe, probably, it really is him. Susan gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words, her hand gripping the car door handle tightly. Lin Zhixiao became even more disoriented, her vision blurred, and she almost fainted in the driver's seat. How could this be? How could this be? Lin Zhixiao felt her worldview being turned upside down, and she was completely confused. She tightly gripped Susan's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Yeah, you said that he was just a pawn of the Zhang family. But you know the power dynamic between the Zhang family and the Sun family. If he were just a shield for the Zhang family, young Master Sun would never have gone to such lengths." The two did not go inside to discuss the matter, fearing that others would find out. Lin Zhixian now feels deceived, but Qin Yao has never lied to her about anything from beginning to end. It's just that she refuses to believe it. She couldn't say whether she was in a good or bad mood right now. She just felt utterly devastated. That's the eldest son of the Sun family. She'd be excited for days just from meeting him once. Yet he personally opened the car door for Qin Yao. Qin Yao before. They are worlds apart now. Yes, it is indeed worlds apart, but that world is actually herself. Seeing that she was getting emotional, Susan quickly pulled her back and comforted her. "Lin Zhixia, calm down and listen to me. Some things, perhaps what we saw is not the truth. But you saw it yourself. When Qin Yao came down from Fenghe Tower, Sun Cheng personally opened the car door for him. And before that, the head of the Li family, Richard, personally went upstairs to request an audience, and young Master Sun even canceled the investment promotion conference for him. What else could be true? Lin Zhixiao was extremely humiliated, and tears were welling up in her eyes, but her pride wouldn't allow her to shed them. "Lin Zhixiao, didn't you notice?" Susan asked after a moment of thought. "What did you figure out?" Susan took her hand and analyzed. When Zhao Tian was determined to get the land in Yubei district, the Li family was his biggest partner. Of Zhao Tian's 30 billion, 10 billion belonged to the Li family. Now that the land has been intercepted by the Zhang family, the Li family will definitely try to find a buyer to get involved, so it's not surprising that Richard is here. Lin Zhixia slumped against the steering wheel in despair, rubbing her forehead as she asked, "What about the Sun family?" That's even simpler. Think about it. How long have these 4 great families been at their peak? There were rumors before that when the Sun family fell apart 20 years ago, the Nangong family and the Xia family joined forces to deal with the Sun family. Now the Zhang family has risen to become the richest family, with power and status comparable to the 4 great families, only lacking a bit of foundation. Do you think the Sun family would refuse if they offered to help the Sun family take revenge on the condition that the Sun family help them deal with the Nangong family? Hearing Susan say this, Lin Zhixiao was stunned. Yes, everyone in Qingqing knows that the Sun family and the Nangong family are enemies. However, the person above the Sun family had been imprisoned years ago, and the Nangong family had produced a major general son-in-law, which has kept the 2 families deadlocked for years, with no clear winner. But if the Zhang family were to make a move at this time and choose to join forces with the Sun family, wouldn't the Nangong family's position be in grave danger? Thinking of this, Lin Zhixia's mood instantly eased a lot. Seeing that she had recovered, Susan patted her hand and said, "Think about it. If Qin Yao wasn't the Sun family's Black Hand, what reason would the Sun family have to be so respectful to him? You don't believe that he actually became a billionaire after serving 5 years in prison, do you?" Lin Zhixiao pursed her lips, holding back her tears. Yes, compared to making hundreds of billions while in prison and making connections with bigwigs after her release, Lin Zhixiao would rather believe Susan's analysis. Most importantly, she couldn't believe that a man she had abandoned could rise to a position she could only look up to overnight. It was simply too hard for her to accept. This time, however, she did not listen to Susan's analysis completely, but thought about it for herself. If it was really that simple, young Master Sun would not have gone to such lengths for a convict. I understand, Yaya. I'll think about this matter again. If it really doesn't work, I'll talk to Qin Yao again later. Lin Zhixiao rubbed her temples, feeling that things were getting more complicated. I always feel that things are more complicated than we imagine. They're like gods fighting, and I'm afraid that Qin Yao will ultimately implicate my Lin family. Susan nodded in agreement. That's right. Here's what we'll do. When you have the chance, you can arrange to meet him, and I'll go with you to find out what's going on. If he's really doing something that could endanger your family, we can help you persuade him. As she spoke, she angrily slammed the car door, gritting her teeth as she said, "This Qin Yao is really obsessed with getting rich. He's willing to wade into any muddy water. Whether it's the Zhang family or the Sun family, anyone could crush him with a single finger. Does he really think he can make something of himself? Sigh. That's just the kind of person he is. He doesn't consider the consequences of his actions." Lin Zhixiao shook her head and sighed. "I'm afraid this time he's not just after getting ahead, but also to take revenge on the Zhao family. If he doesn't act as a shield, he'll probably never be able to catch up with Zhao Tian in his lifetime." After discussing it, the two women decided to keep the matter quiet. Anyway, Xingsheng will officially open in a few days. Once it opens, it means that the land in Yubei district will be approved for development, and it also means that Zhao Tian will completely lose this land. By then, Qin Yao, the so-called boss of Xingsheng, will no longer be of any use to him. He might be kicked out by the Zhang family on the opening day. At that time, his identity will be clear. Since that's the case, let's hold off for now and wait until Xingsheng opens before making any decisions. Chapter 73, Going in Alone? The car soon arrived at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Unlike Qingyuan, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce still had legitimate businesses on the surface. They have dozens of construction teams under their command, and their people are involved in all kinds of projects, big and small, in Xingqing. Therefore, Sihai Chamber of Commerce has also properly rented 3 floors of office space, unlike Qingyuan, which simply buys a storefront and calls it their company lobby, while the backyard is their office area. This shows the difference between a big shot and a small fry. At the very least, just from the name, you can tell that Sihai Chamber of Commerce is not on the same level as Qingyuan. However, at this time, everyone from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce had left, and the office building was pitch black, so Qin Yao couldn't find anyone there. Seeing that Qin Yao had left empty-handed, Sun Sheng quickly got to work and immediately ordered his men to find out Lu Boying's location. Within 5 minutes, news of Lu Boming's small gathering with several high-ranking executives at his own Shanghai nightclub reached Qin Yao. Let's go to a nightclub. Although he was still playing the role of a driver, Sun Sheng's mindset was completely different this time. At first, he thought Qin Yao knew people from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and had come specifically to discuss business. But seeing that he didn't even know when the Sihai Chamber of Commerce closed or where Lu Boyong was, he immediately realized. It seems that Mr. Qin didn't come here to do business, but to deal with people. "Mr. Qin, would you like me to bring a few more people?" They were almost at the nightclub when Sun Sheng saw Qin Yao all alone and suddenly felt a little scared. Although he was the eldest son of the Sun family and had seen a lot of the world, this was his first time dealing with people from the underworld like the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Qin Yao glanced at him indifferently. "Are you scared?" Seeing that he was feeling guilty, Sun Sheng felt a little embarrassed. "It's not that. It's just that this nightclub is where the Sihai Chamber of Commerce holds its annual gatherings, and it's considered one of their strongholds. If something happens to you, Mr. Qin, when you go in, I won't be able to explain it to my grandfather and father." Qin Yao smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, since you came with me, I will definitely send you back safely." Just as he finished speaking, the car stopped, and Qin Yao immediately opened the car door and got in. Seeing that he really intended to break into someone else's territory, Sun Sheng suddenly couldn't vent his grievances anymore. He was raised to inherit the family business from a young age, and he has always followed the proper path. How could he possibly break into someone else's territory like this? The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is not a small-time operation like Qingyuan. Their years of operating as a shady business have been filled with bloodshed beneath the surface. So what if he is the eldest grandson of the Sun family? If things really get out of hand, they might not necessarily back down. However, since the old man had given him instructions to follow no matter what, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and chase after him. Mr. Qin, although I don't know what conflict exists between you and Sihai, rest assured, our Sun family still holds some influence in Qingqing. Give me a day, and I will use the Sun family's connections to act as a bridge between you and Sihai. There's nothing that can't be resolved through negotiation, don't you think? As Sun Sheng spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. But Qin Yao strolled inside without even glancing at him. Is that so? Too bad you're too late. If it were 2 days ago, perhaps I would have agreed. But now, the chance is gone. Mr. Qin, even if there are some insurmountable obstacles between you and Sihai, we can sit down and discuss it at length. It's probably not appropriate for you to come all alone like this so suddenly. Seeing his unwavering determination, Sun Cheng was truly terrified. The Sun family officially made contact with Qin Yao. He learned about him. This Mr. Qin had once single-handedly broken into the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce and killed Xie Yun. But Qingyuan and Sihai are not on the same level at all. How can they use the same methods again? I don't know if this Mr. Qin was impulsive or naive. Did he really think that people would stretch out their necks and wait to be killed? Even if he takes care of Lu Boyang today, then he won't have to worry about the people behind Sihai anymore. If he had known that he was bringing him here to his death, he would never have come along. Mr. Qin, please listen to me. Seeing his incessant chatter, Qin Yao finally paused, turned around and said, if you regret coming here, you can leave now. But if you say another word, I might throw you out with me. Sun Sheng dared not speak, but he was filled with bitterness. Even though this kid is about the same age as him, Grandpa's son has said that he should be treated like an ancestor. He had finally obtained a promise from Qin Yao today, so how could he be willing to let it all go to waste? So he hurriedly sent a message to his grandfather and father and rushed after them. What they didn't notice was that the nightclub doors closed silently after they entered. As soon as Qin Yao and Sun Cheng went up to the second floor, all the lights on the first floor were turned off. Seeing this, Sun Cheng panicked. Mr. Qin, Brother Qin, it seems they already know we're coming. Let's leave first. Qin Yao glanced at him indifferently. Do you think it's too late to leave now? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people came out of the hall on the second floor. The once empty hall was filled with people coming out of each private room, and within half a minute, the entire second floor was packed with no less than 100 people. It seems they were waiting for them to come up. However, Qin Yao had already noticed it. After all, how could Shanghai, a nightclub, be so quiet at 8 p.m., with not a single customer coming in or out? Sun Sheng's face turned pale instantly. You mean you already knew? Qin Yao did not deny it, but calmly said, since you said it yourself, someone like Lu Boyang has been living on the edge of danger all his life. Do you think he would be so easily found out? Even if he were found out, he would have people around him to guard against him. Sun Sheng was completely stunned. So, you came empty-handed even though you knew the other party was definitely on guard? What he really meant was, you're asking for it, and you've dragged me into this mess. Qin Yao didn't say anything, only saying, I already said, if you're scared, you can leave. Sun Sheng felt even more bitter. My brother, you just said it was too late to leave. How am I supposed to leave now? Sure enough, not long after Qin Yao finished speaking, a thuggish voice came from around the corner. I am deeply sorry for not welcoming our distinguished guest properly. When Lu Boyang came out, he was arm in arm with a beautiful woman who seemed to be a famous TV drama actress. Behind him were several middle-aged men in suits and ties, as well as a dozen blonde-haired, blue-eyed bodyguards. The most eye-catching figure was a black man next to him, who was nearly 2 meters tall and had explosive muscles that looked as if they were about to burst out of his suit. When he looks at someone, the murderous intent in his eyes is impossible to hide. You can tell at a glance that he is no pushover. Qin Yao with a half-smile and said, Qin Yao, right? I heard you're very bold, but I didn't expect you to be this bold, daring to come to my territory alone. I suppose you've already bought your coffin and are preparing to go on your own. Chapter 74, Who Gave You the Courage? Faced with Lu Boyang's blatant threat disguised as a smile, Qin Yao did not get angry. He merely lifted his eyelids to glance at the former, then scanned the surrounding malicious gazes, and said calmly, Did you send someone to arrest my cousin at the mall? What? You dare to come here and interrogate me? Lu Boyang did not deny it, nor was there any need to deny it. He put the cigar to his lips, and the woman beside him immediately lit it for him, saying with a charming smile, Mr. Lu, it seems you're very busy tonight. Shall we reschedule for tomorrow? Lu Boyang pulled the woman into his arms with his rough hands, and glanced at Qin Yao with his hawk-like eyes. Just a small fry. She won't waste much time. After saying that, he waved his hand, and more than a dozen henchmen rushed forward and surrounded Qin Yao. I thought you'd bring quite a few people with you if you dared to come here. He seemed to completely disregard Qin Yao, his face showing not even a hint of disdain. Then, he took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and said indifferently to Qin Yao, "But you're just going to do this? It seems you're determined to die. In that case, I'll grant your wish." When the Zhao family approached him, asking him to help deal with a young man who had just been released from prison, he initially didn't want to take the job. After all, given his status, it would be beneath him to lay a hand on such insignificant ants. If this gets out into the underworld, people will probably laugh at us. Who knew that the person Zhao Tian hired was such a coward? We gave him the man, but he didn't dare to kill him. Right now, I have no choice but to do it myself. Whoosh. As soon as Lu Boyong finished speaking, more than a dozen men drew their machetes from behind their backs. Qin Yao had not yet made a move, but Sun Chengxian became anxious. Wait a moment. Lu Boyong was about to leave when he heard someone call him. He turned around and asked, "What? Do you have any last words?" Since taking over part of the family business, Sun Cheng's stage has always been in the legitimate world, in the open. Although this was the first time he had faced someone like Lu Boyong directly, he remained relatively calm and tried his best not to disgrace the Sun family. Taking a deep breath, Sun Cheng said, "President Lu, I am Sun Cheng from the Sun family. This Mr. Qin is a distinguished guest of the Sun family. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you and him. Perhaps President Lu could give the Sun family some face, and let's sit down and have a good talk." Upon hearing that Sun Cheng was actually a member of the Sun family, Lu Boyong stopped in his tracks. He turned around, walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down, frowned, and said, "Sun Cheng? The eldest grandson of the Sun family. It is indeed this junior." Seeing that his attitude had softened, Sun Cheng felt relieved. "Didn't Zhao Tian say that you're just a recently released convict?" Lu Boyong raised his head, speaking to Qin Yao. "Did the Zhang family know I would be looking for you, so they asked the Sun family to act as intermediaries?" Qin Yao remained silent, his eyes indifferent. Lu Boyong disliked Qin Yao's attitude. Logically speaking, everything should be in Qin Yao's hands. Qin Yao's performance, however, had a bit of a taking the initiative feel to it. "All right, I'll give you a chance to downplay this." However, he couldn't refuse the Sun family's request, so Lu Boyong reluctantly restrained himself, leaned back on the sofa, and sat down with a wide stride, saying, "Sun Cheng, I can give face to your Sun family, but Zhao Tian's father and I are old friends. Since I agreed to his request, I can't go back on my word. How about this? You let this kid take his whole family and leave Qinsheng today, never to return, and we'll call it even. Mr. Lu, this." Upon hearing this, Sun Cheng became troubled. He knew Qin Yao's identity was extraordinary, yet he let Qin Yao leave just like that? Absolutely not. "Young Master Sun," Lu Boyong interrupted before Sun Cheng could finish speaking. "I can give the Sun family face, but young Master Sun, please don't make things difficult for me, okay?" Lu Boyong was getting impatient. In his view, there was no need to break ties with the Sun family over a mere young boy. Choosing the best course of action was already a great concession. "Mr. Lu, that's true, but it's difficult for me to agree to that." In fact, Lu Boyong's attitude towards Sun Cheng at this moment was not respectful at all. Although his Sun family was one of the four major families, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was a complex organization that did not only operate in Qingqing. However, since it concerned Qin Yao and the Sun family's former benefactor, Sun Cheng still reluctantly refused. "If young Master Sun feels there's no way to negotiate, I'll have someone send you out right now. Otherwise, people die every day, and who knows, one day it might be your turn to suffer a bloody disaster." Lu Boyong's face turned cold. Since Sun Cheng is taking advantage of our kindness, then we shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Seeing Lu Boyong speak to him so rudely, Sun Cheng's expression also turned ugly. Just as he was about to try again, a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Qin Yao. Qin Yao patted Sun Cheng on the shoulder, gesturing for him to come behind him. He then walked over to Lu Boyong, sat down heavily, and said calmly, "You're right. People die every day in this world, and bloodshed is inevitable. Mr. Lu, since you admit that you sent them, I'm not willing to talk anymore. Let's not waste any more words." Seeing his arrogance, even sitting down opposite him, Lu Boyong laughed and asked, "What do you want?" Qin Yao stared at him expressionlessly and said slowly, "I, Qin Yao, have never liked to leave things unresolved. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring. So, I'm not here to negotiate with you, but to send you on your way." "Oh, Upon hearing this, Lu Boyong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not only Lu Boyong, but also his men burst into laughter. Damn it, you're asking for it. After laughing for more than 10 seconds, Lu Boyang's face fell, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen bodyguards in suits standing not far away pulled out their weapons from their backs. A uniform pack of Type 94 pistols. At the same time, more than a dozen dart gun barrels were instantly pointed at Qin Yao. Lu Boyong sat on the sofa, hunched over, and glared menacingly at Qin Yao. He said, "Kid, look carefully. This is the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, not Qingyuan. I know you're skilled, and you made a name for yourself in Qingyuan, single-handedly taking down their headquarters. But now try it. Do you dare to make a move?" This scene made Sun Cheng's legs go weak. He was a pampered young master who had never seen anything like this before. I had only heard that Sihai was infamous, but I never expected that they would actually dare to use guns. "Mr. Qin, why don't we agree to his offer first? As long as we're alive, we can always make a comeback." Sun Chengdu was almost frantic. As the eldest son of the Sun family, he had always been well protected and had never experienced anything like this before. Despite his anxiety, he dared not move, fearing that if one of the guns went off accidentally, he would die right there. Despite having over a dozen guns pointed at him, Qin Yao acted as if nothing had happened. He glanced indifferently at the sneer on Lu Boyang's face and said, "The Type 94 pistol, this kind of lightweight semi-automatic pistol, is almost out of production now. It's quite impressive that Mr. Lu was able to get so many." "No problem." Lu Boyong looked at Qin Yao as if he were looking at a dead man, but Qin Yao's next words made him frown. Qin Yao smiled faintly and said, "However, this kind of pistol that is about to be phased out is probably not as good as mine." Lu Boyong raised an eyebrow. "So you brought a gun with you? No wonder you dared to storm my Sihai Chamber of Commerce alone. Since you brought it, take it out and let's see. I'd like to see what kind of gun it is that gives you such courage." Qin Yao said, "I've already taken it out, didn't you see it?" "What?" Lu Boyong didn't react at first. At this moment, the female celebrity next to him suddenly screamed, stood up in horror, and pointed at Lu Boyang's body. "Mr. Lu, it's on your body." Lu Boyong looked down and was instantly stunned. His shirt was now covered with countless red dots. Chapter 75, Sending You on Your Way. What is this?" Lu Boyong, a man of the world, couldn't help but jump up from the sofa upon seeing this scene. He frantically patted the red spots on his body, but they followed him like a shadow, densely gathering on his chest. Not only that, the female celebrity who had collapsed to the ground in fright covered her mouth upon seeing this, pointing at Lu Boyang's head and saying, "His head. He has one on his head too." Just as the female celebrity finished speaking, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the nightclub. A strong wind came through the open windows of the hall. Lu Boyang's men glanced out the window and were immediately stunned. A helicopter! Upon hearing this, everyone looked out the window, including Sun Cheng and Lu Boyong. Amidst the loud thump-thump-thump sounds, a camouflage-clad helicopter was seen circling outside the building. At the same time, under the cover of helicopter noise, the sounds of doors being broken down and footsteps could be heard downstairs. A fully armed Special Forces team quickly entered the scene and soon took control of the entire first and second floor halls. At this time, the members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce also noticed that, without them noticing, each of them had a red dot on their head. In comparison, those dozen or so Type 94 pistols were as vulnerable as children's toys. Lu Boyong was dumbfounded, and Sun Cheng, who was standing next to him, was so shocked that his face turned pale. What are these?" He originally thought that Qin Yao was truly ignorant of his own limitations and had come to challenge the 4C's Chamber of Commerce alone. But now he realizes that he was the naive one. Putting everything else aside, just the military helicopter outside and the dozen or so sniper rifles pointed at Lu Boyang's forehead. Even the current mayor might not have the authority to mobilize these. Not to mention this well-trained armed squad. Their uniforms are not those of ordinary SWAT officers, but rather those of Special Forces from the Southwest Theater Command. At this moment, Sun Cheng, completely dumbfounded, opened his mouth wide, so shocked that he looked as if he could swallow an egg. Lu Boyong was even worse. He didn't even notice the ashes falling onto his feet while he still had the cigarette in his hand. As soon as the helicopter left, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Seeing this armed squad now sends a chill down my spine. This is clearly not for him, but for Qin Yao. After all, the evil deeds he committed had accumulated to the point that the authorities didn't need to deploy armed forces of this level to arrest him. They weren't there to arrest him, but to support Qin Yao, and were even willing to use force. To everyone's astonishment, A man who appeared to be in charge jogged up to Qin Yao's side. They were all masked, so their true faces could not be seen. After he stopped, he gave Qin Yao a standard military salute. Mr. Qin, we have been ordered to protect your safety. We are now in position and await your instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of guns being cocked echoed throughout the hall. It seemed that as long as Qin Yao gave the order, they would wipe out the entire Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Lu Boyong didn't dare to move. His face was pale, but in his heart he cursed Zhao Tian's ancestors for 18 generations. That son of a bitch, wasn't he supposed to be dealing with just a recently released convict? Could a convict possibly mobilize so many armed forces? It's still blatant official power. Qin Yao, the protagonist who caused all this, appeared quite calm. He raised his eyelids to look at the person who came and slowly said, "Thank you for your hard work. I was just following orders. Mr. Qin, you're too kind." Qin Yao nodded, then looked up at Lu Boyong. The latter shuddered as if electrocuted when he met his gaze, and without thinking, he knelt down on the ground with a thud. "Mr. Qin, Ancestor Qin." Lu Boyong knelt down and crawled to Qin Yao. Just as he was about to reach out to pull Qin Yao's trouser leg, a cold gun barrel was pressed against his head, startling him so much that he quickly withdrew his hand. Qin Yao sat on the sofa, his gaze indifferent, as if looking at a pile of inanimate objects. "Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with my gun?" "Satisfied?" I was terrified. "Mr. Qin, please let me explain. It was all arranged by that brat Zhao Tian. I was momentarily blinded by greed and believed his lies, so why would you believe his nonsense?" Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yao interrupted him, saying, "Do you believe his nonsense about me being just a convict?" Lu Boyong nodded repeatedly. A notorious bandit with a far-reaching reputation in the underworld was now snot running down his face. If Qin Yao had brought someone from the underworld today who could have subdued him, he probably wouldn't be so afraid. After all, he knew he had a powerful backer, so Qin Yao wouldn't dare to do anything to him. But now things are different. These are special forces from the government. Qin Yao's ability to bring these people out is self-evident. How could he not be afraid of all this? Qin Yao saw right through his thoughts, and all he got in return was a sneer. "So, according to you, if I were really just a convict today, wouldn't my family and I have already died at the hands of your Sihai Chamber of Commerce?" His gaze toward Lu Boyong grew colder and colder, his jet-black pupils like a bottomless abyss, within which lurked a monstrous beast. People like Lu Boyong don't even qualify to be imprisoned in the Netherworld Prison, yet they are still utterly wicked. In their eyes, human life is divided into noble and lowly. For those in power and influence, their lives are their own. For ordinary people, life is nothing more than something to do for fun during their leisure time, or a tool to make money. Qin Yao were still the same Qin Yao who stood here today. He would probably be a corpse by now. "That's not what I meant, Mr. Qin." Lu Boyong was startled by Qin Yao's words, and waved his hands repeatedly, his body trembling. "If it weren't for that bastard Zhao Tian, how could I have had a conflict with you, Mr. Qin?" "Mr. Qin, I don't beg you to spare my life. I just beg you to leave me a way out. If you spare my life, I'm willing to serve you hand and foot to make up for my mistake today. Yes, my men slaughtered over 100 reserve light knights today. They should be subordinates of the City of Angels, located near the Enchanted Forest. Incidentally, we also rescued 85 half-elves, who turned out very well for growing crops. Brother Linfeng, is Angel City really that strong?" "Yes, even 10 behemoths could barely defeat over 100 reserve Templar Knights. The City of Angels has at least 100,000 such reservists, in addition to tens of thousands of actual knights. I've heard that the City Lord Thanos is a descendant of the old gods. This, you little madman, you'd better hurry up and use the scroll to come to me." "No rush, after all. I shouldn't have been exposed yet, and the invincibility effect still lasts for 2 days. If we get discovered later, it's not too late to leave. The key point is that I'm very angry right now. Those scum from the City of Angels are all inhuman. They all deserve to die. If they don't spot me, I'm prepared to increase my strength and then wipe them out. You're so cool, little madman. I support you. However, when things are beyond saving, survival should be the primary concern. Brother Linfeng, keep it up. I'll work hard too to make even more powerful potions to help you." "Well, thank you both. Little fatty, the apples and strength-enhancing scrolls have been sent. Start selling them as soon as possible. I'm going to start renting out mercenaries. I'll try to upgrade the castle to level 20 in the last 2 days. Okay, I have quite a few clients waiting too. I'm out of here. Goodbye, Brother Linfeng. Goodbye, big bad guy too." After finishing a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing a romantic relationship, Linfeng opened the mercenary system. He simply threw all 1,431 of his subordinates into the mercenary list. All dependents are level 16 commanders. Because of the upgrade, the attributes are improved. Therefore, Lin Feng also appropriately raised the price. It is rented out at a price of 180,000 basic materials per day. The information of the lessee is still kept hidden. In an instant, the mercenary list showed 1,431 commander-level units with unknown lord information, but all at level 16. When the other lords learned of the news, they immediately began a buying frenzy. Although the price is not low, commander-level units are practically priceless. With the joint efforts of the billionaires, in just 2 minutes, all of Lin Feng's vampire followers were looted. Most people rented for 3 days directly. It seems they are intended to be used as the backbone of the resistance against the beast tide. The chat channel was busier than ever before. Haha, I managed to snatch 2 leader wolves, and I'm finally able to survive the beast tide. Even if the castle remains at level 4, it doesn't matter. Survival is the only priority. You beasts. I only spent an extra minute on the message, and it's gone. If you die in the beast tide, those of you who manage to seize the Lord's troops will be my targets for revenge. Idiot, you probably didn't go to get some noodles, but rather ate some Oligo, a popular Chinese food brand, and ruined your brain. In the tournament of all races, luck is also a part of strength. Complaining and blaming others will do no good. Hey everyone, don't you find this strange? These commander-level units are also listed in the mercenary roster. Of course it's strange, not only because they happened at the same time, but also because their levels were all 16. This is outrageous. My god-level unit has only just reached level 14. Damn it, this reminds me of someone, a despicable and shameless businessman. Sudatu? That kid is my friend. His level is only 13. Fool, he's just that guy's henchman. Boss Long Out Yin. Are you talking about that person? It's him. Carefully recall the information about Lin Feng's unit type that Yamamoto Ichiro revealed. All of those 1,000 plus commander-level units possessed one skill, Blood Source. This skill is precisely Lin Feng's Vampire Bride skill. Most importantly, his Vampire Bride can instantly gather a large number of followers. Currently, among all the lords, only he possesses this level of troop quantity and level. 180,000 basic units a day, lords. Who else do you think is qualified to be a profiteer besides him? Long Out Yin was now completely unrecognizable due to jealousy. At the same time, the Extinction Group, led by Yamamoto Ichiro, was extremely excited. They were all clamoring in the group that they would eliminate Lin Feng once the beast tide ended. They had an Air Force lord who had located Lin Feng's position during the day. They didn't dare to approach because the other party's territory was too large. Now Lin Feng actually dares to rent out all of his Vampire Bride's retinue. For the Wind Extinction team, this was suicidal. As the saying goes, if you have grain but no guns, your house is a granary. In their eyes, Lin Feng is now a huge, unarmed cake. The chat channel was explained by Long Out Yin. It is now confirmed that these 1,431 Lord-level units belong to Lin Feng. People keep calling Lin Feng a profiteer, but even more people are calling him dad. They prayed that Lin Feng would have mercy and rent them a commander of a certain type of troops. But no matter how much they begged or cursed, as the protagonist of the event, but he was busy counting the materials in the warehouse. For the first time, a captivating light shone in Lin Feng's eyes. The materials in the warehouse exceed 6.5 small targets. If those lords only rent for 1 day, perhaps they will only earn 2.5 small goals. However, most people simply chose to rent for 3 days. The only regret is that there is still no crystal core or magic crystal. Lin Feng immediately sent a message to Sudatu. Sudatu typed out a line of text at a leisurely pace. Brother Feng is awesome, I admire you. I've sent you all the refined iron I've been saving recently. No need to thank me, please call me Lei Feng. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and directly took out Sudatu's refined iron, then walked to the side of the demon castle in a few steps. Should we upgrade Castlevania's level? Whether. Immediate upgrade. Consumed 85 million units of wood, 85 million units of stone, and 200,000 units of refined iron. Congratulations, Lord. You have upgraded Castlevania to level 17. Upgrade continues. Consumed 95 million units of wood, 95 million units of stone, and 250,000 units of refined iron. Congratulations, Lord. You have upgraded Castlevania to level 18. Upgrade continues. Consumed 100 million units of wood, 100 million units of stone, and 300,000 units of refined iron. Congratulations, Lord. You have upgraded Castlevania to level 19. 3 white lights flashed by. The height of the castle began to rise. Not only did the entire castle become more magnificent, but the Lord's quarters also moved to the 7th floor. Castlevania, 18th floor of Hell mode. Level, LV19. One level increases every 10 levels. Population, 3981/5500. Castle core health, 7500k, invincible. Territory range, 50,000 meters. Function, within the territory, the Lord possesses the ability to detect, dismantle, and store items. Common buildings, warehouse, communicator, crafting station. Special structures, demon blood pool, teleportation portal, connecting crystal. Upgrade requires 150 million units of wood, 150 million units of stone, and 500,000 units of refined iron. Faction, chaotic neutral. After the upgrade of Castlevania, the strength of the Iron Claws also reached 100 points. The Tree of Spirits expanded along with the Hell of Tongue Pulling. It has already reached a height of 100 meters. The branches swayed without wind, and the iron clamps hanging on them emitted a faint black light. Although the wealth from renting out 3 days of mercenaries was used up in advance, but it directly upgraded Castlevania to level 19. Lin Feng was extremely excited at this moment. His purpose in upgrading the castle was to increase the population. A level 3 castle adds 1,500 population. If I rent it out again tomorrow, I'll earn a few more small profits. As this continues, the gap between him and other lords will widen. After the castle was upgraded, his attributes also increased dramatically. Even without Saitama's razor now, even Odin, the strongest of the behemoths, was no match for him. Although the excitement caused a surge of dopamine in the brain. However, necessary rest is essential. Lin Feng then gave the remaining 90 million in basic materials to Sudatu. They prepared to rest in the brand new master bedroom on the 7th floor. However, before leaving, he took a special look at the demon blood pool. According to the speed of automatic recovery, I should be able to start a new round of demon summoning when I wake up tomorrow morning. Chapter 41 Summoning a high-ranking demon, Albedo. A blood moon hangs in the sky. The roars of wild beasts began to echo across the endless continent. But the city lord's room was unusually quiet. Lin Feng's killing intent intensified. This made the 3 little girls dare not move at all. He was not woken up until 5 a.m. by the 3 men using the same method. Looking at the 3 harmless little ones, he could only shake his head helplessly. After punishing them by making them clean the room, Lin Feng arrived at the location of the demon blood pool. The long-awaited 5th summoning has finally begun. The demon blood pool is full. Summon or not. Whether. Summon now. The gel in the blood pool coalesced into 8 spheres. The sphere began to slowly change. Once the demon blood pool is upgraded to level 4, it can summon 8 lower-ranked demons at once. There is an 8% chance of summoning a mid-tier demon. There is a 0.8% chance of summoning a lower-ranking demon. There is a high probability that at least one mid-level demon will be summoned. Lin Feng stared intently at the 8 spheres, even pausing to breathe. In a short time, the gel had been shaped. After losing its luster, it fell back into the blood pool. The 8 demons summoned this time also revealed their true forms. 7 of them are venomous horned beasts. The only difference was that it was a strange woman. She is different from Rem and Sadako. It was already 1 meter tall when it was first summoned. The white dress features multiple cutouts that reveal a large expanse of beautiful scenery. A beautiful oval face, paired with a pair of sharp corners, exudes the color of a strong and resilient rose. The most amazing thing is its pair of jet black wings. Unlike Rem, it doesn't grow on her back, but rather on her waist. At this moment, all 8 newly summoned demons faced Lin Feng and knelt on the ground. The threads emitted from the crystal are connected to it. 8 brand new portraits appeared on the mirror. A series of upgrade lights flashed by. As its level increases to 16, its size also increases. The beautiful female demon is already 1.4 meters tall. Her voluptuous body was like a ripe apple. It makes you want to pick it. Lin Feng shifted his gaze away from the gap in the white dress. He looked at the light screen. High-ranking demon, Succubus Knight. Life level, one of the 10 great demons of hell. Level, LV16. Loyalty, 100%, fervent devotion to the owner. Food, the master's love. Health points, 29,000. Magic points, 8,500. Strength, 666. Agility, 333. Endurance, 888. Skill, absolute defense. Skill, guardian. Skill, beast summoning, nightmare two-horned beast. Feature, superb recovery. Absolute defense, increases own defense value by 10 times. Immobilization occurs after use. Duration, 60 minutes. can be deactivated at any time. Guardian, select a companion to bind with, sharing all damage received by that companion for 24 hours, which can be cancelled at any time. Beast Summoning. Nightmare Horned Beast summons the Succubus Knight's mount, Nightmare Horned Beast, a godlike creature capable of flying and combat. Super Recovery. In combat, restores 5% of health per second. Out of combat, restores 10% of health per second. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and said, "From now on, all 7 of you will be called Poisonous Horned Beasts. Go through the portal to the ground and wait. I'll be there in a bit." As a demigod-level being, it would certainly be a treasure in the hands of other lords. But in Lin Feng's eyes, they were nothing more than members of the Poisonous Horned Beast Legion. They don't even deserve to have a separate name. Unfortunately, the venomous horned beasts were all skeletons and had no way to refute them. The highlight of this demon summoning event is the high-ranking demon, the Succubus Knight. Unlike Sadako, her title is neither demigod nor god/demon. Instead, it is one of the 10 great demons of hell. Its attributes are even more insane, boasting 888 stamina, which currently means no lord's troops should be able to break through its defenses. Moreover, the skill provides a 10-fold increase in absolute defense. Even a level 100 behemoth might not be able to damage her. Lin Feng actually likes the Guardian skill the most. With this skill, his safety is further guaranteed. At this moment, the Succubus Knight's golden vertical pupils shifted. A smile curved his lips, revealing dimples on his cheeks, as he said, "Master, I am your most loyal servant. Please bestow upon me a name." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Your appearance is rather Western, so let's call you Albedo." Upon hearing this, the Succubus Knight's lips curled into an even wider smile. But he remained kneeling on the ground. His upper body trembled uncontrollably, revealing his inner excitement. Lin Feng had experienced Sadako, Kayako, and Rem. They had been prepared for Albedo's current state. But in the end, he overestimated himself. "Master, it doesn't really matter if those venomous horned beasts are here." No sooner had she finished speaking than Albedo lunged at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's hands, which he was about to use to stop them, were completely ineffective. Although the difference in power between him and Albedo is not significant. However, in actual use, the results are completely different. At this moment, Albedo had already tackled Lin Feng to the ground. She straddled his waist. Its black wings fluttered up and down in excitement. The air currents began to scatter erratically. This caused Lin Feng's desires, which stemmed from Albedo's succubus physique, to be suppressed to some extent. Lin Feng accidentally touched the razor at his waist with his left hand. A powerful killing intent erupted from his body. Albedo immediately regained her senses. He took a few steps back and knelt on the ground. "Master, Lin Feng was also bewildered at this moment, and he was also confused about his own abilities. However, despite repeated efforts, the murderous aura could not be rekindled. After a long while, he looked at Albedo and sighed. After all, they are succubi, and this is their nature. As a lord, it would be unreasonable to blame him for this. Albedo, let's call it a day. Get up. Don't do this again without my permission." "Yes, master." After Albedo stood up, she continued, "Is master going to the other side of the portal? Is there a problem? For the safety of my master, I will leave after I summon my mount." Lin Feng had already seen Albedo's skills on the light screen. I wanted to take a look too, so I nodded. Albedo saw that her master agreed. A pentagram magic circle flashed in the golden vertical pupil. A pale golden portal appeared in front of the two. Then, a giant, 2-meter-tall nightmare warhorse stepped out of the door. This is not a skeletal dwarf horse like the venomous horned beast. Rather, it is a behemoth like the Sharma in reality. Nightmare 2-horned beast. Life level, God/demon. Level, LV16. Health points, 5,500. Magic points, 2,500. Strength, 210. Agility, 350. Endurance, 200. Skill, thrust. Skill, aerial combat. Racial trait, flight. Thrust, charges at the enemy at extremely high speed and attacks with the 2 horns on its head. Aerial combat. When fighting in the air, nightmare horned beasts and their riders receive a 50% attribute boost. Flight, consumes mana continuously, allowing you to fly in the air. P.S. Nightmare Dimetrotus will never accept riding by a pure female. Holy crap. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The Nightmare Mystic's abilities are too overpowered. When Albedo rides it, her strength will increase by 50% if she fights in the air. At this very moment, the strongest in Dracula's castle has changed once again. Albedo was happy to see her master happy. So he grabbed the reins of the Nightmare Horned Beast and prepared to ride it. But tragedy struck. No matter which direction she exerted force from, she could not mount the horse successfully. After several rejections, the nightmare two-horned beast actually flew into the air. Albedo was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Lin Feng also realized the problem at this moment. Albedo, you should return it. This two-horned beast doesn't seem to allow pure women to ride it. Judging by its temper, it's even more stubborn than a venomous unicorn. Albedo had no choice but to grit her teeth and do as she was told. But then, a smile crept onto his face again. She exhaled a puff of hot air from her nostrils and said, Master, since that's the case, please help us. Let Albedo shed the stigma of being a pure woman and become a true succubus. You're still young. We'll talk about it when you grow to 1.7 meters tall. Albedo looked slightly disappointed after hearing her master's words. However, he quickly regained his confidence, and his vertical pupils even emitted a pale golden light. Master, I will work even harder. At this moment, the 3 blood moons came to an end. The noisy roars of beasts across the endless continent began to subside. There are still 2 days until the beast tide begins. All the lords began to seize the time to improve their strength. There is only one goal, to survive. Chapter 42 Human Bench. When Lin Feng led Albedo out of the portal, I was completely stunned, but he didn't show it. Albedo, standing beside her, looked on with an air of complete entitlement. In the open space, all the citizens of Dracula's castle, they were kneeling on one knee toward their lord. Lin Feng glanced at all his subordinates present. What are these guys doing so early in the morning? No wonder I didn't see the forest elves earlier. I thought they were resting. Turns out they were waiting here. Rem and the other 2 weren't supposed to be cleaning the room, but they finished so quickly. However, the behemoth and orc formations looked quite spirited. Before he could even ask a question, Albedo puffed out her chest and roared. Servant to the master. They didn't even prepare seats in advance. What a dereliction of duty. It seems that only bloodshed can teach you a lesson. After Albedo finished speaking, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire area. Even the behemoths began to tremble. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately pressed down on the little girl's shoulder. All right, Albedo. You are all my people, and you are not allowed to fight among yourselves. Do you understand? Albedo's anger subsided, and she knelt on one knee. Yes, master. At this moment, Lin Feng's temples were already beaded with sweat due to nervousness. Fortunately, Albedo was loyal enough to him. Otherwise, given her strength, she would have been difficult to control. Then, Lin Feng turned and shouted to the others. And you? Did you hear me clearly? The citizens of Dracula shouted back. Listen carefully. Very good, get up, all of you. Yes, master. Yes, my lord. After everyone stood up, Lin Feng looked at Rem and asked, Tell me what's going on now. Upon hearing her master ask her a question, Rem immediately came to Lin Feng's side, glanced at Albedo, and said, Rem is in the wrong. Please punish Rem first, master. Lin Feng was completely bewildered. What's wrong with this girl? Is it to get a group of people to kneel down for you? Albedo's eyes lit up, and she winked at Rem without making a sound, saying, Master, since you made a mistake, you should be punished. According to the rules of us succubi, why not punish her by making her a chair? Only those at the god-demon level are qualified to be used by the master. Just as Lin Feng was trying to understand the meaning of these 2 sentences, Rem had already quickly caught up behind him. Support yourself with your hands on the ground and keep your knees together. It looks exactly like a human-shaped bench. Master, please sit on Rem's back. At this moment, Lin Feng felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. The rules of the succubus race are so provocative. Seeing that Lin Feng showed no sign of sitting down, Albedo asked, Master, is the god-demon level not enough? How about I be the master's chair? After saying that, he prepared to bend over and lie face down on the ground. Lin Feng pressed down on Albedo's shoulder again, then sat on Rem's back. However, he did not confirm it. Feeling the little girl trembling below, he tentatively asked, Can you handle it? Rem replied after exhaling 2 puffs of hot air from her nostrils. Master, don't worry, Rem is fine. The little girl, who should have felt incredibly humiliated, was now overflowing with happiness. Sadako and Kayako, who were not far away, looked on with envy. Albedo smiled and winked at Rem. Then her expression turned serious again. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable sitting on Rem's back, so he changed his posture and asked, Tell me, what happened this morning? Rem composed herself and replied, Didn't the master say yesterday that the city of angels is an enemy we will have to face sooner or later? So everyone decided to go outside the territory to improve their strength later. Clap, clap, clap. Uh-huh. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but slap Rems but a few times. Nonsense. I will take care of your affairs. Elder Xia, you should lead the forest elves and half-elves to continue planting apple trees. Increasing apple production is the top priority. Yes, my lord. After the elves left, Lin Feng continued. Orcish servants, your mission, consisting of 588 people, is to clear 50,000 square meters around the territory. Not only do we need to kill any monsters we missed, but we also need to tidy up the ground. These areas will all be included in the future urban planning area. Go begin now. Yes, my lord. The orc's servants immediately began their work without the slightest hesitation, although they were relatives of Sadako and Kayako. But for the master's master, reverence has long been ingrained in his soul. The behemoths that once roamed the magical forest are now all servants of their master. The fate of those monsters and their retinues is still fresh in our minds. They didn't want to follow in their footsteps, so they worked hard. Lin Feng looked at the neatly arranged behemoth army. Nodding inwardly, Odin's family truly were an anomaly among the behemoths. Sadako, Kayako. Yes, it's the master. Should we switch shifts with Rem? Of course no. Your task today needs to be completed as soon as possible. Each person should take 2 behemoths and 8 venomous horned beasts to recruit followers outside the territory. There are currently 1,511 gaps, and the sooner we complete them, the better. The remaining 17 behemoths and Cerberus will be led by Albedo and Rem to clear out the wild monsters further out of the territory. If any powerful or special native creatures want to join us, we can spare their lives and bring them back instead. If you encounter another lord's castle, don't alert him, just remember the coordinates. Today's task is important, but you are more important to me. If we encounter danger, safety should be the top priority. Remember to return to the territory before dark. Lin Feng's words deeply moved his subordinates. The world of demons is cruel and bloody, unless they are of the same race as Rem and Albedo. Otherwise, the strong will possess absolute hegemony. They wouldn't be as gentle as Lin Feng. The behemoths also discovered that their master was not as terrifying as Odin had described. I even started to feel fortunate to be a citizen of Castlevania. Until Lin Feng left the ground and returned to the tongue-pulling hell. Rem reluctantly got up, facing Albedo, one of the 10 great demons. Rem tiptoed and kissed him. This move nearly made the other spectators drop their jaws in astonishment. The two only ate for a short while before parting ways. Rem, her excitement still lingering, said to Albedo, "That was amazing. I wonder when I'll be able to be ridden by my master again." "Sister, how did you get summoned here by the master too?" Albedo gently stroked Rem's hair and said, "I've been trying to figure something out ever since you were summoned. Today I finally found an opportunity to kill the mid-level demon that should have been summoned, and thus came here in its place." After hearing this, Rem hugged Albedo, tears welling in her eyes, and said, "Sister, the master's demon blood pool is a summoning ritual between master and servant, you. It's okay, he seems quite nice, don't you think? The size is impressive. Hee hee. Ha. The two demons were laughing particularly happily. Everyone else around them was completely baffled. Only Sadako and Kayako covered their mouths and chuckled. Chapter 43: The Metamorphosis of the Blue Star Lord. The Hell of Tongue Pulling. Lin Feng stepped out of the teleportation portal and immediately returned to the Lord's bedroom. For someone under 20, what just happened was still too exciting. The road ahead is long if you want to become a qualified lord. With that in mind, he decided to check the condition of the ground. The scene on the screen almost caused his brain to shut down. What the hell is this? Is this some kind of lace thing? Even in front of other people? No, it should be the way succubi greet each other. It's like shaking hands with a Chinese person and pressing your cheek against a European or American person. As predicted, this was indeed how succubi greet each other. However, kissing is only used when meeting family members. Lin Feng watched for a while and waited until everyone left the territory. I went to the gym in Dracula's castle alone. This room still utilizes unknown spatial principles. The 2,000 square meter area is equipped with state-of-the-art fitness equipment. Lin Feng wasn't interested in these things. All he wants now is one thing. Find a way to unleash your killing intent. Although the killing intent is invisible, when released in the morning, one can feel an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The significant increase in his strength even emboldened him to confront the unknown powerful beings of the heavens. This feeling is something that those who want to survive in the endless continent must understand. It's something I've always dreamed of. Lin Feng's fingers slowly moved towards the razor at his waist. He was thinking about the trigger that had aroused his murderous intent that morning. Albedo's image immediately appeared in his mind. However, The succubus was completely naked at this moment. As her delicate body swayed, the enormous mountain peaks shook continuously. Thinking of this, Lin Feng even pulled out his razor. But nothing happened. Isn't the trigger condition lust? While he was thinking, Saitama's razor was already spinning rapidly in his hand. Just like how students like to twirl their pens when they're thinking. When Lin Feng is thinking, he likes to spin his knife. As the mind races, the razor spins faster and faster. Like a turbocharged engine, the surrounding air surged like the Yellow River. Just then, a small mistake pulled Lin Feng out of his reverie. The razor's sharpness left a deep, bone-revealing wound on his thumb, from which blood flowed uncontrollably. Just as Lin Feng was about to take out the low-level healing potion. Stimulated by pain, the overflowing dopamine molecules break through the barriers of the cerebral cortex and begin to circulate throughout the body. A powerful killing intent instantly enveloped the entire gym. The murderous aura, as tangible as a physical entity, began to wreak havoc in the gym, accompanied by the pain in Lin Feng's fingers. The leather cover that encased the fitness equipment had been cut with various slits. Even steel began to twist and deform. At this moment, Lin Feng finally drank the low-level healing potion. Under the influence of magic, the wound on my finger began to heal. The rampant killing intent dissipated. But the gym has been completely changed. All the fitness equipment was damaged in the Syrian war. But Lin Feng was very excited, looking at the scabs on his fingers. He believed he had found the switch that triggered the murderous intent. A smile appeared on his face that he only showed when slaughtering livestock. Moments later, the gym was once again filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, in the jungle 50 kilometers away from Sudatu, Long Outyin was leveling up near the castle with his 7 demigod-level black dragons. His current strength far surpasses that of his subordinate, Black Dragon. Not only did his strength increase, but his entire body also underwent tremendous changes. Under the influence of unknown energy, it underwent a long-awaited secondary development. Not only did it grow into a 4-meter-tall giant, but its entire body was also covered with indestructible scales. These scales have extremely high physical defense, and can even resist the Black Dragon's breath. While fighting, Long Outyin also had time to give brainwashing speeches in the Longmen chat group. After all, he was a professional MLM lecturer, and after a few motivational speeches, the members of Longmen readily handed over their already limited resources. They pinned their hopes on the fact that their leader, Long Outyin, would one day arrive on auspicious clouds to save them. That's how fools are. As long as the pie in the sky is big enough, someone will always believe it. Movies and TV series need logic, but reality often doesn't. Although Long Outyin's troops were not at the level of gods or demons. However, with his silver tongue, he became one of the strongest among all the lords of the Blue Planet. Mu Qingqing's situation is similar to Long Outyin's, but also completely different. Her allies in the Fairy Alliance were not swayed by words. These people are nothing but sycophants who lust after her body. As a female martial arts expert among the fairies, Mu Qingqing naturally possesses superb skills. Thanks to the sponsorship of her allies, sycophants, her castle has now reached level 17. The most terrifying thing was the dense swarm of Azura rhinoceros beetles outside the castle. The reproductive capacity of insect nests has become increasingly abnormal as their level increases. More than 40 demigod-level units almost wiped out the sandworms near the fairy's house. Mu Qingqing's own strength is even more exaggerated. She can now almost solo level 30 monster leaders. Their mental abilities were enhanced, and they even gained the ability to fly. However, there weren't enough small underwear to replace them. She actually rarely flies. After all, she was wearing a tutu and also had the secret of how quickly time flies. Once it takes off, everything will be laid out before you. Although those who see it may be unable to reach it, it is still an insult to the fairy's dignity. Mu Qingqing looked at the sycophants fawning over her on the light screen. The corners of his mouth curved into the shape of a Nike logo. But when she thought of Lin Feng, her cheeks puffed up again. Driven by stubbornness, he sent another friend request. I also included a photo of myself taking a bath without a vacuum. She already didn't want fees anymore, and she didn't believe the other party wouldn't add her this time. Not far from Dracula's castle, Yamamoto Ichiro looked at the tentacle monster, whose highest level was only 10, with great resentment. Lin Feng, that damned guy. Seeing you make money every day is more painful than my stock losses. I thought it was going to be a tough battle, but I didn't expect you to love money so much. Renting out all your subordinates and their families is not a wise choice. Your death is in 2 days. That little girl from last time, once we catch her, will definitely fill every crevice in her body. Yamamoto Ichiro's acne began to erupt on a small scale, due to his intense emotions. However, when the sprayed liquid fell to the ground, it actually corroded large areas of pits. At the same time, other lords on the endless continent also began to change, evolve. Time flies, and years pass quickly. Days without being able to show off feel like an eternity. Friendly reminder: the blood moon will arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. P.S. Thank you to Dongfang Xiu, who loves salt and pepper edamame. User 10969152. Hai Gonggong, who likes giant dinosaurs. The unknown Inaba Mickey. Illusionary cicada. Feng Qilan, who loves garlic broad beans. Yang Hiao Shui, who loves smoked eggs. Wang Xian, who loves Jiafan wine. User 84166880. Zhatian Bang. Tang Jiasen Xiao. Xingxian Longquan. A-level Gao Shan, President of the Lowly and Mature Woman Protection Association. Su Xiaoyan. User 71209963. SCP. Logic Clan Chief of the Mysterious Clan. Chu Xiao, who likes ancient camphor trees. Zhou Guotai, who likes Jiang Shi. Zhao Zhu, who loves versatile boiled sauce. Jia Luo Wang. Zhu Ke Dao, who loves fried flatbread. An old bookworm lone wolf. For the gifts. Chapter 44. Can injury unleash killing intent? The 7th floor of Dracula's castle. Lin Feng has already mastered the art of unleashing his killing intent. The price was crisscrossing scabs on his arms and a quarter of his stock of low-level healing potions. Although I have already mastered the method of turning the killing intent on and off. However, it is impossible to precisely control the attack range of the killing intent. Therefore, its power is not very strong. Even against Rem, it's estimated that it wouldn't be able to break through her defenses. When people are focused, they often forget the passage of time. When the red text prompt appears on the screen, Lin Feng then realized that it was about to get dark. The blood moon is approaching, and the monsters are going berserk. Without a second thought, the light screen was immediately switched to the ground plaza. Seeing that all his men had returned, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The recruitment of dependents went smoothly. With these free laborers, the corpses killed by Albedo and her group were moved back to their territory. 2 huge piles of corpses indicate a bountiful harvest today. Lin Feng's level has now reached 20, and the other demons have also reached level 18. Ground level plaza. When Lin Feng stepped out of the teleportation portal, the lingering killing intent still surrounded him. Coupled with his expressionless face, he looked just like an ancient demon god. Just when everyone thought the Lord was in a bad mood, Lin Feng, however, told everyone to rest well and recharge their energy. In fact, Lin Feng's current strength is not afraid of the beast tide at all. He just wants to play it safe. Only gamblers would go out and have fun when they have all the advantages. According to the distance of the 3 blood moons. Today, Bloodlight still provides a 15x boost to monsters. The monsters within a 30-kilometer radius have been completely eliminated. If you continue advancing, you will encounter monsters that are level 40 or higher. With the blessing of the blood moon, the strength is at least 640 points. That's why Lin Feng decided to let his subordinates rest and recuperate. After dismembering the 2 piles of corpses, Lin Feng returned to the tongue-pulling hell with the 4 little girls. Today's apple production has doubled thanks to the addition of the half-elf. Elite-level half-elves are superior in both mana reserves and skill effects. This made Lin Feng even more eager to obtain seeds of other fruits and vegetables. The talent for farming is imprinted in every Chinese person. After entering the castle, Lin Feng asked the 4 little girls to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He then opened the Demon Whispers chat group. I didn't expect to be bombarded with displays of affection as soon as I entered. Honey, don't go out to upgrade your character tonight. Although behemoths are powerful, wild monsters aren't weak after they go berserk. If anything happens to you, I won't live either. Okay, don't stay up late every night. Go to bed early tonight. Cough, 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 I'm here. Hey, the little madman is here. You didn't reply to Q during the day. Oh, I was busy at the time and didn't see it. Today I discovered that I can project my killing intent outwards, so I've been practicing all day and I'm seeing some results now. You too can give it a try. After all, people from all over the planet have come to this damned endless continent, so it's not surprising that some of them have some superpowers. Brother Lin Feng, you fatso, I seem to be much stronger than before. I initially thought it was because of the castle's upgrade. But, wife, tell me quickly. But last night when I wrestled with Rose and Jack, they seemed to be no match for them. My wife is awesome. This truly befits a fighting race that wrestled with giant hamsters since childhood. Emilia, this must be a special ability that appeared after you came to the Endless Continent. After all, based on your castle's level, there's still a significant gap between it and the behemoths. Yay, I've become Superwoman. Sigh, little madman, do I lack talent? Why don't I have any special feeling at all? It's okay, maybe it's just not the right time yet. After all, everyone's constitution is different. Maybe you're just accumulating strength for a long time. Brother Lin Feng is right. Maybe I'll wake up with superpowers after a good night's sleep. Besides, I'm so strong now, I can protect you in the future. Then please protect me at all times from now on. Please, heroine. I can't stand you two anymore. Su Xiaobang, give me some refined iron. I'm going to upgrade the castle to level 20 after I rent out my servants. No problem. The defensive potion we talked about last time should have all the materials gathered tonight, and I'll make it for you tomorrow. I'm going to spend some more time with my wife now. You go ahead and get busy. After closing the chat group, Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. That's Su Xiaobang. He really forgets his friends for the sake of a pretty girl. As he spoke, he shoved the apple and the materials for dissecting the corpse into Su Data's hands. Just then, Albedo brought over dinner. Today she cooked a plate of golden, crispy dragon meat, paired with freshly brewed apple cider. Lin Feng ate 3 units in one go. Albedo, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. From now on, the task of cooking will be yours. Yes, master. The retinue is ready and at your disposal at any time. Lin Feng had originally planned to have Sadako and Kayako make the arrangements. I didn't expect Albedo to have prepared it in advance. To be one of the 10 greatest demons in hell, one must be quite intelligent. It looks like things will be much easier from now on. Mercenary auction channel. Although there are many types of troops available for rent, there are even more lords looking for powerful fighters. As the beast tide drew near, their urgency grew even stronger. Based on Su Data's information, Lin Feng already knew that his identity had been exposed, so they didn't continue to hide it. They started advertising pre-sales directly in the trading and chat channels. In 5 minutes, 1511 level 17 commander mercenaries will be available for rent. The daily rental fee for the humanoid creature is 200,000 basic materials / equivalent amounts of magic crystals, crystal cores, and refined iron. Daily rental fee for non-humanoid creatures, 190,000 basic materials / equivalent amount of magic crystals, crystal cores, and refined iron. P.S. Rented troops can only assist the Lord in battle. Any other misconduct will result in immediate betrayal. Remember this. Lin Feng's advertisement caused quite a stir. Damn it. I knew that last batch of mercenary commanders was Lin Feng. Now it's confirmed. This is simply unbelievable. He alone commands nearly 3,000 men, and they are all level 18 commander level troops. Damn it. I was planning to rent a female humanoid commander as my secretary, but boss Lin Feng won't allow any overstepping of boundaries. Tian Buoguang, you really want your secretary to do all the work? Nothing else. I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to stake out the location. Although my Vajra demon apes are very strong, there aren't enough of them. I'll just rent 3 commanders to run errands. Keiko is truly powerful. He only uses the commander for errands. Wait, why can you rent 3? Hee. My castle is level 15, so naturally I can rent 3. Your castle can do the same when it reaches level 15. Day 1 of envying the great Jiagu. Day 6 of being jealous of the great Lin Feng. This time, 1,511 family members were captured in just 10 seconds. They were snapped up immediately. Mercenaries are not like high-quality food, where middlemen can profit from the difference in price. The lords who lease are all real customers. This time, all the lords chose to rent for 2 days. Some lords even rented the place for more than 5 days. After renting out this batch of family members, Lin Feng received 680 million units of basic materials. In addition, there were 1.3 million units of refined iron given by Su Datu. Maybe we can upgrade the castle to level 21. After the castle activates the 18 levels of Hell mode. For every 10 levels gained, 1 level will be added. I wonder what changes will occur after reaching level 20. Chapter 45 Dracula's Scarlet Cloak. Tongue-pulling Hell, Castlevania. Upgrade castle level. Weather. Upgrade now. Consumed 150 million units of wood, 150 million units of stone, and 500,000 units of refined iron. Congratulations, Lord. You have leveled up Castlevania to level 20. After the castle reaches level 20, the second level of the 18 levels of Hell will be unlocked, the Scissors Hell. Castlevania has moved to Hell level 2, the Scissors Hell. A flash of white light. The castle vanished into thin air. A dark portal was left in the original location. This unexpected turn of events surprised both the forest elves and the half-elves. However, seeing the smile on the city lord's face, I felt relieved. After all, he not only revived the Tree of Spirits, but also made the mighty behemoth bow down in submission. The castle has probably just moved to a different location. That's exactly what happened. When Lin Feng arrived at the second level of hell, the Scissors Hell. Besides the 4 little girls, the forest elf elder, Xia Yuha, also came to check on them. The size of the Scissors Hell is almost the same as that of the tongue-pulling hell. Except for a 3-kilometer radius around the castle, the rest of the area was filled with gleaming scissors. The density far exceeds that of the iron pincers in the tongue-pulling hell, just like the thorns on a cactus. But these spikes are even more dangerous. Lin Feng glanced at the materials required for the upgrade. The amount hadn't doubled. Continue to upgrade the castle level. Consumed 180 million units of wood, 180 million units of stone, and 750,000 units of refined iron. Congratulations, Lord. You have leveled up Castlevania to level 21. Castlevania, 18 levels of Hell mode, 2 levels. It possesses the Hell of Tongue Pulling and the Hell of Scissors. Level, LV21. 1 level increases every 10 levels. Population, 5,500/7,000. Castle Core Health, 8,500K, Invincible. Territory Range, 90,000 meters. Function, within the territory, the Lord possesses the ability to detect, dismantle, and store items. Common buildings, warehouse, communicator, crafting station. Special structures, demon blood pool, teleportation portal, connecting crystal. Upgrade requires 230 million units of wood, 230 million units of stone, and 1 million units of refined iron. Faction, Chaotic Evil. P.S. Scissors Hell. In the mortal world, if a woman's husband dies, she begins to live as a widow. If someone instigates her to remarry or acts as a matchmaker for her, she will be sent to the Scissors Hell after death. One by one, your 10 fingers will be cut off with scissors. If the husband doesn't die, the punishment in the Scissors Hell will be even more severe. The severed fingers will grow back, and this cycle repeats, doubling the pain. After the castle reached level 21, the faction changed to Chaos Evil. This must be because of the killing of the Templar Knights reserves from the City of Angels. However, Lin Feng did not regret it at all. Killing those beasts would turn the title of evil. Lin Feng wouldn't mind killing a few more. Just then, the expected system announcement arrived. Congratulations, Lord Lin Feng, for being the first to upgrade your castle to level 21. Reward item, Dracula's Crimson Cloak. Lin Feng had just finished reading the system notification when the cloak appeared in the warehouse. Dracula's Scarlet Cloak. God-level item. This cloak belonged to Dracula, the progenitor of vampires. Whoever possesses it will become the ruler of the dark world. Skill, Stealth. Skill, Flight. Concealment. Can create false attribute panels to confuse enemies. Flight. Consumes mana, allowing you to escape gravity and move freely. This is amazing. Lin Feng couldn't wait to take out the cloak. With the help of 4 little girls, Dracula's scarlet cape was successfully attached to the vest of his suit. This suit was originally intended for the day of the beast tide. As a result, it came in handy a day early. The 4 little girls stared intently at Lin Feng. Albedo exclaimed excitedly, "Master, this cloak, paired with your handsome appearance, is far superior to even that pretty boy Lucifer." Sister Yura is right. Rem almost let it slip, and quickly corrected herself. Sadako and Kayako nodded in agreement. Lin Feng didn't think they were flattering him. After all, I've known since I can remember that I'm a handsome guy. Back in my school days, it was common for other boys' girlfriends to write love letters to them. This also led to him being frequently surrounded by so-called love rivals. But fortunately, he had sued Datu's brother, which prevented him from being disfigured. At that time, Lin Feng's martial arts skills were quite high, but even 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. But now it's different. If a real fight breaks out, he might be able to challenge all the Lords of Earth all by himself. Putting aside Behemoth, he leveled up to level 21 because of the castle. The attributes have been greatly improved. Lord, Lin Feng. Character level, LV20. Life level, normal. Experience points, 88/5400000. HP, 25,128, 24,000 points bonus from castle level. Magic points, 20545, castle level bonus, 20,000 points. Strength, 795, 770 points bonus from castle level. Agility, 762, 740 points bonus from castle level. Stamina, 785, 760 points bonus from castle level. Castle level, LV21. Demon Blood Pool level, LV4. Unique unit building. Equipment, Saitama's Razor. Equipment, Dracula's Crimson Cloak. With such attributes, and Saitama's Razor, Even a level 100 native would be instantly killed. Meanwhile, the lords in the chat channel of all races have gone completely mad. What did I tell you? Lin Feng rented 3,000 commander-level troops these past 2 days. He's earned at least 1 billion basic materials. The rewards for the first level 20 castle are practically guaranteed. It's a pity he doesn't take on followers, otherwise I'd be the first to cling to his coattails. Tian Boguang, you think you can suck up to someone's coattails? First, Lin Feng's castle is already level 21. Second, that shrewd businessman Su Dadu has already hooked up with someone. And there's also that Amelia. It's not that the big shots don't want people, it's just that you're trash. Master Lin Feng, the half-beast tide is coming in a day. Could you please rent some more lord-level troops? Consider it an act of charity. Idiot. Lin Feng has already rented out nearly 3,000 vampire familiars. How could there be any left? Long out yin, huh? Sorry, I actually do have one. Yeah, the big shot has reappeared. Lin Feng, please rent me 3. No, even just 1 is fine. Don't worry, everyone. There will be another 1,500 lord-level mercenaries tomorrow. However, this time is different from the previous 2 times. I'll announce that later. Honey, what's the difference? Do you want us to swap bodies? Even though I'm not divorced yet, my relationship with that idiot has long since broken down, so it's not a big deal. Old woman, get as far away as you can. Men are boys until they die. They'll always like 18-year-olds. This humble woman is 18, fair-skinned and beautiful, and still a virgin. Mr. Lin Feng, please consider me. Women are all tigresses, but true love is between men. I am Lao AI, and I have unique strengths. I can be both dominant and submissive. The world is so big, why not give it a try? P.S. Thanks to user 16092812, user 3623596, Duoming Chinchio, user 78765373, bored on the 15th, Food Kuan Beast who loves roasted potatoes, Xin Xian, Wei Yuha who likes the new chime bells, Pan Jia who likes purple dragon horns, Yijian Li Ju, Stone who loves green sword tea, Kai Zizi, Xiaolin, Old Master AI who likes black thunder chicken, White Emperor, Hu Dan of the 7 Treasures Golden Pagoda, Qi Bin Shuaiji of Chaoga, Jatian Bang, Chumi, user 1750201, Jatian Bang Buddhist, Cultivation, Dayu who loves steamed yellow croaker with wine, Zhouguatai who likes Jiang Shi, 10% Old Bookworm, by Yi Lingyu, Dong who loves stir-fried lettuce linen, Long Xiaoyuan, Qingnai, Zaishanbang Disciple, 001, Cicihe, Juejian, Yi Huaya, Menglingyun QAQ, Fangquai Shiji, Zizi, by S. Yongyuan de Shun, Lai Rufeng who loves scallion oil noodles, Zaishanbang Yishanlong Zhanshan, Miu, I Will Cry, Shao Kingenjia, Balong who loves Chinese broth, Zaishanbang Squirrel, I Am the Sun. Omega, Black Heart, System Specialist, Zaishanbang SCP Hall Master, Jimia, Elder Xiong of Tsangjin Hall, Uchiha Guangyi, Yi Li Fan, Zaishanbang Shura Patriarch, Yangjian, user 106139880, Selly who loves sausage steamed rice, user 35188781. These big shots rewards. Thanking my fans is a must, and to avoid being accused of writing filler content, I'll be staying up late after get off work to add more chapters. 1 to 2 times per week. Chapter 46 The Avengers. Lin Feng was currently instructing Su Dadu and Amelia on the selection of specific personnel. Therefore, the spectacular scene of tens of thousands of lords vying for his favor was not witnessed. Su Xiaobang, Amelia, I have an important task for you. Hey, you little lunatic, we're all brothers, just say it. Brother Lin Feng, don't worry about Amy. The people of the Northern Bear Kingdom have never failed. Hurrah. No rush, your castles are all at level 15 by now, right? I'm 16 now. I just reached level 15. It's good that you've arrived. As you should know, after your castle reaches level 15, the number of mercenaries you can hire will increase by 1. I still have 21 behemoths left. Let me fill them up for you guys first. Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. Amelia, I've already told you. I'm closer to that little madman than brothers. No need to be so polite. Little fatty is right. No need to thank me. Behemoth has already made the arrangements. Let them out first, and I'll explain what needs to be done next. Good. Here you go, Brother Lin Feng. Okay, let's get down to business. Do you think the 3 of us can roam freely across the endless continent? What do you mean by that, you little madman? Darling, you're so silly. Brother Lin Feng is trying to start an organization and recruit people. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The combat strength of other lords is of little use to us. But there might be some lords with special troops. Amelia, you are one such talent, understand? I get it. Since you're suggesting forming an organization, you must have already thought of a name, right? Let's call it the Avengers. Those powerful beings from all realms actually sent us to the endless continent without our consent. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely seek revenge. Women's Avengers Alliance is a great name. From now on, little madwoman, you're the cutest one. You fatso, if you keep acting like this, I might not marry you. Hee, little fatty's still the same old story. I'll post an announcement in the chat channel later. You guys need to work hard tonight to identify the talent we need. I'll allocate mercenaries according to the list tomorrow. Okay, pulling all-nighters is my specialty. Niamayat vaporus. I'll go post the announcement now. Good luck to you guys. At this moment, the chat channel for all races is still filled with flame wars over the competition for mercenaries. Everyone, please calm down. I've just created the Avengers. If you're interested in joining, please contact Sue Dadu and Amelia. Membership criteria are not based on strength or weakness. We only recruit lords with special troop types, such as those skilled in alchemy, demon refining, or crafting equipment and weapons. Even if your unit is completely weak, as long as its function is special, you can apply to these two individuals. Only 775 people will be admitted this time. Admission will be based on merit. As a perk of the Avengers, all new lords will be provided with 2 commander-level mercenaries free of charge. Okay everyone, let's continue. Good night. Don't go, boss. My unit is a dark iron dwarf, and I can craft equipment and weapons. But I absolutely refuse to go out and fight. I'm so frustrated. Don't rush, bro. Add me as a friend, and we can talk in detail. Other brothers who also want to join the Avengers can add me and my wife. Remember to include your unit information. Okay, boss Sue, I've applied. Resorting to free mercenaries to win people over, how despicable. Even if I die, amidst the tide of dead beasts, I don't need his commander or mercenaries. No, my unit is a low-tier troll, which can craft amplified leather drums. Boss Sue, add me. It smells so good. Phenomenon has appeared. Lin Feng's recruitment of members caused a stir in the chat channel. The treatment of the Avengers has had a devastating impact on many organizations. This made the already fragile relationship even worse. But the instigator didn't care at all. In the Lord's room of the Dracula's castle, Lin Feng, exhausted from practicing releasing his killing intent all day. I was just about to take a hot shower and then have a nice, restful sleep. But there was one more person in the bathroom today. Albedo, like the other 3 little girls, was completely naked. After the upgrade during the day, her height has reached 1.5 meters. Coupled with her devilish figure, she's practically tempting people to commit crimes. But Lin Feng was very tired and just wanted to take a shower and rest as soon as possible. The bathing process was the same as usual, with Albedo taking Rem's place. Her overly skilled technique made Lin Feng's fatigue disappear by more than half. After taking a shower, Lin Feng walked towards the bedroom with the 4 little girls, still unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Behind him, Albedo was exchanging glances with 3 other people. They began their plan when Lin Feng caused a stir in the chat channel. For the owner's future safety, the 4 of them made a unanimous decision. Albedo, the disgrace of succubi, must complete her mission tonight. Only when paired with the nightmare twin-horned beast can it be considered a true succubus night. As Lin Feng lay on the bed, preparing to tell everyone to rest, Sadako and Kayako rushed up and hugged their master tightly. Lin Feng was still unaware of the impending storm. Hey, don't you two like to sleep near the chest? Want to sleep with your arms as pillows tonight? As soon as she finished speaking, Rem jumped to the head of the bed and hugged her master's head from behind. Then he tucked most of his head into his chest. Hidden beneath 2 enormous fleshy spheres, only the nose and mouth remained exposed. Rem, why are you blocking my view? Get out of my way. Rem does everything for her master, but Rem won't allow it. Hey, you 3, that's enough. Albedo, your hand. Lin Feng wanted to break free from the 3 people's shackles, but he was afraid of hurting them. At this moment, Albedo had already reached Lin Feng's waist. The black wings behind it swayed incessantly with excitement. Her golden pupils turned into heart shapes. A strong, intoxicating atmosphere filled the bedroom. Master, please don't move. Your is hard to control. If something goes wrong, there will be no way out. Lin Feng didn't break free of his restraints just now because he was afraid of hurting the 3 little girls. Now, influenced by the aura emanating from the succubus, she is gradually losing herself. Sadako and Kayako increased their grip, fearing that their master would break free. Rem then reached out and shook hands with her sister. Although Albedo is a disgrace to succubi, she possesses the innate abilities of succubi. Lin Feng quickly gave up resisting. However, his male pride was stimulating his nerves. With a little force, Sadako and Kayako were pushed away. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Then, its head also broke free from Rem's restraints. He stood up. He looked at Albedo, who was no longer a disgrace to the succubus. The shape of a Nike logo is visible at the corner of his mouth. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 47 Encounter with Unknown Creatures. When the blood moon fades, at noon, Lin Feng slowly woke up. This was the first time he had slept since arriving on the endless continent. It wasn't because I was lazy in bed, but because I didn't go to sleep until 6 a.m. There was no murderous aura emanating from him during the break. Perhaps it was because I was able to control it after practicing yesterday, or perhaps it was because I was too exhausted last night. In short, there was no blockade from Lin Feng's murderous aura. Albedo and the other 3 little girls started work at 6:15. Although they were also very tired, everyone's physical condition is different, not to mention that they were one of the 10 great demons of hell. Rem is currently leading 19 behemoths and 4 hellhounds, with the name Gong Shi Fa Kai, to clear out nearby monsters 30 kilometers outside her territory. Sadako and Kayako followed behind, performing the embrace on the lower-level monsters that had been selected. Their task today was arduous. In order to maintain their magical power, they absorbed a lot of blood along the way. Rem was riding a poisonous unicorn at that moment. With a flick of his right hand, he tossed the level 40 turtle, which had retracted into its shell, in front of Sadako and Kayako. Can you recruit this thing as a familiar? Its shell is so hard. Sadako picked up the turtle and tried it with her little tiger teeth. There was a crisp snap sound. A tortoise shell can hardly withstand a vampire's fangs. A drop of Sadako's blood flowed down the wound and into the turtle's body. A moment later, the turtle's head popped out. It became the first amphibious unit in the vampire army. The number of wild monsters we encounter is not as many as before, so try not to waste any contracts you can make. At that moment, Rem keenly noticed that the 2 vampire brides looked somewhat forlorn. Then, with a ferocious expression, he said, "As servants of our master, we should not have too many expectations. Yesterday, I resorted to this desperate measure so that my sister could use the nightmare horned horse to protect her master. Now that I've inherited my sister's title of shameful succubus, I'm not in a hurry, so why are you all in such a rush?" After Rem finished speaking, tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of her mouth. Her mind was filled with images from last night, and things started to feel uneasy again. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stared blankly at the ever-increasing experience points on the light screen. Killing a level 41 goblin grants 180 experience points. Defeating a level 45 Bugs Bunny grants 212 experience points. Defeated a level 41 elite armored pupa, gaining 430 experience points. Also obtained 2 magic crystals. At this moment, Albedo hugged Lin Feng from behind. It emitted a silvery laugh. Master, Yura has already made arrangements for you today. You can actually sleep a little longer." Lin Feng pulled him into his arms. Just as he was about to commit an evil deed, the succubus's horns pressed against his waist, while the sharp black wings on her back slid right across his groin. "Hiss! Master, quickly drink this low-level healing potion." Lin Feng never expected that he had become such a powerful attribute. It's unbelievable that it could get injured. As expected, the 10 great demons of hell above gods and demons are not just empty names. Every part of the body can be a cruel weapon. Looking at the warehouse, there were only 10 bottles of low-level healing potions left. I'll probably have to ask Sudadu for some later. Last night's fierce battle not only consumed trillions of assets, but also nearly exhausted the supply of low-level healing potions. The bitter fruit of this taboo can be described as a bittersweet experience. After Lin Feng drank the low-grade healing potion, his wounds began to heal rapidly. Albedo squatted on the ground, her face full of guilt as she wiped away the bloodstains that had seeped out from her master. "Master, I'm sorry, but how about we cut off Yura's wings?" Lin Feng brushed aside Albedo's slipping sideburns and said, "You are a succubus, not an angel. You don't need to have your wings cut off and fall into hell. Besides, your wings are an important weapon in battle. The most crucial thing is that you now have 999 stamina. If I don't shave my head, no one in Castlevania can break your defense, not even yourself." Albedo's golden eyes transformed into hearts once more. Master was able to break through Yura's defenses all night, and still couldn't repair them. This is different. The Master decides, but Yura can finally merge with the nightmare twin-horned beast to fight. From now on, until I die, no one will be able to harm you, Master, in the slightest. Lin Feng quickly interrupted. Stop making predictions. This thing is incredibly accurate. Tell me your plans." Albedo straightened her white evening gown, stood up, and replied, Master doesn't need 1,500 vampire followers. I'll have Sadako and Kayako recruit them. For their safety, and to expand their territory. I had Rem lead the way and clear the path ahead. The team clearing the way consists of 19 behemoths, for Cerberus, for good fortune, and 8 venomous horned beasts for escape. As a direct subordinate summoned by the Master's blood pool, safety must be ensured. Lin Feng nodded after listening. That's right, the safety of Rem, Sadako, and Kayako is very important. If something happens to Sadako and Kayako, their familia will also disappear. As for Rem, I don't want anything to happen to her either. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he thought to himself, after all, the little girl is almost 1.4 meters tall. At this critical juncture, nothing can go wrong. Albedo then knelt on one knee. How merciful you are, Master. They actually cherish us lowly servants. When Master conquers the endless continent and slaughters the great beings of the heavens in the future, you will go all out. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. How did this guy know? But then I thought about it again, and those 4 little girls are always hanging out together, so it must be Rem who said it. After all, both she and Albedo are succubi, with Albedo having a higher life level. Ahem, of course. Have you made arrangements for the orcs? Reporting to Master, I have already had them set up the diversion channel. When the beast tide arrives tomorrow, land creatures will enter the tongue-pulling hell directly through the diversion channel. Elder Xia has completed his communication with the Tree of Life. At that time, the Tree of Life will destroy the invading enemies. If the beast tide is too strong, there is still the Scissors Hell as the last line of defense. If we still can't resist, I and the others will. Lin Feng interrupted Albedo before she could finish speaking. Don't worry, the beast tide won't be that difficult. I guess they'll be dealt with by Behemoth before they even reach the tongue-pulling hell. Don't worry. Yes, Master is right. After all, Master is the strongest among the Lords of Blue Star. Just then, Rem and her group encountered a strange creature during their clearing mission. From afar it looks like a horse, but up close it looks like a sheep, with its flamboyant, punk-style headdress being quite eye-catching. This guy seems weak, yet he's full of confidence. Look at its shameless behavior as it moves around, spitting at everyone. This guy is going to take on the whole field single-handedly. P.S. Thanks to the enthusiastic support of everyone, little Bowsy finally got to eat some hot steamed buns. When I checked this morning, I found that more than 250 people had given me tips. If I were to thank them all individually, it would probably take more than a whole chapter to finish writing. So, I can only offer this wholesale price here. Thank you so much, my patrons. Thank you to all the generous donors, especially the big spenders on the donation leaderboard. And thank you also to the handsome guys and beautiful girls who took the time to watch ads and support us. Chapter 48, The Lords Before the Beast Tide. In the magical forest, the creature, resembling both a horse and a sheep, strode confidently toward the demon legion. Judging by the direction, the target is Rem and her 2 little girls. But what greeted it was a large tortoise that had just become its companion. Regardless of strength, just looking at their size, they are perfect opponents. Although the unknown creature was small and tiny, it was extremely arrogant. Seeing that the opponent only sent 1 tortoise to meet the attack, he was so angry that he screamed, Moreau, 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 Moreau. The roar of the unknown creature immediately amused everyone. Nobody saw it as a threat. It was as if the tortoise had already won. Just then, the unknown creature spat out a mouthful of saliva, instantly covering a 3-meter radius around it. The turtle was sprayed with saliva, and its speed began to slow down. The vampire's once scarlet eyes had lost their luster. Then, something happened that completely surprised everyone at Castlevania. Sadako let out a scream. The tortoise suddenly turned around, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and charged towards Odin. Oh no, it's out of my control. It's no longer a vampire. No sooner had Sadako finished speaking than the first amphibious unit in Castlevania was crushed into a pancake by Odin. The unknown creature exhaled 2 wisps of white smoke from its nostrils, and judging from the anger in its eyes, it was about to explode with rage. Moreau, 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 Moreau. Just as Behemoth was about to kick the ball into the goal, the unknown creature spat dozens of times at Odin's claws. The strange ability made Odin's movements sluggish, but it did not change his mind like a tortoise. The unknown creature, which was thought to be very brave, vanished on the spot by taking advantage of Odin's instantaneous movement. This drove the behemoths, who were already rampaging through the enchanted forest, into a berserk state. Fortunately, after becoming residents of Dracula's castle, they no longer indiscriminately attacked friend and foe. Even after the area within a 1-kilometer radius was destroyed, the arrogant creature from before was never found. After Rem discussed it with the others, to be on the safe side, the route was changed. The tiny, unknown creature that had been so arrogant just moments before was now huddled in a corner of the cave, sobbing. At this moment, she showed no signs of bravery. She was simply a wronged little wife. The cave was very wide, and in the center of the cave lay a huge, unknown creature. Judging from the looks of it, she must be the little one's mother. Judging from its even breathing, it should still be asleep. The mottled moss on the skin's surface indicates that the person slept for quite some time. Just then, a cold wind blew in from the depths of the cave. The giant beast's forelegs twitched in the wind. Time flies, and years pass quickly. The 3 blazing suns in the sky were already setting. The lords of Blue Star were also on edge. In the chat channel for all races, every lord seemed to want to leave a trace of his existence in his final moments. The chat box was constantly scrolling due to a large amount of information. If you don't keep scrolling up, you can't see the chat content at all. This has left many businessmen quite frustrated. Hey, that's enough. Hey buddy who just rented my snake, QQ me again. Even though it only has a mouth, at least it's usable. Hey buddy up there, you have some serious taste. Want my mermaid? 20,000 base materials a day. There's one downside. She's fish on top and human on the bottom. But I absolutely guarantee she's female. You two are like a dragon and a phoenix, aren't you? The hardest choice for a man is between a human head and a snake's body versus a fish head and a human body. Hey guys, it's almost dark. The blood moon is coming. The dragon people at the trading market say tonight is our best chance to improve our strength. If we miss it, the beast tide will come tomorrow and we'll definitely be eaten and become Lao Ba's food. President Feng Bujua is right. Tonight will be the last chance to improve our strength if we want to survive the beast tide. The ancient Chinese martial arts sect, Yijian Tingfeng, recruits lords with commander-level troops. Let's join hands and strive to survive, and not only that, to live better. Lockheed Martin Guild is recruiting. I am Will Smith, a 5-star general. I only accept demigod lords. No trash please. Blackwater mercenaries accepting protection missions. I'm the leader, The Rock. DM me if interested, and include a price that satisfies us. I guarantee your safety during the beast tide. The Caribbean pirates are sincerely looking to purchase information on other lords. If you're willing to provide it, Crocodile is willing to take it. Holy crap, what's going on? All the big shots are spamming the chat. Feng Bujua's unit is a god demon level, 5-clawed golden dragon. General Will Smith's unit is Godzilla, a godlike being. Dwayne Johnson's unit is a god-level unit, Hill Dwarf. Prince Crocodile's unit is a god-level unit, Ancient Sand Crocodile. How am I, a lord possessing a demigod titan ape, supposed to live like this? You're complaining even though you're a demigod? I'm in a much worse situation. I have 24 elite fallen elves, but their food is male essence. And there aren't any goblins around. It's only day 6. It looks like I might not even make it to the beast tide before I die. This is Su Datu from the Avengers Alliance. The 750-person team has been finalized. Guild leader Lin Feng will be distributing alliance benefits soon. Please check the mercenary list in half an hour. Let's all work hard tonight, and tomorrow we will surely annihilate the beast tide. Boss Su is generous. Boss Lin Feng is awesome. From now on, I'll live and die for the alliance. As expected, money talks. 750 people equals 1,500 commander-level followers, which is equivalent to 360,000 resources per person. Unfortunately, while my troops are elite, they lack any unique features. What a shame. Castlevania, Hell of Scissors. After Albedo slapped his lips repeatedly with her tongue, Lin Feng. Start viewing the information about the Avengers members on the light screen. Su Datu and Emilia did not disappoint him. Each person was carefully selected. Although they may not be the strongest, their abilities are diverse. One of them, named Shitball, is a dark iron dwarf. Although his troops are unwilling to go out to fight, they have the ability to forge weapons and armor. Lin Feng was worried that the 550 green dragon scales were useless, and hoped that after Shitden's black iron dwarf leveled up, he could forge a few sets of dragon scale armor before the beast tide arrived. The remaining 749 alliance members also have their own unique characteristics. These people will be the backbone of Lin Feng's conquest of the Endless Continent. Chapter 49 unlocks the Lord ranking. Before the Blood Moon arrived, Rem and her group had successfully completed their mission for the day. After recruiting 1,500 followers, they returned to the territory of Dracula's castle. As the distance increased, the number of monsters began to decrease sharply. Most of the dependents recruited now are indigenous people. They have traveled more than 40 kilometers today. We encountered many strange creatures. Therefore, They did not pay much attention to the creature that resembled a horse, but was not a sheep. But they never imagined it would all be because of this guy. How much trouble will the beast tide bring when it arrives? Not long after, under Albedo's arrangement, Lin Feng quickly distributed 1,500 followers to the 750 lords of the Avengers Alliance. Now, apart from the Whispers of Demons, Su Dado also created a separate chat group called Avengers. The resources required for such a large chat group of thousands are astronomical. Fortunately, Lin Feng wasn't short of money, otherwise he would have been heartbroken. Today, Rem and her group not only completed their recruitment of family members, they also killed many wild monsters and native creatures. Not only did it raise Lin Feng to level 21, but it also raised the demons and their followers in the crystal to level 19. Only the behemoth's experience bar moved a tiny bit. This was all because he didn't control his strength when he struck, which resulted in him instantly killing his opponent. Although I have had a very fruitful 2 days. However, the resources are not enough to upgrade the demon blood pool. As for the castle, it was of little use to Lin Feng, who didn't have any dependents to rent out. Today's income is almost zero. However, he wasn't worried, since Dracula's castle was very strong now. Even if there are level 100 demigod dragons in the beast tide, they will only be food for the future. Lin Feng glanced at the large amount of materials in the warehouse and opened the Demon Whispers group. Su Xiaobang, is Amelia there? I've been waiting for you, you little madman. The brothers in the Avengers have already started receiving commander-level familiars. I've already told them. Once the Blood Moon starts, they'll be sending out to level up all night. Hopefully, more of them will survive tomorrow's beast tide. Brother Lin Feng, if the mercenary system had been released a couple of days earlier, perhaps more members of our alliance could have survived. Wife, there's nothing we can do about it. In this endless continent, our safety is our top priority. If it weren't for that little madman, they would all have perished in the beast tide. We have a clear conscience. All right, Su Dadu, Amelia is a good girl. You two should work hard tonight and improve your strength. I've already given you the resources, including materials, over 1,000 crystal cores, and over 70 magic crystals. You and Amelia should upgrade your troop buildings. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. I should be able to get Amelia's defense potion and Shipball's armor by dawn, and I'll send them to you then. Thanks Brother Lin Feng. Upgrade little fatty's troop buildings first. This isn't a big problem for me. Wife you. Hold on. You two discuss this yourselves. I remember you have another green dragon head. Give it to Shipball later. Have him hang it on the city wall during the beast tide. That should reduce the pressure. His dark iron dwarf will be very useful later. No problem. By the way, little madman, are all your dependents rented out tomorrow? Get lost. A man can't say no. I still have 19 behemoths here. As for me, Stop. I know you're amazing. I wonder when we'll be able to meet again. You probably don't want to see me. You want to see Amelia, don't you? Brother Lin Feng is so mean, but if I ever see little fatty, he's dead. That day I was in pain for 2 days. Let's go. The Avengers are in your hands now. You two assistant leaders. Oh, asterisk. Oh. No problem, you little madman. As soon as Lin Feng left the chat group, several red system messages appeared in the center of the screen. Friendly reminder. The Blood Moon will arrive in 10 minutes. Lords, please prepare accordingly. The new player protection period will end in 15 hours, at which time the beast tide will arrive. Lords, please protect the core of your castle. If the core is destroyed, you will lose your qualification to participate in the War of All Races. Friendly reminder. Please do not attempt to escape the castle. A lord who loses their qualification will die immediately. Beep. The 57th Blue Star Lord ranking is now open. As soon as the system notification appeared, all the lords' first reaction was to look for the leaderboard icon on the screen. Everyone wants to know who is the strongest among these billions of people. Long Outyin couldn't wait to open the leaderboard. Start searching for your name from the 100th position. Although a small number of people have not made their unit information public, all those who have made it public are of godlike or demonic caliber. He collapsed to the ground before even seeing the top 50. However, only a moment later, his fighting spirit returned. I'll rob Su Dada tomorrow after the beast tide ends. Once I have the resources, I'll upgrade my castle. Being strong is the key. Troops and buildings are just external forces. After Long Outyin finished speaking this powerful piece of inspirational wisdom, his entire body swelled up again, and his dark scales emitted a metallic luster. Mu Qingqing was also checking the rankings in the fairy house at that moment. She doesn't have the motivational skills of a protagonist like Long Outyin. The halo of excellence that had surrounded him for years was shattered into dust by the appearance of the list. What angered her the most was that the man was number 1 on the list. How could it be him? How could it be him? How could it be him? Mu Qingqing immediately opened her friends list. He sent a message to his sycophant who possessed god-level troops. If you kill that guy at number 1 on the leaderboard, I'm yours. Crocodile, the leader of a Caribbean pirate crew, was notorious for his evil deeds even on Earth. However, after arriving in the Endless Continent, he chose to keep a low profile because he was all alone. But now, his pirate empire has grown stronger once again. In the ocean formed by deserts, he wanted to rebuild his pirate empire. Chapter 50. The enemy joins forces, but that's just asking for death. Lord ranking number 8. Crocodile, God tier, / demon level unit. Ancient sand crocodile. 7 crocodiles, each 10 meters long and formed from yellow sand, are thrashing about in the sea of sand. Each of them has a jet black gem between its eyebrows. As long as the gem remains, they can be resurrected indefinitely, especially in places full of yellow sand. Crocodile narrowed his eyes after seeing his ranking. He subconsciously raised his hand, ready to take a puff of his cigar. The stick he was holding in the corner of his mouth produced neither sparks nor smoke. Just then, the message on the screen began to vibrate. The goddess I've been pursuing for so long actually sent me a message. Crocodile never expected that the goddess would actually send him a message. In the past, I would talk for a long time, not only giving her resources, but also almost renting her the ancient sand crocodile. Such a heartfelt confession only earned me a few words in return. Oh, thanks. I want to sleep. I want to take a shower. These are just perfunctory words. Crocodile never lacked women before, and he still does now. The only reason he pursued Mu Qingqing was that this woman looked too much like his mother. Having become an orphan at the age of 3, he has an inexplicable obsession with Mu Qingqing. He threw the stick out of his mouth and tapped the message on the light screen with trembling fingers. If you kill that guy at number 1 on the leaderboard, I'm yours. Crocodile's narrowed eyes widened instantly as he looked at the man at the top of the rankings, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. In the magical forest, in Yamamoto Ichiro's little girl's house, more than a dozen tentacle monsters are eating a mermaid, fish head, and human body. These are the native prisoners that Yamamoto Ichiro finally managed to capture. He actually killed them after 2 days of all-night battles. In the spirit of not wasting food, we treated it as food for our subordinates. Tonight he decided to continue the all-night battle, but this time his targets were the monsters around the castle. He has the same enthusiasm for leveling up as he does for his hobbies. After all, he will work with the members of the Extinction Wind Group to eliminate Lin Feng after the beast tide tomorrow. In order to get Lin Feng, that little lowly, he decided to risk his life. But when he saw the ranking list, Yamamoto Ichiro froze on the spot. At this moment, his light screen also began to shake. In the chat channel of the Extinguishing Wind Group, other members were complaining about it. Yamamoto Ichiro, are you sending us to our deaths? President, ugh, you're incredibly wicked. Confess honestly, are you one of that guy's accomplices? So you can harvest resources after we die, right? Everyone, please calm down. Bombard Tony, Sini Ma Snake. He's definitely not very strong. After all, he's only a demigod level unit. The system probably included his 4,000 plus commander level followers, which is why he has such a high ranking. Think about this carefully. He's rented out all his subordinates. Even if the castle reaches level 21, the population will be almost depleted. We have a god-level powerhouse in charge. He's doomed. Then, the vast castle resources will be ours for the taking. Yamamoto is right. I've studied Sun Tzu's art of war. Taking advantage of his weakness to kill him is the best strategy. Sister Natasha, you must have taken advantage of the situation. Your god-level scorpion-tailed human-faced spider is undoubtedly unstoppable. If it weren't for its scarcity, it certainly wouldn't be ranked only 98th. Whatever. I just want to see what kind of man can reject my friend request. I wonder if his body will still be as hard as the rest of his body when the scorpion's stinger pierces his chest. Sister Natasha, I, Yamamoto Ichiro, have absolutely no improper thoughts about you. Men. Meanwhile, the chat channel for all races was in an uproar. The big shot who usually keeps his identity hidden has had his disguise exposed. Only a few people hid beforehand, thus preserving the data on the divine and demonic soldiers. Holy crap. The guy who borrowed Liger Dung from me on the first day is actually on the list, and in the top 50 no less. Rahul Mofi, aren't you a big shot from White Elephant Kingdom? How come you didn't even say thank you after eating his food? Don't frame me. You said you'd give me Liger Dung for free, that's why I took it. And the important thing is, I didn't eat it. I fed it to a god-level golden dung beetle. Kid, you're dead meat. If I ever run into you, you're dead meat. You idiot, the endless continent is so vast. I, Shajin, can curse you whenever I want. Do you even know where I am? I, Rahul the magic flute, buying this guy's data, 500,000 basic materials. Anyone know where to tell me? Bro, can I report myself? I don't need 500,000, just 400,000 will do. See, get lost. The second place winner is actually a woman. Athena is a beautiful name, but I wonder what kind of unit she is. The top 10 players are really cunning. 9 of them have hidden their unit types. It won't kill them to take a look. Stingy Barcelona. The ancient Chinese martial arts sect, Yijian Ting Feng, continues to recruit. Sect leader Feng Bujue is ranked 12th on the leaderboard. Don't miss out. Masters from all walks of life. Blackwater Mercenaries. There are 2 more groups available for rent near JB Mountain. One of them is led by our leader, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who is currently ranked 35th. Lockheed Martin Guild is recruiting. Only players at the demigod level or above are welcome to add me as a friend. To reiterate, no trash. The guild now has Will Smith, ranked 44th, and Gandalf, ranked 48th. I am Crocodile, ranked 8th, captain of the Caribbean Pirates. I have prepared 100 million basic materials as a reward for anyone who can kill Lin Feng, ranked 1st. Ball Fighting Mad. Our Extinction Wind group has accepted this mission. We're currently the strongest team in the Enchanted Forest with Lin Feng. Plus, we have a member ranked 98th in our team. Guild leader, I've sent your request. Please add me as a friend so we can discuss further. Good. 2 groups of villains, wanting to kill Lin Feng, began their evil plan. Meanwhile, the person in question was meticulously recording the attributes and abilities of other divine and demonic soldiers. If Sudata hadn't sent the pop-up window, Lin Feng would have had no idea he was being targeted. But he didn't care at all. After seeing the strength of the other lords' gods and demons' troops, he understood one principle. I am no longer the same as before. On the Endless Continent, he was the strongest among all the lords of Blue Star. And it's far more powerful than just a little bit. Just as Lin Feng was getting excited, Albedo hugged him and then frantically slapped his lips with her tongue. Rem somehow ended up in the 2nd level of hell. She leaped up and began attacking with her tongue as well. Since there was no space available, Sadako and Kayako could only plant strawberries on their necks. Chapter 51 Shit and Dragon Scale Armor. The blood moon is coming. The crimson light seemed to be on the last day before my aunt left. Not only is the concentration low, but the color is also much lighter. The monsters are like boyfriends experiencing the 7-year itch. Their roars have become weak and feeble. According to information from the trading market, tonight will be the day with the least impact from the blood moon and the lowest strength of the wild monsters after they go berserk. According to the attribute query results, the strength of wild monsters has only increased 5-fold, and the experience and drops are also 5 times that of the daytime. I don't know if it was all the great beings in the heavens who had planned it in advance, or if the Lord of the billions of blue stars had extraordinary luck. Tonight, with hard work, your skills will see a significant improvement. Some people's gains may even exceed the total of the previous 6 days. Moreover, some units that were weak in the early game but exploded in the late game tonight. With the help of the mercenary system, they will successfully turn the tables. Among all the Lords of Earth, although Shipball has the worst sounding name, he is definitely the luckiest one. His unit, the Dark Iron Dwarves, was initially unwilling to go out and fight monsters. But he excels at logging and mining. Since the birthplace is near the hills, the castle's level is not low. However, the character and unit levels are still at the initial level 1. After his castle, Golden City, was upgraded to level 10, it gained defensive cannons. But they were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of the beast horde. He was eating and sleeping and eating, occasionally taking a dump while waiting in boredom. I saw Lin Feng's job posting. He was recruited into the Avengers simply by describing the abilities of his unit. The 2 level 19 black bears given to them by the guild leader are currently slaughtering wild monsters outside the territory. His experience also began to increase dramatically. Once you reach level 10, you can craft armor. 550 green dragon scales. If you're lucky, you might even be able to keep a set of armor for yourself. This was not the peak of his luck. A dragon head is now hanging on the tower of the city gate of the Golden City. Green dragon head, dropped by a demigod-level adult dragon. Hanging atop the city walls, it can intimidate native creatures below the demigod level. With this thing, his survival rate against a beast tide will double. If the other lords knew that Lin Feng's dragon head was here, they might go crazy with jealousy and start to question Lin Feng's sexual orientation. It didn't take long, because leveling up was relatively easy in the early stages, and the experience from wild monsters increased by 5 times. Shipball quickly reached level 11. Thanks to the existence of the connecting crystal, the Dark Iron Dwarves have also reached level 10. Dark Iron Dwarves. Life level, Elite. Level, LV10. Loyalty, 90%. Food, omnivorous. Health points, 260. Magic points, 100. Strength, 26. Agility, 20. Endurance, 29. Skill, forging. Racial trait, gathering prodigy. Blacksmithing. Dark Iron Dwarves learn a new crafting technique every 10 levels. They can choose the type of items to forge. Gathering prodigy. When gathering resources, there is a chance that the gathered resources will double. The doubling chance is 10%. Without any hesitation, Shitball immediately taught the Dark Iron Dwarves the crafting techniques for the dragon scale armor. With a total of 550 dragon scales, plus some inexpensive materials, you can begin forging. Although there is a certain chance of failure in the forging process, there is also a certain chance of forging a top-quality item. After distributing the materials given by Su Datu to the Black Iron Dwarves. Because of his nervousness, Shitball couldn't help but rub his palms together. It looks like a fly landing on an eggplant, preparing for the meal. The process of the Dark Iron Dwarves crafting dragon scale armor is not complicated. It's as simple as Lin Feng creating a power enhancement scroll. Click. Dragon scale armor crafting failed. Material damaged. Shitdan stopped rubbing his hands, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This was his first mission after joining the Avengers. Unexpectedly, things didn't go well from the start. Shitdan's knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. He was muttering to himself. At this moment, the light screen displays. Ding dong. Dragon scale armor successfully crafted, quality, common. Ding dong. Dragon scale armor successfully crafted, quality top tier. Click. Dragon scale armor crafting failed. Material damaged. A total of 11 materials were used to produce 8 pieces of dragon scale armor. One of them was a top-tier item of commander-level quality. According to the Dark Iron Dwarves, equipment levels, like troop types, are divided into common, elite, commander, demigod, god/demon, and above god/demon. As for the spears and short bows that Lin Feng sold before, they were so crude that they couldn't even be considered ordinary. If these dragon scale armors were put on the auction market of all races, each one would definitely fetch an astronomical price. After all, dragon scales are a material that is priceless. Shitball stroked the 8 dwarf-forged artifacts with both hands. Among them, there was even a green light flowing in the gaps on the surface of the dragon scale armor that commanded the quality. Dragon scale armor. Quality, top tier. Increases the wearer's stamina by 100 points. Made from green dragon scales, it possesses extremely high defensive capabilities. Piercing attacks will deflect due to the smoothness of the scales. P.S. Wearing the dragon scale armor and dragon scale helmet together will increase the set bonus, boosting strength by 50 points. A glint of greed flashed in Shitball's eyes. Every human being has desires. Some people can control themselves, but others will fall into a dark abyss because of it. Shitball belongs to the former category. He was not blinded by greed. After thinking for a moment, he didn't keep a single item and packed them all up for Su Datu. In the message, he specifically mentioned that he had not embezzled any money. Just half a minute later, Su Datu sent a shaking message. Dude, you're incredibly lucky. It's alright. I knelt and prayed to heaven and earth before making it. Although there may not be a Jade Emperor in this endless continent, the effect is quite good. I see. Next time, I'll have little Madman make some power-enhancing scrolls too. Hopefully, he won't kill me for it. Brother, don't be shy. We're all on the same side. What author wouldn't leave something for themselves? Then thank you very much, Boss Su. No, I should say Vice Alliance Leader Su. You're welcome. I hope you can successfully overcome the beast tide. Yes, I will try my best. After turning off the light screen, Shitball swung his fist forcefully. With the dragon scale armor, his chances of survival increased significantly. Although his item is only of ordinary grade, it increases stamina by 50 points. At the same time, Lin Feng also received a gift from Su Datu. After leaving himself and Amelia each a set of ordinary dragon scale armor, Su Datu gave the rest to his good brother. After all, only Lin Feng's troops are truly useful. As for selling it for money, that's not even on my radar. After receiving the dragon scale armor, Lin Feng and the 4 little girls put it on and tried it on. The craftsmanship of this black iron dwarf is quite exquisite. I don't know what method was used. Regardless of who wears the dragon scale armor, it will be adjusted according to the wearer's body shape and gender. However, when Lin Feng saw the 4 little girls wearing dragon scale armor, I almost had a nosebleed on the spot. Chapter 52, the last night of the newbie protection period. The commander-level dragon scale armor fit Lin Feng perfectly. The green light flowing between the gaps in the armor was like LED lights. Even in the dark, you can see clearly within a 5-meter radius. The crimson cloak on his back further accentuated his regal and domineering aura. At this moment, Lin Feng resembled both the Lich King Arthas Menethil in full armor and Gul'dan, whose body was shrouded in fell energy. The dragon scale armor covered his entire body, and if he were to wear a green dragon scale helmet on his head at this moment, except for the nostrils and mouth, the rest of the body will be flawless. At this moment, the 4 little girls also changed into dragon scale armor. Although they are of the ordinary level, they also have the ability to change size according to the person wearing them. There is only one drawback. I don't know if it's because of the low quality or the gender of the wearer. The 4 of them seem to lack sufficient materials for their dragon scale armor. To be precise, it's practically a bikini made from scarce fabric. Are you sure you didn't wear the wrong clothes? The 4 little girls all shook their heads, and Albedo replied, "Does the master also think this has too much fabric? Rem told me that in master's world, the less fabric you wear, the stronger your defense." This equipment, made from demigod-level biological materials, has the characteristic of changing form according to its owner's thoughts, so Lin Feng only realized what was going on after hearing that. As he donned the dragon scale armor, he was thinking of the man sitting on the frozen throne. That's why it looks like this now. It's too late to change the design of the dragon scale armor now. Because once the equipment is bound, there is only one chance to transform. If the 4 little girls wear these clothes later, it will probably be a bargain for those perverts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at his own attributes. Thanks to the boost from the castle upgrade, he is now the strongest in Dracula's castle. Lord, Lin Feng. Character level, LV21. Life level, normal. Experience points, 1888/7400000. HP, 35128. 34,800 HP bonus from castle level. Magic points, 31545. Castle level bonus, 31,000 points. Strength, 990. 960 points bonus from castle level. Agility, 960. 930 points bonus from castle level. Stamina, 1070. Castle level bonus 940 points. Dragon scale armor bonus 100 points. Castle level, LV21. Demon blood pool level, LV4. Unique unit building. Equipment, Saitama's razor. Equipment, Dracula's crimson cloak. Equipment, dragon scale armor. After reviewing his attributes, Lin Feng touched the buzz cut on his head. The 3 dimensions are almost over 1,000, but the life level is still ordinary. This is really bullying us humans. As he spoke, he had already taken off the dragon scale armor. With a rustling sound, the 4 little girls also took off their armor. Lin Feng glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and almost choked. These 4 guys actually hung up during a gap. If the armor breaks during battle, wouldn't that expose her private parts? However, Lin Feng didn't say anything, because he had long since become numb to it. The demon race has always been like this. His mind was already filled with all sorts of R-rated images. Lin Feng had always had a question. However, due to his status as a lord, he never asked the question. The question is, although succubi and vampires are different races, but apart from their hair, they have no other body hair. This made Lin Feng very curious. He wondered if all creatures in hell were like this. So one time, when no one was around, he ran to the blood pool to observe the indescribable parts of the demon statue. However, due to the lack of X-ray vision, they had no choice but to give up in the end. Just then, another message came from Su Datu. Along with the information came a large amount of supplies. There are thousands of bottles of medicine alone, apart from low-level healing potions and moon elf speed-up potions. The basic defense potion was finally made, but there were only 500 bottles available. Although the quantity is small, it is enough for our needs. Low-level defense potion, crafted by a novice alchemist. Potion effect, increases the defense of friendly units within the territory by 5% for 30 minutes. In addition to these potions, there are also materials for making 20,000 strength enhancement scrolls. After Lin Feng finished making them, he kept 5,000 copies as spares. All auxiliary resources are ready. Lin Feng chose to let all his men rest. He doesn't plan to send them out to fight tonight. First, there are no wild monsters left within a 30-kilometer radius. Continuing outwards might lead to danger, as Rem and the others have encountered several such situations during the day. Second, the experience gained from wild monsters only increased 5-fold, while the experience gained from native creatures did not increase. The wild monsters are no longer as numerous as before, and the native creatures have hidden themselves after dark. Even if we work through the night, we might not be able to level up again. It's better to conserve our energy and prepare for tomorrow's beast tide. After all, no one can predict whether one of those powerful figures in the heavens will become a madman and cause the beast tide to exceed expectations. Based on the information collected, shortly after the ancient gods disappeared, during the 12th arrival of visitors from another world, the beast tide lasted for a full month due to one of the powerful figures going mad. Billions of lords were wiped out. Therefore, Lin Feng prepared enough supplies to last for 2 months. Su Datu and Emilia were also well prepared. Instead of continuing their business tonight, they ordered the 6 behemoths to clear out the surrounding monsters. The other lords, like the 2 of them, were also desperately trying to improve their strength. Because tonight will be the day that decides our final fate. Long Outyin charged left and right alone through the rainforest, while his black dragon fought in another direction. This 2-pronged approach can improve the efficiency of the upgrade. At this moment, he has reached level 16. In the heart of the desert, 10 kilometers from the fairy's house. Mu Qingqing's Azura rhinoceros beetle is just like a sled full of thorns. They dug out the lives buried in the yellow sand and destroyed them one by one. Mu Qingqing's face had lost its former beauty, and she no longer used her hands to shield herself from the wind and sand. All lords are working hard to upgrade. People like Lin Feng, who indulge in sensual pleasures right before a battle, are a tiny minority. These lords were often weak and lacked confidence in the beast tide, which is why they chose to give up. Lin Feng was the only one who wasn't doing it for enjoyment, because he had his reasons. The succubus race has a special ability. This was something Lin Feng only learned after his all-night battle with Albedo last night. Each additional act of sexual intercourse increases the succubus's 3-dimensional attributes by 1%. Lin Feng's performance last night increased Albedo's attributes by 6%. The ultimate goal tonight is to increase Albedo's power by 20%. This would allow her stamina to surpass 1,000. With absolute defense, even a level 100 god or demon would probably be unable to break through it. Time flies, and years pass quickly. After a night of fierce fighting, the blood moon fell, accompanied by the mournful cries of wild monsters. As the sun rose again, a system notification appeared on the screens of all lords. Friendly reminder, the beast tide will arrive in 2 hours. Please be prepared, lords. A points leaderboard will be available at that time. After the beast tide ends, the lord who ranks first on the leaderboard will receive a special reward. The rewards depend on the lord's score. Chapter 53, The Last 2 Hours. The lord of the 10 billion blue star has been in the endless continent for 7 days. The invincible newbie protection period will end in 2 hours. The beast tide will inflict devastating damage on them. However, no one knew about the beast tide. Even the merchants in the trading market didn't reveal much. All the lords returned to the castle without prior arrangement. In these final 2 hours, they need to regroup in preparation for the brutal battle that follows. At this moment, the chat channel for all races, which had been mostly empty all night, became lively again. I, Tian Boguang, have lived a fulfilling life. Thanks to the big boss's serpentine head, although its teeth are a bit sharp, it has its own unique charm. Boss Tian is awesome. My life as a fishman is much more comfortable now, except for that dead fish eye she's staring at. It's a bit creepy. My daughter, who is dwarf, doesn't have those flaws, but the braces she's wearing are a bit tight. You 3, aren't you even concerned about the upcoming beast tide? I don't care about anything. When a person dies, they fly to the sky. If they don't die, they live for 10,000 years. Everything is predetermined, and there's nothing we can do about it. I do have a little inside information, but it took me a lot of effort to develop. Let's just say it. We're all from Earth, no need to hide anything. Oh, thank you for the potion scroll from Avengers Sue. This news came from a dryad who witnessed the entire process during the 12th Lord's descent. The beast tide did not come all at once, but attacked in batches at fixed times. The attacking monsters grew stronger with each wave, and that particular beast tide lasted for a full month. The monsters attacking in the last few days were at least dragons. The longer this beast tide lasts, the lower our chances of survival become. This gameplay is a bit like a tower defense game. My brother's right, but in tower defense games you can restart after dying, but for us, do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Hopefully, this beast tide won't last too long. By the way, doesn't everyone want to know who's at the top of the leaderboard? Nonsense, it's definitely a top player on the leaderboard. I bet it's Lin Feng, who's number 1. Bullshit, his units are just demigod level trash, although they can mass produce units. But he was an idiot and rented them all out. You know, if you want to get them back, the penalty for breach of contract is very expensive. I bet it's our leader crocodile. His ancient sand crocodile is an elemental undead creature. He's the only one in the top 10 who dares to reveal his unit's attributes. I just want to ask, who else? No. I believe that our sect leader Feng Bujue of Ejin Tingfeng should be number 1. After all, the five-clawed golden dragon, a divine beast of the divine demon level, is a super mythical creature from the classic of mountains and seas. Bullshit. In the classic of mountains and seas, dragons are nothing more than food for great demons. Athena, ranked second, is still the strongest. She bears the name of the goddess of wisdom, and her soldiers might even be invincible bronze saints. Are you scared yet? Fear? What's there to be afraid of? I, Okamoto Durius, must be number 1. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. I'll crush her. Greetings to the third-ranked player on the leaderboard, though your name makes me want to laugh. Lin Feng felt no tension whatsoever before the impending battle. He was amused by the comedians in the chat channel and burst into laughter. Albedo nestled in Lin Feng's arms, her black wings swirling forward. She was tied to her master. Even though Lin Feng is looking at the light screen now, he hasn't stopped working on improving Albedo's strength. But now, the attackers have switched to the succubus side. Lin Feng could only resort to passive defense. I thought that one night would increase Albedo's attributes by 20%. As a result, because Lin Feng increased the time each time, the improvement was only 15% per night. This is why the two of them have to step up their efforts now. But Lin Feng wanted to gather intelligence in this last bit of time. That's why we have this scene now. The continuous laughter made Albedo, who was working hard to improve her strength, feel somewhat disappointed. Am I not as attractive as those people in the light screen? So they sped up the process. Lin Feng also felt the effects of the acceleration at this moment. Then I thought of the name of that guy who was third on the leaderboard earlier. The dopamine molecules throughout the body began to stir violently. Albedo's stats have finally increased to 16%. Before Lin Feng could recover, a new round of battle began. During the last 2 hours, most of the people in Castlevania did not rest either. Rem is giving instructions in midair. She was already wearing the dragon scale armor, so even without underwear, there was no unfounded rumor. The surface of Castlevania has been completely changed. The moat, made of pliers and scissors, has expanded to 50 meters wide. Unless you have a defense rating of over 200 or the ability to fly, it's impossible to get through. The only entrance is a funnel-shaped stone bridge. Beyond the stone bridge was a large open space where 19 behemoths were resting on their backs. For Cerberus and 8 venomous horned beasts lined up on the bridge. Sadako and Kayako ride on the back of the poisonous unicorn, acting as ground commanders. Their mission was to kill any remaining behemoth survivors. At the tip of the funnel-shaped stone bridge lies a pitch-black portal. Even if they fail to hold out, the enemy will still enter the tongue-pulling hell through the portal. At that time, what awaits them is the Elf Tree, Iron Claw version. A level 100 God-level giant tree with 500,000 HP will be a nightmare for enemies. If that still doesn't stop them, then when the enemy passes through the tongue-pulling hell portal, in the Scissors Hell, they will face Lin Feng, the strongest warrior from Castlevania, and the enhanced Albedo. Rem in the air didn't think the beast tide would be a problem. Even if the servants in front cannot withstand them, the master and sister can easily handle it. Although the older sister entered her infant form after being summoned. Our strength is less than 1/10,000th of what it used to be, but it's still enough to handle things. Not to mention her most admired master, whose admiration is completely illogical. Unfortunately, the master was too kind and actually sent the orcs and elves to the Scissors Hell, where they hid behind him. These damned servants should die fighting for their master. Thinking of this, Rem's eyes filled with murderous intent. The waiting time felt like an eternity. It's like the last history class at 4 in the afternoon. It's tedious and unbearable. At this moment, in the City of Angels, Ebony Maw finally uncovered clues about the kidnapped half-elf. A look of surprise appeared on his withered and distorted face. We mustn't let the superstar know about this achievement, so it's best not to call up the city's defense forces. Half an hour later, Ebony Maw, accompanied by his reserve guards, headed toward the enchanted forest. His goal is to find the half-elf and capture the culprit. He could use this achievement to make up for the regret of not being able to produce offspring for the Lord of Thanos. After all, Ebony Maw is also male. Chapter 54 The first wave of the beast tide arrives. 45 kilometers outside of Dracula's castle. The unknown creature from last time is now sniffing the ground with its nose. Milo, Milo, Milo. The little guy stretched out his front hooves and pointed west. His words were filled with shame and indignation. Behind it, a 5-meter-tall, 4-legged creature with white fur flying in the wind was looking at its child with affection. But when it looked up to the west, a startlingly fierce light flashed in its eyes. As the ruler of the magical forest, Her child was bullied while she was asleep. In his anger, his mouth began to fill with saliva due to the immense pressure. After some of it seeped out, it directly snapped the giant tree next to it. The forces from the Enchanted Forest and the City of Angels are both targeting the demon castle. But Lin Feng didn't notice at all. He's still working hard like an old ox. Finally, before the beast tide arrived, the task of increasing Albedo's attributes by 20% was completed. If it were an ordinary person, Jin would have perished long ago. But both of them were monsters with thousands of stamina points, so they didn't feel tired at all. In the last 10 minutes, I even took the time to do a quick wash. After all, the beast tide is coming soon, and there might not even be time to take a bath. The scent of life essence emanating from the two individuals was almost unbearable for Lin Feng. However, Albedo was reluctant to leave, and only after Lin Feng insisted did she reluctantly wash it off. Lin Feng now has another concern besides the beast tide. He used to enjoy reading 100,000 Whys and knew about something called biological isolation. Given their unbridled relationship, it's uncertain whether they'll have a child. Humans on Earth share 98% of their genes with bonobos, making it impossible for them to reproduce. They're even from different races, so she probably won't get pregnant. Just as the two finished donning their dragon scale armor, the system notification of the approaching beast tide finally arrived. This message is different from the previous ones. It's written in bold red, and it has always been placed at the very top of the light screen, as if afraid the lords wouldn't notice. Friendly reminder to the 57th generation of Blue Star Lords. The beast tide will begin in 2 minutes. This beast tide was orchestrated by Lord Ains. Please be extremely careful, for he is, after all, a mage of the dead. Because of Lord Ains' involvement, monsters that are not beasts will appear during the beast tide. Now we will explain the rules. Once the beast tide begins, a portal will appear outside each lord's castle. The portal will automatically spawn a certain number of monsters every hour. The monsters will target the core of the lord's castle. The lord can be dealt with through methods such as killing, controlling, and instilling fear. The portal is in an invincible state and cannot be destroyed. The beast tide leaderboard is based on the quantity and quality of monsters killed. Powerful lords can choose to continue respawning after each wave of monsters is defeated, as indicated by the visual menu. P.S. Monsters in the beast tide only drop experience points. They do not drop any materials and cannot be disassembled. After reading the system notification, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare adequately. Otherwise, the food issue alone would be very troublesome. After all, his current food source is 50 kilometers outside his territory. Unlike Lin Feng, who was well prepared, most lords exchanged the food in their warehouses for resources in order to improve their strength. Most lords are now using foul language in the chat channels. Damn it, Ains is a piece of shit. He's not dropping any food. I didn't save a single unit of food just to get my castle to level 10 and trigger the mutation. Is he trying to kill me? Me too. I traded all my food for supplies with that shady merchant. He ripped me off a huge amount of money. Are you the same? Yes. He started buying food as soon as the blood moon ended this morning. Because everyone had a good harvest that night, he actually reduced the ratio of food to basic ingredients to 1-to-1. I had to sell it to upgrade the castle, and now I'm kicking myself. Ahem, it seems you all miss me quite a bit. The Slime House specialty store has just restocked a large quantity of food and a small amount of premium food. Those who need them can exchange them. Damn it, you swindler. What's with this 1-to-3 price ratio for regular food? Especially the 1-to-5 ratio for premium food. Are you robbing me? Damn it. All the basic resources have been used to upgrade the castle. Looks like I'm doomed to lose my crystal cores and magic crystals. That damned profiteer. Me too. I've been saving up for ages to get resources during the beast tide to upgrade my castle to level 3. Looks like I'll have to trade food with Boss Su. When Lin Feng saw this information, he was so surprised that his mouth dropped open. This made Albedo think that her master wanted it, so she immediately started licking Lin Feng's lips wildly. Stop, that's not what I meant. I was just amazed by my friend's business genius. Oh, Albedo reluctantly released her arms, and the wings that were about to wrap around the two of them again became listless. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The image reveals the relief a married man feels when he discovers his energetic wife hasn't poured him any goji berry water before bed. Lin Feng didn't ask Sudatu, because the first wave of beast tides had already begun. Lords of Earth, the first wave of the beast tide, zombie hounds, is approaching. Please prepare yourselves to. The moment the message was sent out, the invincible protective shield that had faithfully served for 7 days crumbled instantly. A black portal appeared outside the Lord's castle. Along with the portal appeared, There were also countless zombie dogs. Zombie dog. Life level, normal. Level, LV10. Strength, 14. Agility, 15. Endurance, 13. Skill, T-Virus. T-Virus. Zombie dogs carry a deadly virus, and creatures injured by them have a 5% chance of becoming virus carriers. Most lords breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the zombie dog's attributes. Although there are 50 of them, their attributes are terrible. A lord with a commander-level troop can be easily defeated on the first day. Less than a minute later, the system announcement sounded again. Ding dong. Congratulations, Athena. You were the first to kill all the zombie dogs. To summon again, please click the light curtain button. Friendly reminder. Ranking is based on the number and quality of kills, so please summon your troops multiple times. Lin Feng saw the message just as Odin had killed the last zombie dog. Although these zombie dogs were ugly, they simply turned into white light and disappeared after they died. This saved them the trouble of cleaning up the corpses, since corpses cannot decompose. In the past, during wars, the large number of corpses caused plagues, so this is good news. After all, Lin Feng was already preparing to unleash a massacre. Should we continue with the summoned beast tide? Whether? Lin Feng nodded without hesitation. But for some reason, my middle finger twitched involuntarily and actually clicked yes 3 times in a row. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Sigh? I shouldn't have imitated Kato Taka last night. Now I've gone mad with chi. Suddenly, 700 zombie dogs appeared beside the dark portal. This. Chapter 55, the elite among the 5 waves of monsters. Outside Dracula's castle. As soon as the 700 zombie dogs appeared, they charged toward the castle. There is only one goal implanted in their minds. Destroy the core of the castle. An unknown force is guiding the core direction. Any creature that dares to block their way will be their enemy. Zombie dogs will tear them all to shreds with their sharp teeth. However, when their enemy is the behemoth, everything seemed to have changed. Neither biting nor clawing can break through its defenses. Even the surface fur cannot be shaken. However, the attacks of the behemoths were somewhat strange. It looks more like dancing. And with each movement of the dance, flashes of white light would appear under the feet. These white lights are the dazzling glimpses left behind when the zombie dogs died. Lin Feng and Albedo had already arrived on the ground. He did not choose to remain in the scissors hell. After all, only by being on the battlefield can one better understand how things are developing. Using only a light screen may result in some omissions. Albedo was already riding the nightmare horned beast. Her attributes were immediately greatly improved. High-ranking demon, Succubus Knight. Life level, one of the 10 great demons of hell. Level, LV19. Loyalty, 300%. Fervent devotion to the master. Food, the master's love. Health points, 45,000. Increases by 22,500 while airborne. Magic points, 9,800. Adds an additional 4,900 points while in the air. Strength, 888. Increases by 444 points while in the air. Agility, 444. Increases by 222 while in the air. Stamina, 1140. Increases by 570 points while in the air. Skill, Absolute Defense. Skill, Guardian. Skill, Beast Summoning, Nightmare Two-Horned Beast. Feature, Superb Recovery. Absolute Defense. Increases own defense value by 10 times. Immobilization occurs after use. Duration, 60 minutes. Can be deactivated at any time. Guardian. Select a companion to bind with, sharing all damage received by that companion for 24 hours, which can be cancelled at any time. Beast Summoning. Nightmare Horned Beast summons the Succubus Knight's mount, Nightmare Horned Beast, a godlike creature capable of flying and combat. Super Recovery. In combat, restores 5% of health per second. Out of combat, restores 10% of health per second. This is the Succubus Knight in her full form. Now, she and Lin Feng are connected by an invisible chain. It was the skill's protective effect that ensured Lin Feng would not suffer any harm unless she died. Before coming out, Lin Feng actually wanted to ride the Nightmare Twin Horn with Albedo, but it ultimately ended in failure. Unless he goes to the Kingdom of Tai to undergo gender reassignment surgery, and is then. Otherwise, the Nightmare Horned Beast wouldn't let him ride it. Left with no other choice, Lin Feng had to use Dracula's Scarlet Cloak's flight skill. Although the flight skill will continuously consume mana. However, Lin Feng has as many as 30,000 magic points, so he can easily afford the consumption of 10 points per minute. As soon as the two appeared, Rem flew over. For some reason, her face was flushed, like a ripe apple. Master, everything has been arranged as you instructed. It seems that the beast tide is nothing special. Lin Feng habitually patted Rem's head. Don't let your guard down. The invincible shield is no longer in place. Pay close attention to the sky. Yes, master. After Rem finished speaking, she wanted to ride on her sister's nightmare twin-horned beast to save some energy. But the nightmare horned beast looked disgusted and even launched a saliva attack. Rem almost got sprayed all over her head and face. She could only hide behind Lin Feng, looking wronged. But when she looked at her sister, she gave her a meaningful look. Albedo received her sister's signal and nodded slightly. Then he said to Lin Feng, "Master, this guy is too stubborn. He has a natural aversion to men and pure women. Little Rem probably can't ride. Maybe Master can help her too, since flapping her wings and staying in the air for a long time is very taxing. Well, defending against the beast tide is the priority right now. Let's talk about it another day." "Rem, don't take off my pants. You've misunderstood again." "Oh, Rem understands." As the three were talking, all the zombie dogs on the ground turned into white light and disappeared completely. They acted as if they had never existed. Lin Feng used his mental arithmetic skills acquired during his 9 years of compulsory education. They quickly identified the pattern of the beast tide's respawn. The first appearance of 50 zombie dogs. He pressed the summoning button 3 times in a row. In other words, each click will double the number of monsters summoned. If the last time it was 400, then the next summon should be 800. Should we continue with the summon beast tide? Whether. This time, Lin Feng had Rem press the summon button. 800 zombie dogs immediately appeared next to the portal. That's right, just as I estimated. This way, I can control the variables very well. Just then, a glint of light flashed in Albedo's eyes. His pale golden eyes narrowed. "Master, something's not right. Look closely. There seems to be something strange mixed in among these 800 zombie dogs." With Albedo's reminder, Lin Feng also locked onto that special creature on the light screen. Zombie Wolf. Life level, Elite. Level, LV 15. Strength, 29. Agility, 24. Endurance, 23. Skill, T-Virus. Skill, Claw Strike. T-Virus. Zombie wolves carry a deadly virus, and creatures injured by them have a 5% chance of becoming virus carriers. Claw Attack. Attacks using mutated, sharp claws, increasing the chance of infection by 10%. Zombie Wolf, Elite Monster. I didn't expect it to be just like a tower defense game, with a special monster appearing every 5 levels. However, a maggot is still just a maggot. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curved into a Nike shape again. Albedo also chimed in from the side. "Master, no matter how these ugly creatures change, they will never be a match for your demon army. The brilliant white light that followed their deaths is the prelude to your conquest of the endless continent." Chapter 56, first place on the points ranking. The 799 zombie dogs and 1 zombie wolf that appeared this time were still no match for them. The behemoths didn't even notice the zombie wolf's unusual nature before Loki stomped on them and crushed them. It yawned and tap-danced at the same time. The nimble steps landed on the zombie dog, flashing streaks of white light. It was as spectacular as stage special effects. "Father, have we been preparing for so long just to deal with these things?" Thor then asked the question that no other fool behemoth would ever ask. Odin crushed 2 zombie dogs with 1 foot and replied, "Son, this is just the beginning. Have you forgotten what Lady Rem told you this morning? The beast tides will become stronger with each wave over time, and there may be hundreds of phoenixes appearing at once in the future." "Dad, you're trying to lie to me again. Phoenix is perfect for barbecue with drinks." "Ha ha ha ha. Hee hee." A group of behemoths faced such a weak opponent. I really couldn't muster much interest. 2 minutes later, Frigga's large foot crushed the last zombie dog into a white flash. The behemoths all looked up at their lord in the sky. Lin Feng was grinning at that moment. The screen in front of him had just refreshed a large amount of data. Killed a level 10 common zombie dog, gained 15 experience points. Slayed a level 15 elite zombie wolf, gaining 28 experience points. Killed a level 10 common zombie dog, gained 15 experience points. Haha, this is really a great place to level up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help but press the refresh button with his middle finger. In his excitement, he forgot about his divine middle finger ability. Summoning successful. Summoning successful. Summoning successful. Accompanied by a series of system notifications, a total of 11,200 zombie dogs and zombie wolves appeared near the portal. A huge number of people gathered in a small area. If someone with trypophobia were to see this, it would be devastating. However, for Lin Feng, these were all valuable experience points. Although this time there were hundreds more elite zombie wolves. But in Behemoth's eyes, they were all the same. However, there are only 19 behemoths. Even if you kick 2 at once, it's not easy to kill them all. Moreover, These creatures' primary target is the core of the castle. Before long, many of them broke through the behemoth's defenses. They rushed toward the funnel-shaped stone bridge over the moat. Because the number is still quite large, the stone bridge, only 20 meters wide, was simply not wide enough for them all to pass through. A large number of zombie dogs were pushed off the bridge. If it's an ordinary moat, it poses no danger whatsoever to zombies, creatures that don't need to breathe. Maybe if they fall too many times, they can get back to the surface with the help of their companions. But the moat of Castlevania can eat people. The strength of the pliers and scissors has exceeded 130 points. Not only are they enormous in number, but they are also incredibly hard. The zombie dogs that fell into the moat all turned into white light and disappeared. Only a few lucky ones remained on the stone bridge. However, when they are within 20 meters of Sadako and Kayako, a colossal object descended from the sky. The visitor was none other than Odin. The Lord is watching from above, and he doesn't want this incident to happen to the behemoth. At the very least, we shouldn't miss these weaklings. So Odin leaped up and stood in the middle of the stone bridge. Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that the behemoth's massive 30-meter-tall body could jump so high and so far. It completely overturned his understanding. If a giant dragon really dared to provoke these kings of land warfare at low altitude, it'll probably be filmed. As soon as Odin landed, he used his arms to push the charging zombie dogs into the moat. Dense white light flashed continuously from under the stone bridge. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at the sight. This is insane. As a lord, I have gained a lot of experience, but the killers are iron pincers and scissors. These things won't upgrade. Lin Feng quickly sent Rem down to deliver a message. This stopped Odin from wasting his time. Therefore, Odin had to change his approach. It used its fan-like palms to bombard the front. Zombie dogs are like the cream filling in an Oreo cookie. Although they are both white, they are much more dazzling. There were too many enemies this time, and it took 20 minutes. After all, even if there are 10,000 pigs, it would take a lot of time to kill them all. At this point, half an hour had passed since the first wave of beasts began. The rankings have finally appeared on the points leaderboard. But all the lords focused on only one thing. Who is number one? Only the first place winner receives the special reward. Lord Points Leaderboard. First place, Lin Feng, 13,050 points. Second place, Athena, 4,550 points. Third place, Crocdale, 3,150 points. Points acquisition rules. The base score for a creature's level is 1 point, and it increases by 1 point every 10 levels. Basic life levels. Elite level increases by 1 point, Commander level by 10 points, Demigod level by 100 points, God Demon level by 1,000 points. Levels exceeding God Demon will not appear, so please rest assured. As soon as the points leaderboard was released, those members of the Lying Corpse clan who had already dealt with 50 zombie dogs and did not intend to continue summoning them immediately started arguing in the multi-race chat channel. Holy crap, Lin Feng is unbelievable. He's got twice the points of the second place player. That's right, that's outrageous. Don't forget, he rented over 4,000 commander-level vampires. Otherwise, the score would probably be over 100,000. I suspect again that he is the illegitimate son of a powerful being from all realms, and is here to experience life, but I have no proof. You're all wrong. Lin Feng definitely left behind quite a few commander-level troops. Just wait and see, as the beast tide level increases. His numerical advantage will be completely overwhelmed by the quality of other powerful units. One should have self-awareness. Embarrassing other powerful figures from the start can lead to a terrible end. Okamoto Durius, that's a blatant threat. But I like it. When I'm going to get him, I'll call on Rahul the Magic Flute Da. Chapter 57 The First Beast Tide ends. Third update. Just as the lords were discussing the rankings, Lin Feng had Albedo press the button to summon another beast tide. 12,100 zombie dogs and 300 zombie wolves appeared next to the portal. A new round of battle has begun. The behemoth changed its tactics. They lay sideways on the ground in 2 rows. Transform your body into a rolling pin and launch a steamroller-like attack on the zombie dogs and wolves. The results were remarkable, with very few fish escaping the net. Even if they exist, they would only be prey for the 4 Cerberus dogs that wish you wealth and prosperity. However, these creatures have no flesh and blood to eat after they die. Wang Kai, filled with rage, let out a tremendous roar. Meow 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 meow. The other 3 also roared, and the roars were terrifying. This caused the zombie wolf pack to retreat briefly. They only resumed their attack towards the castle after the roaring stopped. That is the power of fear. It's like a turd's castle. 50 zombie dogs were terrified by the green dragon's head. He turned around and plunged straight into the portal. As a result, shit didn't gain any experience. The 12,400 zombie wolves and zombie dogs in this ninth wave of attack were wiped out in just 10 minutes. The Behemoth brand rolling pin is extremely useful. Albedo then clicked the summoning button for the beast tide once more. 24,800 zombie dogs appeared near the portal. This is the 10th summon. This time, a giant canine creature, 2 meters tall, stood out from the crowd. As soon as it appeared, it roared to the sky. Although its voice is not as pure as Cerberus's, but it carries with it a bloodthirsty impulse. Awoo, 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 awoo. Zombie Husky. Life rank, Commander. Level, LV20. Strength, 58. Agility, 53. Endurance, 51. Skill, T-Virus. Skill, Claw Strike. Skill, Wolf Howl. T-Virus. Zombie dogs carry a deadly virus, and creatures injured by them have a 5% chance of becoming virus carriers. Claw Attack. Attacks using mutated, sharp claws, increasing the chance of infection by 10%. Wolf Howl. Call out to the sky with your heart's cry. Those who join in the call will gain a 15% attack power increase. The howl of the zombie husky immediately attracted its zombie dogs and zombie wolves. However, amidst the woof sound, there were a few ba-ba-ba sounds. Lin Feng looked toward the stone bridge. Congratulations on getting rich. Their 12 heads were also roaring to the sky. With each roar, their bodies seemed to swell up. Lin Feng quickly checked the attributes. Fortunately, the commander-level zombie husky's skill only provides indiscriminate amplification and does not alter the mind of the victim. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 4 guys who wished him good fortune were a bit dim-witted, they had at least followed him for 5 days. If he betrays us and gets turned into dog meat hot pot, tears will definitely stream down his face. The 10th summoned army of zombie dogs numbered 20,000. It also increases attack power by 15%. However, for a behemoth with at least 300 in each of its 3-dimensional attributes. However, they evolved from worker ants to soldier ants. All you need to do is roll around on the ground repeatedly, and all the enemies will turn into white light and disappear. Even if you are occasionally bitten, you don't need to worry about being infected with the T-virus. Because the attack was so weak, it couldn't even break through the defense. Even the 2-meter-tall zombie husky didn't last more than a few seconds. The light screen in front of Lin Feng spun rapidly. Slaying a level 10 common zombie dog grants 14 experience points. Slayed a level 15 elite zombie wolf, gaining 29 experience points. Defeat the level 20 leader zombie husky and gain 180 experience points. Faint wisps of air flew out from the bursts of white light. It entered Lin Feng's body. As experience increases, the glimmer of advancement flashes by. Lin Feng leveled up to level 22, but compared to the attribute bonuses from upgrading the castle, it was still not as good as eating a piece of dragon meat. 15 minutes later, all the zombies were eliminated. Lin Feng had no intention of continuing the summoning, because the first wave of beasts will end in 5 minutes. The behemoth, which had been rolling on the ground for half a day and was covered in dust, still needed to rest for a while. Meanwhile, Su Datu and Amelia also managed to take down the 7th wave of monsters. Su Data's 12 force slimes didn't even have a chance to make a move. They simply blocked the castle entrance with their bodies. The slime house now possesses special abilities after reaching level 10. It has turned into a huge, transparent blob of oligay. Force slimes only need to block the only entrance to ensure the castle's safety. To break in, you must step over their corpses. The slime mass that envelopes the castle possesses exceptional physical resistance. Attacks with less than 400 strength cannot break through the defense at all. The situation is similar for Amelia. The 3 behemoths were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, constantly reaping experience. The 2 of them seemed to have activated invincibility mode in a game, with an attack power of 9,999. Facing the beast tide, it was as if they had a cheat code. Other lords capable of handling 7 waves of monsters all possess god-level or demon-level troops. As for lords with regular troops, they would need to personally engage in battle to deal with 50 zombie dogs. Although both have a normal life level, the lord has the bonus from the castle, making him much stronger than his subordinate troops. Only those who spend a lot of money to rent Lin Feng's vampire retinue can have an easier time, and some even dare to launch another attack. The first round of the beast tide was relatively easy. Almost everyone passed, except for a very few lords who were completely defeated. After 60 minutes, the system information will be displayed. Congratulations, lords, on successfully repelling the first wave of beasts. Because someone refreshed the page 10 times, everyone is rewarded with 10 minutes of rest time. These 10 minutes will not be counted in the next beast tide round. The second wave of beasts will begin in 10 minutes. Countdown begins, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. At this moment, the leaderboard was also refreshed. Lord Points Leaderboard. First place, Lin Feng, 55,120 points. Second place, Athena, 21,550 points. Third place, Crocdale, 17,150 points. Fourth place, Su Datu, 14,300 points. Fifth place, Emilia, 14,300 points. When the other lords saw this ranking, everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 58 The Skeleton Archmage. The top 100 on the Lord Points leaderboard are all top-tier players using divine and demonic units. However, two outliers have emerged now. Not only did it appear, it also appeared in the top 5. This unsettled all the lords. There are 9 minutes left until the next wave of beasts. The chat channel for all races also started to get lively. I initially thought my memory was declining after being diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I never imagined it was this couple. How did they manage to do it? Other lords also wanted to know how they did it. What's even more surprising is that the two of them have the same score. It's important to know that after the 5th spawn of zombie dogs, the number of elites will change randomly. Based on the points, they should have refreshed the page 7 times. And since they are ranked the highest, it means that they have spawned more elite zombie dogs than others. As everyone knows, Su Datu is a demigod unit, the Force Slime. Emilia is even worse. Her unit is merely a commander-level dwarf alchemist. Even if Lin Feng gave them commander-level dependence, he couldn't do that. Among all the lords of Blue Star, not only was this person puzzled, but everyone else was also completely baffled. Mu Qingqing used her telekinesis to send several large trees into the teleportation portal. They expressed their dissatisfaction through concrete actions. She worked so hard that she didn't even have time to shower, yet she still didn't make it into the top 100 of the rankings. Those two sycophants of Lin Feng actually made it into the top 5 of the rankings. Could it be that the three of them are in the same place and can help each other? This thought instantly popped into Mu Qingqing's mind. Many others share her thoughts. But Long Outyin knew that Su Datu was alone in the mine. However, he also wondered how this unscrupulous businessman managed to rank in the top 5. I realized I hadn't explored the area for several days, and it might be because of the castle. After all, the Lord's castle will have special abilities when it is upgraded to level 10. It's possible that Su Datu's castle is perfect for slaughtering small monsters. Although he is doing well now, once the level of the beast tide and the level of life increase, he will definitely be left with nothing but his own taillights. Long Outyin's self-comforting methods have reached their pinnacle. After all, his current score is only slightly lower than that of the 100th ranked lord. Anything is possible until the very last moment. Aside from those discussing Su Datu and Emilia, the leaders of the Extinction Wind group were discussing Lin Feng's situation. How can he be so amazing? What will we do in a moment? Don't worry, everyone. Didn't I tell you this before? He's not stupid. He'll definitely leave some of his commanders' families behind. The zombie wolves that appeared this time were already weak. Commander-level units and god-level units are roughly equally effective against each other. He had a numerical advantage in his subordinates, so he naturally ranked higher. The beast tide is still a long way off. The later it goes, the less advantageous he will be, so there's no need to worry. He absolutely cannot have any secret weapon, I swear. It doesn't matter whether he's alive or dead, he's definitely going to die anyway, I said. Natasha is awesome. Just like the 10-minute break between classes. In a daze, the agonizing moment has arrived again. Ring ring. Break time is over. The second wave of the beast tide's attack has begun. When system information appears, Lin Feng and his two companions were helping Albedo improve her strength in the wooden house that the orcs were building for her. Although there were some risks involved, they couldn't resist the two little girls' pleas. I thought that with Rem's help, I could quickly increase my level by 1% during my rest time. But to his utter surprise, he soon found himself in a quagmire. I couldn't get rid of it for a long time. Despite Rem's help, it was all in vain. The prompt on the light screen appeared. Lin Feng couldn't worry about too much and could only choose to work hard while remotely controlling the system. This time, what appeared near the portal was a humanoid creature. This has absolutely nothing to do with the term beast tide. First, it is not a wild animal. Secondly, there is only one. The Skeleton Archmage. Life rank, Commander. Level, LV10. Health points, 150. Magic points, 650. Strength, 5. Agility, 45. Endurance, 55. Skill, Mass Skeleton Summoning. Skill, Fireball. Characteristic, Undead Body. Mass Skeleton Summoning. Consumes mana to summon a proportional number of skeletal skeletons to assist in battle. Fireball consumes mana to unleash a fireball with the power equivalent to a full power attack of 40 strength. The body of the dead, because of excessive milk intake during their lifetime, their bones calcified, giving them a strong defense. After Lin Feng read through the attributes, he realized that he had wronged the designer earlier. As expected of the creation of the Archmage Ains, it actually has an undead cyberpunk style. Jarl, Rem, I need to speed up. As Lin Feng accelerated, the entire wooden house began to sway precariously. The skeleton Archmage appeared briefly, then immediately began casting spells. A black light flashed from its hand. 50 skeletons appeared out of thin air. A skeleton. Life level, normal. Level, LV 10. Health points, 150. Magic points, 30. Strength, 16. Agility, 10. Endurance, 18. The skeleton Archmage did not rush to attack. It began to summon incessantly. In a short time, the number of skeletons had reached 300. At this point, the skeleton Archmage stopped due to exhaustion of his magic power. Just when all the lords thought he was about to attack, the skeleton Archmage did something incomprehensible. It came to the white skeleton. Reach out and dig out the soul fire from its skull. Then I threw it directly into my eye socket. Then, the blue flames in his eye sockets, like a bonfire fueled by gasoline, instantly blazed up. The Archmage of the Dead consumed the soul fire of 10 skeletons before ceasing his cannibalistic behavior. Just when everyone was saying, wait, fuck, the Archmage of the Dead has begun his summoning spree once more. 300 new skeletons appeared before it. All the lords were astonished by what they saw. Lin Feng thus completed the task of increasing Albedo's attributes by 1%. Without much hesitation, he immediately used the communicator to order Odin to begin the attack. If that dead Archmage isn't killed quickly, it won't be long before the area around Demon Castle is overrun with skeletons. Although the skeletons are weak, no one knows if their numbers will increase to a certain extent and then fuse to create monsters like the Skeleton King. Skeletons are creatures with a very low minimum skill level and a very high maximum skill level. Chapter 59, The Infinite Nested Skeleton Army. Seeing the dead Archmage exploiting such a bug, even the least intelligent lord knew that things were doomed. They all ordered their men to leave the city and kill them. Some lords with low-level troops. He even personally led the charge. Most lords' castles are now above level 5. So after clearing away the skeletons, he can still take down the Archmage of the Dead in a 1v1 duel. However, some lords still chose to give up. These people are all of ordinary life form level, and their rank is low. It's impossible to break through the skeleton Archmage's defenses. Even the lord himself was weak and insignificant because his castle was of such a low level. Among them, the most open-minded was the beauty named Harry Potts. After arriving in the Endless Continent, she began to lie in a corpse. Even the troop types were not summoned. But for some reason, she didn't starve to death. Now, she continues to wait to die. If even one skeleton gets close, the core of the castle is doomed. But fate often doesn't play by the rules. A tiger with wings on its back and horns on its head came to Harry and Potts' castle. The skeleton Archmage's exploit of a bug enraged the beast. Before long, in addition to the skeleton Archmage, all 50 zombie dogs that were wandering aimlessly in the maze-like castle also perished. But when the tiger saw Harry and Bode, it did not attack. Instead, it used its big head to arch her 2 small hills. There was even a lot of drool coming from the corners of his mouth. Unlike the lucky ones like Harry and Potts, the other lords were truly waiting to die. They became the main force in the Wanzu chat channel. Damn it, he'll be a hero again in 18 years. What's there to be afraid of? Brother's right. If I'm reborn as a woman, I'll definitely make you feel good. Sigh? It's a pity that with my billions, I can't even buy a commander mercenary. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Jack Donkey, you've lived a carefree life for most of your life. That's enough. I, on the other hand, haven't even held a girl's hand, and I'm about to die. I'm not reconciled. Let them die. I just hope more of my fellow human beings can survive this beast tide. After all, we are all human beings of Earth. At this moment, outside the castle of these people lying down, the skeleton Archmage has already summoned over 1,000 skeletons. But they still have no intention of attacking. In Castlevania, Odin stomped on the skull of the Archmage skeleton. After the blue soul fire dissipated, the skeleton turned into a fleeting flash of white light. Lin Feng had already put on the dragon scale armor, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Because there was only one message displayed on the screen. Defeat the level 10 leader, the skeleton Archmage, and gain 1,800 experience points. Besides, killing the skeletons didn't grant any experience points, despite the fact that this skeleton Archmage has a high level of experience. Suddenly, A thunderclap resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Instead of asking Rem for help, he pointed his middle finger at the light screen. Should we continue with the summoning beast tide? Whether to. Summoning successful. Summoning successful. Summoning successful. Summoning successful. Lin Feng's hand speed was extremely fast, and he delivered a 4-hit combo. 16 skeleton archmages immediately appeared around the portal. Among these skeletons, there is a special skeleton that is nearly 2 meters tall and wears a black robe. Skeleton Mage. Life level, Demigod. Level, LV 15. Health points, 300. Magic points, 1250. Strength, 10. Agility, 120. Endurance, 150. Skill, Mass Skeleton Summoning Modified. Skill, Barrier Technique. Characteristic, Undead Body. Mass Skeleton Summoning Modified consumes mana to summon a proportional number of skeleton archmages to assist in battle. Barrier Spell consumes mana to create a protective shield around the caster. It cannot be broken if the caster's power is below 200. The body of the dead, because of excessive milk intake during their lifetime, their bones calcified, giving them a strong defense. When Lin Feng saw the attributes of the skeleton god of magic, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Damn, are they playing with Russian nesting dolls here? So he immediately ordered Odin to take action. Lin Feng's judgment was actually correct. He wanted to take advantage of the skeleton archmage's momentary lapse in concentration upon his arrival to launch an attack. After all, the summoned skeletons don't give experience, so fighting them is pointless. What he didn't expect was, the newly appeared skeleton mage immediately used a summoning skill upon its appearance. A total of 100 skeleton archmages were summoned. At this moment, Odin's attack had only eliminated 4 skeleton archmages. A flash of red light appeared in the hand of the newly summoned skeleton archmage. Hundreds of fireballs flew toward Odin. The blazing fireball caused the surrounding air to ripple, but when it hit Behemoth, it only created patches of black spots. Even the fur wasn't burned off. Although the Behemoth is known for its low magic resistance, but it was attacked by a commander-level skeleton archmage, who was too weak. At this point, the skeleton god had retreated to the edge, distancing himself from Odin. With a flash of black light, it began its second summoning. Another 100 skeleton archmages. The archmage summoned 1,000 skeletons with a flash of black light in his right hand. An endless army of skeletons instantly overwhelmed Odin. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng immediately issued the instructions via communicator. Frigga, go and kill that skeleton in clothes. The other behemoths will assist Odin in clearing out the smaller fry. Remember, no berserk behavior. It's not time yet. Frigg was already impatient. Her husband was being attacked by a bunch of ants. The Behemoth Legion moved out like bulldozers, leaving a trail of white light wherever they went. The title of Invincible on Land is not undeserved. At this moment, Frigga charged towards the skeleton god. All attempts to stop it are futile. Even if the skeleton god of magic uses the protective shield to its fullest extent, it only lasted an extra 0.01 seconds. When Frigga raised his giant hand again, a system notification appeared on the screen. Defeat the level 15 demigod skeleton mage and gain 18,888 experience points. 10 minutes later, all the skeletons turned into white light and disappeared. Despite killing so many skeletons, only 30 experience points were gained. Fortunately, there were many tips and experiences to share. Now, Lin Feng dares not use his divine middle finger casually. If things get out of control, the entire Dracula's castle might be surrounded by an army of skeletons. At their rate of nesting, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fill the entire planet. Though small, it is also very powerful. What a contradictory creature. Thinking about this, Lin Feng had some different opinions about Ains, the Archmage of the Dead, who was a powerful figure in the heavens. Su Datu and Emilia had already received a warning from Lin Feng. Their behemoths were already prepared before the skeleton god of magic appeared. Before it could cast a summoning spell, it was slapped into white light. However, other lords were not so lucky. Many lords acted recklessly because they had demigod-level troops. They all suffered huge losses. Some reckless individuals, eager to gain experience, even ended up buried in a sea of skeletons. The second wave of beast tides hasn't ended yet, but millions of people on the Blue Star Lord's side have already been killed. It was cruel, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Chapter 60, I Come from Earth. Some lords died before the core of their castle was destroyed. Some, however, were destroyed by an unknown force because their core shattered. These were lords who died because of the beast tide. It leaves no material for others to pick up, and there is not even a trace of its existence. As for the skeleton army that killed them, it also disappeared along with the portal after the core was destroyed. Lin Feng has changed his tactics again. They took the tactic of adapting to changing circumstances to its extreme. The behemoth used the wood in the warehouse to build a 200 square meter wall near the portal. Then the 19 behemoths formed a circle. As soon as the skeleton mage spawns, it will immediately suffer a devastating blow. Lu Boyong knew that Qin Yao had come specifically to seek revenge on Zhao Tian. If he were willing to switch sides, he could save a lot of effort, so Qin Yao would definitely agree. But Qin Yao remained indifferent. If Lin Kuan had only come for him that day, he might have been able to talk to Lu Boyong today. But of all people he could have messed with, he dared to hurt his aunt and Curson. He couldn't stay with the mother and daughter day and night, nor could he have someone watch over them at all times in case of emergency. It can be said that Lu Boyang's targeting of his family members has indeed presented him with a very difficult problem. Since he couldn't solve the problem, he could only deal with the person who raised it. Qin Yao said coldly, "I will never forgive someone who hurt my family. I've said it before, I'm here today to send you on your way, not to persuade you to surrender. Lu Boyong, I've prepared something for you, please accept it." After speaking, Qin Yao looked up at the commander beside him, who immediately understood. With a wave of his hand, 14 members carried a coffin up and placed it in front of Lu Boyong. Upon seeing the coffin, Lu Boyang's body trembled violently. He knew he had no way out and could only make a last-ditch effort. "Mr. Qin, you can't kill me. I have the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind me, and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is owned by the Hong family of Sichuan." Before Lu Boyong could finish speaking, Qin Yao grabbed him by the neck and looked at him expressionlessly. "No matter who is behind you, the moment you harmed my family, your name was already on the road to the underworld. Given the crimes you've committed, you should be grateful you met me here. If you were in that other place, I would have made you understand what it means to wish you were dead. In your next life, before risking your life for someone else, make sure you open your eyes wide." After saying that, Qin Yao exerted force on his hand, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lu Boyong tilted his head to the side, his wide eyes filled with resentment and despair. Chapter 76 is too cool. With Lu Boyong dead, the remaining men were scattered and disorganized. Under the suppression of the special forces, they didn't even have the courage to fight back. Because no one expected that Qin Yao would be so ruthless and decisive, killing Lu Boyong without even blinking an eye. The commander who was ordered to lead the team to protect Qin Yao's safety twitched his eyelids and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this the kind of person who came out of the Netherworld Prison? He could tell that Lu Boyang's neck was shattered. The cervical vertebrae are the most vulnerable, yet the most resilient part of the body. Qin Yao's move was ruthless. After dealing with Lu Boyong, Qin Yao slowly wiped his hands before standing up and smiling slightly at the commander. "Thank you for today. Please take care of the rest as well." After all, the person was lent to him by Yi Huang. Although he wasn't Yi Huang's own person, he might as well use him. The commander nodded and said solemnly, "This is what we should do. My orders are to protect Mr. Qin's safety and to follow Mr. Qin's command in all actions." "Okay." Qin Yao nodded and patted the other person on the shoulder. "Anyway, go back and tell your superior that I, Qin Yao, will remember the favor I did today. After I finish dealing with things here, I will thank her in person when I have the chance." Qin Yao was somewhat surprised when the helicopter appeared. He only said he wanted to borrow people from Yi Huang, but didn't say how many. Unexpectedly, that woman was so accommodating, giving him a truly grand affair. However, that's definitely a bit of an exaggeration. "All right, if Mr. Qin has nothing else, then we'll call it a day." Qin Yao nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Boyang's corpse. "By the way, could you please take this person's body to a certain place for me?" Qin Yao came out of the nightclub. He strolled leisurely to the Rolls-Royce, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, only to find that it wouldn't light. He turned to look at Sun Chung, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and reached out his hand. "Do you have a fire?" Only at this moment did Qin Yao's voice completely pull Sun Chung back from the scene just now. However, the sound came so suddenly that Sun Chung was startled and his body trembled. When he looked closely and saw that the person in front of him was still Qin Yao, he quickly said, "Yes, yes." Sun Chung hurriedly pulled a lighter out of his pocket, disregarding any notion of social status, and personally lit it and brought it to Qin Yao's lips. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Qin Yao patted Sun Chung on the shoulder and said, "Thanks." Hearing this, Sun Chung was flattered. Should I thank him? He was terrified. He received an elite education from childhood. The Sun family originally intended to groom him as their successor and train Sun Zheng to enter the government. Unfortunately, Sun Zheng was not ambitious and his official career was over, so the Sun family placed all their hopes on him. He considered himself a prodigy, capable of handling all kinds of business in the company on his own at the age of 18. What kind of scheming and deceit hasn't he seen in the business world? In his early 20s, he was able to sit and drink with all sorts of business tycoons. His grandfather told him to treat Qin Yao with great respect. He was initially somewhat resentful, but his inherent pride prevented him from fully valuing Qin Yao. But what happened tonight made him realize that, at the same age, Qin Yao's level of access was far beyond what he could imagine. Moreover, just now, Qin Yao sat in front of dozens of gun barrels of various sizes, remaining completely calm and collected, which made him feel truly inferior. In addition, the people he hired to protect him were much more impressive than the foreign bodyguards he usually carried with him. In Sun Cheng's eyes, Qin Yao is now shining brightly. Accept Qin Yao's words of thanks. Qin Yao, you are too kind. I was just passing you a light. It's what I should do. It is our honor for the Sun family to be able to do things for you. Qin Yao. There is no need for thanks. Qin Yao chuckled upon hearing this. You're about the same age as me, and you're quite good at speaking in official jargon. All right, you don't need to be so polite. Just now you took the initiative to stand up and try to make peace between me and Lu Boyang, and at the same time you stayed instead of running away. I'll remember that. If it were Zhang Heng, he probably would have run away long ago. Sun Cheng, a young master who grew up in a pampered environment, has such courage, and his future is truly promising. Sun Cheng was even happier to receive Qin Yao's praise. He wouldn't have thought much of it before, but now that Qin Yao has praised him, he even feels a little arrogant. All right, you must be tired from running around with me tonight. Go back and rest. Qin Yao extinguished his cigarette, then opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. Sun Qingli immediately followed and had the driver take Qin Yao back to Shuiwehuting first. Qin Yao went back to rest, but tonight, someone is destined to have trouble sleeping. At the same time, Zhang Sanqing personally led his men and rushed to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, only to find that the entire building was dark and closed, with no one inside. He anxiously called Qin Yao, but found that no one answered. So he hurriedly sent someone to find out where Lu Boyang was. Even while waiting for news in the car, he was so restless that he felt like his bottom was on fire. Watching from the side, Zhang Heng couldn't help but mutter, Dad, you don't have to exaggerate like that. No matter what, he wouldn't be stupid enough to go and challenge the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce alone. Besides, even if he did go, if something happens, it's his own fault, and it has nothing to do with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanqing immediately flew into a rage and kicked him in the butt. You brat, shut up. I told you to stay with Mr. Qin and report to me immediately if anything happens. What have you been doing? Let me tell you, if anything happens to Mr. Qin tonight, the consequences will be more than our Zhang family can afford. Do you understand? Regardless of how much of a favor the Zhang family owed Wang Qianfan, even though he was currently in prison, Zhang Sanqing dared not be negligent in the slightest. Moreover, in the phone call before Qin Yao was released from prison, Wang Qianfan repeatedly warned him not to offend Qin Yao, even if he couldn't help him. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to save the Zhang family. Zhang Sanqing didn't think he was trying to scare him, nor did he think it was necessary. So Zhang Sanqing was restless all night, afraid that Qin Yao might do something wrong. Fortunately, his subordinates quickly reported that Qin Yao had gone to Sihai's other stronghold, Shanghai nightclub, 3 hours earlier. Upon hearing that he had actually gone to Shanghai alone, Zhang Sanqing was utterly astonished. Before he could even give the order to give chase, the person reporting said, Chairman, we can't go now. The streets leading to Shanghai nightclub have been blocked off, and the place is surrounded. It seems, it's the special forces from the Southwest Theater Command personally deployed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanqing was stunned for a long time. After sitting in silence for a long time, he finally said in a deep voice, Mr. Wang has indeed treated my Zhang family very well. Chapter 77 Opening. That night, things didn't go smoothly for the Zhao family either. When the news of Qin Yao's solo trip to the Shanghai nightclub reached Zhao Tian, he was overjoyed. This is great news. What is Shanghai? It is the second home of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Qingqing. Others may not know about this, but Zhao Tian is aware of it. Moreover, Lu Boyang is ruthless and has used extremely vicious methods over the years. Although he was only a vice president, his status in the association was higher than that of the president, because his background was not simple. He was a member of the Lu family in Sichuan. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce itself is a black glove for the Lu family in Sichuan. Lu Boyang is a branch of the Lu family and was specifically sent to Qingqing to supervise the underground industry here. The Lu family of Sichuan is an absolute super powerful clan in the southwest region, with influence in both the legal and illegal worlds. Even the 4 major local families of Qingqing had to show deference to the Lu family. This is why Lu Boyong dared to disregard Sun Chung and act so arrogantly. Because as long as what he does isn't too outrageous, the Lu family will cover for him. Today, Qin Yao, for some unknown reason, actually dared to go to Lu Boyong alone to demand an explanation. Does he think Lu Boyong is the kind of person like Master Xia? He's asking for death. Zhao Tian asked the question, a cold smile playing on his lips. He then immediately told his father, Zhao Zhizhou, the news, but the latter's reaction disappointed Zhao Tian. Instead of being happy, he showed extreme disdain. That kid was just a pawn of the Zhang family. What's there to be happy about getting rid of him? Besides, this is the seed of trouble you left behind 5 years ago because of your carelessness. If you had been more careful, he wouldn't have appeared at all. After being reprimanded by his father, Zhao Tian looked somewhat embarrassed. Yes, father is right to reprimand me. Zhao Zhizhou glared at him. He was extremely dissatisfied with Zhao Tian's performance during this period. The entire family had placed their hopes on him, but Zhao Tian had caused the family to suffer such a great loss because of past incidents, and now they had to make amends. Don't just admit your mistakes. Have you figured out how this was handled? Did you actually take care of that kid? Father, don't worry. The news that Qin Yao went to Shanghai alone was released by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. There's no mistake about it. If he dared to cause trouble for Uncle Lu, would he come out alive? Despite his words, Zhao Tian still took out his phone and called Lu Boyong. The call was answered after several attempts, and after saying a few words, Zhao Tian hung up with a slight smile. Dad, you can rest assured. That kid has already angered Uncle Lu. It's all over. However, because that kid caused too much of a commotion, the streets over there are now blocked off. It was reported as an emergency counterterrorism drill. Uncle Lu is handling this matter, so it was his subordinate Black Dog who relayed this information to me, telling us not to worry. Counterterrorism drill? A hint of doubt flashed in Zhao Zhizhou's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, in his mind, how could Qin Yao possibly defeat Lu Boyong? Did he know that Lu Boyong's men were all armed? This so-called drill definitely involved gunfire, so this is just an attempt to cover it up. With his power, it shouldn't be difficult for him to cover it up. Your Uncle Lu is truly your Uncle Lu. Now that this matter is over, you should thank him properly. Zhao Zhizhou chuckled, and, seeing Zhao Tian nodding hurriedly, continued. Although it was just eliminating a minor character, it was still a heavy blow to the Zhang family. That kid was someone the Zhang family put on the table. Now that he's dead, when Xinhui opens, the Zhang family will definitely not be able to find another suitable candidate, so they will have no choice but to send Zhang Hang. At that time, all we need to do is fan the flames, and the Nangong family will know who is opposing them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian revealed a sly smile. Then, we can wait for those two families to fight amongst themselves and reap the benefits? This move not only eliminated Qin Yao, a thorn in his side, but also caused the Zhang family to lose a pawn, while simultaneously sowing discord between the Nangong family and the Zhang family, a triple win. Hee, by the way, Xingsheng will reopen the day after tomorrow. Go prepare a congratulatory gift, and find some companies and families we are familiar with to go and see the excitement together. I see. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian immediately agreed. Not only do they have to prepare congratulatory gifts, but they also have to bring reporters and media to witness how Xingsheng, which has been highly anticipated recently, will end without their boss. Qin Yao, you should have died 5 years ago. I'll let you live for another 5 years. Remember to thank me a few more times on your way to the underworld. With his biggest threat eliminated, Zhao Tian felt incredibly at ease. He slept exceptionally well that night. 2 days later, Starshine opened for business. In the past 2 days, rumors have been circulating in the industry that the owner of Xingsheng, the so-called new tycoon of Qingcheng, is a fraud and has a prison background. Furthermore, some people say that this newcomer was just a nobody who was pushed to the forefront by a promoter, and that he has now been murdered. On the day of Xinghui's opening, everyone will see the real boss of Xingsheng appear. Although this news has only spread within a limited circle of industry insiders, it is definitely explosive news. After all, this rising star in Qingcheng, who had only just emerged a week ago, was exposed as having a fake identity and a mastermind behind it all. This is simply unbelievable. There are many smart people in the industry. Everyone saw that the person with Qin Yao that day was Zhang Hang. Xingsheng's predecessor was also a subsidiary of Zhang's. Suddenly, rumors and speculations arose that the Zhang family was planning to monopolize the commercial development of Yubei district, taking all the spoils and paving the way for their rise to become the 5th largest family in Qingqing. On the very day Qin Yao took office, he offended half of his peers in the building materials and real estate industries. As a result, once this news came out, all his peers in the industry began to ostracize Xingsheng. So much so that on the opening day, not many people came to congratulate them, but quite a few people came to watch the spectacle. Zhao Tian appeared with Nangong Shan, and he immediately attracted attention as soon as he got out of the car. Many company owners who had intentionally or unintentionally distanced themselves from Zhao Tian after the auction have now approached him again, and their attitude towards him has warmed up. Miss Nangong, Mr. Zhao, you've also come to attend Xing Sheng's opening ceremony? The first person to approach and speak was none other than Qin Yao, who had been directly driven away by Qin Yao that day. Nangong Shan has always been arrogant, and she would never answer a person of Qin Yang's caliber. Zhao Tian hadn't begged her to come today, crying and saying he wanted to prove to her that he had dealt with the bastard who had blocked her way before, and that the kid was sent by the Zhang family to target the Nangong family, and had already been taken care of by him. She wouldn't have come. Therefore, whenever someone tried to talk to her, she would impatiently tell Zhao Tian, "It's too hot outside. I'm going inside first." Zhao Tian quickly put on a smile and said, "It's sunny outside. Madam, please go inside and rest first. I'll come in shortly." Nangong Shanli ignored him and went straight into the inner area. As part of the grand opening ceremony, Xing Sheng specially opened its lobby as the reception room for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, sincerely inviting industry peers to attend. After Nangong Shan left, Zhao Tian straightened up and glanced at Chun Yong indifferently. "What? Mr. Chun is free today too? Oh, how could I forget? Mr. Chun just came to Xing Sheng a few days ago to seek cooperation. I suppose after this ribbon-cutting ceremony, Mr. Chun will get a pretty good share of the yubei pie, right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yong immediately slapped his thigh angrily. "Don't even mention it. That bastard Qin Yao." Qin Yao bluntly rejected him and even had security guards kick them out, making him almost a laughingstock in the industry. His rivals are making a fuss about this, constantly saying that they've been looked down upon by the new elites of Qingcheng, making him lose face completely lately. He came here today purely to see Xing Sheng make a fool of himself. Everyone says that Qin Yao is not actually a rising star in Qingcheng at all, but just a convict who has just been released from prison. How could these people miss such a great show? Chapter 78 not coming? He can't come. Noticing Chun Yong's indignant expression, Zhao Tian remained calm and said indifferently, "President Chun, you're on Xing Sheng's turf right now. It's not appropriate to directly insult their new boss, is it?" Chun Yong was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but then laughed. "President Zhao, we've cooperated so many times, so don't pretend in front of me." He turned his head to make sure no one was around, then lowered his voice and asked, "You orchestrated this whole spectacle today, didn't you?" Zhao Tian glanced at Chun Yong, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Mr. Chun, you can't just say things like that." He wanted to kill Qin Yao, and even more so, he wanted to stir up trouble between the Zhang and Nangong families and regain the land in Yubei district. However, he didn't want anyone to know about his feud with Qin Yao, and he especially couldn't let Nangong Shan know, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, when Qin Yong saw his denial, he immediately showed a puzzled expression. "Impossible, right? This matter had nothing to do with you? That's strange. I thought that after the Xing Sheng scandal was exposed, you, President Zhao, should be the one who benefited the most." Zhao Tian breathed a sigh of relief. President Chun is joking. With Xing Sheng's scandal exposed and the land in Yubei district already auctioned off, what benefit could I possibly gain? Isn't it simple? Qin Yao's identity as the owner of Xing Sheng is fake. Who could be behind him? It's just the Zhang family. Qin Yong patted his chest and gestured for him to look at the front door. "Look, didn't you see Bao Xin and the notary office are here?" Once it's confirmed that Xing Sheng is actually a company under the Zhang family's name, and that they manipulated things behind the scenes and maliciously resold the land after winning the bid, the land will definitely be taken back. After all, Bao Xin has official backing, and the land in Yubei district is an officially planned project. How could they be allowed to operate like this and resell it to a company that doesn't even exist? Although Chun Yong didn't finish speaking, Zhao Tian already knew what was coming next. Once Bao Xin reclaims the land, it will be put up for a new auction. When the Nangong family and the Zhang family break off relations, they will definitely do everything they can to help him seize the land. Even without the Li family's cooperation, he will still be able to acquire the land. Zhao Tian remained very humble in front of Chun Yong. "President Chun, that's not necessarily true. Rumors are just rumors after all. How could Mr. Qin, who is so generous, be just using someone else's name?" "Huh." Qin Yong sneered, recalling Qin Yao's previous actions towards him. "We'll find out soon enough whether it's a cover-up or not. I don't believe today's opening ceremony will be peaceful." Zhao Tian didn't answer again, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He and Chun Yong entered the venue together, and all those who had previously kept their distance from him because of the auction gathered around him. Besides Nangongshan's reasons, another reason is the rumors that surfaced yesterday, which made everyone share the same thoughts as Qin Yao. Once Xing Sheng is proven to have fabricated Qin Yao's identity, the land will be reclaimed by Bao Xian. Zhao Tian will be the most likely person to get the land. Although no one said it, everyone present knew perfectly well that most of Xing Sheng's scandals were exposed by Zhao Tian. The fact that he dared to release such information shows that he already had solid evidence. Just wait and see. Amidst the praise of the crowd, Zhao Tian gradually returned to his pre-auction state, smiling with confidence. Once the reporters and media were all in place, it was almost time. Everyone had prepared a bunch of questions to ask Qin Yao, but it wasn't Qin Yao who came downstairs, but his secretary, Zhai Lu. Zhai Lu was dressed in a sharp suit today, having quickly found his rhythm in just a few days. He smiled at the CEOs of various companies who had come to observe the ceremony. Distinguished guests, I apologize, but my husband, Mr. Qin, has something come up and may be a little late. So today, I will represent him in the ribbon cutting. Please forgive me. Upon hearing that Qin Yao wasn't coming, the media outlets stirred with excitement, while Zhao Tian, sitting below, was quite thrilled. It's not that he's not coming, it's that he can't come at all. Not coming? That's a bit too frivolous. The first to raise an objection was none other than Qin Yao, whom Qin Yao had offended earlier. The ribbon-cutting ceremony for Xing Sheng also means that construction on the land in Yubei district is officially starting. Does Xing Sheng think that land is just a matter for your company? It's a major construction project for Qingqing. Qin Yao, as the boss, didn't even come, and you had your secretary do it. What? Do you not take this project that the authorities value seriously, or do you not take us people seriously? As soon as he opened his mouth, people immediately echoed his sentiments. Did he not come, or was he too afraid to come? Xing Sheng hasn't even opened for business yet, and they're already this arrogant. I bet your identity has been exposed, and you're too ashamed to come. Seeing this, Zhai Lu looked somewhat flustered and quickly tried to calm everyone down. But these people came here today to see a good show, and they wouldn't leave until they saw Qin Yao. Moreover, some of them were people arranged by Zhao Tian, who were constantly stirring up everyone's emotions. The reporters and media below also bombarded Zhai Lu with questions. Secretary Zhai, we've heard that Mr. Qin isn't actually the real boss of your company. Is that true? I heard that Mr. Qin is just a recently released convict, and Xing Sheng is deliberately keeping him out of the public eye to cover up the scandal. Does Mr. Qin's absence from the ribbon-cutting ceremony of Star Life mean that Star Life is owned by someone else? If that's the case, isn't Xing Sheng deceiving the public and deceiving Bao Xian? A group of reporters seized the opportunity and cornered Zhai Lu, leaving him speechless. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he instinctively looked at Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian saw this, and a smile remained on his lips. He even raised an eyebrow at Zhai Lu. Secretary Zhai, seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Zhao Tiankai slowly stood up, adjusting his cuffs as he spoke. I think Mr. Qin Yao should be the one to explain his own affairs. After all, Xing Sheng has taken over the land in Yubei district, which is to be developed into one of the landmarks of Qingqing City. I don't think anyone would want to see Xing Sheng embroiled in scandals before the project even starts, would they? That's right, let Qin Yao speak. If the boss doesn't show up, what are you, a mere secretary, to do? Could the rumors be true, and Qin Yao, this fake boss, doesn't dare to come? Upon hearing this, Zhai Lu looked at everyone with a troubled expression. The more troubled he was, the more smug Zhao Tian's smile became. If Qin Yao can't come today, the rumors will be completely confirmed. Let's see how the Zhang family will handle this. Just as everyone was beginning to doubt Xing Sheng, the scene outside was no less deserted than the scene inside. After all, a major event like the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Star Grand Hotel attracts quite a few people to join in the fun. Among them, a beautiful figure stood silently outside the crowd. Looking at Zhai Lu in the center of the hall, a hint of gloom appeared in her beautiful eyes. She sighed and shook her head. Qin Yao, I've said before that you can't take what isn't yours. Now that you've been pushed into the spotlight, how are you going to handle this? You think you've succeeded, but little do you know that you've already become someone else's pawn. This woman was Lin Jixia. Qin Yao at Fenghe Tower that day. Lin Jixia had been feeling uneasy. So when she learned that Xinghui had opened, she came to see it for herself today. Qin Yao hasn't shown up yet, so the outcome is probably already decided. Qin Yao's true identity has been revealed, and the Zhang family has abandoned him as a pawn. Chapter 79 The Cause of Today, The Effect of Yesterday. Lin Jixia wasn't the only one among the people present who knew Qin Yao. Outside the crowd, a small group of people watched Zhai Lu being questioned by reporters and a group of bosses, and they became smug. I knew it. A loser is a loser, he can't handle big occasions. Haha, trying to look like an elephant with a scallion stuck in its nose. Now you've been exposed, haven't you? These people were none other than Qin Yao's college classmates, including Yi Zixing, who had recently come to Xingsheng to apply for jobs. After returning home on the day of his job interview, Yi Zixing was like a lost soul, unable to eat for the entire day. Besides regret, he felt mostly fear. Considering that Qin Yao has now risen to prominence and become a renowned new elite in Qingqing, will those who humiliated him still have a place in Qingqing in the future? He anxiously made calls everywhere, hoping to shamelessly find an opportunity to reconcile with Qin Yao. To everyone's surprise, Zhailu not only avoided him, but also left their friend group and transformed into the secretary of the president of Xingsheng. Such a stark contrast was unbearable for this naturally proud person, and he almost developed depression. Fortunately, Su Qingqing brought him some good news yesterday. Qin Yao is not the CEO of Xingsheng at all. He is just a frontman put forward by the Zhang family. This news excited Yi Zixing. The sky cleared and the rain stopped, and he felt that he could do it again. Today is the opening day of Xingsheng, and he rushed over with a group of friends to see the spectacle. Hee, I said before that anything that doesn't match one's status will be lost even if one gains it temporarily. At this moment, Yi Zixing regained his young master Yi demeanor, and his comments were quite mature and sophisticated. Luckily, I saw early on that Qin Yao was a troublemaker. Otherwise we would have become the target of public criticism like Zhailu. Being exposed so thoroughly in front of so many bosses and the media was truly shameful. Su Qingqing quickly chimed in. Yes, thank goodness for Zixing. If it weren't for you, we would have all been fooled by Qin Yao. But why didn't he come today? Could it be that something really happened to him, as the rumors say? I heard he was targeted by his rivals and disappeared. Yao Han laughed upon hearing this. But even if he didn't disappear, what could he do if he came? Once his status as a convict is exposed, can he still keep up the act? That's right. But it's a pity. I was looking forward to seeing how he would embarrass himself today, but he didn't even dare to come. Song Shui couldn't help but sneer. Whether Qin Yao comes or not, he and Xingsheng are definitely going to lose face today. The once prominent new elite of Qingqing quickly became a laughingstock after only a week of hype surrounding the aristocratic families. Just thinking about this made Yi Zixing feel great. The sun was shining exceptionally brightly in Qingqing today. Inside the hall, Zhailu was still being besieged by all sides, and he couldn't explain himself clearly for a long time. Zhao Tian had been observing Bao Xin and the notary office staff's expressions. Seeing that they were whispering among themselves and their brows were furrowing more and more, he knew that the time was ripe. So he straightened his clothes, stepped forward and said, Secretary Zhai, I believe in President Qin's character. But if he can't come out in person to clarify yesterday's rumors, then Xingsheng's opening ceremony will probably become a laughingstock. After all, so many reporters have the right to know, and he can't just leave without giving an explanation and clarifying things, can he? Zhailu looked troubled, as if he was about to break down. His reaction was exactly what Zhao Tian had expected. The latter said hypocritically, you should let President Qin come out. Otherwise, in the end, I'm afraid Bao Xin and the notary office staff will have to conduct their own investigation and give an explanation to everyone present and the people of Qingqing. Zhao Tian's words were echoed by many people. Even those who were just looking for gossip were convinced of the news's authenticity. Therefore, many people also took the opportunity to curry favor with the Zhao family and take advantage of the situation. The situation even got a little out of control at one point. Zhao Tianxiao looked at Zhailu, who was covered in sweat, and saw that things were developing in the direction he had planned. He was very satisfied. This feeling of being in complete control is indeed wonderful. Zhao Tian, who do you think you are? Why should I, Qin Yao, explain my actions to you? Just as everyone was demanding that the notary office conduct an investigation, a male voice came from outside, causing Zhao Tian's wine glass to tremble. Although he had not seen Qin Yao for many years, he had even forgotten about him. But he recognized the voice. It was the same person who had made him lose face at the Baoxin auction. He suddenly looked up and looked out of the crowd, where he saw the crowd automatically split into two sides, and a tall, upright figure walked gracefully towards him. Qin Yao. He actually showed up. Upon seeing Qin Yao appear, many people present were shaken and their expressions varied. Lin Zhixia stood outside the crowd, watching the tall figure of the man walk past her without even glancing at her, her eyes filled with an extremely complicated expression. In the past, no matter where I was, he could spot me at a glance. But when Qin Yao walked past her today, she had a certain feeling. It seems that they have drifted further and further apart. However, she quickly forced herself to calm down and stop thinking too much. So what if Qin Yao came? His identity has been exposed. He is not some newly rich billionaire at all and cannot save the situation. When Yi Zixing and the others saw Qin Yao, they felt more mockery than anger. Many people present shared the same look in their eyes, waiting to see how Qin Yao would embarrass himself. Qin Yao remained expressionless, walking with unparalleled grace. Today he specially wore a suit. His already tall and imposing figure, combined with the suit, made him look extraordinary and dignified, even exuding an aura of domineering power. He stared intently at Zhao Tian, the former enemy, finally meeting again after 5 years. Upon seeing him appear, a sinister glint flashed across Zhao Tian's face, and the veins on his hand holding the wine glass bulged. How is that possible? How could he come? How could he possibly get here? It's no wonder Zhao Tian was so surprised by Qin Yao's appearance. The day before yesterday, he received the reply that Qin Yao had broken into Si Hai's lair alone. Logically speaking, even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. But looking at his spirited appearance, there was no sign that he had been tortured. Could something have gone wrong with Uncle Lu? Was he bribed? Seeing the strange look on his face, Qin Yao's expression remained exceptionally cold. When he saw Zhao Tian's face again, he was able to suppress all his joy and anger, turning it into a surging fire of revenge, while remaining calm on the surface. What? Are you surprised or disappointed that I could come? Qin Yao's appearance caused a stir among the audience. His words silenced the room once again. Zhao Tian's face twitched, and realizing there were too many people present, he forced a smile back. Hee, Mr. Qin, what are you saying? As the boss, you should be present for Xing Sheng's opening. What does it have to do with me? Why should I be disappointed? You're not disappointed, but I am a little disappointed. Zhao Tian frowned and asked, what do you mean? Qin Yao was half a head taller than him, and looked down at him indifferently, saying, 5 years have passed, and it seems you haven't improved at all. They say the higher you climb, the harder you fall. I was hoping you could climb a little higher, so that when I pull you down, I could see you smashed to pieces. What are you trying to say? Qin Yao ignored him and turned to look at the media and business owners who had arrived. After scanning the room, he stared intently at Zhao Tian and said, the cause you planted 5 years ago, today, is the fruit I'm repaying you for. Chapter 80 10,000 Tales of Gold. In front of so many people, Qin Yao brought up the events of that year. Zhao Tian always presented himself as a humble gentleman in public, and Nangang Shan was watching from behind. If Qin Yao were to reveal that he was beaten for molesting Lin Jixia years ago, and then framed Qin Yao in return, even if the evidence had been destroyed, no one would believe him. However, Nangang Shan is an absolute jealous woman, and once she finds out about this, she will definitely investigate. If her relationship with Qin Yao and Lin Jixia is discovered, he will be unable to explain himself. So he hurriedly spoke up, pointing all the blame at Qin Yao, saying, President Qin, now that you're here, don't rush to bring up other things. Bao Xin and the notary office are here, so you should deal with your own troubles first. After saying that, he took another step closer to Qin Yao and said fiercely in a voice that was barely audible to both of them, it's still uncertain whether we'll be the first to die. Qin Yao, even with the Zhang family backing you up this time, it's useless. Qin Yao looked at him expressionlessly, without making any comment. At this moment, Bao Xin and the people from the notary office came up when they saw him arrive. Mr. Qin. The first to speak was a woman from the notary office, dressed in a black business suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking very professional. According to our investigation, the source of funds for your previous land purchase in Yubei district is questionable. Bao Xin has raised doubts with us and requested that you provide proof of where your funds came from. The notary public phrased it rather tactfully, but what they really meant was that they had confirmed Qin Yao was indeed a recently released convict. The money he received was of dubious origin. Regardless of whether it involves bribery, reselling at a low price, or other egregious circumstances, it is considered an egregious offense and should be reclaimed. At this point, Bao Xin's representative stepped forward and said, Mr. Qin, according to our investigation, you did not own any assets or companies before participating in the auction. The planning of Yubei district is an official project, and we cannot arbitrarily hand it over to people of unknown origin. If there are any doubts about your funds, then we will also revoke the development rights of Yubei district. Please understand. Qin Yao glanced at the two of them. They must have been investigating him because of the information Zhao Tian had spread. Zhao Tian wanted to use this method to force Zhang, who was behind him, to come out, but unfortunately, Zhao Tian did not know that. Zhang was not the person behind him. He is the one behind the Zhang family. There's nothing wrong with my money. This money, Qin Yao began, emphasizing each word, was a gift from someone else. This remark immediately drew laughter from the audience. At least make it sound plausible. A gift? Why doesn't anyone give me one? That's 100 billion. Who would be so bored as to give away so much money? What? You saved the world's richest man's life. Even Zhao Tian couldn't help but scoff when he heard his words. Fool. Not to mention, Qin Yao is just a labor camp inmate, who would give him 100 billion for no reason. Even if he really comes from a prestigious family, 100 billion is a huge sum even for the Zhang family. Why would they give it to him for no reason? What does he think that 100 billion is? Qin Yao's explanation, Bao Xin and the notary office staff both frowned in unison. Especially the woman at the notary office, who was clearly a serious person, immediately said sternly, Mr. Qin, please cooperate with our work. We have already investigated your identity. You were just released from Diu prison half a month ago. Who would give you 100 billion for no reason? If you continue to spout nonsense, we will take it as a refusal to cooperate and will proceed with the process to revoke the development rights for Yubei district. Seeing that the two were somewhat angry because of Qin Yao's remarks, Zhao Tian's lips curled up and he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. What an idiot, saying such things. Isn't he just jumping into a fire pit himself? He doesn't even need to push him. This idiot can kill himself. Off the field, Lin Jixia shook his head and sighed. What did he think he was facing? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such a lie, let alone Baoxin's people. This time, he was truly finished. Needless to say, Yi Zixing and the others were overjoyed to see Qin Yao spout such outrageous words. Someone actually gave him 100 billion? A convict wouldn't even get $1,000. Faced with the ridicule of the crowd, Qin Yao remained calm. I cooperated perfectly. That 100 billion was indeed a gift from someone else. Seeing that he was stubborn and unconvinced, the staff at the notary office became visibly impatient and said, Mr. Qin, do you really want us to point it out? You've been in prison for 5 years. And before that you were just a recent graduate with no connections or status. Who would give you such a huge sum of money as 100 billion for nothing? Taking this opportunity, Zhao Tian fanned the flames from the side. Yeah, let's not even talk about that 100 billion. Just look at Xingsheng's opening today. Not even a decent flower basket or congratulatory people. Who would be so foolish as to send you money? Exactly, they can't even come up with a better excuse when they lie. Qin Yao, you liar. The eyes of the people are discerning. I know Qin Yao. He's an orphan and was raised by his aunt since he was a child. He has no money at all. Everyone agreed, and even on Yi Zixing's side, some people, out of jealousy, made snide remarks. Zhao Tian shrugged, looked at Qin Yao with regret, and said, President Qin, it seems your labor reform didn't turn you over a new leaf. Now you've angered everyone, haven't you? Qin Yao knew the other party was trying to provoke him, but he glanced at him and remained calm. Still pretending? Just as Zhao Tian was about to say something, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from outside the door. Zhang Sanqing of the Zhang family has come to offer his congratulations. Everyone immediately looked towards the door when a male voice rang out, startling them all. Zhang Sanqing's convoy stopped at the entrance, and Zhang Sanqing and his son Zhang got out of the car together, dressed in suits and with solemn expressions. A heavy truck was following behind them. Just as everyone was guessing what was inside the truck, Zhang Sanqing gave a look, and his men opened the back door of the truck. Bang! The Zhang family, including Zhang Sanqing and his son, have brought 1 billion yuan in cash to congratulate Mr. Qin and Xingxing. With a loud crash, a truck unleashed $1 billion in cash. In the blink of an eye, banknotes flew everywhere. 1 billion, one heavy truck, 12 tons. The scene of red banknotes fluttering in the air instantly attracted everyone's attention. The hearts of everyone present were gripped with apprehension. Lin Jixia and the others were stunned by what they saw, their bodies trembling as the banknotes fluttered down. How is that possible? How is that possible? Even though there were quite a few people present who were worth billions, they couldn't help but feel a little suffocated by seeing so much cash flying around. At this moment, Qin Yao's lips curled slightly as he looked at Zhao Tian and asked, What did you just say? Zhao Tian's expression twitched slightly as he looked at the sea of red. However, he quickly realized what was going on and retorted, What kind of connections does the Zhang family have? Everyone knows that Xingsheng was originally orchestrated by the Zhang family. You're just their shield. The Zhang family's involvement is not surprising and doesn't count. Qin Yao smiled but remained silent. The next moment, one luxury car after another filed in, blocking half the street. Xinwu Group has brought 1 million RMB to congratulate President Qin. Longchong Company has brought a pair of Hetian Jade discs to congratulate General Manager Qin. Songlin Group has come with gifts to congratulate President Qin. After the Zhang family's display of 1 billion yuan in cash shocked everyone, CEOs of well-known companies in Qingqing followed suit, all presenting gifts. Although not as shocking as Zhang's, their appearance itself boosted the prestige and morale of Xingsheng and Qin Yao. Even Nangang Shan stood up at this moment, frowning as he said, "Some of these companies follow the Zhang family, while others are subsidiaries of the Sun family, partners of the Sun family, or companies affiliated with their brothers." What? The Sun family? Prompted by Nangang Shan, Zhao Tian's eyes widened. How could the Sun family possibly? Before he could finish speaking, a tall cannon ceremonial vehicle drove in. A Rolls-Royce with a gold emblem slowly drove in, and an elderly man got out of the car with the help of his children and grandchildren. A dozen or so burly bodyguards got out of the car behind them, each pair carrying a load on their shoulders, covered with red velvet, so that it was impossible to tell what it was. There were 12 people in total, carrying 6 loads. When the 6 loads hit the ground with a heavy thud, the old man walked ahead and said loudly, "Sun Jiaowei, along with his children and grandchildren, offer their congratulations to Mr. Qin." As soon as the words were spoken, the cannons shot into the sky. Sun Jiaowei also stepped forward and lifted the red velvet cloth. "Here is a special gift, 10,000 taels of gold." Chapter 81: The Deadly Ghost. When the cannons fire, gold pours in. As the red silk cloth was unveiled, the crowd was dazzled by the neatly stacked gold bricks amidst the deafening sound of the salute. Under the sunlight, the dazzling light of the gold bricks made it hard to breathe. Those who witnessed the scene were all filled with righteous indignation, and their mouths were dry. If it weren't for the strong bodyguards holding them back, people would probably have rushed up and looted it. Seeing this scene, Lin Jixia turned pale, her hands and feet went cold, and she swayed, almost losing her balance. She almost fell to the ground if someone hadn't helped her up. How so? Yi Zixing and the others were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Yi Zixing stared blankly at the stacks of gold bricks, and couldn't help but slap himself, trying to wake up from his dream, only to find that the gold bricks were still dazzling. Those outside the venue were focused on the gold, but those inside saw the elderly man walking out amidst the sound of celebratory cannons. The appearance of the Zhang family did not surprise the others. After all, there were rumors yesterday that the Zhang family was the mastermind behind Qin Yao. However, the appearance of the Sun family greatly surprised everyone. In particular, Sun Jiaowei's personal appearance surprised many people. As everyone knows, old Master Sun abdicated 10 years ago, handing over the position of family head to his eldest son, Sun Boyong. Now, the third generation of the Sun family has even risen to prominence. The old man has been enjoying his retirement at home for 10 years, detached from worldly affairs. Today, however, he came in person for the grand opening of Xingsheng. Upon seeing Sun Jiaowei's appearance, Zhao Tian swayed and took a few steps back, his face filled with shock. "No, it's impossible." The fact that elder Sun appeared in person was to announce to the world that the entire Sun clan would stand behind Qin Yao. This is a treatment that Zhao Tian, as the son-in-law of the Nangang family, has never received before. Ignoring everything else, Qin Yao stepped forward and greeted Sun Jiaowei and Zhang Sanqing with a smile. "Thank you, gentlemen, and welcome." He greeted them with nonchalance, seemingly unmoved by the prospect of billions in cash and countless taels of gold. Even in front of 2 figures sitting at the pinnacle of Qingqing, he remained neither humble nor arrogant. This scene left onlookers with mixed feelings. Qin Yao's identity has been confirmed as that of a recently released convict. But right now, they just can't understand why a convict would have such an aura. What Zhang Sanqing and Sun Jiaowei did next shocked everyone around them. The 2 men then bowed to Qin Yao in unison, their attitude extremely polite. "Mr. Qin, we've come here to join in the fun today. Hopefully, we won't cause you any trouble." The speaker was Sun Jiaowei. Qin Yao smiled faintly. "Old Sun, you're too kind. I'm extremely grateful that you came despite your illness." After saying that, he glanced at Zhang Sanqing and said, "And Mr. Zhang, I will remember your kindness for taking time out of your busy schedule to come." Upon receiving Qin Yao's affirmation, both of them showed joy on their faces, and Zhang Sanqing even breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tian watched from the side, his heart already utterly shocked. "I thought this was the climax of the opening ceremony, but little did I know, it was just the beginning." A Cullinan with out-of-town license plates drove into the outer edge of the venue, and several men in suits got out, each carrying a safe. "Mr. Wang Qianfan, congratulations to Mr. Qin on his grand opening." Wow! Several safes were opened at once, revealing a dazzling array of gold, diamonds, and jade, making one's mouth water. Of all those present, only Zhang Sanqing stood up excitedly, while the others had never heard of Wang Qianfan. But those boxes of gold, diamonds and jade were enough to prove that this person was extraordinary. Mr. Zhu Haiping sends his best wishes to Mr. Qin on his grand opening. Mr. Charlie Su sends his congratulations to Mr. Qin on his grand opening. Irvin Sun sends his congratulations to Mr. Qin on his grand opening. A string of unfamiliar names rang out, and one luxury car after another entered. A dazzling array of gold, antiques, jade, and banknotes appeared one after another. At first, some people calculated how much the gifts were worth together, but then everyone fell silent. It's impossible to calculate. Zhao Tian stood there, cold sweat pouring down his face, his hands and feet trembling. Who are these people? There are even foreigners among them, and they are all Haruka. It would be absolutely impossible for the Zhang family alone to gather so many people and send such a huge amount of congratulatory gifts. Qin Yao watched calmly as box after box of gifts were delivered, his heart unmoved. It seems that these people inside also received the news that their company had opened. Fortunately, the gifts they gave were comparable to those from the Zhang and Sun families, and they didn't go too far. Although that's what he thought, it was quite shocking to others. Everyone stopped looking at Qin Yao and stared at the main entrance, their minds filled with countless thoughts. They wanted to see just how much was left. Finally, the traffic outside stopped. The once bustling scene now resembled a graveyard, falling into a 2-minute silence. No one spoke, but all eyes were on Qin Yao and Zhao Tian. Qin Yao didn't even glance at Zhao Tian, and went straight to the notary office staff, asking, "If I said now that that money was a gift from someone else, would you believe me?" The staff member was already somewhat distracted by the scenes just now, and only came back to his senses when he heard his words. She glanced back at the piles of cash and gold at the entrance. Although it was still far from the figure of 100 billion, who would doubt Qin Yao's words now? The opening ceremony gifts alone amounted to billions. His claim that someone gave him 100 billion doesn't seem entirely unfounded. After all, no company in Qinsheng has ever opened with such a grand opening. Even across the entire Dragon Kingdom, such a scene is extremely rare. At this moment, the staff member tried hard to regain his composure, even pinching himself secretly to keep his voice from trembling, and said, "Mr. Qin, we sincerely apologize for your previous doubts. You only need to register at our notary office to cancel the doubts about your funds." Bao Xian's men quickly stepped forward and bowed to Qin Yao to smooth things over. "Mr. Qin, we are truly sorry. We shouldn't have believed the rumors and doubted you. Please allow me, on behalf of Bao Xian, to offer you our sincere apologies." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao smiled and waved his hand. "You two are just doing this for work. It's only natural to come and verify rumors. How could I blame you?" As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Tian beside him and said, "The ones who should really be investigated are the people who spread the rumors, aren't they?" Qin Yao's words immediately drew everyone's attention to Zhao Tian. Before this, he was the one who targeted Qin Yao the most. Now that Qin Yao has successfully proven his innocence, he, the one who stirred up trouble, has naturally been thrust into the spotlight. He stomped on Qin Yao just now, the more his face hurt now. Looking at Qin Yao's smile, Zhao Tian felt as if a thorn had been plunged into his eyes, causing him both pain and anger. But he couldn't vent his emotions in front of so many people. He could only retreat step by step, trying hard to regain his smile, but he just couldn't manage to smile, which caused the muscles in his face to twitch and contort. Who are you?" Zhao Tian stared intently at Qin Yao. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was the same loser who had nothing and who had almost died at his hands 5 years ago. "Who are you? Are you trying to say why I didn't die on the way to prison?" Qin Yao chuckled and walked to Zhao Tian's side, his smile quickly fading. He lowered his head and whispered in Zhao Tian's ear, "Speaking of which, I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. I am now a ghost come to claim your life." Chapter 82 Utter Defeat. Qin Yao's voice was cold and ruthless, filled with murderous intent. Those murderous words, with their suffocating aura, sent a chill down Zhao Tian's spine, sending a shiver down his spine to his head. He couldn't hold back any longer and continued to back away. Clang! In his panic, Zhao Tian lost his balance and fell to the ground. "You." Zhao Tian was filled with shame. He looked up at Qin Yao and saw that the latter was looking at his disheveled state with a hint of contempt in his eyes. This made him pale and dazed, and even more embarrassed. He was actually looked down upon by this guy whom he could crush at will. He was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Some of the onlookers wanted to laugh, but they didn't. Idiot. The one who broke the deadlock was Nangong Shan. She originally came to watch the show today because Zhao Tian told her to. But now Zhao Tian has become the protagonist of this play, though he's just a clown. Instead of saving face, he lost face because of Zhao Tian. It was even lost at home. Everyone now thinks that Zhao Tian was upset about his land being taken away and deliberately caused trouble by spreading rumors, but Qin Yao refuted him on the spot. Even Nangong Shan herself would lose face. So when Zhao Tian collapsed to the ground, she got up and walked towards the door. Zhao Tian was shocked and dared not look at Qin Yao again. Seeing that his backer was about to leave, he immediately disregarded everything else. He scrambled to his feet and chased after her, shouting, "Wife, wait for me." However, after getting into the car, Nangong Shan immediately shut Zhao Tian out, yelling, "How could I have married a piece of trash?"